Meng Chuyuan is widely recognized as the forsaken wife in the affluent circle, with her husband frequently absent and her in-laws possessing notoriously unpleasant temperaments. While others mock her lack of dignity, only Meng Chuyuan understands the comfort and ease of her existence. With endless financial resources and no obligation to bear children, her life is remarkably serene. However, one day, her blacklisted younger brother-in-law, a controversial rising star, drags her into a rural reality show. Before the show's premiere, Meng Chuyuan's group, representing an unfortunate marriage and a frigid brother-sister-in-law relationship, firmly occupies the lowest tier of the rankings. Yet, once the show airs, Meng Chuyuan's stunning beauty eclipses all negative trends. The audience's focus shifts dramatically. A forsaken wife? With a 40-carat diamond ring, I would embrace that title too. A troubled brother-sister-in-law relationship? Help! Their effortless camaraderie is akin to that of siblings. Mother-in-law disputes? During a family day, Meng Chuyuan's mother-in-law gazed at her with starry-eyed admiration, almost as if she were a devoted fan. An unhappy marriage? Her husband's possessiveness radiates through the screen. This is a faux couple, and am merely here to indulge in durian peels. On a sunny autumn day, the gentle breeze carries a refreshing chill. A beam of light pours through the window, illuminating the floor, while the curtains sway lightly in the wind, causing the greenery outside to tremble. Inside a mahjong room, a group of affluent ladies engages in a game, the crisp sounds of tiles being drawn and laid out creating a delightful melody. Seated in the northern position is a woman adorned in a bespoke black gown, her thick hair elegantly styled, and pearl earrings accentuating her beauty. The exquisite swan necklace around her neck highlights the elegance of her collarbone. With a fair complexion and a gentle demeanor, she appears stunning under her makeup. A large diamond ring gleams on her slender finger, drawing attention effortlessly. Since the game began, her companions have referenced her status repeatedly, chatting endlessly. However, after she wins several rounds in succession this time, I will play seriously. I refuse to lose again. The opposing player glances at the young woman and bluntly states, "Mrs. Liu, we won't let you win this time." This exquisitely dressed woman, with an enviable winning streak, is Meng Chuyuan, 23 years old, wife of Liu Qingye, and the subject of their conversation. After discarding unhelpful tiles, Meng Chuyuan smiles lightly and candidly remarks, "Winning or losing is inconsequential. The joy of the game is what matters." Mrs. Liu has such a good attitude. One of her opponents scoffs, "I see Mrs. Liu isn't just calm, it's because her husband is wealthy and often absent." Although her words sound like teasing, the underlying tone drips with sarcasm. Not one to be easily offended, Meng Chuyuan responds with a bright smile. "Ah, Mrs. Fang understands me well." Mrs. Fang's eyes flicker, and her expression becomes animated as she exchanges knowing glances with the others, seemingly sensing an opportunity. A husband who is rarely home is concerning. "Mrs. Liu, be cautious. Such a wonderful man should not be tempted by outside influences." Mr. Liu is handsome and rich. He certainly seems to attract attention from both genders. Who could resist? Indeed, Mrs. Liu. Nowadays women are quite resourceful. You must keep a close watch on your husband. Having lost her parents at a young age, Meng Chuyuan was raised by her grandmother. After her grandmother's passing, she arrived in the city, and in her most desperate moments, fate led her to Liu Qingye. Just half a month ago, they had registered their marriage. While everyone outwardly treats her with courtesy, they harbor unspoken disdain, questioning how a woman without a prominent family background could win Liu Qingye's affection. In truth, their marriage is a private agreement devoid of emotional foundations, serving merely as a mutually beneficial arrangement. During their marriage, Liu Qingye's card is at her disposal, requiring neither children nor marital duties. Should they part ways, she would still claim half of Liu Qingye's wealth. All she needs is to carry the title of Mrs. Liu, occasionally accompanying him to important social events to maintain her presence. Such a fortunate arrangement brings her immense satisfaction. Despite the marriage's superficiality, Liu Qingye's circumstances fulfill Meng Chuyuan's needs both materially and socially, offering a lifestyle incomparable to others. Thus, she remains indifferent to their remarks, unabashedly stating, "Who could resist a handsome, wealthy husband?" In the afternoon, the sun bathes the earth in vibrant light, and the outdoor temperature rises slightly. Inside an office building, a young man nonchalantly whistles, reclining on a sofa while engrossed in a video game. Suddenly, his manager bursts in, incensed by the sight before her. "Liu Jinsong, what are you doing playing games at such a critical time? The show premieres in 2 days." Have you contacted your brother? Is the program still happening? Preoccupied with his game, Lu Jinsong ignores her. Frustrated by his indifference, the manager snatches his phone away. Stop playing, him talking to you. Lu Jinsong looks up, irritation evident in his voice. What do you want? I'm in the middle of a match. After turning off his phone and tossing it on the coffee table, Lu Jinsong turns, his displeasure palpable. What do you need? Lu Jinsong asks, his tone tinged with impatience. Regarding the show in 2 days, have you contacted your brother? The production team needs to review the process with you. No, we're not doing it. You can't just decide not to participate after signing the contract. The manager retorts, her face flushed with anger. If you don't participate, you'll have to pay the penalty. The mention of penalties causes Lu Jinsong to sit up, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Previously, the production team had invited him to join a family-oriented reality show, requiring him to bring sibling. He had planned to attend with Lu Qingye, only to find that his brother was still abroad on business as the recording date approached. After some contemplation, Lu Jinsong's demeanor softens, and he explains, "My brother is away on business and cannot participate." After a moment of silence, the manager inquires, "Do you have any other siblings?" "I have a sister still in school. She's unavailable." He worries that this may spell disaster for him. Just as he considers how to ask his family for funds to cover the penalty, the manager suddenly has an idea. "Since your brother is unavailable, how about your sister-in-law?" Lu Jinsong furrows his brow, confused. What does she have to do with this? "Let your sister-in-law join." Without a second thought, he immediately declines, "I refuse." Refusal is not an option, unless you want to pay a hefty penalty. The manager's ultimatum renders Lu Jinsong speechless. She picks up the phone from the table, hands it back to him, and urges, "Hurry up and call your sister-in-law." His gaze remains fixed on the phone, hesitating to reach for it. He and Meng Chuyuan are not close, and he finds it difficult to make the call. After a prolonged pause, the manager, unable to bear his hesitation, holds the phone up to his face, unlocks it, and dials Meng Chuyuan's number. Once connected, she briefly explains the situation to Meng Chuyuan, ultimately hoping she can step in and participate in the program with Lu Jinsong. "Sure, no problem," Meng Chuyuan responds readily, having just made the 3 ladies at the mahjong table uncomfortable, knowing they likely won't invite her to play again anytime soon. With time on her hands, she agrees. Due to the success of the previous season of Siblings in Arms, a second season quickly follows. This is a pastoral variety show that will be broadcasted live throughout its entirety. The production team does not provide living expenses, requiring the guests to exchange labor for ingredients to complete their rural journey. 3 pairs of guests will participate in the recording: Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan, along with the national goddess Liao Jiaka and her twin sister Liao Jiayan, as well as the rising star Qi Zhen and his sister Qi Yan. The day before filming, the production team officially announced the guest list on Weibo, featuring the unconventional duo of uncle and niece, Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan. Shortly after, marketing accounts revealed that a young woman with the surname M was abandoned by her wealthy husband on their wedding night, sparking a heated discussion online. What a surprise! An uncle-niece duo, so unconventional. Am I seeing this correctly? An uncle-niece pair? This group seems rather lackluster. Isn't this a show about siblings advancing together? Can they really bring a sister-in-law? Doesn't Lu Jinsen have an older brother? There were rumors he was participating. Why has it changed? Has the bar for variety shows dropped so low? They invite anyone. I have a bold guess. Could the woman with the surname and be Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law? I suspect the abandoned wife from a wealthy family is indeed her. Shouldn't she be on a honeymoon with her husband? Instead, she's joining her brother-in-law on a variety show. Just ponder that for a moment. The next morning, as the guests prepared to head to the recording location, all had arrived except for Meng Chuyuan. The director inquired, "Lu Jinsen, where is your sister-in-law?" Lu Jinsen coldly replied, "I don't know." His manager had called Meng Chuyuan on speakerphone the previous day, and Lu Jinsen was surprised when she agreed. The program flow was coordinated through his manager, and he had not contacted her directly. At this moment, Lu Jinsen was actually the most anxious, as their unfamiliarity made it plausible for him to be stood up. The director, eager not to delay the live broadcast, pressed, "How can you not know? Quickly call your sister-in-law and ask where she is." Under the director's scrutiny, Lu Jinsen reluctantly took out his phone, just as Meng Chuyuan appeared from behind them. "Apologies for being late, everyone." Upon hearing her voice, everyone turned to look at Meng Chuyuan, who appeared ethereal, as if she had stepped out of a painting. For a brief moment, all eyes were fixed upon her, including Lu Jinsen's. Lu Jinsen stood rooted to the spot. After everyone boarded the bus, He regained his composure, frowning with arms crossed, his gaze following Meng Chuyuan as she casually approached with her suitcase in tow. As she reached him, Lu Jinsen snorted derisively. "Can you not have a sense of time? Where's the lack of time sense?" Meng Chuyuan glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's precisely 9 o'clock." Lu Jinsen retorted dismissively, "Should I thank you for that?" Meng Chuyuan replied earnestly, "No need to thank me. You wouldn't dare arrive precisely on time. How could she be so audacious?" Initially, Lu Jinsen had planned to make a good impression upon meeting the other guests, but now, all that had been tarnished by Meng Chuyuan. An hour later, the bus arrived at the destination. The live broadcast commenced as the bus entered the village, utilizing aerial footage as the opening scene. At the moment the camera captured the bus door opening, Liao Jiaka was the first to appear in the live stream, clad in a white shirt and light blue jeans, smiling as she approached, her charming dimples accentuating her beauty. Her sister, Liao Jian, donned a light purple jacket over a white tank top, paired with a black skirt and sneakers, exuding youthfulness and vitality as she obediently followed her sister. Upon seeing the two beauties, the live chat exploded with comments. Finally, the second season of Siblings Advancing Together is here. My goddess Kiki is so beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, this is Kiki's first variety show since her marriage. The production team has struck gold. Kiki looks even better post-marriage. This is what marrying for love should look like. These twins look too similar. I can't tell who's the sister and who's the younger one. The one in the white shirt is the older sister. Her name suits her, gentle and lovely. Jian is also beautiful, but I prefer Kiki a bit more. Her smile is truly sweet. Among the 6 guests in this variety show, Liao Jiaka enjoys the highest popularity. Having debuted as a child star, Liao Jiaka has never left the audience's sight. She has collaborated with numerous top male stars, earning accolades as a diligent figure in the industry. Admirably, she announced her marriage during her career peak. Liao Jiaka's husband is the well-known film emperor Suzui, from a wealthy family with assets exceeding 100 million. Their romance blossomed on set, and upon the revelation of their relationship, waves of fans came to offer their blessings. The couple is truly enviable. Post-marriage, Liao Jiaka gradually withdrew from the entertainment industry, focusing on her family, accepting no new roles, and making very few public appearances, making her appearance on this show a delightful surprise. Thanks to the production team for bringing in such a stunning beauty to delight my eyes. Thanks to 10,086. Why haven't we seen Lu Jinsen and his sister-in-law yet? I hope they don't show up. I really don't want to see him. At this moment, Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan remained on the bus. They had not sat together before boarding, separated by an aisle, and had exchanged no words during the journey. Watching everyone disembark, Lu Jinsen turned to glance at Meng Chuyuan, only to find her with her eyes closed, wearing Bluetooth earbuds. Lu Jinsen stood, casting a tall shadow that blocked half the light, lowering his gaze coldly. "Hey, it's time to get off." Meng Chuyuan frowned, slowly opening her eyes, unexpectedly meeting Lu Jinsen's gaze. Before rising, Meng Chuyuan looked up at him and kindly advised, "I suggest you adjust your attitude towards me, young man." Lu Jinsen retorted, "Don't take advantage of me. Are you sure you want to maintain this attitude while recording the show?" Meng Chuyuan removed her Bluetooth earbuds and calmly stated, "Now's the time to think it through. You are a public figure under scrutiny, while I am merely an ordinary person, uninterested in your fabricated persona." She sensed that Lu Jinsen still carried some semblance of an idol's burden. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for her after everyone else had disembarked. Meng Chuyuan was the last to make her entrance, first revealing her slender legs as the camera panned from below, eventually capturing her face. She wore a white French vintage dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, her thick coffee-colored curls cascading over her right shoulder, complemented by a black beret with a collarbone chain shimmering subtly in the sunlight. The last pair has arrived. Wow, Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law is so young. Not gonna lie, Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law is stunning. I'm in love. What good is beauty if she's merely a pretty face? Where's the beauty? Her face is caked with makeup, looking artificially pale. Anyone who thinks she's beautiful must be blind. She doesn't hold a candle to my Kiki. Don't compare an ordinary person to a star. They're simply not in the same league. Meng Chuyuan was oblivious to the live chat's dynamics and could never have anticipated that her mere entrance would propel her to trending status. With Meng Chuyuan's appearance, viewers ignited a chain reaction, curious about the man she had married. The live broadcast continued to unfold. The 3 pairs of guests selected blind boxes prepared by the production team, which would determine their subsequent accommodations. Everyone adhered to the sequence of disembarking and drawing lots in unison. The first group sent Yin to select a blind box. She chose the one closest to her, then carefully opened it to reveal the card within, glancing at it with caution. Qijan approached from one side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. He extended his arm, shielding her from the sun, and gently inquired, "Sister, what did we draw?" Already aware of the outcome, Qian graciously unfolded the card for him to see. Qijan leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling with delight, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Sister, you are amazing." Their group had drawn a 2-bedroom, 1 living room flat, a result that pleased them immensely. They exchanged glances and, in perfect harmony, raised their hands for a celebratory high five. Qijan is so thoughtful and warm-hearted, shielding his sister from the sun. "I wish I had such considerate brother." Does the brother still need a sister? After witnessing Qijan's performance, I turned around and gave my younger brother a hearty slap. "We are both brothers, yet the distinction is stark. Indeed, he is someone else's brother." I truly adore the ambience of this group. The sibling relationship is commendable, and their interaction is so harmonious. The second group was represented by Liao Jiaka, who selected the second box, drawing the only traditional courtyard in the village. Liao Jiaka has consistently been fortunate. Most of the stars she has collaborated with have achieved fame, including her husband, Suzui, whose breakout role in their love story catapulted him to stardom, even earning him an award for Best Actor. During previous interviews, Suzui has often declared Liao Jiaka to be his lucky star, stating that without her, he would not be where he is today. True to form, she effortlessly drew the luxurious courtyard, eliciting envious gazes from the other guests. Help! I always thought the persona of the lucky star was just a team construct for Liao Jiaka. I was skeptical, but now I believe it. What should sister buy for the next lottery? The title of lucky star is indeed well-deserved. The only misfortune this sister might face is recording a show with Lu Jinsen. May the lucky star favor me. I beseech you. Kiki, please ensure I don't fail my exams. Ultimately, the pressure fell on the third group. Lu Jinsen stepped forward to draw, choosing the first box without hesitation and checking the card information. What the heck? Is my stream lagging? Why is the live feed frozen? Mine seems to have frozen too. What did Lu Jinsen draw? Could any kind soul in the comments enlighten us? Chapter 3. Reduced to a variety show control group. The screen in the live broadcast room froze at the moment Lu Jinsen opened the card, leaving the audience with only the comments section operational. It was not until Meng Chuyuan entered the live room that it was confirmed the image was not static. One must admit, the production team truly knows how to create suspense. As the fans in the live room frantically speculated about internet issues while the camera lingered without providing a proper close-up of the card. Noticing Lu Jinsen's lack of movement, Meng Chuyuan approached him, casting her gaze downwards to the card in his hand, and remarked nonchalantly, "Well done." Her words ignited another wave of excitement in the live room, with viewers expressing their curiosity about what Lu Jinsen had drawn. "Hurry and announce the results." "Well done. What does that mean? Is it what I think it is? I have a bad feeling about this. This is so infuriating. What did he draw?" The production team is really stirring things up, deliberately not showing us. Amidst the flurry of comments from the fans, the camera finally captured the contents of the card in Lu Jinsen's hand, providing a close-up for several seconds. Mud brick house. The dilapidated state of the house was evident from the image. Surprisingly calm, Lu Jinsen looked up, casting a complicated glance at Meng Chuyuan as he attempted to salvage his dignity before the camera. "It's a probability issue." However, Meng Chuyuan retorted without mercy. "If your luck is bad, just admit it. Don't blame it on probability." Witnessing Lu Jinsen's speechlessness, the viewers in the live room mercilessly mocked him. "Mud brick house. Ha ha ha. I'm quite satisfied with this result." Laughing to death, Lu Jinsen is making excuses again. "Ah, Lu Jinsen, stop pretending. Even a sister-in-law can't bear to watch. This sister-in-law is so cool. I love her. The sister-in-law is so innocent. Ha. She did nothing and is forced to live in a mud brick house. The sister-in-law is so unfortunate, suffering alongside unreliable Lu Jinsen." After selecting their accommodations, the groups prepared to depart for their destination. According to the production team's rules, they were required to surrender their phones. Before handing them over, the guests were allowed to make one call to someone important. Qijan's group called their grandmother, while Liao Jiaka predictably called her husband. Her video call connected in less than 3 seconds, revealing the handsome face of the film Emperor Suzui. Upon seeing him, Liao Jiaka's eyes curved into crescents, her smile deepening. She spoke softly. "Honey, are you busy?" Suzy raised his phone, revealing half of his figure clad in costume, a wig atop his head, and gently responded, "I'm getting my makeup done. I have a scene to shoot soon." Liao Jiaka replied, "I'm recording a show." "I know," Suzy smiled, adjusting the camera to show his iPad. "I'm watching the live broadcast." Liao Jiaka was taken aback. "What? You're watching the live broadcast? What? Suzy is watching the live broadcast too? Oh my gosh, Suzy is actually watching the live broadcast. I want to call my sister too. I'm almost in love. Someone wake me up." Ladies in front, don't get too excited. Your husbands are not Suzy. Thanks for the reminder. I'll go forage for wild vegetables now. Initially, Lu Jinsen had no intention of participating in this segment, but seeing the other two groups happily chatting on the phone made him feel somewhat embarrassed. So, he picked up his phone and called his mother. As soon as the call connected, Lu's mother took the lead. "You little rascal, if you're out of money, don't come to me. Go to your father." Having grown accustomed to his mother's immediate reprimands, Lu Jinsen knew he had to speak up quickly, or she would hang up. "Mom, I'm recording a show. I just want to let you know I'll be handing in my phone soon, in case you need to reach me and can't." Upon hearing this, Lu's mother seemed surprised and couldn't help but chuckle. "What could I possibly need? Don't worry, if I need to, I want to be able to reach you anyway. You have no money and no power. You're of no use." Suddenly, Lu Jinsen found himself at a loss for words. While this was indeed the truth, it didn't need to be stated so bluntly. "What show are you recording? A transformation program?" He replied helplessly. "Which one?" Lu's mother asked. "Brothers Advance Together." "Oh, that one. But with your uselessness, who would want to advance with you? The eldest hasn't returned from his business trip yet, right? Lingling probably lied to the teacher about having a headache to take leave and is still sleeping upstairs. With both of them absent, who are you going with?" Having heard about the previous season's popularity, Lu's mother had some awareness of the show, even if she hadn't watched it herself. Glancing at Meng Chuyuan, Lu Jinsen instinctively thought to mention her name, but realized they were on camera and knew better than to divulge such information. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "With the sister-in-law." "Which sister-in-law? Who?" Not quite catching his mother's last question, Lu Jinsen felt a pang of guilt, fearing others would notice his unease, and hastily said, "Mom, I need to go. I'm hanging up." While the other two groups were still engaged in their calls, reluctant to end, Meng Chuyuan rummaged through her bag, decisively handing her phone to a staff member. Before the staff member took her phone, they kindly reminded her, "Do you need to call your family?" Meng Chuyuan shook her head and turned to leave. Wow, is this how the sister-in-law hands over her phone? So majestically and commanding? How strange. They have to wait until the end of the episode to get their phones back. She doesn't even call her husband? Liao Jiaka is also married. Why is there such a disparity? I want to ask if she's really married. What is going on? I seem to catch a whiff of gossip. She doesn't even check in with her husband? It's just begun. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps she already contacted him beforehand. After Lu Jinsen surrendered his phone, Meng Chuyuan grabbed her luggage, and they set off together to locate the mud brick house mentioned on the card. Guided by the villagers, they quickly found their accommodation. Surrounding the house was a half-meter-high stone wall, revealing the lowly, dilapidated mud brick structure, its yellowed walls contrasting with the overgrown brown grass in the yard. The environment was not too bad, but the area had been uninhabited for a long time, giving it a desolate appearance devoid of any signs of life. Holding the card in his hand, Lu Jinsen looked up at the mud brick house, struggling to accept the reality. Having grown accustomed to living in luxurious villas, he found himself regretting his decision to join the show. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Meng Chuyuan, wondering if she regretted agreeing to step in. However, Meng Chuyuan was unfazed. She pushed open the creaky wooden door, glanced back at Lu Jinsen, and tilted her head, signaling him to enter. Lu Jinsen. As he stepped inside, a musty odor enveloped him. Cobwebs adorned the beams, and the interior was stark and empty. Describing it as bare was an understatement. Meng Chuyuan glanced around and returned to Lu Jinsen, suggesting, "Let us borrow a broom from the neighbors and fetch a bucket of clean water to wash up." After all, they would be staying here for the next few days, and it was essential to make the place a bit more comfortable. Agreed. They were on the same wavelength, and when Meng Chuyuan proposed the idea, Lu Jinsen readily volunteered. "I'll go borrow it. They don't even have a broom. This group is truly unfortunate." Help. Was that really Lu Jinsen just now? He.S. actually compromising with someone. What this sudden transformation of Lu Jinsen into an obedient little brother? I am drawn to Jiao Ku and Jiao Yin. but I find myself unexpectedly enamored with Lu Jinsen's elder sister-in-law. What should I do? Is this all part of the show's effect? Can this house truly accommodate residents? Surprisingly, this group possesses considerable psychological resilience. Chapter 4. If I don't seek her out, should I look for you instead? Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests have already arrived at their respective accommodations. The Liao sisters, Jiao Ku and Jiao Yin, have successfully settled into the four little courtyards. The host greeted them warmly and invited them to lunch, having already prepared their rooms ahead of time. Qizhen's group also enjoys a commendable flat-roofed house, with a garden flourishing with organic vegetables, a spacious hall, well-ventilated rooms, and complete furnishings. After observing the accommodations of the other two groups, the viewers in the live stream began to fervently discuss. How amusing. The other two groups simply dropped their bags and settled in, without a care for food or drink. Unlike Lu Jin's group, which lacks even cleaning supplies. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot feel the disparity. The contrast is stark. Poor Lu Jin's. How did he manage to select the worst box among the remaining three? The poor fellow has returned, wielding a broom and a bucket. I must admit, his upper body strength is rather impressive. He did not pause once while carrying that bucket back. Their earthen house is not particularly close to the neighbors. So to minimize trips, Lu Jin's juggled a broom and dustpan in one hand while hauling a heavy bucket with the other. This round trip took him nearly 10 minutes. While Lu Jin's was outside borrowing supplies, Meng Chuyuan busied herself by tying her long hair with a rubber band and rolling up her sleeves to organize the usable furniture in its appropriate places. When Lu Jin's returned, they would tackle a thorough cleaning together. Half an hour later, Jiaoku's group had already begun lunch with their host, while Qizhen's group borrowed some ingredients from next door to prepare their meal. Qizhen brought the ingredients into the kitchen and turned to his sister, Qiyin, saying, "Sister, the kitchen is filled with smoke. Let me handle the cooking." "No worries, I'll take care of it," Qiyin replied, already rolling up her sleeves, ready to work. "Then I'll assist you." "All right." Although Qizhen claimed he would help his sister, when it came time to cook, he took charge, washing both the pots and vegetables, leaving Qiyin at a loss as to how she could contribute. After lunch, Qiyin intended to wash the dishes, but Qizhen was quicker. She looked at him and said, "You cooked, so let me wash the dishes." Qizhen glanced at her beautifully manicured nails and gently replied, "Those hands look too lovely to be washing dishes." "Qizhen is so handsome. I am instantly captivated. I am in love. I've lost count of how many times I've wished for a brother like him. At this moment, I can't help but wish to be that dish." "Do not say that. I am the dish scrubber. Tonight, I dream of Qizhen washing dishes in my home." Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her group continued their busy efforts, borrowing pots, pans, firewood, and ingredients from their neighbors. Lu Jin's took it upon himself to chop firewood. This group is truly unfortunate. The neighbors are already full while they have yet to begin cooking. Their earthen house is devoid of essentials, entirely reliant on the neighbors' charity. This group seems to be dawdling. There is little to watch, as they have been cleaning since they entered. I am curious. Can they cook? I bet a penny that Lu Jin's absolutely cannot cook. Surely the elder sister-in-law can cook. Her knife skills are impressive, and she handles vegetables with ease. However, chopping wood was not as simple as Lu Jin's had anticipated. On his first swing, he missed entirely, striking only air. On his second attempt, the axe became lodged in the wood, and it took some time to extricate it. Meng Chuyuan, meanwhile, was cracking eggs, and upon turning around, she noticed Lu Jin's had yet to chop a single piece of wood. Frustrated by his inability, Lu Jin's was eager to avoid embarrassment. He intended to keep trying, hoping to find the right rhythm, but then Meng Chuyuan suddenly remarked, "Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten?" Lu Jin's, known for his notorious temper, retorted defiantly, "I haven't tea eaten, or else why would I be chopping this?" In a fit of annoyance, he swung the axe forcefully, managing to chop off a small portion of wood. If chopping would isn't working, can you gather some twigs? There's a small grove in the back. You should be able to collect plenty. Lu Jin's turned abruptly, casting a cold glance at Meng Chuyuan. Why didn't you say so earlier? He had wasted so much time ineffectively chopping wood. You didn't mention you couldn't chop wood either. Ha ha ha. Well said. I love watching Lu Jin's falter. It seems no one actually asked him to chop wood. He insisted on doing it himself, and now blames the elder sister-in-law for his failures. The elder sister-in-law is clever and beautiful. If only she weren't in Lu Jin's group. I just came from Qi Zhen's live stream. Seeing Lu Jin's son struggle is infuriating. He has nothing but a hindrance. Do not say that. Lu Jin's son is not even worth a finger of Qi Zhen. Lu Jin's son set down the axe and exited the courtyard, heading towards the grove. Before long, he returned, triumphantly carrying a bundle of twigs. He stood beside Meng Chuyuan for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward, and hesitantly asked, "Do you need help?" Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him. "Can you start a fire?" Although surprised by his inquiry, she wasn't one to indulge in niceties. Lu Jin's son paused, hesitated, and replied, "I'll give it a try." "All right, then try." Knowing he had never lit a fire before, Meng Chuyuan patiently guided him, and Lu Jin's son complied with her instructions. Through their harmonious collaboration, they quickly managed to ignite the stove. Meng Chuyuan prepared 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sauteed asparagus, and stir-fried meat with green peppers. The ingredients they could borrow for lunch were limited and rather vegetarian, with the meat and eggs graciously provided by a kind-hearted elderly woman. At the time of the meal, Lu's mother awakened her youngest daughter, Lu Qianling, to eat. Lu Qianling, having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, was doted upon by the entire family, leading her to develop a host of bad habits, such as skipping classes and attending school only on a whim. Noticing Lu Qianling glued to her phone, hardly touching her food, Lu's mother glared at her and admonished, "Don't play on your phone while eating." I know. However, Lu's mother's reminders fell on deaf ears. As Lu Qianling continued to play on her phone, suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh my!" Not only was she verbally startled, but she also slammed her chopsticks on the dining table. Her exaggerated reaction earned her a look of disdain from Lu's mother. "What with the dramatics? Do you wish for me to perish from old age?" Lu Qianling shook her mother's arm excitedly. "Say, Mom, my second brother is recording a show. It's merely a show. Why such excitement?" "No, you don't understand. Do you know who is recording the show with my second brother?" Lu's mother, half believing, replied, "He does so." Earlier that morning, she had heard Lu Jinson mention it but hadn't inquired further. Now, she merely repeated what she had overheard on the phone, though she had no idea who he saw was. Lu Qianling opened the trending topic she had just seen and handed her phone to her mother. "Look, is it her?" Lu's mother exclaimed, surprised. "He just saw, and the elder sister-in-law. So that is how it is." Lu Jin's son had always favored her, sharing everything with her, yet she had been completely unaware of his collaboration with Meng Chuyuan on the show. Feeling betrayed by the one she trusted most, Lu Qianling was furious. Why did my second brother choose her for the show? Lu Mu raised her eyes to glance at her, her face etched with disdain. "If not looking for her, would you seek you?" Chapter 5. "There is indeed some substance," Lu Qianling protested. "Am I not better than her? After all, I am a sister to my second brother. We're the most suitable pair for this program." The thought of being outdone by an outsider left her feeling ridiculous. "You and your second brother combined possess an intellect that barely exceeds 0. How could you possibly record a show together? Audiences have no appetite for fools." Lu Qianling's cheeks flushed with indignation. "Mom, are you truly my mother?" Meanwhile, after a busy morning, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally sat down to lunch. Once the dishes were served, Meng Chuyuan filled 2 bowls with steaming white rice, giving one to Lu Jinsen. "Eat up." As Meng Chuyuan began to eat, Lu Jinsen remained motionless, his gaze sweeping across the 3 dishes with a hint of gloom. He looked up to find Meng Chuyuan savoring her meal, which made him frown. Just then, Meng Chuyuan noticed. "Why aren't you eating? Afraid I've poisoned it?" Lu Jinsen did not respond, slowly picking up his chopsticks to take a piece of fresh and crunchy asparagus. To his surprise, it was quite delectable. He observed that the dishes looked appealing and wondered about Meng Chuyuan's culinary skills, which had delayed his appetite. However, he was astonished to find that not only could she cook, but she excelled at it. Meng Chuyuan stared at him, her curiosity piqued. "How is it?" Lu Jinsen remained stoic, coolly replying, "It's passable." Though it wasn't a feast, Lu Jinsen considered this to be the most delightful meal he had ever had. He had always been cautious about his diet since debuting, yet this time he indulged in an extra bowl of rice. After lunch, Meng Chuyuan assigned the daunting task of washing the dishes to Lu Jinsen, who accepted without objection and silently began his chore in the kitchen. That evening, the villagers invited the 3 groups of guests to share a dinner with them, even preparing performances as a gesture of welcome. Liao Jiaka and her sister, trained in vocal and dance arts, showcased their talents, while Qi Zhen, an actor, joined his sister to present a comedic skit that had everyone in stitches. Afterward, it was Meng Chuyuan's turn to perform. Before stepping on stage, she glanced at Lu Jinsen. "Come here and lend me a hand." To her surprise, Lu Jinsen was taken aback by her calling him brother. She urged, "Hurry up." Reluctantly, Lu Jinsen found himself on stage, serving as a prop for Meng Chuyuan's performance. After the previous acts of dance and comedy, she decided to perform a small magic trick. Meng Chuyuan borrowed a rope and a ring from the villagers and instructed Lu Jinsen to hold the ends of the rope taut. With the audience's attention, she assured them that the ring was unbroken. After confirming he held on tightly, she brought the ring close to the rope, and within moments, the ring appeared to slide onto the rope. Lu Jinsen, having been nearest to the action and witnessing the entire spectacle, was left bewildered, utterly unaware of how she had accomplished it. The villagers in the front row gasped in astonishment, having missed the trick's execution. Noticing their curiosity, Meng Chuyuan invited a villager to take Lu Jinsen's place, performing the trick again to applause. On the day of a live broadcast, Meng Chuyuan, participating as an ordinary person, captured the spotlight with her stunning beauty, quickly trending and overshadowing any negativity. Far away, Lu Jinsen had just awakened from slumber. As his assistant arrived to escort him to the office, he couldn't help but inform him, "Mr. Lu, your wife is trending." At the mention of wife, Lu Jinsen paused momentarily. After a beat, he raised his gaze, his expression as inscrutable as ever. "What has happened? She replaced you and joined your brother on the show." Lu Jinsen recalled that Lu Jinsen had mentioned the program before, but he had been preoccupied with signing documents, casually saying he would join him if time allowed. He expected his brother to take him seriously. The notion of Meng Chuyuan stepping in for him was unexpected. Lu Jinsen inquired, "Did she agree to participate?" "They started broadcasting yesterday." On his way to the office, Lu Jinsen idly scrolled through his phone and found himself searching for the program. He opened a replay of the first day of recording, noting that it had concluded, leaving only the live replay available. As he watched, he saw the segment where everyone was calling important people, while Meng Chuyuan rifled through her bag for her phone. Observing the audience's comments, he noticed their curiosity about why Meng Chuyuan hadn't called her husband. Frowning, Lu Jinsen felt a flicker of doubt as he paused the playback. He instinctively checked his call log. No calls from Meng Chuyuan. Afterward, he opened WeChat, discovering no messages from her among the countless unread notifications. Wasn't it preferable for them to remain undisturbed? So what was he anticipating now? Chapter 6. Up early to face criticism. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the guests began to awaken. The production team had announced that breakfast would be served at 7 o'clock, with limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. To avoid hunger and secure a warm meal, the guests begrudgingly rose early. However, while the others groggily stumbled toward breakfast in their pajamas, Meng Chuyuan was already present, looking impeccably dressed and vibrant. The audience was left astonished. Wow, when did she emerge from the mud hut? Did she wake up early to apply makeup? She looks nothing like someone who just woke up. What does this signify? Staying up all night just to flaunt her appearance and overshadow others? Meng Chuyuan possesses a rather unfortunate habit. Her quality of sleep deteriorates upon entering a new environment, resulting in difficulty falling asleep and frequent awakenings. As she peered through her window, gauging the dawn's approach, she decided to rise early and take a stroll along the rustic path outside. Passing by the resource station designated by the production team, curiosity compelled her to step inside and discover the nature of the breakfast that warranted such an early start. Upon entering, she approached the dining table, lifting the covers to reveal a humble spread: rice porridge, steamed buns, boiled eggs, and sweet potatoes. After surveying the offerings, a perplexed expression crossed her face. Was it truly necessary to scramble for such a simple breakfast? The production team had intended for the breakfast to be freely chosen, though provisions were limited to serve only 2 or 3 individuals. How the meal would be divided depended on the selections of the 3 groups of guests. Chuyuan, however, made no move to touch the food, silently replacing the covers after her inspection. Shortly thereafter, Liao Jiaka and Qi Zhen arrived, having encountered each other on their way. Both believed they were the first to venture out for breakfast, only to find Chuyuan already present. The atmosphere grew tense upon their meeting, particularly as Chuyuan donned a light blue denim jacket paired with black trousers and white sneakers, exuding an air of freshness, while her counterparts appeared disheveled in their sleepwear. The stark contrast was impossible to overlook. After a brief moment, Jiaka broke the silence with a gentle smile, greeting Chuyuan with, "Good morning. Are you also here for breakfast?" Chuyuan replied nonchalantly, "Just taking a look." Indeed, she seemed uninterested in the breakfast prepared by the team. Out of politeness, Qijun inquired, "Sister Meng, are you not picky?" After all, as the first to arrive, her choices dictated the other's actions, and if she found the offerings lacking, neither he nor Jiaka dared to touch them. Chuyuan stepped back to give them space, raising an eyebrow to indicate, "Please go ahead." Qijun and Jiaka exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain, before Qijun slowly stated, "Then we shall not be polite." Chuyuan responded, "What politeness?" Qijun approached and lifted the covers, his expression shifting as he hesitated, seeking Jiaka's guidance with his eyes, as if asking how to allocate the meager provisions. A bowl of porridge that could serve 4 small bowls, 3 eggs, 3 buns, and 2 substantial sweet potatoes. Jiaka glanced over the spread, a silence of contemplation settling over her for several seconds. Finally, she declared, "I will take a bowl of porridge and a bun." Surprised, Qijun looked up at her and inquired, "Sister Jiaka, is that enough for you?" Jiaka cheerfully responded, while serving herself a bowl of porridge, "It suffices. Yin has a small appetite, but you, on the other hand, should eat more since you're still growing." Noting the insufficient quantity, Jiaka had initially planned to forego breakfast altogether, fearing her sister might go hungry. Qijun, accustomed to dietary moderation, felt that skipping this meal was inconsequential. Primarily concerned about his sister's sustenance, he filled 2 bowls of porridge and took a sweet potato and an egg, but ultimately placed the egg into Jiaka's container, saying, "Sister Jiaka, this egg is my gift to you." Understanding that Jiaka was gathering food for her sister, Qijun insisted she keep the egg. Chuyuan found their back and forth over the egg rather tedious. With a slight smirk, she interjected, "Why the fuss? There are still 2 eggs left on the table." She walked over, collected the remaining eggs, and placed them in their containers. Without waiting for their reactions, she raised an eyebrow, indicating it's time to go back, or else it will all go cold. Chuyuan's unexpected gesture left both Jiaka and Qijun momentarily speechless. After collecting their breakfast, each person returned to their respective lodgings. Due to the distance of Meng Chuyuan's earthen dwelling, her return journey took longer than the others. Land Jinsen, half awake and in need of the restroom, was met with the morning breeze that invigorated him. As he returned and passed by Chuyuan's room, he noticed her door ajar. Slowing his pace, he furrowed his brow and glanced inside, only to find that Chuyuan was absent. Where could she have gone so early? Perhaps to fetch breakfast? Suddenly recalling this possibility, he assumed she had gone to the resource station. After changing his clothes and freshening up, he sat quietly in the courtyard as Chuyuan's figure appeared. A flicker of unacknowledged joy crossed Land's face. For a fleeting moment, he almost rose to greet her, but this small impulse went unnoticed by the cameras, leaving his eager gaze rather conspicuous. With her hands clasped behind her back, Chuyuan strolled leisurely into the courtyard. Land looked up, his eyes landing on her. "You're back?" "Yes." As Chuyuan approached, preparing to pass by him, Land finally noticed her empty hands. "Where's breakfast?" he asked, his brows knitting together in discontent. Chuyuan glanced back at him, retorting, "What breakfast?" In that instant, Land's expression faltered, revealing his disappointment. Perhaps he had been mistaken to harbor any expectations of her. Meng Chuyuan gazed at him, sensing a hint of disappointment in his eyes. She chuckled lightly, "You can't possibly think I would bring you breakfast, can you?" Lu Jinsen remained silent, his expression dark as if someone owed him millions. At 8:30 in the morning, the 3 groups of guests gathered in Zazwang. Their task for the day was to help the villagers harvest jujubes. The amount they would collect was determined by the total weight of their group, necessitating each participant to weigh themselves before starting the harvest. Completing this task would earn them labor currency, which could be exchanged for ingredients from the production team. The prospect of publicly weighing themselves caused some guests to become uneasy. The director instructed the staff to bring out the scale, placing it directly before them. "Who will go first?" he inquired. No one responded, and reluctance filled the air, causing the viewers in the live stream to grow anxious. "Is it really just a scale? What's the big deal? Just step on it and get it over with," some commented. While it was understandable that public figures might not want their weight disclosed, they were here for a show. Couldn't they just be straightforward? The production team certainly knew how to create suspense. Last season they measured height, and now it was weight. What would come next? As the tension lingered, Meng Chuyuan noticed the grave expressions of her peers and decided to take the initiative. She raised her hand, signaling, "I'll go first." The others turned to watch as she calmly approached the electronic scale, which displayed her weight as 47 kilograms. My goodness, this beauty is incredibly slim. Look at how decisive Meng Chuyuan is. She embodies the modern woman. Stop praising her. She is not even in the entertainment industry. Who cares about her weight? Is her confidence from her weight alone? What is there to be proud of? Indeed, her confidence stems not just from her weight, but also from her beauty. Are you jealous? With Meng Chuyuan having stepped on the scale, the others were left with no choice but to follow suit, each taking their turn as the director recorded their weights. The final tally revealed uncle and niece group at 127 kilograms, sisters group at 106 kilograms, and siblings group at 130 kilograms. After determining the amount of jujubes they needed to harvest, the director invited a local farmer to teach them the harvesting technique. The jujube orchard had always relied on manual harvesting, making it a laborious task. The farmer distributed slender bamboo rods and plastic sheets to each group, demonstrating the proper technique in a somewhat accented Mandarin. He laid the plastic sheets on the ground, maintaining a suitable distance from the trunk, then used the bamboo rod to gently tap the tree, causing the jujubes to fall, which were then collected into baskets. After observing, Qi felt an urge to try, thinking it looked relatively simple. The farmer encouraged him kindly, "Go ahead, give it a try." Qi, seemingly interested, prepared the plastic sheet and, under the farmer's guidance, made his first attempt. However, his initial effort resulted in only a meager harvest. Scratching his head, he chuckled awkwardly. "Looks like it's not as easy as it seems." LOL. Did Qi grow up on cute snacks? Don't worry, brother. It must be the rod's fault, not yours. You did well. Just don't try that again. I could watch Qi's bewildered expressions all day, someone remarked. Keep it up, Qi, you're doing great. The farmer suggested, you need to apply more force. Only then will more jujubes fall. Nodding, Qi replied, I'll find the right rhythm. He returned to the same tree, struck the rod again, and this time, more jujubes fell. He quickly found his groove. Meanwhile, Liao Jiaka and her sister also began harvesting. Though being all girls, they faced challenges in terms of strength. As the two groups worked hard to complete their task, two others remained idle in front of the camera, seemingly doing nothing. What are those two doing? Shopping? They're truly embodying the term vase to the fullest. If they're like this in front of the cameras, I can only imagine how lazy they are behind the scenes. How is the production team tolerating such individuals? While Qi practiced, Meng Chuyuan leaned closer to Lu Jinsen, whispering, would you like to play a game? A game? Lu Jinsen looked at her, puzzled. What was she talking about at a time like this? He dismissed her and turned away, but she persisted. Let's play a game. The loser does the work. What do you say? How dull, he scoffed. Raising an eyebrow, she teased. Are you afraid to play with me? Not wanting to seem timid. Lu Jinsen instinctively asked what game. Rock, paper, scissors. They played a decisive round, with Meng Chuyuan choosing rock and Lu Jinsen selecting scissors, resulting in a swift victory for her. LOL. I can't believe they're playing games right now. Are they planning to skip lunch? These two are just goofing off instead of working. I'm truly astounded. Meng Chuyuan retracted her fist and handed the bamboo rod to Lu Jinsen with a playful challenge. Young man, time to work. Lu Jinsen was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how he had lost. He accepted the rod, dazed, and approached the jujube tree. Having attentively observed the farmer's demonstration, he felt confident in his abilities. Unlike Qi, he approached with determination, raising the rod with force, causing jujubes to cascade down. Although his technique seemed a bit too vigorous, it proved effective and organized. Lu Jinsen worked at a pace quicker than the other two groups. But his lack of control caused some jujubes to fall outside the plastic sheet and even hit him. As the sun rose, casting a glare, Qi, who had been leisurely collecting jujubes behind, offered, take a break. Let me try. She had been content with her role. But witnessing Lu Jinsen's efficiency made her feel the competitive spirit rise within her. No worries, sister. I'll pick up the pace. And we'll soon have enough to weigh, Qi replied. Just let me know if you need assistance, she encouraged. I am somewhat concerned about Qi's hands, as he has been the one holding the pole from beginning to end. Let your sister assist you. It's too arduous to manage alone, and I feel a twinge of sympathy for you. Qi, do not be distressed. They certainly cannot prevail. In my heart, you'll always be number one. In truth, Liao Jiaku and Liao Jiayin are the most pitiable. Although their data output in Group 3 is the least, they lack male members. And it has been just the two of them working from the start, struggling to keep pace with Qizhen's group. Gazing at a row of untouched jujube trees, Liao Jiayin, resembling a deflated balloon, exclaimed, "My hands are so sore." Upon hearing this, Liao Jiaka looked up to see her sister pausing, one hand massaging the other's arm. She approached and said, "Yin, why don't you find a shady spot to rest for a while? I'll take care of this." Naturally, Liao Jiayin wished to do so, yet the thought of still being on the show and needing to complete the task with her sister made her hesitate. "Sister, can you manage?" Liao Jiaku reassured her. "I can do it." She too was weary and desired a break, but it was not an option. Their juju count was already low, and if they both stopped now, completing the task would become even more challenging. "Then when I feel better, I'll return to help you." Kiki is undoubtedly a competent elder sister, always concerned for her younger sibling, fearing she might suffer. If the esteemed actor Su were watching the live stream, he would surely be distressed for Kiki. The rules set by the program are inherently unfair. This group consists entirely of girls. How can they compete with the other two groups? From the beginning, this should have been given a lighter load. My heart aches for these two sisters. I wish I could leap through the screen to assist them. Director, I urge you to be humane and spare these two beauties. Lu Jin's son faced the glaring sun, diligently working, while Meng Chuyuan stood by the fruit basket, shaded by the tree, munching on sweet jujubes and supervising Lu Jin's son's efforts. Taking a bite of a crisp jujube, Meng Chuyuan remarked, "This jujube is delightful. Quite sweet. What is Meng Jie doing? If she isn't working, how could she be eating? I can't believe it." Lu Jin's son is picking jujubes ahead while she leisurely snacks behind him. Is this behavior acceptable? Can this sister not take a cue from the sisters next door and lend a hand? But alas, Kiki and Sister Chi's understanding nature is something she cannot emulate. Lu Jin's son casually glanced back, spotting Meng Chuyuan indulging in jujubes, causing his expression to darken. He hadn't eaten breakfast and was toiling under the scorching sun. It was infuriating that she would not assist and yet had the audacity to eat. Observing her idleness stirred a sense of imbalance within him. He wielded the bamboo pole to strike the jujubes with excessive force, resulting in fruit falling haphazardly, one jujube striking him squarely on the forehead. Uncertain from where it had come, it hurt upon impact. Lu Jin's son rubbed his forehead, his temper flaring. Angrily, he threw the bamboo pole to the ground and turned to leave. The pole wobbled past Meng Chuyuan before dropping at her feet. She looked up to see Lu Jin's son preparing to depart. "Where are you going?" she inquired. In a fit of irritation, Lu Jin's son retorted, "What concern is it of yours? Are you not willing to bet and accept defeat?" Meng Chuyuan understood that he was likely to abandon the task. Of course, if he chose to leave, she wouldn't stop him. After all, participating in the variety show was merely a form of entertainment for her. The consequences of failing to complete the task were of no concern to her, but for Lu Jin's son, this was an integral part of his career. A failure could lead to a contract termination by his agency. At her words, Lu Jin's son halted abruptly, hesitating for less than 3 seconds before turning back, bending to retrieve the bamboo pole, and resumed striking the jujubes. Did I not see correctly? Lu Jin's son actually turned back, willing to pick up the bamboo pole and continue working. Since when has he become so compliant? It's hilarious. Wasn't he just furious a moment ago? This guy transformed as if he were a different person. No matter how irate he was before Meng Jie, he remains obedient and compliant. Chapter 9. Winning first sparks controversy. Lu Jin's son glanced back at Meng Chuyuan, expressionless, stating, "Could you refrain from eating? We want to have enough later." It's a trivial matter. If it's too much, you can always hit a few more jujubes. Lu Jin's son, Meng Chuyuan, observed that he had been exerting himself for quite some time, and his efficiency was waning due to overexertion. After finishing the last jujube, unable to watch any longer, she rubbed her hands together, picked up the bamboo pole, and prepared to join the fray. Just then, a worker approached them. Seeing that Meng Chuyuan had yet to swing her pole, he kindly offered guidance. The bamboo pole could be angled slightly. Like this? Meng Chuyuan adjusted the angle. "No, that's too low. You can't reach the jujubes above." The worker directly stepped in to adjust her pole to the right position, but Meng Chuyuan, unbeknownst to her, had quietly let go of her grip and wisely stepped back, as the two of them were standing too close together. The worker had no choice but to continue holding the pole, patiently instructing her, just position the pole like this and strike down. Meng Chuyuan stood aside, watching as the worker deftly knocked the jujubes from the tree, the process swift and precise. It was over in the blink of an eye. You moved too quickly. I didn't catch that. Not to worry, I'll demonstrate again for you. The worker, a kind-hearted individual, was eager to show her. But his hands did not cease their actions as he struck down several more jujubes, engaging in lively conversation with Meng Chuyuan. Suddenly, the viewer count in the live stream skyrocketed, as if people had come to watch Meng Chuyuan work. However, as they continued to observe, the audience began to sense something amiss. Why didn't she learn earlier? Now she is eager to seek guidance? Doesn't seem like she is genuinely asking for help? There is no sign of seeking advice here. She just stands there without taking action. Do they think they can learn merely by watching? What does this mean? Is the worker, now, her free labor? Isn't this a violation of the rules? The jujubes are practically being handed to her. She is playing a rather novel game of cheating. 666. I finally understand that the jujubes the worker is knocking down are for their group. However, this was not Meng Chuyuan's intention. She merely wished to respect the elder's eagerness to teach. Little did she know that the worker, in his enthusiasm, would continue to strike the jujube trees without giving Meng Chuyuan any opportunity to participate. Lu Jinsun observed, bewildered, but when he glanced down to see the vibrant jujubes beneath the tree, his eyes lit up. In the end, Meng Chuyuan did participate in the jujube picking, and the overall outcome was commendable, satisfying even the worker's nod of approval. After 2 hours, Meng Chuyuan's group was the first to fill their fruit basket, laden to the brim, and carried it for weighing. The final weight exceeded their initial by 3 kilograms, and since they were the first to complete the task, they earned 45 labor coins, with an additional 5 coins as a reward for exceeding the target. What's going on? Is the program team blind? The worker assisted them, yet they still received extra labor coins? Can cheating lead to victory? Is this fair to the other two groups? LOL. What is wrong with winning through cleverness? Did you not see they added 3 kilograms? That excess is due to the worker's help. They earned their victory legitimately. To those defending Lu Jinsun's group, are you paid to promote them? Cheating is cheating. There is no justification for it. Their speed was indeed commendable. Let them have their first place, but was the extra reward excessive? Did you all even watch closely? It wasn't Team Meng taking advantage. The issue lay with the worker, and the director did not deem it a violation. Worrying over nothing. Seeing Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsun already receiving their labor coins, the other two groups felt a sense of urgency, and within half an hour, both groups completed the task as well. Qi Zhen and Qi Yin secured 39 labor coins, while Liao Jiaka's group, unfortunately, ended up in third place with only 30 labor coins. As the live variety show gained popularity, a surge of related topics emerged on the trending list. Lu Jinsun's group wins first place. Sparking controversy, Lu Jinsun's sister-in-law disregards game rules. Liao Jiaka's group suffers a dismal defeat in the variety task. Heartbroken for Liao Jiaka and Qi Zhen's hands. Many netizens were drawn to the trending titles and flocked to the live broadcast to watch the show. Next came the segment for exchanging labor coins for food, where each type of food had only one portion available. The rules required them to use the labor coins they had just earned to bid for the desired ingredients. The starting bid for meat was 2 labor coins, while vegetables started at 1 labor coin, with the highest bidder winning. The production team revealed today's menu, which included chicken breast, beef, fish, roasted duck, and ribs for meat, and bok choy, lotus root, pumpkin, okra, tofu, corn, and yam for vegetables. Before the bidding commenced, the director allowed some time for the guests to discuss within their groups. Qi Zhen turned to her sister and gently asked, "Sister, what do you want to eat?" After pondering for a moment, Qi Yin replied, "Let us bid for a fish. It seems safer with less competition, and perhaps we can also get some bok choy. If we still have coins afterward, we can try for something else." On the other side, Liao Jiaka and Liao Jiayin were also strategizing. "Sister, I want to eat fish," Liao Jiaka stated, to which Liao Jiayin nodded in agreement and said, "All right, let us bid for the fish." Wow, the fish is currently quite popular. I'm crying in the restroom because I love beef. Why is everyone choosing fish? Isn't beef delicious? Everyone wants fish, ha. Go Qi Zhen. Just kidding, my Kiki deserves to get what she wants. She is the goddess of luck. Am I the one being unreasonable? I can't believe I'm envious of that fish. At this moment, Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan remained selectively silent, having neither discussed strategies nor exchanged glances. 3 minutes later, the gong rang, and the first round of ingredient bidding officially commenced. The director announced, "First up for bidding is chicken breast, starting at 2 labor coins. Let the bidding begin. Is anyone interested?" All the guests remained collectively silent, seemingly uninterested in the chicken breast. Just as the director was about to inquire a second time, Qi suddenly felt a spark of interest. "Sister, shall we go for it?" Qi pursed her lips, hesitating but not voicing any objections. Given that Liao Jiaka's group had the fewest labor coins, she became increasingly cautious and refrained from making the first bid. After some contemplation, Qi decided to play it safe. "Sister, shall we just give it a try? No one else is bidding." Nodding in agreement, Qi replied, "Let us add 1 coin and see if anyone else wants it. If not, we can take it." After their discussion, Qi called out to the director, "3 labor coins." "All right, 3 labor coins. Is there anyone else?" The director repeated, 3 labor coins, going once, going twice as he called for the 3rd time. The other 2 groups remained silent, and the chicken breast was successfully secured by Qi group. Sold. Chapter 10. Necessity. Qi group successfully acquired a portion of chicken breast, relieving any pressure regarding the subsequent meat dishes. They could take as much as they could, and even if they couldn't secure more, it wouldn't be a problem. The bidding for the second item, beef, followed the same process, with all 3 groups participating this time. After Meng Chuyuan placed the final bid, the other 2 groups refrained from continuing. Considering their limited labor coins made bidding for a portion of beef at 7 labor coins seem impractical. Ultimately, Meng Chuyuan won the beef for 7 labor coins. After the beef was handed over to Meng Chuyuan's group, the production team promptly brought out the fish, causing all eyes to lift in unison. The competitive pressure palpable even through the screen. "Fish! It has finally reached the bidding table. Please, that fish must go to Keek's group. They currently have nothing. What should I do if Qi also wants the fish? I like both of them. If it comes to it, let us split the fish in half. I truly don't know how to choose. Help! I feel this bidding will be intense." As the director announced the start of the 3rd round of bidding, Liao Jiaka was the first to call out, 5 labor coins. 6 labor coins, Qi countered. When it was Meng Chuyuan's turn, she boldly declared 12 labor coins. Her assertive bid left the entire room in stunned silence, as none expected such a high offer. Wow, 12 labor coins? How ruthless. With so much food available, why does she insist on snatching the fish? Is she doing this on purpose? Did she overhear the other 2 groups' discussions? How else would she know to start bidding on the fish? Maybe the vase should just drink more water. What does she need fish for? Hurry and let others have a chance. After a moment of shock, the director regained his composure, using his microphone to remind everyone, 12 labor coins. Is there any further interest? Liao Jiaka glanced at her sister, having promised to bring her a fish, thus she was reluctant to concede at this moment. Just as she was about to raise her hand to bid, Liao Jin suddenly pressed down on her wrist and, with a hint of disappointment, said, "Let it go. 12 coins is too much." Liao Jiaka, feeling somewhat reluctant, replied, "Let us just try. What if we can win it? Can't you see that she is deliberately bidding high? It shows she is determined to get it," Liao Jian countered. On the other side, Qi remained rational regarding the bidding, advising Qi, Zhen, let us not bid. Save some coins for other ingredients." Qi nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll listen to you." After the director called out the 12 labor coins 3 times, he struck the gavel. "Sold." "What is going on? She just got the fish so easily? No way. The goddess of luck has actually lost. With Meng, this ominous woman around, it seems Keek's luck has turned for the worse. It infuriates me that no one dared to challenge her. How can we compete? She started with such a high bid, clearly leaving no room for others." As the bidding concluded, Meng Chuyuan's group ended up with 2 meats and 3 vegetables, securing not only beef and fish, but also lotus root, okra, and corn. Qi group managed to get chicken breast, ribs, and bok choy, leaving the remaining ingredients to Liao Jiaka's group. The director announced that today's task had reached a temporary conclusion, and as everyone prepared to head back with their ingredients to cook, Liao Jiaka approached Meng Chuyuan. "Teacher Meng, may I trade the roasted duck for a fish? My sister really wants to eat fish," Liao Jiaka timidly inquired. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow. "I'm willing to trade anything but the fish." "Look at that. Is that how one speaks? Teacher Meng? Does she even deserve that title? Kiki, hurry up and leave. There is no need to beg her. Roasted duck is delicious too. What is she so proud about? Who cares for her fish? Kiki, run away and don't get near her. She has bad luck. Realizing Meng Chuyuan had no intention of budging, Liao Jiaka retreated, saying, I'm sorry to bother you. During the bidding, Lu Jinsen stood beside Meng Chuyuan, completely uninvolved and unaware of her next move. The fish's prominence made it difficult to ignore. Lu Jinsen couldn't comprehend Meng Chuyuan's motive for bidding on the fish or why she was unwilling to exchange it with others. On the way back, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Do you like fish? Meng Chuyuan turned her head, calmly meeting his gaze. It's all right, but I don't want it today. Lu Jinsen. Not wanting it? Then why did she bid for it? Is it just to flaunt her wealth? Wasting it rather than giving others a chance? Does she have some serious issues? If she didn't want it, why not let Kiki have the fish? I really want to punch her. What nonsense is she talking about? Not only did the audience find her behavior perplexing, but Lu Jinsen also struggled to understand her actions, unsure of how to address her. Meng Chuyuan appeared to be in good spirits, walking with a bounce in her step and even humming a little tune. Suddenly, Meng Chuyuan turned into another alley. Lu Jinsen called out to her in haste. That is not the way back. Who said I was going back? Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him, but continued walking. Just as Lu Jinsen was about to inquire about her destination, he was interrupted by her voice. Grandma Zhang, I've come to see you. At the corner stood a household that could be considered their neighbor. Just yesterday, Meng Chuyuan and her companions had borrowed some items from Grandma Zhang after moving into the adobe house. Grandma Zhang, who had difficulty walking and leaned on a cane, enjoyed sitting alone in her small courtyard, lost in thought. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, she broke into a kind smile and even attempted to rise from her chair to greet her. Please stay seated. I just came by to check on you. I'll be leaving shortly. Lu Jinsen stood at the doorway, hesitating for a moment before finally stepping inside and politely greeting, Hello, Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang mumbled, Hello. Yesterday, we borrowed some meat and eggs from you, and today we are returning the favor with a base, Meng Chuyuan said, lifting the fish in her hands and placing it on the small wooden table. This fish is still fresh. I've placed it on the table for you. Grandma Zhang was so touched that she was momentarily at a loss for words, reaching out her wrinkled hand to grasp Meng Chuyuan's. Thank you. We should be thanking you. I apologize for any trouble caused yesterday. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream became agitated and fans flooded the comments. I'm sorry. I wrongly suspected Meng Jia, thinking she was just showing off, but the fish is for Grandma Zhang. I was too harsh earlier. I apologize. Oh my, I suddenly feel like crying. I miss my grandmother. I haven't been able to return home due to the pandemic. It makes me want to cry. Meng Jia still possesses a bit of kindness. I apologize for my earlier rash behavior. Lu Jinsen is surprisingly polite. He seems a little handsome all of a sudden. Chapter 11. For the sake of your plea, as mealtime approached, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen exited Grandma Zhang's home. Along the way, they could see wisps of smoke rising from each household's kitchen, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, intensifying with each passing moment. For two individuals who had skipped breakfast, the smell of cooking was almost unbearable as their hunger grew more pronounced, urging them to hasten their steps home to prepare a meal. However, upon returning home, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen slowed their pace, sitting beneath the eaves to enjoy the coolness, with no one mentioning the need to cook, as if they had already succumbed to a languid and leisurely afternoon. Why are you still sitting there? Aren't you hungry? Why haven't you started cooking? Seeing them sitting there makes me want to laugh for some reason. Are they competing to see who can endure longer? Ha! Meng Jia seems unfazed, while Lu Jinsen appears to be internally swarming with countless ants. Ha ha. Both are just slacking off, seeing who can slack more. Ha ha ha. Lu Jinsen, entirely unskilled in the kitchen, could only wait for Meng Chuyuan to take action. They had been in the house for nearly 10 minutes, during which Lu Jinsen had secretly observed Meng Chuyuan numerous times, contemplating whether to ask if she was ready to cook yet. As the temperature rose, even doing nothing made the warmth of the sun feel more intense. Lu Jinsen sat restlessly, his mood agitated, although Meng Chuyuan was sitting right beside him. The simple act of turning his head and speaking to her felt like an insurmountable struggle in his mind, and the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue always retreated. After a while, unable to bear it any longer, Lu Jinsen finally stood up and made his way to the kitchen. The young master actually took the initiative. Quite surprising. I declare, in this silent battle of slackness, Meng Jia is the victor. Is he preparing to put on a show? The dishes cooked by the young master should be auctioned off. Haha. As if we would auction that off. Haha. I fear he might poison himself. Meng Chuyuan remained with her eyes closed, seemingly unaware. Yet she sensed Lu Jinsen's anxiety and knew he had abruptly stood up and walked past her, heading to the kitchen. She thought to herself, let him fumble about for a while. She would relish a moment of rest. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Jinsen stared at the unprocessed ingredients laid out on the countertop, his expression turning to one of confusion. He rummaged through the kitchen, turning over everything he could, but with no clear idea of what to do. Hands on hips. He spun in place, staring blankly for a long while without taking action. Noticing the continued silence from the kitchen, Meng Chuyuan opened her eyes, intending to check on him. Just then, Lu Jinsen unexpectedly emerged from the kitchen. He anticipated locking eyes with Meng Chuyuan the moment he stepped out. Awkwardly, he averted his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor as he stated, "It's time to cook." Meng Chuyuan had not known Lu Jinsen for long, but she had a general understanding of his personality. Aware that his attitude could be somewhat abrasive, she found his demeanor intolerable. She raised her eyes to him, arching an eyebrow in displeasure. "Are you begging me? Or are you ordering me?" Lu Jinsen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Let us say I'm pleading with you." Observing Meng Chuyuan's unyielding expression, he quickly added, "I beg you." "Fine. In light of your plea, I shall take charge of the cooking." Just as she felt a pang of hunger, Meng Chuyuan rose from her chair, noticing Lu Jinsen still standing there, and questioned him curiously, "What are you standing there for? Go gather some firewood." "Oh, today's young master is being exceptionally docile. Has he been threatened?" In the end, he bowed to the big sister for a meal. The young master is showcasing his adaptability. No way, the young master has clearly been softened by life's trials. Meanwhile, the meal for the Qi investigation team was just being served, and they were about to eat. Liao Jiaka had been busy in the kitchen since returning from Zazhuang, and the meal was finally ready. Liao Jian happened to be on her period today, feeling rather unenthusiastic and appearing somewhat fatigued. Upon returning, she told her sister she felt unwell and wanted to lie down in her room. Understanding her sister's condition, Liao Jiaka even borrowed some brown sugar from a neighbor to prepare ginger-infused brown sugar water for her. Yin. Liao Jiaka entered with the freshly made brown sugar water, noticing her sister asleep on the bed, and began to tread lightly. However, Liao Jin, overwhelmed by pain, was unable to sleep and opened her eyes upon hearing the noise. Seeing her sister awake, Liao Jiaka sat down by the bed and gently asked, "Are you feeling better? Come drink some brown sugar water. I just made it." She sat up, reached for the brown sugar water from her sister's hands, and took a sip. Liao Jiaka attentively reminded her, "Be careful, it's hot." Once her sister finished the brown sugar water, Liao Jiaka took the cup and said, "The meal is ready. Let us go eat together. I have no appetite." "You go ahead." Liao Jian tucked herself back under the covers, choosing to lie down again. "I want to rest a bit longer." Liao Jiaka sighed softly, but continued to speak gently and considerately. "I'll keep some food warm in the pot for you. Kiki is really thoughtful. I wish I had a sister like her. Help. They are clearly twins, but why do I feel a sense of age difference?" "Sister, rest well and drink more hot water. This is what parents mean by other people's siblings isn't. She is celestial sister. She is simply the epitome of perfection. Beauty comes from within. No wonder Kiki is so lovely. I adore her." After finishing lunch, the guests had a 2-hour break before heading to the fields at 2:30 in the afternoon. Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen's group always lagged behind, as the other two groups had already prepared to rest when they finally sat down to eat, and by the time they finished, it was already past 1. The sun was still quite warm, and after washing the dishes, Lu Jinsen was ready to take a nap, while Meng Chuyuan chose this moment to head out. Lu Jinsen observed her donning a sun hat, clearly indicating her intention to venture outside. Before returning to his room, he curiously inquired, "Where are you headed?" Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him and responded, "I overindulged in food and need to take a stroll. Would you care to join me?" Lu Jinsen coldly declined. "No. I want tea." It seemed rather absurd to him. Who would choose to go out at such an hour? He turned and walked back to his room, leaving her with only his retreating figure. Once Meng Chuyuan secured her hat, she noticed the crew behind the camera still capturing her image. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Are you coming with me?" The photographer replied affirmatively, "Yes." After a brief moment of silence, she said, "I appreciate your effort." Chapter 12. Even picking up trash can trend on social media. She simply could not sit idle. She felt compelled to draw attention to herself. During the midday break, if she did not rest, she would surely complain of fatigue later, unwilling to engage in work. Clearly, she did not mind the exertion. She had others to do her bidding, including a young master at her side. Perhaps she was merely seeking more camera time, taking advantage of everyone else's break to garner attention. As Meng Chuyuan strolled along the narrow path, she seamlessly transitioned from the earthen house to the awaiting wheat fields. Bathed in sunlight, the golden expanse shimmered, and the gentle autumn breeze stirred waves across the landscape. She had traversed this path earlier in the day, when the sky was still shrouded in gray, the air fresh and invigorating. Imbued with the scent of soil, a truly delightful experience. The familiarity of the surroundings gave the impression that she was purposefully walking with intent. The viewers in the live stream grew disenchanted, witnessing her seemingly aimless wandering, and candidly expressed their thoughts. What is she doing? Surely she isn't walking indefinitely for a mere moment in front of the camera? She's clearly just bored. Could someone clarify her intentions? I just entered the stream, and this is what I'm greeted with. Is she not bothered by the heat or the sun? Goodness. As the comments section buzzed with discontent, most viewers criticized Meng Chuyuan for her apparent idleness, resulting in a gradual decline in the viewer count. Unbeknownst to her, she continued along the path. Even the dogs seemed perplexed by her presence. Just as the audience began to lose interest and contemplated leaving, Meng Chuyuan unexpectedly halted and crouched down. The photographer, who had been trailing her, found it difficult to capture her face from behind. At the precise moment she crouched, he stepped forward, adjusted his equipment, and aimed the lens at her. She was seen bending by the roadside, reaching for a red plastic bag nestled in the grass. After standing up, she took a few steps and picked up an empty water bottle. Is she really collecting trash? What is she planning to do with it? Sell it? Is she that financially strained? A lady adorned with such a magnificent diamond ring, collecting trash on the roadside. How earnest. The situation escalated, with netizens creating trending topics about her impromptu act of picking up litter, which gained traction, and some even edited clips of the live stream, drawing a wave of onlookers into the broadcast. Although the later viewers missed the trash-collecting segment, many were captivated by Meng Chuyuan's beauty, prompting them to remain engaged in the stream. I wonder what brand of trash she is picking up that has attracted such a beautiful lady. I didn't witness the trash collection, but I did see a stunning young woman. This visit was well worth it. Who lacks the perception to call such a beauty a wealthy lady's abandoned wife? Is it true that the young lady is experiencing marital misfortune? Perhaps she should leave him for me. Even trash has a beauty collecting it. Why can't I encounter such a beauty? Help! Her beauty is beyond what I could even imagine. She is simply radiant. Someone, I need all the information on this beauty within 10 seconds. Approaching a slope, Meng Chuyuan noticed an elderly man pulling a cart laden with several baskets of sweet potatoes. The stony path was uneven, posing a challenge for the wheels, especially as it sloped upward, causing the cart's contents to sway precariously. Meng Chuyuan quickly approached, offering her assistance by steadying the back of the cart and helping the old man push it uphill. The elderly gentleman felt a surge of support from behind, and before long, the cart smoothly ascended the slope. He turned back, surprised to discover that the person aiding him was a young girl. Noticing her fair complexion and the absence of familiarity with the village, he felt a warmth emanating from her presence, making him feel at ease. "Thank you, young lady," he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Not at all. It was merely a small effort," she replied with a charming smile. Stepping closer to shield him from the sun's glare, she gazed at the cart filled with sweet potatoes and curiously asked, "Where are you taking all these sweet potatoes, sir?" He, wearing a straw hat and slightly stooped, with his white shirt soaked in sweat, looked up at her with a kind smile. "Just heading home." Meng Chuyuan nodded thoughtfully. "Where do you live? I can help you take them back." The old man pointed toward a house in the distance, saying, "Not far, just up ahead. I'll assist you." She insisted, her eagerness palpable. Initially, he hesitated, but her enthusiastic offer to take over the cart was hard to refuse. "Is this a performance? I must admit, this young lady is truly beautiful. Under the sun, she seems to radiate light. Who is this charming lady? She has a fresh face. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Count me as a fan." Approximately 3 minutes later, Meng Chuyuan arrived at the elderly man's home, pulling the cart of sweet potatoes into the yard. Hearing the commotion, the old woman emerged from the house, only to be taken aback by the sight of a stranger bringing in their sweet potatoes. Who is this young lady? She asked her husband, puzzled. She helped me push the cart up the slope when I was struggling, he replied. Meng Chuyuan began unloading the baskets of sweet potatoes, and after placing down the last one, she turned to the elderly woman with a smile. Hello, Grandma. Such a good child. Thank you for your help, the grandmother responded, instantly drawn in by her infectious smile, reminiscent of her own granddaughter. Most of the village's youth had left for work elsewhere, leaving behind the elderly. Their children only returned sporadically during holidays, leading to a sense of solitude. The sudden arrival of a visitor brought immense joy to the elderly couple. Come in for tea, dear. Would you prefer tea or water? I'll pour you a cup. And there's fruit on the table for you to enjoy, the grandmother offered. I'll just have water, thank you, Meng Chuyuan replied politely. Chapter 13. Does she have a husband? All right, I'll get you some water, the grandmother said, filling a cup and presenting it to Meng Chuyuan. Thank you, Grandma. She graciously replied. Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze to glance at the photographer trailing behind her, who was holding a camera, sweat beading on his forehead and his face flushed from the sun. She turned and offered him a bottle of water. Have a drink, you worked hard. The photographer was taken aback, staring at the water she extended with a look of surprise. Oh my, I adore her attention to detail. I must become her family. She instinctively prioritized the photographer first. How wonderful. Photographer, thank you. You finally remembered me. Sister, you should also drink some water. You're sweating too. How can someone be so graceful in every gesture? Thank you. The photographer, slightly flustered, attempted to take the water but fumbled with the camera, causing the live stream to shake. Seeing him struggle to hold the camera with one hand, Meng Chuyuan stepped in to assist. Take a break. I'll hold it for you. As the photographer handed the camera to her, the audience in the live stream witnessed the image zooming in on Meng Chuyuan, the lens focusing directly on her flawless face, resembling a peeled egg, her long, lush eyelashes framing deep, enchanting eyes. Wow, Meng Jie can actually handle a close-up shot. Oh my, her features are simply stunning. She seems to be barefaced. There's a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, and stray hairs are sticking to her cheeks. Her pores are so delicate. Such beautiful skin. I'm in awe. Who claimed Meng Jie was wearing makeup this morning? They must feel foolish now. She is appearing completely natural. Her face likely requires minimal foundation. She could easily go without makeup. So petite and fair. I can't express how envious I am. How did I only just discover this treasure? She is truly stunning. The elderly woman observed Meng Chuyuan giving water to the photographer and helping hold the camera. In the next moment, she approached and cleared items from the table, patted the newly cleared surface, and looked at Meng Chuyuan, saying, Child, you can place your things here. Thank you, Grandma. However, that table is a bit low. If we place the camera there, it won't capture the people. After exchanging polite thanks, Meng Chuyuan continued to hold the camera until the photographer finished his drink and wiped the sweat from his face before taking the camera back from her. Quickly noticing Meng Chuyuan's hands were finally free, the elderly woman returned to pour her a glass of water. The elderly man, who had been busy in a melon field and hadn't eaten a hot meal, was urged by his wife to hurry to the kitchen as the food was ready. The elderly woman then inquired of Meng Chuyuan, Child, have you had lunch yet? If not, let Grandpa prepare a few more dishes for us to share. I'll go fix it. Upon hearing this, the elderly man turned to head to the kitchen. Just as Meng Chuyuan took a sip of water, she noticed the elderly man's impulsiveness and quickly stopped him. No need, Grandpa. I've already eaten. You should go eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. The elderly man, upon her refusal, did not press further and went to the kitchen alone. Meng Chuyuan then sat down to chat with the elderly woman. Where are you from, child? You don't seem like you're from around here. Meng Chuyuan revealed her hometown. I'm from Haiqing. Reflecting on this, Meng Chuyuan realized she hadn't returned in quite some time, and her memories of Haiqing had begun to blur. She was even reluctant to speak of her past. The elderly woman responded with a soft "oh" before curiously asking, What brings you to our village? What are you here for? Noticing the photographer beside Meng Chuyuan, the elderly woman's curiosity deepened. They were usually busy with farm work, spending most of their time at home, and were largely unaware of the outside world. Meng Chuyuan replied, We are here to film a variety show. Concerned that the elderly woman might not understand, she briefly explained, It's just for fun. We'll be leaving in a couple of days. The elderly woman nodded, somewhat understanding. Just for fun. Is it enjoyable here? Meng Chuyuan smiled, yes. The environment is quite nice. Seeing her satisfaction with their surroundings, the elderly woman beamed with pride, saying, I think our village is quite nice as well. Perhaps feeling a bit lonely, the elderly woman continued to engage Meng Chuyuan in conversation. Child, how old are you this year? Grandma, em 24. 23, is it? Do you have a boyfriend? Meng Chuyuan gently shook her head and replied calmly, no boyfriend, but I do have a husband. Husband? Didn't she say she was abandoned by her husband? Wasn't she left on the first day of their marriage? How can a discarded woman claim to have a husband? Is she merely a vase brought home due to a lack of flowers? Let us not jump to conclusions. The rumors online have yet to be confirmed. What if it's not her? After all, how could such a beautiful young lady be a wealthy family's abandoned wife? If so, her husband must be blind. Grandma, I must be going. My younger brother is waiting for me at home. We won't disturb you any longer. After chatting with the elderly woman for a few minutes, Meng Chuyuan felt she had been out for quite a while, and it was time to return. Upon hearing she was leaving, the elderly woman's expression turned slightly forlorn. You're leaving? Won't you stay a bit longer? We've been out too long. We really should go. We're still filming, and our break time is almost up. We have tasks to complete soon. Seeing her insistence to leave, the elderly woman did not try to keep her any longer. However, before Meng Chuyuan departed, the elderly woman suddenly called out to her, Child, wait a moment. I'll get you something. As Meng Chuyuan turned around, the elderly woman had already gone inside. Moments later, she reappeared with 2 large bags and approached Meng Chuyuan, handing them to her. Child, these are mountain walnuts and chestnuts we grew ourselves, along with some sweet potatoes. Take them home to enjoy. Grandma, you are too kind. These were the fruits of their hard work. She felt uneasy accepting them since she had merely encountered the elderly man on the slope while helping him. Oh dear child, don't be so polite with me. Just take them. The elderly woman insisted, forcing the bags into her hands. Unable to refuse the 2 elderly folk, Meng Chuyuan finally accepted. Then I will take them. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. That's more like it. Come visit again when you have time, and bring your brother along. Meng Chuyuan nodded in agreement. All right, goodbye Grandpa and Grandma. Chapter 14. The serenity of time passing. Lu Jinsen comfortably enjoyed a nap, awakening to find Meng Chuyuan had not yet returned. With only 17 minutes left until assembly and considering the distance, they would surely be late if they did not leave now. Had she already gone? This thought caused a flicker of melancholy in Lu Jinsen's gaze, making him feel as though he were the one abandoned. Irritated, he stepped out of the small courtyard, only to immediately spot Meng Chuyuan hurrying in. Without noticing his expression, she approached him and handed over a heavy bag of sweet potatoes. Help me carry this. My hands are too full. Lu Jinsen was momentarily stunned, unable to respond adequately, but instinctively reached out to take the bag from her. Seeing that she had not left him behind lightened his mood, and as he glanced down at the hefty bag of sweet potatoes in his hands, he asked in surprise, Where did this come from? You didn't buy it, did you? Meng Chuyuan found his question rather silly, rolling her eyes at him without mercy. Do you really think I have the money to buy these right now? Lu Jinsen suddenly realized that he had approached the situation incorrectly, his expression slightly awkward as he attempted to regain some dignity. So, did you go jungle? Ha! Lu Jinsen understands jungle. Am I the only one who noticed the young master's instinctive gesture? Let be taken? When has the young master ever been at a loss? It's evident. The young master has been restrained. Ha! Perhaps Lu Jinsen will have to rely on his sister-in-law to soar this time. Ha! In the afternoon, the guests were tasked with assisting the villagers in planting spinach, while the other groups arrived at the meeting point punctually at 2:30. Lu Jinsen and Meng Chuyuan were conspicuously absent. The director, seated in the makeshift studio, appeared increasingly impatient as he checked the live stream of Meng Chuyuan's group, only to discover they were still en route. Just as the director contemplated expressing his displeasure, he was unexpectedly struck by the liveliness of the live stream from Meng Chuyuan's group. The director paused in disbelief, suspecting he might be imagining things, and rubbed his eyes for clarity. The viewer count was steadily rising. Director, what have I missed? During their wait, the director remained glued to the live stream, entirely forgetting about the other 2 groups. Having produced this show for 2 seasons, he had assumed the first season's viewership was peak. Yet Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen's group had exceeded his expectations, even shattering last season's popularity records. Checking his phone, he glanced at the trending topics and was astonished to find several hot searches had emerged during the afternoon break, including The abandoned wife of a wealthy family collects trash on a variety show. Meng Chuyuan's natural beauty. Meng Chuyuan claims she has no boyfriend, but she does have a husband. The director was taken aback by the sudden surge in trending topics. Even more so when he realized they had effectively driven traffic to the program, yielding surprisingly positive results. Watching the live stream's popularity continue to climb, the director's smile gradually returned, and his earlier irritation inexplicably dissipated. Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests remained stationed in place, and the viewers in the live stream began to express their dissatisfaction. Why hasn't the director come out to explain the process yet? Is he perhaps waiting for those two who are late? How can the director show favoritism? Those two lack team spirit and are tardy. How can the production team tolerate this? This is truly exasperating, wasting everyone's time. At this age, how can they justify making everyone wait for them? Help! They are more trouble than they are worth. In the meantime, can you walk a bit faster? Lu Jinsen was ahead, feeling increasingly frustrated that Meng Chuyuan was lagging behind. They were several meters apart, and although Lu Jinsen had stopped to wait for her, she was still strolling leisurely. Meng Chuyuan replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? We're already late." Lu Jinsen. It was hard not to agree. Her reasoning was sound. A minute late is still late, and so is two. Since the outcome remains the same, why not allow oneself a little comfort? Seeing her unhurried demeanor, Lu Jinsen's own agitation subsided, and he began to match her pace. Help! Seeing them feels like a throwback to my school days when I was also late. But when I saw someone else late with me, I suddenly felt at ease. Ha ha ha. Though, being late is still not ideal. Ha ha. This group is probably beyond even the director's control. For some reason, watching Sister Meng gives me a sense of serene tranquility. Ha ha ha. Laughing to death. Whether we get scolded or punished, we're all in this together, right? Perhaps no one anticipated that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen would be so tardy, keeping the director and other guests waiting for a full 10 minutes. However, the director, elated by the program's rising data, was not angered by their lateness, as if he had already forgiven them in his heart. Not a word was uttered by the director about their tardiness, and the other guests could only turn a blind eye. Each group received a hoe, vegetable seeds, and a bucket of water, along with 3 plots of equal size allocated to them. The group that completed the planting first would earn 40 labor coins, while the second place would receive 32 labor coins and a portion of seasonal fruit, and the third place would receive no additional rewards, only 24 labor coins. Liao Jiayan, feeling unwell, had taken a half-day leave from the program, thus absent from the live stream. The audience was eager to know how the production team would accommodate the missing member. What about Kiki? What will happen to my Kiki? Poor Kiki all alone. Can we arrange a helper for Kiki, or at least lighten her workload? Please. Can a production team show some humanity and consider my Kiki? Stop bullying her. Don't start yet. We haven't even discussed our Kiki-esque situation. Regrettably, the director did not ease the workload for Liao Jiayan's group due to their special circumstances, nor did he assign any external assistance. After explaining the task rules, Liao Jian dutifully selected a plot of land and began weeding and loosening the soil. Meanwhile, Qi Zhen and Qi Yin also began to work. Meng Chuyuan carried a bucket of water, holding vegetable seeds and a small stool, and ventured with Lu Jinsen to the farthest, untouched plot of land. Just as Meng Chuyuan was about to reach the vegetable field, the viewers in the live stream anticipated that she would start working, only to find she merely passed by to another area. She approached a shady tree, selecting a relatively flat spot to place her stool, and settled down comfortably. Chapter 15. Pulling Lu Jinsen to pose together. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Meng is about to start posing again. As expected, Sister Meng remains true to herself. For a moment, I thought she had changed and was about to work, but I admit I overthought it. Vegetable field. I thought you were going to work me, but you just walked by. Ah, she tricked me. I genuinely thought she was going to work. Lu Jinsen, holding a hoe, approached the vegetable field, only to be met with the sight of Meng Chuyuan sitting comfortably in the shade. His expression darkened slightly, his eyes reflecting disdain. After retracting his gaze from Meng Chuyuan, he faced the blazing sun, wielding the hoe to loosen the soil. Lu Jinsen, with the hoe in hand. I can only resign myself to fate. The village had not seen rain for many days, and the ground was as hard as stone, without sufficient force. The hoe would be ineffective. Everyone had participated in juju picking that morning, and although they had taken a break, they were now faced with another physically demanding task, feeling as if their hands were no longer their own. Qi Jun and his sister worked in perfect harmony. Although each group had only one hoe, they took turns, allowing their progress to surpass that of the other groups. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen and Liao Jiayin could only toil independently. Lu Jinsen fared somewhat better. His strong arms allowed him to loosen the soil with a single swing of the hoe, while Liao Jiayin, with less strength, required multiple swings to achieve the same result. Although Liao Jiayin had initially begun working earlier, she was now clearly lagging behind in the task. The live stream fans, witnessing Liao Jiayin laboring alone in a plot of wild land, drenched in sweat, began to comment in the chat. Kiki, why don't we take a break? This show is really too much. TT, I just checked in on the neighboring live stream and saw that Meng has been sitting in the shade, while our Kiki is working so hard. It's infuriating. I feel it's so unfair to Kiki. But we can't blame the production team for this, after all. This variety show is called Siblings Advance and Retreat Together. I believe the director's approach is entirely reasonable. As for whether the tasks are completed or how, spent approximately 5 minutes in the field before he paused for a rest. He placed the hoe on the ground and instinctively lifted the hem of his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow. As he raised his gaze, he caught a glimpse of Meng Chuyuan idly sitting nearby, even picking up fallen leaves to play with. At that moment, a flicker of annoyance crossed otherwise grim expression. Retracting his hand, he strode over to Meng Chuyuan. Though she remained seated and still, she had gathered the leaves around her and was now folding them. Suddenly, a faint shadow loomed over her, accompanied by a cool voice. Have you had enough fun? Not at all. This is just the beginning. Meng Chuyuan replied without lifting her head, instantly recognizing his voice. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained, letting out a resigned sigh instead. Once Meng Chuyuan finished folding her leaf, she looked up with a slight smirk, revealing an elusive smile. Are you trying to persuade me to work? At her words, his pupils darkened, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Do you intend to take advantage of my efforts? He retorted. He felt overwhelmed by the workload and was acutely aware of the unfairness of having to shoulder the task alone while seeing Meng Chuyuan idly doing nothing. Understanding his frustration, Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure. Come here, let's have a chat, she beckoned, then stood and moved behind a tree trunk. After a brief hesitation, followed her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. The accompanying cameraman, attempting to close the distance, was halted by a gesture from Meng Chuyuan, who signaled for him to keep his distance. What secrets are you sharing? The cameraman wondered aloud. Why the secrecy? Perplexed by her request for privacy, turned to Meng Chuyuan. What are we discussing? She glanced at him and then tilted her chin, indicating he should look ahead. Following her gaze, S' expression turned puzzled, his brow furrowing slightly as he struggled to grasp her intention. Do you see? Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow. What am I supposed to be looking at? He inquired. Curiosity piqued. Liao Jiaka, she replied. Upon hearing her mention, S' gaze immediately landed on Liao Jiaka. After a moment of silence, he averted his eyes, coldly asking, I see her. And then what? Meng Chuyuan raised her head, locking eyes with him meaningfully. Given her circumstances, do you really think it's appropriate to win? He hesitated, realizing his initial intention was merely to complete the task and disband, without considering the broader implications. However, Meng Chuyuan's observation sparked a moment of introspection, prompting him to ponder whether he should adopt a more gentlemanly approach. Before he could voice his thoughts, Meng Chuyuan lightly patted his shoulder, softly stating, It's important to rest when needed. Understood, he replied, maintaining his composure. After their conversation concluded, turned and moved to a nearby large stone, sitting down heavily. Shortly thereafter, Meng Chuyuan returned to her small stool, continuing her playful engagement with the leaves she had collected. As Meng Chuyuan completed her final leaf folding, she glanced back to see that Liao Jiaka's section of the garden had barely been tended to. In contrast, the Qijia siblings were making considerable progress, having cleared much of their once overgrown plot. Observing the disparity between their groups, a complex expression crossed Meng Chuyuan's face. After a moment, she positioned a nearby water bucket horizontally and gave it a gentle push, sending it rolling to his feet. Startled by her sudden action, he looked up at her in confusion. Go fetch a bucket of water, she instructed. What do we need water for? He questioned, but upon receiving no reply, he decided not to dwell on it further. He picked up the bucket and went to fill it. Not long after, he returned carrying a full bucket, and Meng Chuyuan stood at the edge of the garden, a red watering can in hand. She directed him to place the bucket aside and to retrieve the hoe from the ground. "What are you planning?" asked, utterly baffled by her intentions, yet willing to cooperate without a clear understanding. Bending down, Meng Chuyuan scooped a ladle of water from the bucket and began to sprinkle it over the soil. "Of course, I'm watering the ground to loosen the soil. Otherwise, that hoe will be rendered useless from overwork," she explained, addressing S' earlier question. The realization that water could improve soil quality had not occurred to him before. Meng Chuyuan is so detail-oriented. I can't believe she thought of this method. Indeed, it's an excellent approach. She's so meticulous and considerate, others remarked. Details truly determine success, they noted, admiring her intelligence and beauty alike. Meng Chuyuan continued to water the garden, turning to find still standing idle. "We got work to do. Why are you just standing there?" He blinked in astonishment, as if he had misheard her. "Now, did I say tomorrow?" she replied, exasperated. What a fickle woman she was. Just moments ago, she had suggested he rest, and now she expected him to work again. Resuming his efforts with the hoe, began tilling the moistened soil. Half an hour later, their group had almost completed the task of loosening the earth, followed by uprooting the remaining weeds and breaking apart any clumps. While he handled the weeds, Meng Chuyuan mysteriously disappeared from the scene, only to return later with a hefty burlap sack. Noticing its dirtiness and catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor, instinctively recoiled. "What on earth are you carrying?" he asked, scrunching his nose in distaste. "Stable manure," she replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, his expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively covered his mouth and nose, stepping back to maintain distance from her. Knowing this plot of land had been neglected for far too long and its quality was poor, Meng Chuyuan had decided to procure some organic fertilizer from the villagers. "Look at you, so lacking in fortitude." Meng Chuyuan cast a disdainful glance at him and extended her hand, requesting, "Hand me the hoe." After Lu Jinsen complied and handed her the tool, he retreated to a shaded area to rest. Meng Chuyuan proceeded to empty the manure from the sack into the soil, diligently mixing the organic fertilizer as she turned the earth. She has utilized organic fertilizer. It seems Meng Jia understands the art of cultivation. Help! Meng Jia's down-to-earth demeanor while working the land is simply too relatable. Meng Jia always thinks of what others overlook. Every time the holidays arrive, I return home to assist with farm work. Seeing Meng Jia carrying these items suddenly evokes a sense of familiarity. Once Meng Chuyuan had evenly distributed the manure. She turned to find Lu Jinsen and tossed him the spinach seeds. He caught them with both hands. Meng Chuyuan glanced at him and calmly instructed, "Plant the seeds later." "Understand?" He wore a perplexed and displeased expression, coldly questioning, "Why me?" The thought of her having just added manure to the soil made every fiber of his being resist the task. "Why can't it be you? Or are you incapable of handling such a trivial matter?" As soon as Meng Chuyuan spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, she pulled an unopened mask from her jacket pocket and offered it to him, saying, "This might be useful for you." Without hesitation, Lu Jinsen accepted the mask. Clutching it tightly, she reminded him again, "Remember to plant the seeds later." I prepared the furrows. Scatter the seeds evenly and then cover them with a layer of straw ash. Lu Jinsen simply responded with a grunt of acknowledgement. After giving her instructions, Meng Chuyuan departed with the hoe, heading directly towards Liao Jiaka. Liao Jiaka had been laboring for a while, but had only managed to loosen half the soil. Having never done farm work before, she could only muddle through at her own pace. Suddenly, she heard a melodious voice behind her. "I'm here to help you." Turning back out of curiosity, Liao Jiaka was surprised to see Meng Chuyuan approaching with a hoe in hand. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a feeling of overwhelming joy. "Oh my, two stunning beauties in the same live broadcast. Is this a crossover from different dimensions? Wow, no one stopped me. I must become a fan of Meng Jia after this. I absolutely adore this considerate little cotton-padded jacket that is Meng Jia. I never expected that the one to help my dear Kiki would be the Meng Jia I dislike the most. Based on Meng Jia's actions today, I command you all not to criticize her." When Meng Chuyuan reached her side and set the hoe to work, it took Liao Jiaka a moment to process everything before she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. It's just a small effort. No need for formality." Liao Jiaka casually initiated a conversation. "Have you finished your work over there?" Meng Chuyuan replied softly, "Not yet." "Oh." Liao Jiaka was taken aback. Then why are you here helping me? Meng Chuyuan glanced towards Lu Jinsen's direction and explained, with that guy around, it's no trouble. Considering they had been recording together for 2 days, everyone was busy in their respective groups, leaving little time for personal interaction. To Liao Jiaka, Meng Chuyuan emanated an air of mystery. While everyone else was overwhelmed with work, Meng Chuyuan appeared to be resting nearby. It wasn't entirely accurate to label her as idle or lazy. Despite her initial lack of engagement, she consistently surprised everyone by completing the tasks assigned by the production team in record time. Chapter 17. The Mask of Suffering. Lu Jinsen sat for quite some time, staring at the patch of land enriched with manure. Internally, he wrestled with his thoughts, just as he contemplated giving up and asking Meng Chuyuan to handle it. He looked around and noticed she had taken the hoe to assist Liao Jiaka. It was frustrating that she seemed unconcerned about her own responsibilities, yet was eager to help another. However, recognizing her good intentions, he decided to let it slide. Resolutely, he tore open the mask's packaging, stood up, and took the spinach seeds to the garden. Why is Lu Jinsen wearing a mask of suffering? Poor air, so detached from the mundane world. We can see the pain on his face even through the mask. A classic scene, huh? Brave air, carrying the burden himself. Lu Jinsen's expression is simply priceless. Meanwhile, things were progressing well for the Shuangqi duo until an unexpected mishap occurred. Their hoe had come apart. Qian squatted down, observing the detached hoe and wooden handle with a furrowed brow, feeling utterly helpless. She retrieved the hoe from the ground and looked at Qizhan, her eyes pleading for assistance. What should we do? Qizhan stared at the broken hoe, momentarily dumbfounded. Is it broken? It's just loose, not broken. Let me take a look. Qizhan approached, taking the hoe and handle from her, also picking up a small piece of wood from the ground. He attempted to reinsert the handle with the wood, but without a hammer, they couldn't secure properly. Thus, Qizhan stood the hoe upright and struck the bottom against the hard ground, trying to make it sturdy. After a while, he deemed the hoe usable and returned to the garden to test it, discovering it was functional and continued to loosen the soil. However, the hoe did not last even 2 minutes before it became loose again, forcing Qizhan to pause and repair it. During their attempts to fix the hoe, Lu Jinsen had already scattered the seeds and was starting to cover the soil. With Meng Chuyuan's assistance, Liao Jiaka began to catch up with the others. Watching other participants busily working while they were stalled due to the hoe issue, Qian soon felt an urge to not fall behind. Observing Qizhan's struggles with the hoe, her expression darkened with frustration. In an impulsive moment, she strode over, pushing Qizhan aside, her voice tinged with irritation. I'll do it. Qian, known for her competitive spirit, could not contain herself, especially seeing Liao Jiaka on the verge of surpassing them. Reluctantly, Qizhan stepped aside, watching her take over. Wow, she was quite fierce just now. Qizhan looked scared. Qian might be feeling a bit anxious. Why is Qian being tough on her brother? It's not like he broke it on purpose. Goodness, Qizhan seems too intimidated to speak. It appears Qian's competitive nature has taken over. She has become quite anxious about winning. As Qizhan noticed she couldn't find the right match for the hoe's handle, he rested his chin on his hand, covering his mouth, observing her frantic actions with a bemused expression. Perhaps it was the presence of cameras that made Qian appear flustered. She was indeed anxious to fix the hoe quickly. Whether from nerves or the heat, her face paled and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. In her haste to fix the hoe, she applied too much force, inadvertently breaking a nail. Gasping at the sight of her nail, detached from her fingertip, Qian froze for a moment, pain flashing in her eyes as if her heart was bleeding. Qizhan, hearing the slight tearing sound, leaned in with concern, asking, Sis, are you all right? Qian, having just lost a nail, felt slightly unwell but feigned calmness, replying, I'm fine. Though she didn't vocalize her predicament, Qizhan had already noticed her broken nail. With a complex expression, he took the hoe from her hands and gently said, let me handle it. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan assisted Liao Jiaka in finishing the tilling of the soil. Liao Jiaka felt that the remaining task was manageable and thus hesitated to involve her. Teacher Meng, I can handle the rest on my own. You should go back and rest, she suggested. Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze, casting a mild glance in her direction. Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Since Liao Jiaka had initiated the conversation, Meng Chuyuan did not press the matter further. Very well, I shall take my leave then. However, before departing, Meng Chuyuan casually remarked, I noticed there's a faucet up ahead. You might want to find a hose to connect it here. This way, you won't have to laboriously fetch water. Meng Jie is so clever, and her keen observation of the surroundings is truly admirable. Though seemingly trivial, it is evident that she notices details that others overlook, showcasing her meticulous nature. I genuinely adore Meng Jie. She thinks of things that others do not, and she does so without any hint of boasting, merely lending a helping hand. I initially came here for Kiki, but I've unexpectedly become a fan of Meng Jie. With her hoe in hand, Meng Chuyuan departed and happened upon Qi Zhen and his group in their vegetable patch, where they were attempting to repair a broken hoe. Instinctively, she altered her path to approach them. Qi Yin had been observing for quite some time, and, noticing that Qi Zhen had yet to fix the hoe, voiced her skepticism. Are you truly capable of repairing it? Qi Zhen maintained a serious demeanor, calmly responding, just give me a little more time. At that moment, Meng Chuyuan approached, sensing an unusual atmosphere. However, due to the circumstances, she did not dwell on it and inquired directly, is your hoe broken? Upon hearing this, the Qi siblings looked up. Qi Zhen, upon realizing it was Meng Chuyuan, paused for a moment before gently nodding. Use mine, he said. In the next instant, Meng Chuyuan handed him her hoe. Upon her arrival, for reasons unknown, Qi Zhen felt as if he had witnessed the dawn breaking, his stern expression gradually softening into a smile. If you lend us your hoe, what will you do about your own field? He asked. Although they desperately needed a hoe, Qi Zhen did not forget that Meng Chuyuan was also engaged in her own task. Meng Chuyuan glanced at Lu Jinsen, who was diligently watering nearby, a faint smile gracing her lips. Qi Zhen followed her gaze, and, as he observed Lu Jinsen nearing completion, a complex expression crossed his face. Chapter 18. Caring for others' children. Qi Yin stood by as an invisible presence, her gaze fixated on Meng Chuyuan. Especially during the moment Qi Zhen's expression shifted, she found herself curious about how he had grown so familiar with this woman. After a brief pause, Meng Chuyuan withdrew her gaze, smiling as she said, "We're almost done." Qi Zhen chuckled wryly. "You all work so quickly." "It's all right. You all keep at it," she replied, leaving the hoe with them before making her way toward Lu Jinsen. "Ah, Meng Jie is truly equitable. I love this. What should I do? I'm on the verge of falling for the woman who just left her hoe behind. She manages to fulfill her own tasks while assisting others. I had just criticized her for being late. Who would have thought she possessed a bit of kindness?" After finishing a bucket of water, Lu Jinsen planned to fetch another. As he turned, he spotted Meng Chuyuan but chose to ignore her, brushing past with the bucket. Meng Chuyuan opened her mouth, intending to ask him about his progress, but Lu Jinsen did not spare her glance. Moments later, he returned with a bucket of water, heading to the field, still oblivious to the woman beside him. The audience, watching from behind the screen, could feel the palpable awkwardness in the atmosphere. From my years of experience, it seems the young master is in a mood. Haha. He must be upset about the earlier seeding task. Lu Jinsen can hold a grudge. How bold of him to disregard your sister-in-law. Treat her with indifference now, and you'll find it hard to approach her later, huh? Lu Jinsen. It's not too late to apologize. Haha. Just don't find yourself hungry with no one to cook for you. Noticing that he had intentionally overlooked her twice, Meng Chuyuan was not angered. Instead, she appeared relaxed as she moved to the adjacent cornfield. In the cornfield, a young couple was busy at work. The woman carried a bamboo basket for collecting corn on her front and a wailing child on her back. Meng Chuyuan, having witnessed this scene, approached. "Do you need any help?" she inquired. The woman looked at her in surprise, questioning, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed," Meng Chuyuan affirmed. The woman initially considered declining her offer, but was taken aback when the child, who had been crying, gradually quieted upon Meng Chuyuan's approach. The little one, having just stopped crying, stared at Meng Chuyuan with wide, watery eyes. "What a darling little baby," Meng Chuyuan remarked, her gaze softening and her voice taking on a gentle tone. The child's mother glanced back at her child, letting out a sigh of relief. "Finally, you have calmed down." The little one made a few soft sounds, moving their limbs excitedly, as if feeling a rush of joy. Standing nearby, Meng Chuyuan beamed a sweet smile at the baby. The mother, sensing her child's mood, curiously asked, "Would you like to play with the sister?" The baby, still too young to speak, became particularly docile upon seeing Meng Chuyuan. How remarkable! This child, who was just wailing, has quieted down upon seeing Meng Jie. Indeed, love for beauty knows no age. Ha! I admire this child. Meng Jie has a knack for handling children. Her future kids will surely be happy. Help! I can almost envision her as a mother in the future. Meng Chuyuan watched as the little one raised a hand. She instinctively lifted her arm, enveloping the soft little hand in her palm. The baby, seemingly not satisfied, soon extended the other hand in a clear plea for a hug. Faced with such an adorable creature, Meng Chuyuan found it hard to refuse. "May I hold you?" she asked. "Of course," the woman replied, placing the child into Meng Chuyuan's arms. Meng Chuyuan carefully cradled the baby, gently stroking its back to help it relax. The little one, seemingly unfazed, smiled innocently as it settled into Meng Chuyuan's embrace. "How old is your baby?" Meng Chuyuan inquired. "About 6 months," the mother replied. "Such a lovely child. It must be a girl, right?" Meng Chuyuan mused. The mother chuckled softly, shaking her head. "It's a boy." Having watered nearly half a bucket of water, Lu Jinsen snapped back to reality and noticed that Meng Chuyuan had vanished. His gaze swept around until he spotted her in the cornfield. From a distance, he could see her holding a child, and the scene appeared entirely harmonious. For reasons he couldn't decipher, witnessing this stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Had it not been obvious enough? Was it not evident that he was upset? She chose to comfort someone else's child rather than speak to him. As emotions surged, Lu Jinsen carelessly splashed the remaining half bucket of water, disregarding whether it landed on the seeds or not. After completing his task, he called over the village official to inspect, leading to their group's swift completion of the task and yet another victory. Liao Jiaka sowed the seeds and, taking Meng Chuyuan's advice, borrowed a hose from the villagers for watering. Meanwhile, the unluckily positioned Qi siblings, having finished tilling, immediately set about sowing seeds once again. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, the Qis were unable to catch up, ultimately allowing Liao Jiaka to secure second place. With the outcome now determined, Qi Yin and Qi Zhun resembled withered eggplants, their eyes devoid of luster, as if the seeds had been sown and watered, only to be hastily abandoned. The director distributed the rankings and corresponding rewards to each group, while also introducing a labor currency exchange segment for the guests. Since the first-place dinner was provided directly by the production team, Lu Jinsen did not partake in this exchange. After collecting his labor currency, he noticed Meng Chuyuan had not yet returned, and a frost settled upon his brow. After waiting for a while, Lu Jinsen could no longer endure the wait. Unaware that the task had concluded, Meng Chuyuan showed no inclination to return, prompting Lu Jinsen to seek her out. Perhaps due to Lu Jinsen's sudden approach, the baby began to wail loudly. Sensing someone beside her, Meng Chuyuan turned her head slightly, catching sight of Lu Jinsen's darkened expression. Given the baby's intense crying, she focused all her attention on the little one, looking down and soothing him. "Do not cry, do not cry. Although this brother may not be handsome, he is not a bad person." Lu Jinsen. How dare she call him ugly? After a considerable time, the baby's cries gradually subsided. Lu Jinsen cast a sidelong glance at Meng Chuyuan and coldly remarked, "It's time to return." Chapter 19, Beautiful in Appearance. "Beautiful in thought," Meng Chuyuan replied with a vague nonchalantly asking, "Is everything finished?" Hearing her indifferent tone, Lu Jinsen's expression fell. He retorted somewhat displeased. "Are you really asking? You should remember that we are on the same team, right? What else with your constant wandering off to others? You've completely disregarded what is happening here, haven't you?" He had been left to handle all the dirty work. Meanwhile, she acted as if she were a detached overseer, blissfully unaware and needing to be sought out. Internal strife has begun. So funny. Lu Jinsen's displeasure is written all over his face. Our young master looks utterly aggrieved, almost in tears. Only Meng Jie could make the young master this upset. I suppose. LOL. Lu Jinsen is the one who needs comforting, right? Meng Chuyuan glanced at him and calmly responded, "I remember. I haven't forgotten. And how have I neglected you? Can you not finish that little bit of work? Or do you not have what it takes?" Lu Jinsen's expression stiffened. Unwilling to back down, he declared, "Who said that? I have completed my tasks." Then that is settled. Lu Jinsen intended to let the matter drop, but suddenly recalled something that made him realize the oddity of the situation. He spoke in exasperation. "Who even mentioned work? I'm reminding you that we are on the same team. Understand? Why are you running around aimlessly when you can't even finish your own tasks? You can help others, but not me. Is that it?" Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze, seemingly detecting the shift in Lu Jinsen's demeanor. She raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. You've said so much, but that last sentence is the crux. Isn't it? Lu Jinsen fell silent, momentarily at a loss, and appeared somewhat awkward before the cameras. It's evident that the young master is confused and has entangled himself in his own words. Haha. Help. Young master, do you even remember why you were upset just now? And why are you suddenly silent? Someone save his brain? I'm about to die laughing. After all this, it turns out Lu Jinsen was angry for this reason, haha. Is it true that without his big sister around, he can't breathe? Haha, I can't even. Meng Jia, please give him a way out. I'm cringing for him from across the screen. For reasons unknown, Lu Jinsen felt a twinge of guilt, and in a fit of annoyance, he snapped. Do you even know how to focus on the main point? The one who cannot grasp the main point is likely you, she shot back. Lu Jinsen emphasized with conviction. We are on the same team, so please get that straight. Helping me is also helping yourself. Perhaps incensed by Meng Chuyuan, Lu Jinsen cast her a disdainful glance, his words dripping with contempt. How did my brother ever fall for you? In response to Lu Jinsen's biting remarks, Meng Chuyuan remained unperturbed and replied with poise. Perhaps it is because I am beautiful, and my thoughts are equally exquisite. Lu Jinsen. Whoa, is it really appropriate to say that so openly on the show? Laughing so hard, did the young master fear getting hit before saying that? This must be the privilege of beauty. I admire it. Though I wish I could also boldly declare my own beauty. Sob, sob, sob. While being beautiful is an advantage, living beautifully is a skill, and Meng Jie possesses both. Meng Jie's response is hilarious. While we have looks, let's keep a low profile. Lu Jinsen, clearly flustered by her response, fell silent for a moment. After a while, noticing the director preparing to dismantle the set, he finally spoke again. Are we leaving or not? Are you all ready to depart? The mother of the child, hearing Lu Jinsen's words, immediately set aside her tasks and emerged from the cornfield. Before Meng Chuyuan could speak, Lu Jinsen answered on her behalf. Yes, we are indeed leaving. We apologize for taking up your time. The woman cast a brief, apologetic glance at them before extending her hand toward Meng Chuyuan. Please, hand the child back to me. After Meng Chuyuan returned the child to his mother and glanced at Lu Jinsen, she softly said, Let us go. Seeing them turn to leave, the mother suddenly called out, Wait a moment, you two. Curious, they turned to look, only to see the woman putting some freshly picked corn into a plastic bag and handing it to them. Miss Meng, thank you for helping me with my child. Please take some of this corn that was just harvested. There's no need for such formality. It was merely a small favor, she replied. The woman smiled gently, raising her hand slightly as a gesture. Please accept it. It is just a little token of my gratitude. Meng Chuyuan paused for a moment. This scene was all too familiar to her, having just experienced it earlier in the afternoon. Not expecting a repeat of the scenario, she hesitated to reach out. The woman, noticing Meng Chuyuan's reluctance, decided to hand the bag to Lu Jinsen instead. Here, brother, you take it. This, thank you. Lu Jinsen was caught off guard, having merely been a bystander, and now found himself unexpectedly involved. The suddenness of it left him completely at a loss for words. Grateful yet unsure how to respond. Oh my God, who knew that merely helping to care for a child could yield a bag of corn? I suddenly realized that Meng Jie's kindness is rewarded. Sob, sob, sob. What is the big deal? This is common in rural areas. Organic produce is abundant, and it's perfectly normal to share. The young master's bewildered expression has not ceased all day, huh? Look at how flustered he is, struggling to say even the word thank you. Lu Jinsen, how did I become the tool here? Chidian had remained in the room since returning from the vegetable garden, perhaps affected by the rankings from the afternoon, as she had scarcely engaged with Qi Zhan and appeared rather disheartened. When it came time for dinner, their live broadcast only showcased Qi Zhan preparing the meal in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yin, I'm back. Liao Jiaka, upon seeing her sister sitting in the courtyard chatting with the neighbor's children, noticed her spirits had visibly lifted, especially since she had unexpectedly secured second place. A joyful smile illuminating her face. Sister, you're finally back. Liao Jian beamed at her, then asked with concern, How was it? Are you tired? I wasn't around this afternoon. Was everything smooth on your end? Quite well. We managed to snag second place, earning 32 labor coins and a reward of fruit. Upon hearing this, Liao Jian's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight as she gazed at her sister, her previously pallid complexion brightening with a hint of smile. Sister, you're amazing. She smiled modestly in response. Perhaps it was just good fortune. Without Meng Chuyuan's assistance, she would probably still be toiling away in the vegetable garden. By 7 in the evening, the production team invited Meng Chuyuan's group to the village chief's home for dinner, even hiring a chef to serve the two of them. Who would have thought that the laid-back team would actually secure first place in both tasks today? Chapter 20. The director gets drunk. The issue was that it seemed they had effortlessly triumphed. Finally, the young master was beginning to act like one. It felt as though one was witnessing their daily lives, with the chef on one side and the host on the other. Help! It remained astonishing, despite their constant running around. They appeared not to have worked at all. Yet here they were, having completed their tasks to perfection and claiming first place. To celebrate Meng Chuyuan's team's victory, the production team spared no expense, hiring a chef at a high price and preparing fine Maotai liquor to welcome them. Upon seeing the variety of dishes, Lu Jinsen felt a glimmer of delight in his eyes. After a busy day, this meal was truly a reward. Once seated, Meng Chuyuan ordered Kung Pao chicken, chive dumplings, and spicy noodles, while Lu Jinsen also opted for the spicy noodles along with a bowl of lamb offal soup. Was there also liquor? Was there an extra charge for that? After sitting down, Meng Chuyuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the 2 bottles of Maotai on the table. Perhaps the director had overheard her question and stepped forward to explain. Since your team performed the best today, this is a complimentary reward. So it was free. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan wasted no time in unwrapping the packaging. The director was speechless. Meng Chuyuan poured herself a glass, held it up to her nose to savor the aroma, and finally took a sip. Not bad. She glanced at Lu Jinsen, gesturing, "Would you like to have some?" Lu Jinsen lowered his gaze, his thick lashes fluttering as he shot Meng Chuyuan a cold glance, replying, "No, thank you." Meng Chuyuan shrugged, indifferent. "All right, I'll drink by myself." Occasionally, as someone came to serve, she would raise the bottle, eagerly asking, "Uncle, would you like some?" The server seemed momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm, only to shake his head after a pause. "I don't drink." Meng Chuyuan's face fell slightly as she replied, "Oh, that's a pity." As she continued to indulge in the small dishes, downing glass after glass of liquor, the director couldn't help but softly remind her, "Drink a little less. Let us save some for the finale, shall we?" Hearing this, Meng Chuyuan set her glass down, turning her eyes toward the director with a hint of surprise. "If we save it for the finale, then these 2 bottles won't be enough." The director's face instantly turned a shade of deep crimson. Though this was indeed true, he was the director. Couldn't she show a little restraint and refrain from stating the obvious? Meng Chuyuan's expression had been innocent and adorable, as if she had unintentionally disrupted the atmosphere. The director had merely intended to present 2 bottles of Maotai as a token gesture. Who would have guessed she would actually drink? Laughter erupted. Surely the director's heart was bleeding at this point. Meng Chuyuan seemed to be saying, "Director, is this how you plan to win me over? If we're saving it for the finale, you might as well say we'll drink in our next life." The director, one must give to receive. Noticing that the director was losing his train of thought, Meng Chuyuan chose not to press further. She patted the chair beside her, inviting him, "Director, why not come sit with me for a drink?" The director hesitated, but after a moment of contemplation, he joined her. He had initially prepared this liquor to celebrate the record-breaking viewership of the live stream. Coincidentally, Meng Chuyuan's group had also claimed first place in the afternoon's competition, which justified bringing out the Maotai. But who could have anticipated that Meng Chuyuan would actually drink? "All right, let us have a drink. I'm feeling tempted as well." Seeing the director so willing, a glint of mischief flashed in Meng Chuyuan's eyes. After he took his seat, she personally poured him a glass, and before drinking, they clinked their glasses in a friendly toast. As both of them emptied their glasses, Meng Chuyuan refilled them. "Director, you should eat something." She switched to a serving chopstick to help him with his food. "Good." The director nodded vigorously, clearly pleased with her attentiveness. He had originally intended to enjoy a few drinks, but now he found himself indulging in a meal as well. What began as a harmonious dinner, however, gradually took a different turn. Lu Jinsen, seated with them, abstained from alcohol and did not engage in their conversation at all. The director, noticing Meng Chuyuan's unrestrained drinking, felt compelled to keep up, even seeming to compete with her, quickly refilling his glass after each sip. Not one for heavy drinking, he soon found himself quite tipsy. As the evening drew to a close, the director was thoroughly intoxicated, struggling to stand, ultimately requiring 2 staff members to assist him away. I couldn't help but laugh. Meng Chuyuan had indeed outdrunk the director, How amusing. Could it be that the director's drinking capacity was so poor that he couldn't keep up with a woman? Who would have thought that Meng Chuyuan was such a seasoned drinker, possessing quite the skill? Raise the director's white flag. He surely wouldn't want a drink for the next week. This was perhaps the consequence of the director being so stingy, fearing that Meng Chuyuan would drink too much. Lu Jinsen watched as the director was escorted away, then shifted his gaze to Meng Chuyuan, a hint of concern in his eyes. Are you all right? You should be able to walk, right? Meng Chuyuan sighed, I'm fine. It's just the wind is giving me a bit of a headache. If you can't drink, then don't. Why pretend? Getting drunk is what it means to not be able to drink. I assent it. As Meng Chuyuan strolled leisurely toward him, they finally matched their pace, side by side. She raised her gaze to the dark road ahead, which seemed endless. Where are we? She inquired. Lu Jinsen replied coolly, I don't know. All I know is we're not home yet. Meanwhile, after the live stream concluded, Qi Zhen let out a relaxed sigh, as if shedding a heavy armor. Qi Yin emerged from the bathroom, having dried her hair, and settled onto the sofa to begin her skincare routine. While applying serum, she noticed once again that a piece of her manicure was missing, her gaze darkening with irritation. She had specifically done her nails for the program, and to think they had broken so soon. This, coupled with the unpleasant events of the afternoon, left her feeling even more distressed. Chapter 21. Is someone arguing? How do we lose? Qi Yin began to mutter to herself, still unable to accept the reality. For a trivial task, she had exhausted herself, resulting in sore muscles and broken nails, and yet her team had come in last. Qi Zhen, seated on the adjacent sofa, had his eyes closed, clearly too fatigued to engage in conversation. Hearing Qi Yin's complaints, he slowly opened his eyes and replied, expressionless, that's all in the past. What's the point in dwelling on it now? I'm just feeling unfair. Losing to Lu Jinsen's team is one thing, but to lose to Liao Jiakatu? Although Lu Jinsen's team had seemed indifferent to the task, with Meng Chuyuan as their intellectual asset, Qi Yin felt that losing to them was not humiliating. Losing to Liao Jiaka's team left Qi Yin feeling truly disheartened. After all, there were two of us. And that Meng person, she even went to help others. Is this not a blatant violation of the game's rules? As Qi Yin complained intermittently, Qi Zhen could no longer endure it. He suddenly sat up straight and, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, but she also assisted us. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin scoffed coldly. Qi Zhen, which side are you on? He retorted unabashedly. You are simply being hypocritical. Hypocritical? Qi Yin was taken aback that he would actually speak in defense of Meng Chuyuan, and an indescribable frustration welled up within her. Isn't it because of your incompetence that we couldn't fix a single hoe? If that's the case, fine. If tomorrow involves more labor, you can manage on your own. Don't expect my help. Qi Zhen, already weary and fatigued, felt a surge of anger at her dismissive attitude. It's just a broken nail. Is it really that serious? Reflect honestly on what you've accomplished these past 2 days. During our time recording the show, I have done everything I could and treated you well enough. Yet here you are, throwing a royal tantrum. Qi Zhen snorted coldly and added, weren't you the one who insisted on joining me for this variety show? Meng Chuyuan had not anticipated that in order to enjoy a single dinner, she would now have to traverse such a long distance back. After walking for a while, she suddenly pointed at a house ahead and inquired of Lu Jinsen. That should be where Qi Zhen and the others are staying, right? Lu Jinsen responded with a casual Let us go in and ask for a glass of water. Before Lu Jinsen could react, Meng Chuyuan had already made her way toward the house. Noticing that the lights were still on inside, she assumed they must be present, and thus walked with determination. As Meng Chuyuan stepped into their courtyard, she vaguely heard voices. However, the night wind was chaotic, and the sounds were fragmented and unclear, almost giving her the sensation of auditory hallucination. Did you hear any voices? Are they arguing? She asked Lu Jinsen, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Jinsen, with his hands still tucked in his pockets, felt the chill of the night air against his thin attire. When Meng Chuyuan suddenly questioned him, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. What argument? Nothing, she replied, facing the cold wind and the howling breeze, dismissing her earlier thought as mere imagination. Before entering, Meng Chuyuan called out, hello, is anyone there? Unfortunately, the response she received was not welcoming, but rather, please clarify your identity before speaking to me. Just then, Meng Chuyuan poked her head through the door, unfazed, and greeted hi. Qi Zhen and Qi Yin were startled, almost simultaneously glancing toward the entrance. discovering that Meng Chuyuan had arrived with Lu Jinsen. How did you end up here? Qi Zhen's deep-set eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. Unsure of when Meng Chuyuan had appeared and how much of their prior conversation she had overheard. Noticing a hint of panic on their faces, Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure, feigning ignorance as she cheerily asked, "What were you just discussing? I hope I'm not interrupting." Seeing her demeanor, Qi Zhen thought it possible that she truly hadn't heard anything, and thus smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. We were just going over the script. Just finishing a live stream and then reviewing the script? How diligent." Meng Chuyuan turned to glance at Lu Jinsen, remarking, "No wonder you're not popular. You don't work as hard as Qi Zhen." Lu Jinsen. Qi Zhen, suddenly receiving praise, smiled with feigned modesty. Not at all. Observing their cheerful exchange, Qi Yin, with a sullen expression, stood up and indifferently remarked, "I just finished my face mask. I'll go wash my face." You all continue chatting. Once Qi Yin left the living room, Qi Zhen turned to Meng Chuyuan and inquired, "What brings you here?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eyes. "Just passing by, feeling a bit thirsty, thought I'd ask for a glass of water." "You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. It's cold outside. Please come in and sit." Qi Zhen invited them inside, pouring 2 glasses of warm water. Meng Chuyuan accepted the glass offered by Qi Zhen, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. That thank you should be directed towards me for lending you the hoe this afternoon. It was no trouble. There's no need for formalities." Meng Chuyuan, after finishing her water, showed no intention of lingering for idle chatter with Qi Zhen. "Thank you for the water, but it's quite late and the roads are treacherous. We should be heading back. Goodbye." Meanwhile, Lu Qingye emerged from a morning meeting and immediately spotted his assistant doubled over with laughter against the wall, a look of perplexity crossing his deep-set eyes. "What is so amusing?" He approached, casting a glance at the merriment of his assistant. The assistant, upon noticing his boss's expression of indifference, instinctively concealed his phone behind his back and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Lu," although he had hidden the device. The sound of the phone's speaker could still be heard. Lu Qingye seemed to recognize a familiar voice, his brow furrowing slightly. Realizing the situation was amiss, the assistant quickly apologized. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been slacking off during work hours. As long as you understand, this will be the last warning." "Understood, Mr. Lu." The assistant, relieved that his boss was not angry, boldly retrieved his phone from behind his back, glancing at the screen still playing. He began to boast. "But that lady's intelligence is truly impressive. And as for Lu Xiao, he is adorably clueless. The two of them together are simply a fountain of joy for us working stiffs." Lu Qingye's expression remained inscrutable, with an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. He coldly handed the documents in his hand to the assistant, speaking with a seriousness that brooked no argument. "Mention it again, and your year-end bonus will be deducted." The assistant, upon returning to his office, Lu Qingye surveyed the pile of documents awaiting his review, his gaze growing dimmer, and his brow twitching in annoyance. Chapter 22. The headline captivates attention recently. Due to the intense competition for bids, Lu Qingye had been overwhelmed with work, scarcely finding time to eat. To outsiders, he appeared handsome, well-born, and highly educated. Aside from work-related socializing, he had no social life or scandals, making it difficult for such a self-contained man not to attract attention. Occasionally, he yearned for a moment of relaxation. Yet perhaps due to the inappropriateness of his methods, he always felt that nothing compared to returning to work. Once seated, he did not hasten to dive into his tasks, but rather leaned back in his chair, loosening his tie and gazing at the ceiling in a state of relaxation. In this moment of leisure, Lu Qingye's thoughts drifted to that variety show. After a while, he rummaged through his pocket for his phone. Upon unlocking it, he immediately noticed a striking headline. "You may have seen women crying in BMWs, but you've certainly never seen a beauty picking up trash while wearing a diamond ring." Upon reading this message, Lu Qingye's eyes reflected a tinge of disdain, believing that contemporary marketing accounts would fabricate anything for clicks. He glanced at it briefly, dismissively swiping it away, but soon another notification popped up. Women should not think that marrying into a wealthy family is a blessing. You might end up like Meng Chuyuan on the show. At this point, upon seeing Meng Chuyuan's name, his deep-set eyes widened in surprise. Meng Chuyuan? What happened to her? Lu Qingye's fingers hovered above the screen as he re-evaluated the headline. But as he began to read, he accidentally swiped and clicked. Watching the page transition, Lu Qingye momentarily paused. However, once the page fully loaded, it was filled with advertisements. And only at the end did he find a segment relevant to the title, conveying the idea that women must be independent, possess a respectable job, and that marrying into wealth is not necessarily advantageous, as one might end up like Meng Chuyuan picking up trash on a show. Lu Qingye's expression grew increasingly complex as he absorbed the text before him, with no discernible emotion in his eyes. Initially, he perceived yesterday's trending topic as merely a gimmick for the program, believing the fervor would soon dissipate. However, to his astonishment, the situation only became more absurd with time. The following morning, the live broadcast commenced as usual. Meng Chuyuan appeared in even better spirits than the previous day, likely due to indulging in a few drinks the night before, allowing her to sleep soundly until dawn. Today, the production team did not provide breakfast for the guests, requiring them to fend for themselves. With the absence of breakfast collection time, everyone enjoyed a bit of extra rest. Meng Chuyuan awoke at 7:30, promptly heading to the kitchen. She poured 2 ladles of water into a pot, placed a steaming rack on top, and retrieved some sweet potatoes and corn given by the villagers. After preparing them, she set them on the steaming rack, covered the pot, and began to heat the fire. Once the flames roared, she proceeded to wash up. Good morning, good morning. Let us see how Meng Jia is going to handle things today. Her bare face is truly captivating. She is so beautiful. Just woke up. Came to admire Meng Jia's stunning visage. Wait, the production team isn't providing breakfast? So Meng Jia is using yesterday's sweet potatoes and corn? Even through the screen, I can smell the aroma. Enough talk. I'm off to prepare breakfast too. The only advantage of the small courtyard where Liao Jiaka and her companions resided was the pleasant atmosphere, where they could greet their neighbors and easily snag a breakfast. Unfortunately, Qi Zhen and Qi Yin were not so fortunate. They had consumed all the ingredients they had redeemed the previous day, and due to Qi Yin's sensitive stomach, they could not eat leftovers. Thus, they had no remnants of last night's meal. Qi Zhen rose earlier than his sister, aware that the production team would not provide breakfast today. After washing up, his first order of business was to inspect the refrigerator. Opening it, he discovered only condiments and bottled water. Left with no choice, he ventured outside in search of food, only to stumble upon cucumbers in the vegetable garden. Spotting the ripe cucumbers, he plucked 2. Just as Qi Yin finished her makeup and appeared, Qi Zhen returned with the cucumbers. Ah Zhen, what are we having for breakfast? Cucumbers. Upon seeing the cucumbers in her brother's hands, her smile faltered. After a moment, she hesitantly asked, "Is there nothing else?" Noting her forced smile, Qi Zhen realized she was displeased again. He approached her with the freshly picked cucumbers, offering, "Sister, this is all we have. Let us make do with it." Help! What is going on with the production team today? They haven't even prepared breakfast for the guests. Will having cucumbers for breakfast be too bland? Yin Yin's health isn't great. Can she handle this? There's nothing to be done. Qi Zhen searched for a while and only found cucumbers. It seems there's little to eat around here. It's another day of wanting to send a message to the director. Yin Yin, you must hold strong. This home cannot be without you. Lu Jinsen awoke to the tantalizing aroma of corn and sweet potatoes. He threw on a jacket and stepped outside, his hair disheveled and eyes barely open. Instinctively, he made his way to the kitchen, and upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, he suddenly became more alert. Are you cooking something? Who else would it be? Meng Chuyuan glanced at him before returning to her tasks. Is there any for me? Is there any for me? I can't stop laughing. How could Lu Jinsen, the tyrant, say that? The young master is gradually becoming more self-aware? Haha. It's obvious he is in a subordinate position here. The young master might be questioning. If I didn't cook, can I eat? I woke up a bit late. Can I still eat? Though his reputation is poor, he bears no pretense. Just look at his hair. To be fair, the young master's messy hair is genuinely amusing. I wonder how Meng Jia can hold back her laughter. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan turned to him, a hint of mischief in her tone. What do you think? Lu Jinsen. Seeing his discomfort, she couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that teasing him was rather enjoyable. If you don't wash up soon, breakfast will truly be gone. After finishing breakfast, they prepared to head out for their tasks. Today seemed to offer ample time, and everyone arrived punctually. The viewers in the live stream were somewhat incredulous at Meng Chuyuan's group's timely appearance. How rare. The slacker group actually arrived on time. Please maintain this state. Don't waste time or hold everyone back. Wait, after watching for so long, where's the director? Seriously? Meng Jia finally arrives on time, only for the director to be late? He probably couldn't get up after drinking with Meng Jia last night. She even gave him a good excuse to rest. How clever. Meng Jia seems to have a little secret she's unsure whether to share. In this day and age, a director without a decent alcohol tolerance is simply unacceptable. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Chapter 23. Reverse questioning. Due to a minor issue on the director's end, the guest could not proceed as scheduled at the task point. To avoid delaying the program, the assistant director stepped in to assign tasks. Today's work projects included cleaning the chicken coop, going up the mountain to pick mushrooms, and harvesting corn. Each group could select one, but if two groups chose the same task, a hidden mission from the production team would be activated, requiring both groups to complete it in order. The assistant director provided each group with a small whiteboard and a pen, granting them 3 minutes to deliberate, after which they would write their decision on the board. This is intriguing. The production team is becoming increasingly clever. All 3 tasks look demanding. It's difficult to choose, especially considering the possibility of overlap. If they do overlap, we'll have to complete an additional task. Personally, I think harvesting corn might be easier. Yin Yin, which one do you want to choose? Liao Jiaka, taking a more laid-back approach, primarily wished to hear her sister's opinion. Suddenly put on the spot, Liao Jian pondered seriously. How about we harvest corn? Cleaning the chicken coop sounded like backbreaking work, and she couldn't visualize how large the coop might be. As for picking mushrooms on the mountain, Liao Jiayin was hesitant, fearing a long trek with no guarantee of finding any mushrooms. Liao Jiaka, upon hearing this, hesitated to write on the board. She bit her lip. Deep in thought, I feel this might lead to overlap. Seeing her uncertainty, Liao Jian became slightly displeased and stubbornly replied, if it overlaps, then it overlaps. We could just give it our all during the hidden mission. Meanwhile, the Chi siblings were also deliberating. Chi Yin was afraid of chickens, so they skipped the chicken coop cleaning altogether, torn between picking mushrooms and harvesting corn. After careful consideration, Chi Zhun provided his sister with an answer. Sister, let us go pick mushrooms. Why pick mushrooms? ISNT harvesting corn, fine. Chi Yin was reluctant to venture up the mountain, finding the idea of harvesting corn in the field much more appealing. Though it might be a bit sunny, it was preferable to the hassle of the mountains. Chi Zhun furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure. This might lead to overlap. He believed that harvesting corn would be comparatively easier, and even if Meng Chuyuan's group didn't choose this task, it was uncertain whether Liao Jiaka's group would opt out. Rather than risk overlap, he thought it wiser to choose a safer option, simplifying matters considerably. What if? Let us take a gamble. Chi Yin did not pursue the discussion further, simply writing harvesting corn on the whiteboard. These two groups have clashed again. Yesterday it was fish, today it's corn. It seems these two groups have a certain synergy. Why not consider merging? I'm suddenly looking forward to the hidden mission. I wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious. Haha, these two groups have made their plans, while Meng Jia's side is still silent. The whiteboard was in Lu Jinsen's hands. Noticing Meng Chuyuan remained silent, he too found himself uncertain. After a prolonged pause, Lu Jinsen finally spoke up. Which one shall we choose? What do you want to select? Harvesting corn? His tone carried a hint of inquiry. Just as Lu Jinsen was about to write something down, he suddenly heard the words, let's go mushroom picking. Lu Jinsen was taken aback, laughing to himself at Meng Jia's unexpected turn. It was indeed a departure from the norm. However, he found mushroom picking quite agreeable, especially since corn harvesting had already been chosen by the others. Meng Jia, unfazed, asserted, I don't care what you think. Lu Jinsen, still processing the situation, recalled how he had felt similarly speechless the last time. Write it down. Mushroom picking, Meng Chuyuan said, looking at the dazed Lu Jinsen. Can you not read? Lu Jinsen glanced at her, slightly exasperated. Didn't you just ask me which one I preferred? You wanted corn, and right now I want to pick mushrooms. Meng Jia had merely asked out of politeness, with no intention of heeding the young master's preference. You want corn? I will not let you have your way. It seemed that Lu Jinsen had not yet grasped his role, which was to follow Meng Jia's lead. His opinions were of little consequence. Meng Jia, evidently with a rebellious spirit, seemed to have anticipated their choice of corn, thus deliberately opting for mushrooms. This was rather fortunate, as it eliminated the need for competition among them. When the time for deliberation arrived, all three teams revealed their choices simultaneously. Aside from Meng Chuyuan's group opting for mushroom picking, the other two groups chose corn. The assistant director reviewed the selections and announced, all right, those picking mushrooms can head up the mountain now. The remaining two groups must complete the hidden tasks assigned by our production team, with no further obligations. Meng Chuyuan and Liu Jinsen followed experienced local villagers up the mountain. Liu Jinsen appeared rather bewildered, unable to shake the confusion. On the way to gather mushrooms, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you choose to go mushroom picking because you knew they would pick corn?" Meng Chuyuan shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "You are overthinking it. I simply didn't want you to have it too easy." At this moment, Liu Jinsen likely felt that his trust had been misplaced. He could sense that Meng Jia had something up her sleeve. They ventured further into the woods for about 10 minutes without any luck. The villagers, concerned that the two might be disappointed by a lack of mushrooms, reassured them, "We often take this path. The nearby mushrooms have likely been picked clean. If we venture deeper, we should find some." Thus they pressed onward. Upon reaching a denser area of the forest, Meng Chuyuan and Liu Jinsen began a thorough search, leaving no stone unturned. After a while, Meng Chuyuan finally spotted some mushrooms peeking through the underbrush. "I found one," she exclaimed. The others quickly gathered around, including the cameraman who hurriedly followed to capture the moment. "Where?" Liu Jinsen queried. The ground was covered in fallen leaves, creating a dizzying sight that made it difficult to pinpoint the mushrooms. Meng Chuyuan used a stick to clear away the debris, and soon everyone could see the find. The villagers approached for a closer look, chuckling, "Child, you're quite lucky. This is a matsutake mushroom, which is quite rare around here." Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, amused. "Well, I must have hit the jackpot." As they carefully harvested the matsutake, everyone felt invigorated and continued their search. They were fortunate to be in an area that hadn't been previously harvested, and soon discovered a region abundant with mushrooms. Meanwhile, the other two groups were still occupied with their hidden tasks. The production team had instructed them to deliver cookies to nearby villagers and ensure they consumed them before successfully naming the variety show. Qizhen, armed with 5 cookie packets, visited a few villagers and managed to have them eat the treats. However, without providing any hints about the show's name, no one could answer his inquiries, resulting in a failed mission. Liao Jiaka's group had better luck, as her fame and recognition facilitated a smooth exchange with a group of young villagers who happened to be her fans, allowing them to correctly name the show without issue. Ultimately, Liao Jiaka secured the corn harvesting task, while Qizhen's team was relegated to cleaning a chicken farm. After their defeat, the Qi siblings were left with no choice but to head to the chicken farm, where they were greeted by a strong ammonia scent from afar. Qian instinctively rummaged through her pockets for a mask, quickly donning it. However, the smell intensified as they approached, rendering the mask ineffective. The farm manager led the way, explaining the cleaning process. "Before we start, we need to collect the eggs and settle the chickens, then we can clean." Qizhen, maintaining his composure, asked, "How many chickens are there?" The manager calmly replied, "Over 4,000. Qizhen had initially intended to go mushroom picking, but Qian insisted on taking a gamble, which she ultimately lost. Faced with the situation, Qizhen resigned to the outcome, asking, "With so many chickens, how will we manage them? We can drive them out. Our orchard is under closed management." Just as they were about to enter the farm, Qian suddenly halted outside the door, hesitant to step in. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qizhen noticed her lagging behind and turned back to check on her, observing Qian's distress. The audience in the live stream began to express concern. "What's wrong with the elder sister? Is she sick? She looks like she's sweating. It seems she's feeling unwell. She should rest and not push herself." It appeared that Qizhen would have to handle the chickens alone, which numbered over 4,000. Qian finally spoke, her voice trembling. "I'm a bit afraid of sharp-beaked animals." After a brief silence, Qizhen replied, "We want to have to interact with them while cleaning." Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Qizhen sighed and said, "You stay outside. I'll handle the cleaning inside." Shortly after he entered, Qian suddenly heard a cacophony of clucking, followed by a swarm of chickens bursting out, leaving her unsure of where to hide. Before long, the orchard was overrun by chickens, and to maintain her distance, Qian had no choice but to hold her breath and venture inside to find Qizhen. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her group, having gathered a satisfactory amount of mushrooms, were preparing to descend a mountain. Just as they were about to retrace their steps, Meng Chuyuan's attention was captured by something ahead. "Wait for me a moment." Liu Jinsen turned back, curiously inquiring, "What are you going to do?" He noticed Meng Chuyuan moving ahead with her basket, seemingly unyielding to his call. After a while, Liu Jinsen suggested to the villagers, "Let us go ahead." "No, what she gets lost?" The villagers countered, chastising him. You're a grown man. How can you leave your sister alone in mountains? Lu Jinsen could only respond in silence, feeling the weight of their words. The eldest master, this is not right. It would be unkind to leave like this. After all, she is your sister-in-law. What will happen if she goes missing? Will you make your brother a widower? Ha, aren't you all a team? Who was it that insisted on emphasizing this matter yesterday in anger, only to deny it today? The villagers all know to wait for Sister Meng. Yet you want to leave? This is truly outrageous. The villagers, with a look of exasperation, said, let us follow them. I'm genuinely worried she might get lost. Meng Chuyuan had previously spotted something red over here, likely wild fruit, but she wasn't quite sure from such a distance, so she approached personally. Upon getting closer, she indeed realized she was not mistaken. Right in front of her stood a wild hawthorn tree, laden with fruit. Seeing the fruit in such good condition, she decided to pick some to take home. When Lu Jinsen and the others arrived, they were taken aback. They never expected such a splendid hawthorn tree to grow in this desolate wilderness. Once Lu Jinsen regained his composure, curiosity piqued within him. What do you plan to do with this? I love picking fruit. Why should it concern you? Well, he had spoken out of turn. Not only did Meng Chuyuan pick wild hawthorn, but she also collected numerous pine cones on her way down a mountain. Her own basket was overflowing, so she even commandeered Lu Jinsen's help. Is this what they call the joy of foraging? The live stream from this group is truly therapeutic. I feel entirely relaxed now. Sister Meng always returns from her missions with a bountiful harvest. Oh dear, it's yet another day of revering the Great One. Seeing Sister Meng's basket brimming with goodies, I've been contemplating returning to my hometown. Perhaps selling these would earn more than working in a factory. After collecting mushrooms, Meng Chuyuan and her team returned, while the other two groups continued their work. Liao Jiaka had hoed the field yesterday afternoon, and her hands were blistered. Now, she was gritting her teeth to endure while husking corn. Qijan was still inside the chicken coop with his sister, gathering eggs. The coop was large, and many eggs had been left behind. They were so busy that their backs were nearly bending from exhaustion. After descending from the mountain, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen checked in at the starting points set by the production team. Their group had completed the morning task and earned 50 labor coins. Since it was not yet time to exchange for ingredients, Meng Chuyuan's group had to sit and wait for the other two groups to finish their tasks. An hour and a half later, Liao Jiaka's group returned after finishing the corn, while around 20 minutes later, Qijan's group arrived back from the chicken farm. Who would have thought that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen had been back from the mountain for nearly 2 hours? I initially thought husking corn was simple, but it turns out picking mushrooms is far quicker, huh? Qijan had it the worst. His sister didn't help much, and he had to round up the chickens and clean up after them all by himself. Chapter 25. Don't mess with Sister Meng. Although Meng Chuyuan's group returned early after completing their task, the number of viewers in their live stream did not dwindle. The excitement remained palpable. While they were out on their task, the director returned and even brought breakfast to share. Good morning, everyone. The director, seeing the three groups of guests return from their tasks, was munching on a half-eaten meat sandwich, completely treating them as if they were his own guests. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan smiled faintly and remarked, Director, perhaps you should check the sun overhead before speaking? Just as the director took a bite of his sandwich, he was caught off guard by Meng Chuyuan's response and nearly choked. Everyone burst into laughter at Meng Chuyuan's words and the director's reaction. Sister Meng, I really can't believe you, old six. It's nearly lunchtime, and you still think it's early? It's clear that Sister Meng wanted to tease the director a bit, but managed to hold back. The director feigned nonchalance, as if he hadn't been the one who drank too much the previous night. Sister Meng, show the director a little respect, haha, with such a ruckus. The whole nation now knows the director can't hold his liquor. Cough, cough, the director cleared his throat a couple of times, showing a hint of embarrassment, instinctively putting away the half-eaten sandwich, not daring to continue eating. After a moment, the director asked for today's menu and price list to be brought out. Lamb, 25 labor coins. Chicken, 20 labor coins. Carrots, 6 labor coins, since the director felt yesterday's auction was not cost-effective. This time they decided to set clear prices for everyone to choose from, with plenty available. After reviewing the price list, Meng Chuyuan was the first to voice her opinion. 25 labor coins for lamb? Isn't that a bit excessive? The director responded sincerely. How is that excessive? Our production team also has costs to cover. The production team not only set the meat prices above 20 labor coins, But even for simple ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic, they required 2 labor coins for exchange. Isn't that too much? We didn't auction even one dish over 20 labor coins yesterday, and the labor coins we received after completing tasks were minimal, adding in the 40 labor coins from yesterday afternoon. Meng Chuyuan's group now had a total of 90 labor coins. Everyone spent the coins won from picking dates at the auction. And not only did Meng Chuyuan find the pricing unreasonable, but the other 2 groups were also dissatisfied with the price list. Qi Zhen chimed in, "Yes, Director. Your arrangement is too unreasonable." Qi Zhen's group had been at the bottom in the last 2 tasks, and their accumulated labor coins were quite limited. If they were to exchange according to the production team's price list, they wouldn't be able to save any labor coins for the future. "Director, I also believe your pricing is too high," Liao Jiaka added. "Meng Chuyuan, you have us laboring all day for tasks, and the maximum labor coins awarded for being first each day is 100. Do you really think that's fair?" The director initially thought his arrangements were reasonable, as he had done the same in the first season, but who could have imagined that Meng Chuyuan would stand up to challenge him, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Sister Meng is remarkably brave. She dares to confront the director. "I always felt the labor coins provided by the production team were too few, but since everyone seemed unconcerned, I didn't mention it before. I didn't expect Sister Meng to bring it up today." Seeing the director's expression, it seems Meng Chuyuan's words have made him doubt himself. This is unprecedented. The director, unafraid of anything else, now seems to fear Meng Chuyuan. "Huh? Director, would you like me to hand over my position to you?" The director, feeling uncertain, whispered to a few colleagues beside him for a moment. He pondered and decided it was best to heed the guests' opinions. After all, they're the ones who can draw viewership to the show, especially Meng Chuyuan, who is currently riding a wave of popularity and is a last-minute replacement on the show. If she were displeased, she could leave at any moment. After some contemplation, the director decided to compromise. "How about I lower the prices a bit more?" Meng Chuyuan straightforwardly asked, "How much can you lower it? How about we give you an 80 discount?" Upon hearing the prospect of an 80 discount, the other 2 groups' expressions improved slightly, seeming somewhat satisfied with this outcome. However, Meng Chuyuan remained unfazed. Just as the others were about to agree with the director, she interjected, "Why don't you save some for yourself?" Meng Chuyuan's demeanor was calm, but her tone indicated that she was not entirely accepting of the offer. Director Lu Jinsen, standing beside her, had refrained from participating in the bargaining process. While he found it somewhat amusing to see the director caught off guard by Meng Chuyuan, he also recognized that offending the director would be unwise. After all, it was only the first episode. If he made an enemy of the director now, who knew what troubles could arise later? Lu Jinsen leaned slightly, lowered his head, and quietly advised Meng Chuyuan, "Let us not push it too far. I know what I'm doing." The director scratched his head, displaying a face full of helplessness and defeat. After a long pause, he again yielded. "Then, what would you suggest we do to make it feel fair to you?" Meng Chuyuan calmly replied, "You're the PD. Should I be the one to tell you?" The director fell silent once more. Did you observe the director's expression? It transformed in an instant, eliciting laughter from me. Can you not find humor in it? I could no longer contain myself and laughed out loud as a sign of respect. The director lowered his head, albeit not entirely, which made it all the more amusing. If I were in his shoes, I would be irate as well. After all, we have been laboring tirelessly these past few days. The meager reward of labor coins is disheartening, compounded by the exorbitant prices set for the vegetables, leaving one with a distinct sensation of being on the brink of hunger. Perhaps the director should consider adjusting the prices to avoid further embarrassment, especially in front of Meng Jia. As for Meng Jia, let us be clear, it's best not to provoke her. Last night, several fraudulent marketing accounts were swiftly shut down. Does anyone know about this? I dare say that this woman undoubtedly possesses formidable connections. Ultimately, the director conceded first, reducing the price from 20% off to 50%. Meng Chuyuan's group exchanged 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and before departing, she made sure to take her wild hawthorn and pine cones with her. The observant director noticed that they had also discreetly taken 2 baskets and promptly called out to them, "Wait, what are you carrying?" Meng Chuyuan turned around, seeing the director's gaze fixed on the baskets in her hands. She raised her hand and gestured, "Are you referring to these? Have you settled the bill? Is it acceptable for you to just take them? Are you certain those items are listed on your menu?" Upon hearing this, the director glanced back at the board behind him and realized, to his dismay, that hawthorn and pine cones were indeed absent. After a brief moment of hesitation, he feigned calmness and replied, "It's nothing, you may go." I could feel the awkwardness through the screen. "Look at you. Meng Jie can certainly handle you." The director seemed out of sorts today, frequently muddling his thoughts. Could it be that he has yet to recover from last night's indulgence? What on earth is happening with the director today? Does he not seek to avoid further embarrassment? Meng Chuyuan, with an air of indifference, averted her gaze and chose not to engage with the director, departing with an elegant demeanor. Chapter 26. Can't you cook? Watching Meng Chuyuan's retreating figure, the director patted his chest and took a deep breath before turning to resume eating the unfinished meat sandwich on the table. Just then his phone rang, and as he fished it out, he muttered, "Is there no peace for me to enjoy my sandwich?" Upon seeing the caller ID, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He quickly composed himself, swallowing the morsel in his mouth before answering. Director Luo speaking. "Hello, I am from XX Video. We have been observing your recent live variety show and believe it would be a splendid fit for our platform. We would like to invite your program to join our video app for a collaborative broadcast. Are you interested in working with us?" The director, elated at the prospect, beamed broadly and readily agreed. "Of course. It would be an honor to collaborate with your esteemed company. We will send the contract to your email shortly, and we can discuss the specifics via email. Does that work for you?" "Absolutely." After ending the call, the director still wore a smile and turned to his colleague responsible for data statistics, saying, "Xiao Zhao, please report the live room data for each group today." Meng Chuyuan's group was currently leading in popularity, while the data for the other two groups showed little fluctuation. The director nodded slightly, seemingly already aware of this outcome. Having observed over the past 2 days, he noted that Qi Zhen and Liao Jiaka, despite being top-tier stars, were merely toiling away without any innovative content. Even with their inherent traffic, such an approach would not sustain long-term success. As the assistant director happened to walk by, Director Luo inquired curiously, "What did Meng Chuyuan's group do today?" "They went mushroom picking," the assistant director replied. "Did they do anything else besides that?" The assistant director nodded, his tone laced with intrigue. "They also gather hawthorn and pick pine cones. It gets exciting from there, especially with their retorts to you." Upon hearing the last remark, the director's smile vanished. After Meng Chuyuan returned, she busied herself with the items she had collected from the mountains. After extracting the pine nuts, she began washing the hawthorn. Lu Jinsen stepped out briefly and returned, carrying a handful of twigs. The young master is quite self-aware this time, coming back with twigs. Looks like he has figured out his role. Congratulations to Meng Jie for acquiring a loyal follower. Indeed, those who recognize the situation are wise. I commend you. Clinging tightly to a powerful ally, following Meng Jie guarantees a feast ahead. Lu Jinsen glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly noon. Observing Meng Chuyuan still engrossed in washing her hawthorn, he couldn't help but approach her. "When do you expect to finish?" "Why?" Meng Chuyuan looked up at him. Lu Jinsen extended his hand, presenting his watch before her. "Can you tell me what time it is? Can't you check for yourself?" Meng Chuyuan replied, casting a glance before returning to her task. Lu Jinsen wore an expression of helplessness, frowning slightly as he said, "Could you possibly set that aside and cook first? I mean, you're an adult. Can't you cook?" Lu Jinsen replied firmly, "I cannot." If he could cook, he wouldn't be seeking Meng Chuyuan's assistance. "Come on if you can't. Then learn. Today, I'll give you the opportunity to learn how to cook." Lu Jinsen found himself called into the kitchen by Meng Chuyuan, who instructed him to wash the vegetables and dice the carrots. Meng Chuyuan prepared the lamb, marinating it with cooking wine, salt, and starch, ensuring it was well seasoned. Having prepared everything, she turned to Lu Jinsen, only to see that his carrot cuts resembled abstract art. Unable to resist, she reprimanded him. "I asked you to dice them. What have you done?" Lu Jinsen, taken aback, retorted, "You never specified what dice looks like. Give me the knife, you go stand aside." Meng Chuyuan pushed him aside and swiftly chopped the carrots with such speed that Lu Jinsen was left in awe. "Have you learned?" After setting down the knife and glancing at him, she noticed his nod was hesitant. After a while, she instructed him to fry 2 eggs. Unfortunately, when they emerged from the pan, both were burnt, and upon close inspection, pieces of eggshell were visible. "Impressive. You managed to ruin 2 eggs." A hint of embarrassment flickered in Lu Jinsen's eyes as he attempted to regain his dignity. "Perhaps they still taste fine." Meng Chuyuan clicked her tongue in disapproval. "Who instilled this misplaced confidence in you?" It seems I've lost my touch, haha. Lu Jinsen, it appears your eyes have learned, but your hands have not. I dare not laugh as I, too, once burned my eggs, even leaving shells in the yolk. Their banter felt like a battleground, one I could watch for an entire year. After washing the fried eggs, Meng Chuyuan called Lu Jinsen back. Let me teach you how to make a hearty dish, stir-fried lamb. Although Lu Jinsen had no prior cooking experience, he was eager to learn from Meng Chuyuan. He approached her, humbly asking, "How do I do it?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "First, pour some oil into the pan. Feel free to add a bit more. Once the oil is heated, add the prepared garlic, ginger, and scallions and stir-fry. Then, toss in the lamb and stir-fry it well. That should be enough. Let us plate it." Under her careful guidance, Lu Jinsen successfully prepared a fragrant stir-fried lamb dish. The aroma wafted beautifully, and the meat appeared succulent and delectable. Having completed the dish, Lu Jinsen couldn't help but smile, glancing at Meng Chuyuan with a face that practically screamed for praise. However, she chose to overlook his eagerness, calmly instructing him, "Take the dish out, and let me fry the carrots, then we can eat." I find myself utterly amused by Lu Jinsen's triumphant expression, while Sister Meng completely disregards him, eliciting laughter from me. Ever since I began watching this program, I have been laughing like a fool, to the point where my mother thinks I've lost my mind. It seems that Sister Meng's deliberate ignorance has inflicted a profound wound on the young master. What a marvelous display of feigned oblivion. His expression, pleading for praise, is reminiscent of my pet Wonkai. Is Sister Meng merely sought carrots as a base dish? In case it turns out inedible, at least there will be another dish to consume. The young master seems on the verge of a breakdown. I can hardly wait for the meal to begin, eager to witness his culinary skills. After a while, their dishes finally arrived, with the stir-fried lamb occupying the center of the table, while a plate of burnt eggs languished in an inconspicuous corner, ignored by all. Lu Jinsen eagerly filled his bowl with rice and, without hesitation, scooped up a piece of lamb, shoving it into his mouth. The lamb was tender and juicy, neither greasy nor gamey, with flavors perfectly balanced. A flicker of disbelief crossed Lu Jinsen's eyes as he savored the dish, questioning whether this culinary creation was indeed his own handiwork. As he chewed the lamb, he glanced at Meng Chuyuan and casually remarked, "Cooking isn't that difficult." It appears that the stir-fried lamb has turned out quite well, enough to leave the young master in a state of elation, someone remarked. With Sister Meng's guidance, it should be quite difficult to fail. Indeed, Lu Jinsen seems to possess a modicum of talent, judging by his current state of unrestrained pride. He will likely be so thrilled tonight that sleep eludes him. Am I the only one who finds his reaction to be rather infuriating? After all, it was Sister Meng who taught him this dish. How dare he flaunt his skills before her? Upon hearing the conversation, Meng Chuyuan placed a plate of burnt eggs in front of him, casting a knowing glance his way. "Give it a try. The flavor of the eggs might surprise you." This was precisely what Lu Jinsen had just claimed, and now she was returning the sentiment. His earlier delight faded as he beheld the plate of eggs. The stir-fried lamb had been prepared with ingredients meticulously measured by Meng Chuyuan, and Lu Jinsen had merely followed her instructions. In truth, she had controlled the flavor of the lamb and the timing of the stir-frying, ensuring that even a novice could produce something palatable. Though she did not confront him directly, her intent was clear. She wished for Lu Jinsen to comprehend the distinction between the two dishes he had prepared. After a prolonged silence from Lu Jinsen, she teasingly inquired, "What is the matter? Feeling insecure?" He shot her a glance, retorting, "Who says that?" In the next moment, he picked up a piece of the egg and brought it to his mouth. After a couple of chews, the bitter taste of charred egg overwhelmed his palate, and he could not maintain his composure for even 3 seconds before spitting it out. Seeing his disgusted expression, Meng Chuyuan could not help but chuckle. Lu Jinsen poured himself a glass of water. She tilted her head and asked, "How does it taste?" He skillfully sidestepped her question, offering a polite excuse. The stove's flame was difficult to control. Following his remark, he cast a furtive glance at Meng Chuyuan. She raised an eyebrow, her expression enigmatic, and continued to eat in silence, choosing not to pursue the matter further. How amusing! The ever-competitive young master, clearly at fault for his culinary mishaps, still blames the stove's flame. "I apologize. My earlier praise may have been premature. You don't truly realize your shortcomings until you're faced with the consequences, do you?" The young master's culinary skills require significant improvement. To be fair, perhaps the young master should remain as a kitchen assistant to avoid further embarrassment. After lunch, Meng Chuyuan resumed washing the remaining hawthorn, setting it aside to air dry in a cool place. During the lunch break, when a live stream was turned off, the director gathered the teams for a discussion. He hoped they could learn from Meng Chuyuan's example regarding the live stream content. When Shi Yin heard the director praise Meng Chuyuan repeatedly, she felt a surge of irritation. "Director, we haven't even completed the tasks you've assigned us. How could we possibly find time to assist you further?" Liao Jiaka also expressed dissatisfaction with the director's request. "Exactly. We can hardly keep up with our current workload. This variety show lacks a script, yet the participants have tasks to fulfill, which contributes to the program's material." However, the director was not content with the status quo. He wanted to make breakthroughs in the live stream content while also ensuring that the data from the three teams didn't diverge too much. Shi Jun stated, "Director, I can provide you with material, but I refuse to slack off." From a moment he decided to participate in this variety show, the company had set clear guidelines regarding behavior and demeanor. Maintaining one's image was paramount, not only for the team, but for his own career. Shi Jun could not afford to take risks lightly. What if I ease the requirements a bit when assigning tasks next time? The director pondered this and recognized Shi Jun's point. If everyone were to slack off, it would be counterproductive. This was a reasonable proposition. Shi Yin nodded in satisfaction. Although she and T contributed much, the relentless sun and wind over the past few days had taken their toll, and she could no longer endure the situation. As the lunch break concluded, the director assigned a task to the guests to prepare gifts for the villagers. The recording of the first episode spanned 4 days, and the completion of filming tomorrow would signify the end of the inaugural episode, considering that preparing gifts required funds. The production team introduced a system where labor credits could be exchanged for money. 1 labor credit could be exchanged for 5 yuan. The Qizhun team and the Liao Jiaka team exchanged all their remaining labor credits, yet they could barely accumulate 100 yuan. Once both teams had completed their exchanges, the director realized that Meng Chuyuan's team had yet to participate. He looked up at her and inquired, "How much do you wish to exchange?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "We won't exchange." At this, Lu Jinsen turned in surprise to glance at her, utterly perplexed by her reasoning. The other 2 teams were equally astonished by her refusal to exchange funds. What on earth? Why isn't their team exchanging for money? Isn't it customary to prepare gifts for the villagers after being here for a few days? Help! What is this team up to? Surely they aren't considering slacking off at this juncture. That would be unacceptable. Could it be that Sister Ming disapproves of the director's pricing? If so, she should negotiate further. The director, equally taken aback, paused before asking again, "Are you certain you won't exchange?" Meng Chuyuan resolutely stated, "We will not exchange." Seeing her unwavering stance, the director chose not to press the matter further. "Very well. The exchange is concluded. You may now begin preparing your gifts." As the gathering dispersed, Lu Jinsen wore a dark expression, clearly displeased. Meng Chuyuan had made that decision without consulting him, prompting him to question her. "Why didn't we exchange for funds? How are we supposed to buy gifts without money?" Meng Chuyuan retorted, "What can we buy with that little money?" Lu Jinsen, upon hearing this, grew agitated. "But it's still money. We could buy several bags of spicy strips at the corner store." Although the young master is currently upset, I can't help but find his remarks amusing. Has he been craving those spicy strips for a while? If he wants to eat them, he should just say so. I never expected the young master to even know about such snacks. I thought he would look down on them. For some reason, I sense that Sister Ming is plotting something. This time, I feel like Sister Ming may have lost her perspective. Does she truly look down on that small amount of money? Even a few dozen yuan can be useful. Why dismiss it so readily? It seems that both have valid points, yet I find myself siding with Lu Jinsen this time. Even a small sum could be exchanged for something else. It's the thought that counts. Chapter 28. Don't mess around. Just follow my lead. The other 2 teams had already set off to the town to select gifts, leaving Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen to return home. Upon returning home, Lu Jinsen sulked and locked himself in his room, refusing to engage with Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan, appearing indifferent, settled down to sip some water when a memory struck her. On that day, while wandering in the countryside, she had discovered several osmanthus trees nearby, their fragrance wafting through the air from quite a distance. Inspired, she rose and fetched a basin and scissors from the kitchen before stepping outside. Standing before the osmanthus trees, Meng Chuyuan admired the dense clusters of blossoms and began to snip branches. The viewers in the live stream were bemused, questioning her motives and expressing their dissatisfaction. Soon, however, Meng Chuyuan returned with a basin brimming with osmanthus flowers. She proceeded to separate the flowers, placing them aside to air dry. At that moment, Lu Jinsen emerged from his room and frowned upon seeing the two drying racks filled with osmanthus. Curiosity piqued, he felt compelled to inquire, yet hesitated to act on the impulse. Ultimately, he chose to disregard her and intended to leave, only to be halted by Meng Chuyuan's voice. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To prepare a gift," he replied, having pondered for a while in his room. Although they had not secured any funding, he was reluctant to let it end there. The thought of other groups presenting gifts while theirs remained empty filled him with embarrassment. Meng Chuyuan responded with a nonchalant, "So you've come up with a plan?" "Not all," Lu Jinsen replied coldly. "Then don't waste your energy. Just follow my lead." Lu Jinsen scoffed, dismissively regarding her suggestion. He was not going to embarrass himself in front of the entire village by joining her in idleness. Seeing his silence, Meng Chuyuan calmly stated, "Since you have no ideas, and I'm already preparing, why complicate matters?" At her words, Lu Jinsen's icy gaze narrowed in suspicion. "What have you prepared? Where is it?" He scanned the yard, but found nothing, until his gaze fell upon the osmanthus behind Meng Chuyuan. Surely, she wouldn't he intend to gift dried flowers to others? Dismissing the thought, he looked back at her. "Where's the item you prepared?" "Right here," Meng Chuyuan replied, suddenly stepping aside to point at the sun-dried goods on the bamboo rack. To his astonishment, it truly was what he feared. Lu Jinsen's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with anger as he gritted his teeth. "Are you teasing me? What would I tease you about? Isn't candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake enough?" Noticing the seriousness in her demeanor, his expression softened slightly. "Can you really make it?" "Of course," she replied confidently. The viewers in the live stream reacted with surprise and admiration, realizing that Meng Chuyuan had a plan all along, contrary to their earlier doubts. Lu Jinsen, now relieved, began to feel less anxious. However, he soon became concerned again, observing that the quantity of osmanthus and hawthorn appeared insufficient. "How much can you make with what you've gathered?" he inquired. "Not much," she candidly admitted. After a moment, Lu Jinsen suggested, "Shall we head up the mountain again to gather more?" Their rare alignment of thoughts led them back to the same spot where they had harvested hawthorn earlier that day. Meanwhile, the other two groups had already ventured into town. Uncertain whether they were unable to find their desired gifts or if the items were simply too expensive, they emerged empty-handed after visiting several shops. "Yin Yin, let us check ahead," Liao Jiayin sighed in resignation. With only about 50 yuan between them, they were at a loss for what to purchase. The items they had considered were plentiful, yet ultimately, the prices deterred them. "Is there anything we can afford?" Qi Yin lamented, growing impatient. "Perhaps we should just buy some fruit to take back." Initially, the siblings had dismissed fruit as a gift, considering it rather mundane, but now, faced with financial constraints, they reconsidered. "Let us keep looking, but fruit might have to be our backup option." As Lu Jinsen ascended the mountain, he resembled a bandit raiding a village, stripping the trees of their fruits. When Meng Chuyuan saw him plucking even the unripe green hawthorn, she couldn't help but intervene, giving him a light smack on the back of his head. "You're picking the unripe ones too?" Lu Jinsen turned back, bewildered and somewhat aggrieved. "I'm worried we won't have enough." "But those unripe ones are useless," she retorted. After gathering a basketful of hawthorn, they descended the mountain, and Meng Chuyuan led Lu Jinsen to the home of an elderly couple to borrow some items. "Child, you're back." The grandmother greeted Meng Chuyuan warmly upon her arrival. After entering, Meng Chuyuan introduced Lu Jinsen. "Grandma, this is my brother." Lu Jinsen, momentarily taken aback, shyly greeted her, "Hello, Grandma." "Hello." The grandmother beamed, her smile widening at the sight of the tall, handsome, and polite young man. Meng Chuyuan continued, "Grandma, I'd like to borrow the cart we used for the sweet potatoes last time, and I also need some glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour. Do you have any?" They had struggled on their way down from the mountain, fearful of damaging the hawthorn, and since they had further to walk, Meng Chuyuan had come to borrow the cart. Additionally, she sought the ingredients for the osmanthus cake, hoping to gather everything she needed from the grandmother's home. "Sure, you've come to the right person," the grandmother replied cheerfully. "Just wait a moment, I'll fetch them for you." "Thank you, Grandma." Moments latte. Not only did she bring out the cart, but she also produced the glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour Meng Chuyuan had requested. "Child, are these enough? If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask me." The grandmother generously offered the items, which appeared to weigh a considerable amount. "Thank you, Grandma, but we're just making a few pastries. We don't need so much," Meng Chuyuan said. The grandmother's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, it's no trouble. Save it for next time. If you're making pastries, you can't forget the sugar." As she turned to fetch some sugar, Lu Jinsen suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, boldly interjected, "Grandma, we also need rock sugar, no problem," she replied before he could finish his sentence, already understanding. The elderly lady is remarkably kind, treating Meng Jia like her own granddaughter, ensuring she has everything she needs. It reminds me of when my grandmother used to pack a large box of goodies for me before school, invoking a sense of nostalgia and longing for her affection. The grandmother's endearing nature is evident. She clearly adores Meng Jia, almost as if she wishes to empty her home for her. Indeed, beauty and charm never go unrewarded. And once again, I find myself envious of Meng Jia. After a brief moment, the grandmother reappears, carrying bags filled with red beans, explaining that she rarely uses them and offering them as filling for the pastries Meng Jia intends to make. Initially, Meng Chuyuan only sought a small amount of flour to prepare osmanthus cakes, but the grandmother's generosity has provided an abundance of ingredients. Gratefully, she assures the grandmother that she will bring her some pastries once they are ready. Noticing the ample supplies, she contemplates making an additional batch of red bean cakes, but inquires about her grandfather's absence. With a sigh, the grandmother replies that he is in the back repairing the wall. They reside in adobe houses similar to Meng Chuyuan's, while their living conditions appear slightly better. The age of the house inevitably leads to cracked walls. Sensing the grandmother's underlying concern, Meng Chuyuan realizes the situation may be more complicated than it seems. If the cracks are minor, they shouldn't require extensive time to mend. Turning to Lu Jinsen, she tentatively suggests, "Why not stay and assist grandfather with the repairs?" "What?" Lu Jinsen furrows his brow in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend her request. "I need you to help with the wall." Lu Jinsen expresses his dissatisfaction with her arrangement. His tone icy. "If I stay, what about you?" "I'll return to prepare gifts," Meng Chuyuan replies, observing that his expression hasn't softened. "Or I can stay, and you can go back to prepare. Would that work?" After a moment of consideration, Lu Jinsen begrudgingly concedes, "Fine, I will help with the wall." Outside, the director is intently watching the live stream of Meng Chuyuan's segment. Upon hearing that the two are splitting up, he suddenly perks up. "Quick, notify the cameraman to follow Meng Chuyuan." Perplexed, the crew member beside him asks, "Isn't Lu Jinsen our main star?" The three primary guests for the show are Qizhan, Liao Jiaka, and Lu Jinsen, with the others merely accompanying. Yet, the director has decided to focus on Meng Chuyuan instead. For now, let Lu Jinsen be. He cannot compete with Meng Chuyuan's popularity, he explains. Once the cameramen are in position, we will connect Lu Jinsen to Meng Chuyuan's stream. When Meng Chuyuan leads Lu Jinsen to meet her grandfather, he is perched on a ladder, bucket of mud in hand, diligently repairing the wall. Concerned that her sudden appearance might startle him, Meng Chuyuan quietly approaches and steadies the ladder before greeting. "Grandfather, I've come to see you." The grandfather turns slowly, a smile brightening his face upon recognizing her. "Ah, it's you, my dear." As he finishes the contents of the bucket, he descends the ladder. "Grandfather, I brought my brother along to help you with the repairs," she announces. The grandfather glances at Lu Jinsen, noting his quiet demeanor, which he finds somewhat intriguing. However, he does not wish to impose. "No need, I can manage just fine." "Grandfather, he can do anything. Just give him a task," Meng Chuyuan insists. Lu Jinsen remains silent, seemingly taken aback by her bold assertion. Meng Chuyuan nudges him subtly, encouraging him to take initiative. "Quickly, help grandfather with the wall. Leave the repairs to me," Lu Jinsen states, feeling a sense of obligation after receiving so much from the family. He takes the bucket of mud from the grandfather and begins to work under his watchful guidance. "Do a good job. This repair cannot be taken lightly," Meng Chuyuan advises. "Understood." Observing his respectful demeanor and willingness to labor, she feels reassured. "Grandfather, I am entrusting him to you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go without worry." As Meng Chuyuan returns to the front yard, she loads the hawthorn onto the cart and bids farewell to the grandmother before departing with a full load. The cameramen follow her closely, as Lu Jinsen's presence fades from the live stream. Thus, one must wonder if Lu Jinsen feels abandoned. I am torn, wishing to see Meng Jia prepare pastries while also yearning to witness Lu Jinsen's journey of growth and learning. The production team, aware of the audience's affection for Meng Jie, has seemingly sidelined Lu Jinsen. In a twist, the program's team quickly sets up a live stream for Lu Jinsen. Before long, both streams are connected, with aerial equipment ensuring a clear view of Lu Jinsen working on the wall. The grandfather patiently instructs him, and Lu Jinsen eagerly absorbs the knowledge. Meanwhile, the other two groups have spent nearly an hour and a half browsing, prompting staff to remind them that it is nearly time to return. The main guests have lingered too long in their search for gifts, and the audience numbers begin to dwindle as concern grows over losing viewers. What time is it? Are we really leaving now? Qian asks, realizing it's almost 5 o'clock. Having made little progress, the siblings panic at the thought of returning empty-handed. Qizhen turns to the staff outside, pleading for more time. After a brief discussion, they agree to extend it for a maximum of 10 minutes, cautioning that if they stay longer, they will need to find their own transportation back. Qizhen's expression shifts at the realization that they might be stranded if they delay their return. He suddenly turned away and whispered to Qian, "How about we return later? The director mentioned this afternoon that we should actively seek content for the program. I believe this presents a perfect opportunity. But how will we get back later?" They all thought that the 10 minutes given by the production team was too rushed, and the anxiety was causing their minds to go blank, leaving them devoid of ideas. After a while, Qizhen asked seriously if we find our own transportation. Do we have to cover the expenses ourselves? Yes, so what are your plans for getting back? Upon hearing this, Qian tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to let it go. However, Qizhen was resolute in his decision and added, "What about Sister Cuckoo's group? Are they returning now as well?" "They are not going back for the time being." "Then let us wander around a bit more and return with them later," Qian suggested. As evening descended, the vibrant clouds shifted colors, and the countryside basked in the golden glow of the setting sun, creating a picturesque scene. In this twilight, Meng Chuyuan washed the hawthorn she had picked, drained the water, and then threaded the hawthorn onto bamboo skewers, placing them on a plate. Once she finished stringing the hawthorn, Meng Chuyuan began to boil rock sugar until it melted into syrup. Once the syrup was ready, she dipped the hawthorn skewers into it, giving them a quick turn to ensure they were evenly coated, and then placed them back on the plate. Her technique was deft, and her speed was impressive. In no time, she had prepared dozens of hawthorn skewers. The audience watching her live stream was captivated. What can I do about this longing? I wish I could leap through the screen and taste it. Help! I want to eat candied hawthorn too. I wonder if they'll be available after work. Sister Meng seems to excel in everything. I'm not just envious of her beauty, but also her skills. Surely, there are no substitutes or AI face-swapping functionalities in the live stream. She is too talented. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I might doubt its authenticity. Next, she disposed of the leftover syrup and put the pre-soaked red beans into the pot to cook. Afterward, she scooped them out, added a bit of honey, and mashed them into a paste. Since the osmanthus flowers were freshly picked that afternoon, it was challenging to dry them quickly. So Meng Chuyuan carefully stored them and placed them in the recently used stove to dry. During this time, she began mixing glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour in a clean basin, adding saccharin for sweetness, and then a small amount of water to blend everything together. As the viewers observed Meng Chuyuan meticulously executing each step, they were utterly astonished. Watching Sister Meng make pastries makes me want to buy flour and try it myself. Sister Meng should consider starting a class. I'd gladly pay to learn. Can a clumsy person like me learn to make these pastries? I really want to try. I'm shouting out to Lu Jinsen. The grudge of a stolen wife cannot be overlooked. If I rush over tonight, can I get a piece of the pastries Sister Meng makes tomorrow? Once the program airs, will the prices of candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake rise? During the time Meng Chuyuan was engaged in pastry making, the viewer count skyrocketed, setting a new record, and her entries trended on the hot search list. Grandpa, it's done. Lu Jinsen helped the old man finish the wall and had some leftover mortar, so he also repaired the low wall by the chicken coop. The old man was so moved he could hardly speak. "Young man, thank you." He politely replied, "You're welcome." It was rare to see Lu Jinsen in such a relatable light. He was surprisingly considerate while alone with the old man. "Stay for dinner. You must be tired after working all afternoon. Let's eat together later." "No thanks, Grandpa. I need to head back now." Seeing him politely decline, the old man sounded slightly disappointed. "Are you really not going to stay for dinner?" "No, Lu Jinsen suddenly hesitated, his expression subtly shifting. After a moment, he said, "My sister is waiting for me at home." The viewers found amusement in this exchange. The eldest young master nearly made me laugh to death. Is the term sister truly that embarrassing? Laughing out loud. If you can't call her sister, you want to call her sister-in-law, right? Even through the screen, you can feel how reluctant the eldest young master was to say that. It seems the eldest young master and Sister Meng don't have a good relationship. Could Sister Meng's mother-in-law be just as demanding? This family seems a bit complicated. It appears Sister Meng's life in high society is quite challenging. He pondered. Meng Chuyuan had been home for quite a while. He wondered how her pastries were turning out. Had she prepared dinner? But thinking that she might still be busy, Lu Jinsen felt it was even more imperative to return and check on her. After placing the wall repair tools back with the old man, he turned to bid farewell. Grandpa, I'm leaving now, goodbye. Be careful on your way back. The old man, seeing his determination to leave, refrained from insisting further. Chapter 31. Who hasn't had dinner yet? By the time Lu Jinsen returned home, the sun had already set. Before it got dark, Meng Chuyuan had spread the mixed flour evenly on a plate, then slowly cut it into small pieces, sprinkled some dried osmanthus on top, and covered it with a steaming cloth before placing it in the pot. After half an hour, the first batch of osmanthus cake was ready, and she began to steam the second batch. When Lu Jinsen returned, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma wafting from the kitchen, instantly awakening his appetite. As he entered the courtyard, he noticed Meng Chuyuan had prepared the candied hawthorn, beautifully arranged on the dining table. He paused, reaching out to examine a skewer of hawthorn. Is this child craving sweets? It seems even Lu Jinsen cannot resist the culinary temptations of Sister Meng. Lu Jinsen, no sneaking bites. Put that candied hawthorn down, do you hear me? If the eldest young master takes a bite now, his persona will surely crumble. However, the audience misjudged his intentions. Lu Jinsen was not looking to eat. He was merely astonished that such exquisite candied hawthorn came from Meng Chuyuan's hands. He placed the hawthorn back down and walked toward the kitchen. Upon entering, his attention was immediately captured by the freshly made osmanthus cake. Meng Chuyuan sensed someone approaching, turned to glance at him, and continued kneading the dough. Lu Jinsen wandered about the kitchen aimlessly before approaching her side to inquire about her progress. How much is left? There is still one batch of osmanthus cake to steam. Lu Jinsen glanced over and noticed the unsteamed osmanthus cake resting on the stove's edge while Meng Chuyuan continued to knead the dough, his brow furrowing in confusion. What are you making now? Pan-fried red bean glutinous rice cakes. Oh my goodness, pan-fried red bean glutinous rice cakes are my favorite. They're fragrant and chewy. I can hardly wait. These cakes are truly delightful, especially when fresh out of the pan, hot, crispy, and incredibly delicious. Is there anything Sister Meng cannot do? I doubt it. Sister Meng should consider opening a dessert shop. I would gladly queue to buy. Who on earth is marrying this woman? Show yourself. I declare war. Lu Jinsen thought it wise to make a few more, as he was uncertain how many villagers would come tomorrow. However, considering the kitchen was occupied, he wondered when dinner would be prepared. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, So you haven't started cooking yet? Meng Chuyuan shook her head and replied, Not yet. Lu Jinsen felt a mix of exhaustion and hunger after a long day of work, and he had anticipated returning home to a warm meal, only to find he had overestimated the situation. Is there anything I can assist with? He wished to help Meng Chuyuan expedite her progress so they could clear the kitchen for dinner preparations. Meng Chuyuan, upon hearing his words, turned her head to look at him, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. You should take out the osmanthus cake from the pot. It has been steaming for quite a while and should be ready. All right. Lu Jinsen complied, retrieving the steamed delicacy from the pot, then glanced at the osmanthus cake resting on the stove. So this cake also needs to be steamed, right? She nodded yes. Remember to cover it with a cloth before placing it back in. Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests happened to run into each other on the street and gathered together. Sister Kiki, Sister Yinyan, what a coincidence! Qizhen exclaimed. Liao Jiaka was surprised upon seeing Qizhen. What a coincidence! Aren't you two going back? Qizhen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. We haven't bought our gifts yet. Initially, he had intended to purchase a kite, but Qiyin had refused and scolded him, leaving them wandering the streets like homeless children. Noticing the bag in Liao Jiaka's hand, Qizhen's eyes sparkled with curiosity and envy. What did you buy? We bought gloves and some stationery for children. Liao Jiaka believed the gloves were useful for protecting farmers' hands while working, and considering the number of left-behind children in the village, she purchased various pens and notebooks. Although they had already completed their gift shopping, they had yet to find a ride back. Observing the envious yet somewhat forlorn expression on Qi Zhen's face, Liao Jiaka offered some solace. It's getting late. You should hurry and buy your gifts. Yin Yin and I will look for a ride, and then we can all head back together. Thank you, sisters. Under Liao Jiaka's encouragement, Qi Zhen seemed to regain his spirits. Hurry along. Yin Yin and I will wait for you here. Because Kiki knows it's not easy to find a ride. She said that, who understands? My dear Kiki is too kind, sob sob, wishing their friendship lasts forever. Yin Yin is great too. She supports her sister's actions. Is there a director looking for actors? I strongly recommend Liao Jiaka and Qi Zhen. Let them collaborate, please. Ultimately, Qi Zhen's group hurriedly purchased 2 books, and by the time they returned, Liao Jiaka had already found them a ride. However, the driver, who was going the same way, had other matters to attend to and could not leave immediately. Thus, they were left waiting for a suitable vehicle. As night fell, the autumn breeze began to carry a chill, and the streets were largely deserted, with few vehicles passing by. When they had set out earlier that afternoon, the sun had been shining, making the weather somewhat warm, so they hadn't dressed heavily. Now, however, they felt the cold biting into them. The 4 of them stood outside a convenience store, waiting as the wind gusted and made the 3 girls shiver. When can we go back? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Qian hugged her arms, growing impatient. Liao Jian sighed lightly in agreement. I feel the same. Liao Jiaka, feeling sympathy for her sister, turned to glance at the convenience store behind them and said, I still have some money left. Shall we go inside and buy something to tide us over? We have a bit left too. Pooling it together should be enough for 2 cups of instant noodles. Lu Jinsen finished steaming the final batch of osmanthus cakes for Meng Chuyuan, thinking that was the end of it, only to find that the red bean glutinous rice cakes were also ready. Now to fry them. Seeing Meng Chuyuan approaching with a plate of wrapped red bean glutinous rice cakes, Lu Jinsen couldn't help but frown. Isn't that right? Meng Chuyuan replied. Lu Jinsen, a hint of disappointment hidden in his gaze, saw her bustling about and felt too shy to mention his hunger. He bit his lip, casting his eyes downward, inadvertently landing on the freshly steamed osmanthus cakes. After a moment, he looked up at Meng Chuyuan, his gaze darting toward the cakes as he inquired, Can I have these? Meng Chuyuan gave him a knowing glance, her demeanor light and playful. Are you hungry? Chapter 32. Tempted signature moment. The young master's expression is absolutely hilarious. He looks like a child. He wants to eat, but must first check with the adult, haha. It resembles me peeking into the kitchen when my mother is cooking, too shy to admit my hunger. Clearly, he is in a familial role. No good deed goes unpunished. Why would the young master linger in the kitchen so long, willingly helping out? It turns out he is just longing for the cakes made by Sister Meng. Curiously, Lu Jinsen asked her, Aren't you hungry? Meng Chuyuan had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon, hardly paying attention to her own hunger, even forgetting that they hadn't eaten yet. However, at this moment, she had no time to prepare dinner, and looking at Lu Jinsen, she said, If you're hungry, just eat. With her permission, Lu Jinsen unceremoniously took a piece of warm osmanthus cake and took a small bite. The freshly made osmanthus cake was fragrant, soft, and sweet, with just the right level of sweetness. Lu Jinsen must have been genuinely hungry, as he devoured a piece in just 2 bites and couldn't resist going for another. Young master, take it easy. You're about to drool. Eating so quickly. Are you afraid we might snatch it from you through the screen? Thank you. Am tempted. I have repeated the phrase Sister Meng is the perfect woman so many times. Here's my address for the production team. Please send me some of the cakes made by Sister Meng. Meng Chuyuan first gauged the pot's heat with her hand, then poured in an appropriate amount of peanut oil, placing the red bean glutinous rice cakes in the pot one by one, frying them until both sides turned golden brown before taking them out. The aroma of the fried cakes wafted through the kitchen and out into the air. When Lu Jinsen was eating the osmanthus cake earlier, he thought it was delicious, but now the scent of the frying red bean glutinous rice cakes was even more tantalizing. The rich aroma of the fried cakes mixed with a hint of char drew him closer to Meng Chuyuan, unable to tear his eyes away from the golden, crispy delights. Meng Chuyuan plated the freshly fried red bean glutinous rice cakes and set them aside. She turned to find Lu Jinsen standing still, seemingly transfixed. What's wrong? Do you want to eat? She teased. Lu Jinsen did not deny it outright. Instead, he quietly asked, Is it all right? Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, calmly replying, Of course, if you want to eat, just go ahead. Help, what is going on? Lu Jinsen's contrast is striking. It's hilarious. He has been both humble and amusing these past few days, especially in the presence of food. I recall the young master isn't particularly fond of sweets. Why is he so captivated by the pastries today? This child might truly be hungry, not picky. If it's edible, he'll take it, especially with such attractive snacks. The other two groups bought instant noodles at the convenience store and borrowed some hot water from the owner, sitting at a table outside, eating their warm noodles amidst the cold wind. Fortunately, the store owner was kind-hearted and, knowing they were celebrities recording a show, offered them an extra cup of noodles and 4 sausages since they only had enough cash for 3. Perhaps they were genuinely hungry, as they finished every drop of broth. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, the two groups had yet to return. The miserable quartet, still hungry and with no ride back. I want to send a message to the director, Sob. Why leave them behind? The production team is ruthless, leaving without a care. It's been so long without seeing them return, and no one seems anxious. Does anyone know where they are filming? This convenience store must be located somewhere. I can't bear it. I want to call a car for them. Where have the others gone? As the end approached, the director finally noticed a discrepancy in numbers. The staff responsible for escorting the other two groups for shopping reported back, Director Chijin S group and Liao Jiaka S group are likely still in town. The director, surprised, inquired, "What is going on?" "You insisted on having the team return before 5:30, and I conveyed this to them before 5 o'clock. However, they were unable to purchase the gifts and decided to stay and continue shopping. The vehicle was rented by the production team and must be returned on time. Otherwise, additional fees would incur, so the staff could only bring back the other colleagues first." The director, displeased, furrowed his brow and sternly remarked, "What time is it?" "They're still not back." He had spent the entire afternoon in Meng Chuyuan's live broadcast room, completely captivated by her process of making pastries, thus paying little attention to the situation of the other two groups. Nevertheless, he had instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on them, only to find that they had gone out without bringing back the guests. The staff suggested, "Perhaps it's difficult to find a vehicle. Let's inquire about their location and send someone to fetch them." However, the director replied, "But we have no vehicle. Otherwise, I would have sent someone already." The director's expression changed, and with a hint of guilt, he blinked and muttered, "Is that so? Let me see." Initially, he intended to understand the situations of the other two groups through the live broadcast, but his subordinates were dutifully diligent, wrapping up as soon as time was called. As he stared at the words indicating the end of the live broadcast, the director's face darkened, and he remained silent. Noticing the director's discontent, a staff member quickly took out his phone. "I'll call the photographer to inquire about the situation." Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen felt somewhat full after having indulged in 2 pieces of osmanthus cake and a red bean glutinous rice cake, followed by a meal. After the broadcast concluded, Meng Chuyuan finished off the remaining filling, resulting in a second batch of fragrant pan-fried red bean glutinous rice cakes. Soon, the delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen to the living room. Attracted by the scent, Lu Jinsen rose and approached the kitchen, only to find Meng Chuyuan frying pancakes once more. Standing at the doorway, he asked in confusion, "Why are you still making these?" Meng Chuyuan glanced back at him and softly replied, "I'm not. This is what was left over." "There are leftovers?" he inquired, to which she nodded. "Didn't you say you were hungry?" "I saved the rest without frying them." Had he not seen how he was indiscriminately devouring food earlier? Meng Chuyuan might have finished these before preparing a meal. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Jinsen rubbed his nose and mumbled, "Thank you." "What did you just say?" The sizzling sounds of oil in the pan drowned out his words, and Meng Chuyuan failed to hear him. After flipping the pancakes, she turned to Lu Jinsen, repeating her question, "What did you say earlier?" After a moment, he continued to wear a sour expression and coldly replied, "It's nothing. Just fry your pancakes." Chapter 33. The feeling of a king leading a bronze player. Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow, finding his behavior rather perplexing. However, she chose not to pursue the matter further and dismissed it, saying, "Forget it. You wouldn't say anything nice anyway." Lu Jinsen opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself. But Meng Chuyuan had already shifted her gaze away, dismissing him as she returned to her tasks. He felt completely disregarded, which stung his pride, and he soon left in a huff. The other two groups returned from town around 8 o'clock, and throughout the journey, they scarcely exchanged words, appearing as if they were merely strangers sharing a ride. Chi Yin had completely withdrawn from any communication, donning her hood before entering the vehicle, selecting a window seat, and crossing her arms, eyes closed in rest. Among those present, Qi Yin was the eldest, exuding a strong aura of leadership, resembling a warm sun when amiable, yet intimidating in silence. Liao Jiaka, seated next to her, seemed tense, even avoiding eye contact with Qi Yin. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long." Had it not been for the driver occasionally engaging in conversation to lighten the atmosphere, they might have remained silent throughout the ride. Liao Jiaka softly replied, "It's all right. Are you here to record a show?" She inquired. The driver, aware of their purpose, enthusiastically began sharing local attractions and delicacies. Yet, Liao Jiaka and the others merely smiled without responding. "Why is everyone so quiet? It makes me feel like a chatterbox." Realizing he might have spoken too much, the driver awkwardly chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Qi Zhen, fearing any misinterpretation, smiled and explained, "No, we're just a bit tired." "I see." The driver understood and wisely ceased his chatter, focusing on the road ahead. Qi Yin was indeed in a foul mood today, radiating an aura of discomfort. Since their group was assigned to the chicken farm that morning, she had endured the task of cleaning to avoid embarrassment on camera. She had anticipated that the afternoon task would be easier, but Qi Zhen's desire for entertainment led them to end the night eating instant noodles on the street. In the early morning, a light mist enveloped the village, birds chirping in the trees as the sun gradually rose from the eastern hills, dispelling the haze over the picturesque countryside. Everyone woke unusually early, washing up and packing their belongings. At 7:30, the director gathered the three groups of guests at the supply station to share their last breakfast in the village. On the way to the gathering, Meng Chuyuan brought along the osmanthus cake and red bean glutinous rice cakes she had prepared the night before, packing them into a box to take along. Lu Jinsen watched Meng Chuyuan's actions with confusion and couldn't he help but remind her, "We're going to eat breakfast, not to take breakfast with us." "Who said I'm taking it to eat? I'm bringing it for the grandfather and grandmother from yesterday and returning the cart." They would conveniently pass by the elderly couple's home on their way to the supply station, making it the perfect opportunity to deliver the cart and pastries. As Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen arrived at their home, they found the elderly couple enjoying breakfast in their yard. "Grandpa and Grandma, we're here to return the cart," Meng Chuyuan announced, holding 2 boxes of pastries while Lu Jinsen pushed the cart into the yard, finding a suitable spot to place it. Hearing this, the grandfather smiled and asked, "Why are you up so early? Have you had breakfast?" They were pleasantly surprised that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen had come so early. Meng Chuyuan politely declined, "We're about to go eat." She stepped forward, placing the bag of pastries on a nearby table, gently saying, "Grandpa and Grandma, these are some pastries we made last night. Please remember to heat them before eating." The grandmother replied, "You shouldn't have brought these things." "It's my pleasure. Thank you for lending us your things yesterday." The elderly couple felt gratified by Meng Chuyuan's kindness, with the grandmother even fetching chairs for them to sit. "Children, come sit here, don't stand. We're a bit pressed for time and need to leave now." "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Farewell." With that, Meng Chuyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Jinsen, and they left in unison. The grandmother watched them depart with reluctance, saying, "Next time, come visit us again." Meng Chuyuan refrained from mentioning that this was their last day of filming, fearing it might dampen the elderly couple's cheerful spirits. Moreover, she was not one to handle farewells well. As she stepped out of the elderly couple's home, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and a subtle sorrow shadowed her expression. "My heavens, I am on the verge of tears. The last words of my grandmother have utterly shattered my defenses. Is there sand in my eyes?" This segment is quite tear-jerking, isn't it? The old lady's gaze is enough to bring one to tears. I cannot fathom why, but I sense that Sister Meng carries a story within her. Her demeanor is so composed that it evokes a pang of sympathy within me. Sister Meng's decisive departure is likely a reflection of her fear of her surroundings. It seems only the foolish giant, Lu Jinshen, remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Today, as breakfast surpasses the initial offering in splendor. The production team has prepared hot and spicy soup, lamb bread, soy milk, and scallion pancakes for the guests. As the recording will extend into the afternoon, they must engage in tasks following their meal. During breakfast, the director casually explained the day as itinerary. "Ladies and gentlemen, once we finish our breakfast, we will head to the school to assist the cafeteria in preparing lunch for the children. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask." The guests quietly consumed their breakfast without a word in response, save for Lu Jinshin, who, upon hearing about preparing lunch for the children, furrowed his brow and inquired of the director, "Does assisting the cafeteria imply we are to cook for the children?" The director, upon hearing this, replied earnestly, "That possibility cannot be dismissed. We shall follow the arrangements when we arrive." Ah, so even the once indomitable young master experiences moments of trepidation. Is he beginning to worry that his culinary skills may not meet expectations? I still recall the expression on his face while eating an omelet yesterday. Such a sight brought me endless amusement. Let us be honest. His culinary skills are hardly sufficient to prepare even the simplest of meals, let alone cook for students. Chapter 34. The Right Thing Done Today's live stream garnered considerable attention, with hundreds of thousands of viewers online at the outset, and as time progressed, the numbers swelled to the millions. The prospect of Lu Jinshen cooking today attracted a wave of eager spectators. Around 8 o'clock, the guests arrived at a nearby elementary school, where students were engaged in morning reading within their classrooms. As they passed the teaching building, they glimpsed students in neatly arranged uniforms, sitting upright with textbooks in hand, reciting their lessons with fervor. To avoid disturbing the students, they walked softly and refrained from lingering at the entrance. The principal guided them around the campus, briefly introducing the school. Our school spans an area of 15,000 square meters, with approximately 300 students and 23 teachers. Besides the local children, we also serve those from 2 neighboring villages, as the environment there is relatively underdeveloped, with limited agricultural resources. Hence, children from these villages must come here to study. Considering the long commute for the children, the school established a cafeteria to allow students to stay for lunch and rest in their classrooms afterward. Listening to the principal's account of the children's arduous educational journey resonated deeply with everyone. In such challenging circumstances, many students still manage to excel. It reminds me of my previous experience teaching in a village, where many children wore patched-up jackets for years. We, watching from screens, are already more fortunate than most. When I have children in the future, I will certainly teach them the value of diligent study. Tears surface as I recall that most children in the village are left behind children, setting off for school before dawn, their maturity touching my heart. I hope a benevolent benefactor may invest in them. After touring the campus, the 6 guests finally arrived at the school cafeteria, coincidentally encountering a farmer delivering produce. Meng Chuyuan glanced at the vegetables on the tricycle and remarked without missing a beat, "These vegetables must be delivered in excess of 100 pounds daily, correct?" The principal confirmed, "Indeed, it is often over 100 pounds. Observing the farmer unloading the goods, the principal's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he explained, "That gentleman is a parent of our students. He has been growing vegetables in the village and has generously supplied our school cafeteria with fresh produce for several years without charge. His child graduated last year and is now studying in the county, yet he continues to deliver vegetables daily without ever accepting payment." The principal's eyes reddened with emotion, and he quickly blinked to regain composure, fearing he might lose his composure in front of the guests. Upon learning that the vegetables were provided by a student's parent, a profound silence enveloped the group. Occasionally, when the weather is poor and yields are low, nearby parents contribute as well, ensuring that our school cafeteria never runs out of food. The principal sighed, recalling the difficult past. Without these parents, our cafeteria might not even be operational. Tears flowed freely. Unbidden, it was simply too heart-wrenching. I firmly believe that kindness will be rewarded. Is there a way to send supplies to the school? Suddenly, I find myself reassessing the production team. They have at least chosen a worthy cause and have done something commendable. Without hesitation, Meng Chuyuan stepped forward to lend a hand in unloading the vegetables. Observing her efforts, the other guests and the principal joined in to assist, swiftly transporting the produce into the kitchen. With their collective efforts, the cargo was unloaded in no time. The farmer bowed deeply to each of them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all. Thank you." He typically arrives early, often finding the cafeteria closed, and would unload everything by himself. Encountering Meng Chuyuan and the others today filled his heart with overwhelming gratitude. Qizhen reassured him, "No need for thanks. This is what we ought to do." Meng Chuyuan brushed off the dust from her hands and, looking at the farmer with curiosity, asked, "Brother, you're already a business owner. Why do you still deliver the vegetables yourself?" The farmer chuckled, "My home is nearby. It's not far. Rather than trouble others, it's easier for me to make the trip myself. I've grown accustomed to coming every day. Only by doing it myself can I feel reassured." Despite the hustle and bustle of the market, he always makes time to deliver vegetables to the school, ensuring that the cafeteria is ready to serve meals. Meng Chuyuan looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you. Your efforts are truly appreciated. It's no trouble. Everything is worth it for these children." Principal Huang bears the real burden, still working here even at retirement age. Principal Huang simply smiled humbly, choosing not to respond. The recording began with tears already welling up in my eyes. Perhaps for him, it is merely a routine. However, for this school, it bears profound significance. The freshness of these vegetables is evident, grown with care and freely provided to the school, suggesting that this gentleman is indeed a devoted father. I am moved to tears, as Principal Huang, with his head of white hair, still cannot bear to retire. I believe that these children will surely thrive in the future. Realizing that cameras were filming him, the farmer suddenly became aware of the program and shyly scratched his head, saying, "I must be going. I have many tasks to attend to." Meng Chuyuan politely replied, "Please take care. We do not wish to impede your business." Shortly after the farmer departed, the cafeteria staff returned from their shopping trip. The cook was aware that helpers would assist in the cafeteria today, but was taken aback by the number of guests present. As Meng Chuyuan was closest, she took the initiative to greet the cook. "Hello. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the head of the cafeteria?" The cook nodded, acknowledging, "Hello. I apologize for the delay. I just returned from the market with some seasonings." Meng Chuyuan responded, "No worries. We've only just arrived ourselves." The cafeteria staff consists of 4 individuals, 2 chefs, and 2 helpers. The helpers are responsible for washing and chopping vegetables, waiting to serve meals once the students finish their classes. The kitchen of the cafeteria is not particularly spacious, unable to accommodate many people. Since it was the guest's first visit, the kitchen staff did not assign them the task of cooking. The assistants found their work relatively easy, and with a large number of them, they felt no strain while busying themselves with peeling garlic, skinning potatoes, and washing vegetables. Once these preliminary tasks were completed, the guests soon found themselves with ample free time. The cafeteria is in close proximity to the playground, where some classes were engaged in physical education, and the latter half of the session was designated for free play. Many students were playing basketball, kicking shuttlecocks, and skipping rope, their laughter and cheers filling the air. Qi, noticing the basketball game, felt an urge to join and thought it better to partake in some fun rather than remain idle. Spotting Lu Jinsen nearby, he politely inquired, "Shall I go play basketball with them? Would you like to join?" Lu Jinsen frowned slightly, initially intending to decline, but Qi words caught Meng Chuyuan's attention. Before Lu Jinsen could respond, Meng Chuyuan interjected, "Go ahead, join them for a while." Lu Jinsen remained silent, feeling pressured by Meng Chuyuan's encouragement and Qi expectant gaze, making it difficult for him to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jinsen ultimately accompanied Qi to the basketball court. Just as they arrived, a male student attempted a shot but missed the hoop. Qi, unflinching, intercepted the ball effortlessly. His action drew the attention of the other students, who watched in awe as he caught the ball with ease. Approaching the student who had missed the shot, Qi kindly asked, "May we join you? We would like to play basketball as well." The smaller students looked up at Lu Jinsen and Qi, as if gazing upon giants. When they expressed their willingness to let the newcomers play, the students eagerly nodded in agreement, of course. "Can you play as guards?" The question came from a chubby boy holding the ball, who appeared quite adorable among his peers. Qi, amused, replied, "Wow, what grade are you in?" "You're so young, yet you know about guards?" "I'm in 3rd grade, he stated, gesturing with his hands. Noticing Lu Jinsen's silence, the boy looked up and asked, "Do you also play as a guard, big brother?" Lu Jinsen glanced at him, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Who are you looking down on?" The other students gasped, amused by Lu Jinsen's audacious response. The Liao sisters, observing Lu Jinsen and Qi playing basketball, sought their own distraction and decided to approach a group of female classmates playing shuttlecock. Liao Jiaka glanced at Qi and Meng Chuyuan, asking, "Would you two like to join us for shuttlecock?" "No, thank you. I want to go. I can't play." Qi declined, preferring to relax during this rare break. To her surprise, Meng Chuyuan also turned down Liao Jiaka's invitation, saying, "You all go ahead." Qi was reluctant to share the screen with Meng Chuyuan, but the production team had only set up 3 live streaming rooms, one for Lu Jinsen and Qi, another for the Liao sisters. She displayed a fickle demeanor, refraining from private conversations with Meng Chuyuan. However, Meng Chuyuan soon left the cafeteria for the kitchen. The director noticed her departure and signaled to the cameraman to follow her. As Chi Yin saw Meng Chuyuan leave, she sighed in relief, only to find the cameraman trailing behind her. Without the camera's focus, Chi Yin's expression darkened. She looked at the director with a hint of skepticism. "Director, why did my cameraman leave?" The director, seemingly oblivious, responded nonchalantly, "What do you mean, yours?" Growing anxious, Chi Yin reiterated, "The cameraman. How can I continue the live stream without him?" Though she was not keen on sharing the screen with Meng Chuyuan, she had not requested to forego the live coverage. "Oh, the live stream." The director raised an eyebrow, calmly suggesting, "Why don't you go to the kitchen and take a look?" "Why should I go to the kitchen?" "Then just sit and rest until they return." With that, Meng Chuyuan arrived at the kitchen, aware that the chefs would soon begin cooking. She entered and glanced at the quantity of prepared ingredients before addressing the chefs. "Do you usually manage well with just two of you in the kitchen?" The chef smiled and replied, "Two people are absolutely sufficient. We use large pots, and, typically, we can manage with just 2 rounds of cooking. Given the limited kitchen space and equipment, having more cooks would not make much difference." Meng Chuyuan inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Since she had some free time, she wished to find something to do. The chef thought for a moment before suggesting, "You could help by making a couple of pots of soup." "Certainly." Meng Chuyuan promptly got to work, cleaning the pots and preparing to cook. "What soup should I make?" "1 pot of seaweed egg drop soup and another of bone and wintermelon soup. Keep it simple. The eggs and seaweed are in the lower cabinet." "Understood." Meng Chuyuan filled both pots with water and turned on the heat, cleaning the bones and chopping the wintermelon into pieces before placing them in the pot. She soaked the seaweed in a basin and whisked a few eggs in a bowl. Initially, the chef intended to guide her through the process, but Meng Chuyuan's proficient movements revealed her experience. Although it was merely basic soup, she did not take it lightly. She not only eliminated the fishy odor from the seaweed egg drop soup, but also added a few pitted jujubes to the wintermelon soup, enhancing its sweetness. At that moment, the basketball court was abuzz with excitement, filled with applause and cheers. Due to Lu Jinsen's earlier dismissive remark, the children insisted he demonstrate his skills. After his retort, they handed him the basketball, challenging anyone can boast. "If you can make 3 consecutive shots, we'll believe you." When Lu Jinsen heard those words, he initially felt quite disdainful. He did not intend to stoop to the level of a child, but with so many spectators on the basketball court having heard his words, he knew he had to respond. Otherwise, the crowd would mock him. To prove he was not boasting, Lu Jinsen took the basketball, dribbled it twice, and with both hands raised, he gently flicked his wrists outward. The ball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the hoop. No one anticipated that Lu Jinsen would score first, especially given his calm demeanor as he shot, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The young master indeed possesses some talent. I admit I laughed too soon. Did I just witness that correctly? Did Lu Jinsen himself just make that shot? I bet 50 cents. Perhaps it was a lucky shot just by chance. Haha. Oh no. After observing the young master alongside Meng Jia for a while, I can no longer bear his confidence. As Lu Jinsen effortlessly scored, the young boy seemed unwilling to accept it. He ran to retrieve the basketball and handed it back to Lu Jinsen, insisting, "No, you were too close just now. Do it again." Lu Jinsen, feeling exasperated, took the ball, stepped back to the 3-point line, and shot again, scoring once more. As the ball landed smoothly in the hoop, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, followed by applause. If Lu Jinsen's first shot was a stroke of luck, this one was undoubtedly the result of skill. Amidst the cheers of the onlookers, he remained unfazed. He glanced at the chubby boy beside him and coldly remarked, "Little brat, this one surely counts, right?" The boy nodded in a daze, still lost in a moment of Lu Jinsen's remarkable shot. Chi Jun, too, couldn't help but applaud, giving Lu Jinsen a thumbs up. Impressive. Who would have thought he was so discreetly talented? His skills are quite commendable. He could easily compete. He is a national-level basketball player, always passionate about the sport. It's just that after his debut, you were too busy criticizing him to notice. Lu Jinsen expressed, "I despise being looked down upon in my life. What should I do? His shooting style is somewhat charming. I might just become a fan. Will I get criticized for it?" With the addition of Lu Jinsen and Chi Jun, the basketball court became lively, eventually drawing in the girls who were skipping rope and playing shuttlecock. Meng Chuyuan exited the kitchen and observed students gather to the basketball court, occasionally cheering excitedly. Since she had some free time, she decided to join the commotion, standing at the back of the crowd to watch from a distance. Just then, Chi Jun obtained the basketball, but was quickly surrounded by several students. Unable to dribble properly, he passed the ball to Lu Jinsen. with a feint that bewildered the crowd. Lu Jinsen seized the moment when their defensive awareness was low and took a shot. Upon seeing Lu Jinsen score again, the students looked as if they had wilted, while those merely spectating clapped in delight. That older brother is impressive. He scores almost every time he shoots. Indeed, he surpasses even our physical education committee. The two girls standing in front of Meng Chuyuan began to praise Lu Jinsen. Hearing this, Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and approached them, maintaining her composure as she asked, "Do you think he plays basketball well?" "Very well, don't you think?" Meng Chuyuan shook her head, a hint of disdain in her expression. "This is hardly impressive. He is merely bullying elementary school students." Lu Jinsen has once again drawn Meng Jie's disdain. Meng Jie, could you at least show some leniency towards the young master? He is trying so hard to impress. You all are giving no respect to my son's son. Woe is me. Nevertheless, Meng Jie is not wrong. There's a vast disparity in skill levels. To put it bluntly, they're just bullying the younger students. I suspect the students playing with them are feeling quite defeated. Neither of them considers letting up. As school drew to a close, the cafeteria was about to open for lunch. Lu Jinsen and Qi Zhan were assigned to the cafeteria to oversee the students, ensuring they formed orderly lines, while the four female guests were responsible for serving food. When the school bell rang, a sense of tension filled the air, as they were about to encounter over 300 students. After a few minutes, students gradually entered the cafeteria, bringing their own lunch boxes to the serving window. Initially, as they entered, the students rushed in since there weren't too many people. A little boy with a blue backpack, holding a lunchbox, was the first to dash towards Qi Yin's line, slightly out of breath as he said, "Annie, I want to get lunch." As Qi Yin reached out to take the boy's lunchbox, hearing him call her Annie made her expression freeze. After a moment, Qi Yin regained her smile and replied sweetly, "If you call me sister, I'll serve you." The boy glanced at her with indifference, then turned to push his lunchbox towards Meng Chuyuan, saying, "Pretty sister, could you help me get lunch?" Qi Yin silently clenched her spoon, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Meng Chuyuan looked at the little boy and smiled, "Of course, but you need to wait in line first," since there were already 4 or 5 students waiting behind her. "All right," the little boy replied, taking his lunchbox back and dutifully moving to the back of the line. This child is hilarious. He would rather wait in line behind Meng Jie than call Qi Yin's sister. This child has quite the personality. I like him. My little friend is the same. The prettier ones get sister while the less attractive ones get A. I suddenly worry. Will Qi Yin be upset by the boy's actions? What is there to be upset about? First and second graders don't understand these things. Qi Yin can't be so petty as to get offended by a child. Meng Chuyuan finished serving the 5 students in front of her, and the next in line was that adorable little boy. He placed his lunchbox on the counter and tiptoed to see what was on the menu today, his gaze locking onto the meat dish. He looked up at Meng Chuyuan with hopeful eyes. "Sister, could you please give me a little more of the mushroom and potato chicken?" "Of course," Meng Chuyuan replied, adding an extra scoop as he requested. Upon receiving his lunchbox, the boy sweetly exclaimed, "Sister, you're so pretty." Chapter 37. Don't hold back on compliments. Meng Chuyuan smiled at his words, her eyes curving into crescent moons, as she replied, "That's not true. I'm wearing a mask. You're just saying that." She assumed he was only complimenting her because she had given him extra chicken. "No, I'm not just saying it. I think your eyes are beautiful. You must be pretty," he insisted earnestly. Fearing that Meng Chuyuan might not believe him, he added, "Really?" Meng Chuyuan responded, "Well, if you say I'm pretty, then I must be." Ha ha ha. Meng Jie's response is quite amusing. She tried to self-deprecate, but ended up subtly accepting the compliment instead. What kind of food did this child grow up on? He.S. just too adorable. Friends, this is what innocence looks like. This kid's words are as sweet as honey, too charming. If my son praised me like that, I wouldn't be so upset with him every day. The attention of the livestream audience was wholly focused on Meng Chuyuan, completely unaware that Qi Yin's expression had darkened upon hearing their exchange. Noticing that the boy was still standing at the counter, Meng Chuyuan reminded him, "Little friend, after you get your lunch, please find a seat to eat. The students behind you are still waiting." "Oh, right, I'm sorry." He quickly realized and left. As more students arrived, the line in the cafeteria stretched outside the door. Witnessing the long queue, the guests felt some pressure and gradually quickened their serving pace, trying to minimize the wait for the students. Among the 4 serving windows, it became apparent that Qi Yan's line was hardly moving, prompting some students to switch to other windows. Qi Yan's movements were somewhat sluggish, with each dish served. She would raise the ladle twice on average, seemingly intent on controlling the portions. When the servings were insufficient, she would add an extra half ladle. And when they were excessive, she would return some with the ladle. The students queuing at her station expressed their frustration. Not only was her pace slow, but her hands trembled, resulting in generally unsatisfactory servings. Sister Chi's skills are not yet refined. Her trembling hands lack precision. She is far inferior to the cafeteria aunties. Some remarked, "Help! If I didn't see her shaking even with an empty ladle, I would suspect it was an intentional act." Others observed, "She is indeed rather slow." Sister Meng next door seems to be operating at 1.5 times the speed. It was evident that her line was suffering from a significant loss of patrons. If she did not expedite her service, soon there would be no one left. An hour later, the students had finally received their meals. Due to the insufficient seating in the cafeteria, some returned to their classrooms after collecting their food, while half remained to dine. Meng Chuyuan and her colleagues cleared the empty dishes and took them back to the kitchen to wash and store before it was their turn to eat. Today, their lunch mirrored that of the students. Meng Chuyuan served herself a portion and found a seat in the cafeteria to dine alongside the students. At the moment she removed her mask, the girl seated across from her instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan's true face, she gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. Noticing the girl's astonishment, Meng Chuyuan curiously inquired, "What is it?" The girl, shyly covering her mouth, replied, "Sister, you are so beautiful." At that moment, Meng Chuyuan discerned a hidden sense of dejection in the girl's eyes. Adolescents often grapple with insecurities regarding external factors, such as their upbringing and appearance, leading to feelings of inadequacy. When the girl sensed Meng Chuyuan's gaze upon her, she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet her eyes. Meng Chuyuan offered a gentle smile and said, "You are also very beautiful." Upon receiving the compliment, the girl blushed deeply, too bashful to respond. "Oh my, indeed, beautiful women have sweet words," others chimed in. A single compliment can immensely boost one's confidence. "What an adorable little girl. She turns red like an apple when praised. If only she were a bit more confident." Sister Meng is so perceptive. She truly understands the thoughts of young girls. Consider your words carefully. Compliments should never be withheld. Meng Chuyuan noticed that the girl's food container was nearly empty, with only some rice remaining. The girl continued to pick at it with her chopsticks. Meng Chuyuan took some chicken from her own plate and offered it to the girl, saying, "Next time, if you find the servings insufficient, remember to ask the cafeteria staff for a bit more." The girl looked at her bowl, now with added pieces of meat, and gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome. Enjoy your meal," Meng Chuyuan replied. When Lu Jinsen returned with his meal, he did not choose to sit with Meng Chuyuan as there was no space at her table. Instead, he noticed a table of students finishing their meal and went over to sit alone. The other two groups entered later, and amidst the crowd of students, they quickly spotted Lu Jinsen's table and decided to join him. As everyone settled down to eat, a student suddenly remarked, "Today's soup is delicious." The speaker was the same little boy who had previously approached Meng Chuyuan for food. The others glanced at him, but did not seem to take his comment to heart, continuing their meals. They typically avoided the cafeteria's soup, believing it to be inferior to plain boiled water, resulting in most students not opting for soup during lunch. Observing the lack of response, the little boy reiterated, "It really is good. It doesn't smell at all." "Dear student, please mind your phrasing. It's not smelly, it's fishy," others chuckled. "If Sister Meng made this soup, I trust his words. I wager 5 dimes that these kids will soon crave it." "Well said, little one. I appreciate your palate." "Oh, how I wish to be that boy. I too want to taste Sister Meng's soup. Such a fortunate child." At that moment, the kitchen staff approached to serve soup. The little boy immediately praised, "Uncle, the soup you made today is really delicious." The kitchen worker smiled and replied, "Today's soup wasn't prepared by me." The boy blinked curiously and asked, "Then who made it?" "It was that sister over there," the worker indicated towards Meng Chuyuan. Recognizing her silhouette, the boy exclaimed, "It's the beautiful sister." He carefully carried a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup toward her. Hearing the commotion behind him, Meng Chuyuan turned to see the boy standing before her, holding his lunchbox. "It's you," she said, shifting to make room for him. The boy, seemingly uninhibited, sat down and greeted the other students before eagerly asking Meng Chuyuan, "Sister, did you make this soup?" Meng Chuyuan softly replied, "Yes, I did." "Why do you ask?" "Sister, the soup you made is so delicious. Can I drink your soup every day from now on?" The boy gazed at her with sincere anticipation. Meng Chuyuan was both amused and touched by his enthusiasm. I'm afraid not. I have to leave this afternoon. His face fell in disappointment, but he quickly countered. Can't you stay? I can ask Grandpa Principal to pay you. Meng Chuyuan chuckled. That is precisely why I can't stay. Grandpa Principal has it tough. Shouldn't we help him save a salary? However, if you enjoy this soup, I can write down the recipe for them to replicate. With a gentle sigh, she added, All right then. She affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, You're such a good boy. Children are inherently innocent. His naivety is endearing. But the phrase Grandpa Principal sounds so kind-hearted, others reflected. Meng's response was exceptional. I expected her to simply decline, but she expressed herself with such emotional intelligence. I was concerned that if the boy insisted on her staying, he might suggest she work for free or have the kitchen staff resign, but I worried unnecessarily. He is a thoughtful child. She didn't break the boy's spirit. In fact, she offered a compromise he could accept. Truly, this child is quite perceptive. Once again, Sister Meng has captured the heart of a young student with her culinary skills and charm. If only I could offer her a salary to stay. I would gladly do so. The kitchen worker served a bowl of wintermelon soup. After tasting it, he remarked that it was indeed better than his own cooking. He then called out, Students, today's soup is truly delightful. Those who wish to have some may come and serve themselves. Just then, a student approached to get soup, tasted a bit, and exclaimed, It has really improved. Seeing this, the other students, encouraged by the positive feedback, lined up to fill their bowls. The law of deliciousness never fails, someone chuckled. This scene is reminiscent of bees emerging from their hive. It seems there won't be enough soup to go around. Meanwhile, Lu Qingye had just finished a shower, donned in a white bathrobe with freshly dried hair. He tidied his thick short hair before sitting on the edge of his bed to open his laptop and respond to a few unread emails. After finishing, he felt it was still early and sought other activities to occupy his time. Hearing that today was the final day of the variety show featuring Meng Chuyuan and her peers, he curiously searched for the program and discovered that they were still live streaming. At that moment, Meng Chuyuan and her colleagues had just finished their meals, and since there was no designated break during the live broadcast, they proceeded directly to the segment where the guests distributed gifts to the villagers and children. The director summoned all the villagers who could be invited to the school, and everyone gathered on the playground to commence a gift-giving event. The guests presented the gifts they had prepared the previous afternoon, placing them in a visible location for all to see. Upon witnessing the gifts prepared by Meng Chuyuan, the other two groups of guests were left astounded. Meng Chuyuan's group had an abundance of snacks displayed on the table, so plentiful that there was no room left, necessitating the stacking of boxes high. The students were particularly taken with the candied hawthorn, eagerly questioning the director about when the event would commence. Before the activity had even begun, it was evident that Meng Chuyuan's group had already triumphed. Observing that Qi Zhan's group had only 2 extracurricular books, I felt embarrassment for them. How could such a large group share merely 2 books? Surely some students would opt for the pens and notebooks available for purchase, as these items are indeed useful for their studies. I could only surmise that elementary students generally favor snacks or appealing stationery. Thus, the extracurricular books presented by Qi Zhan's group seemed to lack allure. Personally, as a foodie, I would undoubtedly choose the snacks from Meng Chuyuan's group if I were present. They are truly suitable for all ages. Before long, the event officially commenced. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, it was impossible for everyone to receive a gift. Therefore, the production team prepared a knowledge quiz game, where the first to provide the correct answer could choose a gift of their liking. Lu Qingye, somewhat perplexed, found himself engrossed in watching the quiz for half an hour. Although the questions appeared relatively simple, they still posed a challenge for elementary students. Almost all the students who answered correctly belonged to Meng Chuyuan's group, claiming candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake, which were quickly distributed. The other 2 groups resorted to a draw to distribute their prepared gifts. One village elder sampled the osmanthus cake and remarked on its delightful flavor, inquiring Meng Chuyuan about its origin. Meng Chuyuan smiled and replied that she had made it herself. The elder exclaimed, "So you made this? It is truly delicious, far superior to what we usually buy at the store. Those are not as soft and lack this authentic taste." Watching the live stream, Lu Qingye was taken aback by Meng Chuyuan's response, surprised to learn she could craft such delicacies. After the gifts were distributed, they gathered in the playground for a group photo before departing the school. Despite their brief time spent with the children, it was clear that the children were reluctant to part, following them to the school gate to bid farewell. Oh my, is this really the end? I feel like I haven't seen enough since I just arrived yesterday. Alas, this episode concludes, and we must wait another half week for the next live stream. Fire Tong's Lu Ming. Will there be any changes to the guests next episode? I'm so afraid Meng Jia might not show up suddenly. The recording concluded here, and the live stream indicated a temporary offline status, promising to return shortly. After the live stream ended, Lu Qingye decided to watch the replay. The 6 guests returned from the school to their residence, unloading their luggage and reclaiming their submitted mobile phones before boarding the production team's bus once more. En route to the airport, the production team organized an impromptu live interview for the guests to interact with the audience. The production team is really unprofessional. Why couldn't they continue the live stream just now? Perhaps they save some content for when a variety show airs? No worries, we can watch the extras when it airs. The director announced, everyone can open their phones and enter our live stream room, then randomly select a few questions from the comments for live responses. Upon hearing this rule, the audience erupted in a frenzy, eager for their messages to be seen and answered. The live stream room for Meng Chuyuan's group was bustling with activity. What was intended to be a group interview had transformed into a personal showcase for her. The comments section barely mentioned Lu Jinsen, and if they did, it was infrequent. Meng Jia, look at me, I am your new fan. Meng Jia, please pick me in the draw. I am in debt. The production team is truly commendable. Finally remembering us for the episode's conclusion, I really enjoyed this online interview, and I suggest more such activities. I'm dying of anticipation. Why hasn't Meng Jia entered with her phone yet? I have my questions ready. At this moment, Meng Chuyuan showed no intention of retrieving her phone. After the director finished speaking, she remained unmoved. Seeing the situation unfold in the live stream, the director discreetly approached her to suggest, you should check the live stream. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan glanced at Lu Jinsen and remarked, isn't it fine to let him watch? She was not a celebrity, after all, and felt no need to engage in such interactions. Unable to persuade Meng Chuyuan, the director shifted his focus to Lu Jinsen. Lu Jinsen, pass your phone over a bit. Watch with your sister-in-law. Lu Jinsen, wearing a stern expression, reluctantly entered the live stream with his account and passed the phone to her. Once the director left, Lu Jinsen quietly urged Meng Chuyuan, could you cooperate a little? Meng Chuyuan bit her lips slightly and replied, fine, I will cooperate. The next moment, she adjusted her voice to a normal volume, leaning closer to the phone screen. Let me see what everyone is discussing. The speed of the comments rolling by was overwhelming, causing Meng Chuyuan to frown slightly. This was her first time witnessing the barrage of comments during a live stream, and she was astonished to see millions of viewers online. As she followed the rapid flow of comments, she finally discerned one. Reading it aloud unhurriedly, aren't you afraid of being misunderstood about your relationship with Lu Jinsen since you were both on the show together? Lu Qingye returned just in time to hear Meng Chuyuan read the question, momentarily taken aback, as a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Lu Jinsen, equally astonished, had not anticipated Meng Chuyuan to select such a sensitive inquiry. His temper was already notoriously volatile, and he often clashed with internet trolls. Thus, he was particularly incensed by such slanderous remarks. Frowning, Lu Jinsen's fierce gaze resembled that of a predatory beast ready to attack, and he was about to retort when Meng Chuyuan suddenly snatched the phone from him. With a calm demeanor, she addressed the questioner. Dear friend who posed that question, what do you mean by misunderstanding? He calls me sister-in-law. Is that relationship unclear to you? If my participation in the show with him leads you to other assumptions, could it be that your thoughts are the problem? Listening to her steady tone, each word carried formidable weight. Did everyone hear that? Meng Jia's implication is that if anyone harbors impure thoughts, they shouldn't blame her. Is slander as easy as just speaking? Aren't you afraid of receiving a lawyer's letter? Meng Jia seems utterly unfazed by these comments. Perhaps she even finds them amusing. Why ask such lowly questions? I advise that commenter to choose their words wisely. Otherwise, Meng Jia might just reach through the internet to confront you. After addressing the online query, Meng Chuyuan proceeded to draw another comment from the barrage. They all say you are a wealthy family's discarded wife. Meng Jia, do you have anything to say about that? Her response was, so what if I am a wealthy family's discarded wife? Even a discarded wife has once been cherished by the affluent. Lu Qingye, listening to Meng Chuyuan's reply, furrowed his brow, his expression inscrutable. A wealthy family's discarded wife. Could she truly see herself in such a light? Lu Jinsen, sitting beside Meng Chuyuan, was taken aback by her audacious remarks, his cold eyes reflecting disdain as he scoffed. You really dare to say anything? Meng Chuyuan retorted. I am not mute. Of course, I can say anything. I am, after all, a forsaken woman favored by a prestigious family. Meng Jia lives with clarity. It seems she is not entirely enamored with the allure of high society. Lu Jinsen remarked, as the person involved, my brother is still present. You might want to exercise some restraint. Meng Chuyuan merely responded to a couple of inquiries, and the popularity of the live stream surged, propelling it to the top of the variety show platform. In the face of the audience's probing questions, Meng Chuyuan not only handled them with poise, but also adeptly silenced the mindless inquiries with a single remark. Finding the situation rather dull, she turned to Lu Jinsen, lifting her phone to suggest, would you like to engage with them? Lu Jinsen tilted his head and flatly declined. No need. He felt there was no common ground to converse with these individuals, fearing a potential outburst. Very well. To fulfill the program's interview duration, Meng Chuyuan continued to draw questions. And she happened upon one that read, Meng Jia, why does everyone call you a forsaken woman of a noble family? Also, when you surrendered your phone, why didn't you call your husband? Just a polite inquiry. Is your husband still alive? You wouldn't have become a widow, would you? Since the comments were flooding in too rapidly, Meng Chuyuan only caught the last line, which prompted her to respond, at my young age. How could I possibly be a widow? This netizen's comments lack courtesy. How can one curse another? Does Meng Jia imply that if her husband were gone, she would remarry? Being young and beautiful, finding another partner would be no issue. Step back. Mind your own business regarding the beauty. I'm dying of laughter at Meng Jia's response. Although she speaks the truth, it sounds so peculiar coming from her. Meng Jia makes a valid point. With such beauty and capability, who wouldn't he want to marry her? How could she possibly be a widow? Lu Qingye's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes betraying a myriad of emotions. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising ire, he was uncertain whether it was the netizens' comments or Meng Chuyuan's reply that had incited his agitation. It appeared he needed to expedite his work. Lu Qingye exited the live stream and sent Meng Chuyuan a message via WeChat. Wait for me to return. However, after sending the message, it vanished into silence. When the interview time concluded, the live stream was about to end. But the director seized the moment before the crowd dispersed and approached Meng Chuyuan for a chat. Meng Laosher, I would like to inquire if you are interested in signing a contract with our program to become a permanent guest. Huh? Meng Chuyuan responded, somewhat taken aback. I think that's unnecessary. She felt that temporarily stepping in was quite suitable. Whenever she was no longer needed or grew weary of it, she could withdraw at any time. You're truly well suited for variety shows. Meng Chuyuan smiled and replied, but you are not a competent director. As for collaboration, perhaps we can discuss it another time. The director, Meng Jia, please stay. I'm begging you. What does this mean? Is Meng Jia not recording the next episode? Please don't. If Meng Jia isn't on the next episode, I want to watch it again. It's my first time seeing director Luo so sincerely discussing collaboration. Who would have thought that Meng Jia would refuse in such a unique manner, claiming that director Luo is not a competent director? I reckon he will remember that for a lifetime. Meng Jia, why not give the director some face? We all love this show and hope you will continue to be a part of it. In the end, the director could not secure a collaboration with Meng Chuyuan, but he was aware that Lu Jinsen currently lacked a partner. Barring any surprises, the lineup for the second episode should remain unchanged. With this in mind, the director felt he still had room for improvement. Perhaps in the next episode, if he performed admirably, he might have the opportunity to discuss collaboration with Meng Chuyuan again. On Lu Qingye's end, after watching the stream for a while, he realized it was already the early hours of the morning. He turned off his computer and placed it on the nightstand, preparing to lie down. Yet, without receiving any message from Meng Chuyuan, he felt as though something was amiss. A lingering concern occupying his thoughts. After a moment, Lu Qingye found his phone by the pillow, opened WeChat once more, and upon seeing the unresponsive chat box, a flicker of darkness crossed his gaze. After hesitating for a brief moment, he composed himself and sent another message. Finished recording? Once the car fell into silence, Meng Chuyuan finally sensed her phone vibrating in her bag. Feeling a bit bored, she retrieved her phone to check, discovering that Lu Qingye had indeed sent her a message. With a hint of surprise in her eyes, she leisurely opened it. After reading Lu Qingye's 2 messages, her attention was captured by the last one. Was he on a business trip abroad? How'd he know about the recording's completion? Could it be that he had been watching a live stream? Meng Chuyuan surmised he must have indeed been watching. With a slight arch of her brow, she calmly replied, "Finished recording." Lu Qingya, all right. Gazing at his terse response, Meng Chuyuan found herself puzzled by his intent and chose not to reply. Several hours later, upon returning to the bustling city, everyone exited the airport together, spotting numerous fans brandishing signs for Qi Zhen and Liao Jiaka, yet none for Lu Jinsen. As the guests emerged, fans enthusiastically shouted the names of their idols, presenting gifts and requesting autographs. In no time, the fans from both sides had completely blocked the airport's roadway, leaving Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen, along with other passers-by, unable to exit, forced to stand aside. Observing such a spectacle, Meng Chuyuan was taken aback, even feeling a touch of disdain for this welcome behavior, as the fans had obstructed the airport's exit, trapping her and Lu Jinsen, along with other pedestrians. Suddenly, Meng Chuyuan glanced at Lu Jinsen and teased, "Your fans, where are they? Didn't they come to greet you?" Lu Jinsen scoffed dismissively. "You have no one waiting for you either." Despite Lu Jinsen possessing a modicum of popularity, most of it was derived from the fervor of detractors, while the remaining fans were largely casual admirers, drawn in by fleeting interest. Those trapped among the fans began to complain, "What kind of people are these? Crazily blocking the way and wasting everyone's time. They must be celebrities, right? My ride is arriving. I think I'll take another exit." Just then, several tall figures clad in black suits, coldly parting the crowd, appeared. "Please make way." The sudden emergence of these bodyguards caused the noise from the fans to gradually diminish, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the imposing figures. Qi Yan's eyes flickered, mistaking them for her own bodyguards, and she cooperatively urged, "Everyone, please stand aside. We don't want anyone getting hurt." Meng Chuyuan observed Qi Yan's earnest efforts to disperse the fans, seemingly seeing through the ruse, and couldn't help but express her amusement. How intriguing. Soon, the fans were divided and instinctively created a path. As Qi Yan prepared to hand her suitcase to a bodyguard, he bypassed her entirely and continued forward, lost in her amusement. Meng Chuyuan hadn't realized the bodyguard was heading in her direction until he halted before her, speaking courteously, "Madam, Mr. Lu has sent me to escort you home." Meng Chuyuan, all the other guests, along with the fans and bystanders present, turned their eyes toward Meng Chuyuan. Some passers-by, having never witnessed such a scene, couldn't help but pull out their phones to record videos. The fans huddled together, whispering, "Who are those two? The ones who seem to be slacking off? Wow. Is it really so? Isn't she a forsaken woman? Why is there such a large entourage to greet her?" Meng Chuyuan initially thought the fans' reception and the bodyguard's arrival were orchestrated by Qi Yan and her group. Now, she felt as if the drama had unfolded right in front of her. No wonder Lu Qingya had asked her if the recording was complete. It turned out that was his intention all along. The bodyguard took the initiative to carry Meng Chuyuan's luggage without even glancing at Lu Jinsen, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. "What about me? Can you not see me?" Although the bodyguards recognized Lu Jinsen, one of them remarked, "Second young master, Mr. Lu did not mention you." Lu Jinsen was momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, he had mocked Meng Chuyuan for having no one to pick her up. Ironically, it was he who ended up without a welcoming party. Meng Chuyuan, surprised by this turn of events, took a while before instructing the bodyguard, "Please escort him as well." Certainly, with the bodyguards facilitating their exit, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen smoothly made their way to a luxurious business vehicle. Qi Yan, witnessing this scene, wore an unpleasant expression and even stamped her foot in frustration. Her reaction caught the attention of Liao Jiaka, who worriedly inquired, "Sister Yan, what's wrong?" She forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing, just a bit of cramp in my foot. Have you been standing too long? Do you need to sit down and rest for a moment?" Qi Yan shook her head, "No need, I'll be heading back shortly." After Meng Chuyuan entered the car, the bodyguard kindly handed her a bottle of water, asking, "Madam, shall I take you home to rest?" She accepted the water, expressed her gratitude, and then replied to the bodyguard, "First, take this young master home." "You're the young master," Lu Jinsen retorted, unable to suppress his irritation. He despised that title, as it was often used derisively by his detractors. Meng Chuyuan shot him a look of disdain and remarked, "Such a foul habit, yet you deny being a young master." Lu Jinsen was left speechless. Upon returning to the Lu residence, night had fallen. After parking the car, Lu Jinsen was about to exit when he hesitated and turned to Meng Chuyuan, suggesting, "Why not stay for dinner? Pardon? Meng Chuyuan thought she misheard him. What did you say? Lu Jinsen, who generally disliked repeating himself, momentarily subdued his temper upon recalling others' remarks about his difficult personality. He spoke with restrained patience. Would you like to stay for dinner? Chapter 41. What kind of madness is this? Meng Chuyuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Perhaps another time. I shall pass on dinner tonight. Initially, Lu Jinsen had been hopeful that Meng Chuyuan would stay for dinner, considering she had been looking after him during the program. He thought it might help foster a closer relationship, allowing their reality show to continue. However, upon hearing her refusal, his expression stiffened for a moment before he reverted to his usual arrogant demeanor. How very particular, postponing a mere meal, he remarked sarcastically. Without waiting for Meng Chuyuan to respond, he exited the vehicle, taking his luggage into the residence. Meng Chuyuan glanced at his retreating figure through the window, a hint of complexity in her gaze, and silently shook her head before instructing the driver. Let's go home. As Lu Jinsen entered the living room, he surveyed the space, noting the absence of anyone and the lack of any culinary activity in the kitchen. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he retrieved his phone to call his mother, placing his hand on his hip as he awaited her response. After a brief wait, the call connected, but the noise on the other end was chaotic. Hello, son. His mother shouted to be heard over the clamor. Lu Jinsen frowned, asking coldly, Mom, where are you? I'm at the beach barbecuing with some friends. What's up? Where's our cook? Why wasn't dinner prepared tonight? Lu Jinsen searched the house for staff, but found no one, prompting his call. His mother replied with surprise, You're back? The cook just quit, and we haven't found a replacement yet. If you're hungry, figure it out yourself. I'm not coming home tonight. Before Lu Jinsen could react, she hung up. Second brother? At that moment, Lu Qianling descended the stairs, her expression a mix of shock and joy upon seeing Lu Jinsen. He glanced at her and asked, You're home? She removed her lollipop, replying earnestly, I've been here the whole time. Have you eaten dinner? Lu Qianling shook her head, saying, No, I just ordered takeout and should be arriving soon, so I came down to wait. Suddenly, Lu Jinsen felt fortunate that Meng Chuyuan had not stayed for dinner. Otherwise, the awkwardness would have fallen upon him. Second brother, you haven't eaten either, have you? Lu Jinsen replied with a slight murmur. Order one for me too. Half an hour later, Meng Chuyuan arrived home. Before she even exited the vehicle, she noticed the butler waiting at the door. Upon seeing her step out, he approached enthusiastically to assist with her luggage. Madam, you finally returned. Meng Chuyuan frowned slightly, intrigued. How did you know I was coming back today? Mister, Lu mentioned it. So that was it. After changing her shoes and entering the house, the butler directed her to sit in the dining room. He first served her a bowl of nourishing soup, saying, Madam, please have some soup to warm your stomach. Dinner will be ready shortly. All right. Ever since marrying Lu Qingye, she had been attended to daily, and everyone treated her well without any neglect. Naturally, this was the basic treatment she deserved as Mrs. Lu. The next day, Meng Chuyuan slept in until she naturally awoke. After freshening up and changing her clothes, she came downstairs just in time to see the cook appearing hurriedly, seemingly ready to leave. Uncle Yuan, are you in such a rush for some reason? Uncle Yuan turned around, spotting Meng Chuyuan descending the stairs. Madam, I've already prepared lunch for you in advance. You can heat it up if you're hungry. I need to head to the Lu residence now. Meng Chuyuan casually inquired. What's going on over there? They say second young master wants to cook himself, which has everyone quite alarmed. They're calling for me to come and take a look. He wants to cook? What kind of madness is this? It's fine. You go ahead. Meng Chuyuan contemplated for a moment before adding, Wait, I'll go with you. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen had already rummaged through all the usable ingredients in the refrigerator. He had even searched online for several recipes and was watching instructional videos in the kitchen. Lu Qianling hid in the corner of the kitchen, too frightened to enter, and worriedly asked, Second brother, did you leave your brain behind after filming? I told you Uncle Yuan would be cooking for us. Why must you insist on doing it yourself? She had witnessed Lu Jinsen's cooking antics earlier, and the fire had looked terrifying. She genuinely feared the kitchen would catch fire. Stop whining. Your incessant chatter is throwing off my focus. Before long, Meng Chuyuan and the others arrived. They found Lu Jinsen engrossed in a video about making soup. Prior to their arrival, he had attempted to cook a steak, but somehow the pan had caught fire, resulting in a charred mess. Believing making soup would be easier, he had decided to try his hand at that instead. Upon entering, Meng Chuyuan first teased, Where are you up to? Hearing her voice, Lu Jinsen abruptly turned around. momentarily flustered as he hurriedly shielded the burnt steak with his body. If Meng Chuyuan discovered the charred steak, she would surely ridicule him. Lu Jinsen glanced at her, feeling somewhat guilty, and asked, "What brings you here?" She raised an eyebrow, saying, "I came for dinner. Is that unreasonable?" Lu Qianling, overhearing this, found it hard to believe and quipped, "Did I hear correctly? You're here to eat his cooking?" Meng Chuyuan affirmed with a slight nod. "You should leave quickly. His cooking is inedible." She thought the woman must have lost her mind. Lu Qianling stepped into the kitchen and, taking advantage of Lu Jinsen's distraction, swiftly removed the burnt steak from behind him, placing it before Meng Chuyuan. "Just look at this steak. Is that fit for human consumption?" "Ling Ling," Lu Jinsen exclaimed in irritation. Originally, he intended to secretly learn a few culinary dishes so that he could cook when he returned to film the show. However, to his surprise, Meng Chuyuan appeared and caught him in the act. Lu Jinsen, who had no idea how to even light the stove at home, had just managed to ignite a fire and prepare a steak, believing he was on the right track, albeit lacking the proper techniques. Regrettably, his culinary skills had not improved in the slightest. Meng Chuyuan glanced at the steak with a disapproving shake of her head, disdainfully remarking, "What a waste of a fine piece of beef." Witnessing such an awkward scene, Uncle Yuan stepped into the kitchen, encouraging Lu Jinsen, "Young Master Lu, why not let me handle the cooking? If you wish to learn, I can guide you along the way." Lu Jinsen's eyes flickered with interest, but as he caught sight of the many pairs of eyes upon him, he clung to his pride. "Who said I wanted to learn?" Chapter 42. Wealthy Husband. "No worries if you don't want to learn. Why are you messing around here?" He thought that by feigning indifference, he wouldn't be discovered. Yet a single remark from Meng Chuyuan left him feeling guilty. She shot him a glance and scornfully said, "A grown man who can't even cook? Don't go telling girls you can support them in a relationship." Lu Jinsen frowned, unwilling to back down. "My brother can't cook either, yet you still married him?" Meng Chuyuan's retort left him speechless. He has money. Only she could articulate such a truth with such conviction. After all, Lu Qingye was genuinely wealthy. Although Lu Jinsen hailed from a prestigious family, he had likely been influenced by his workaholic brother, always believing that his family's wealth didn't pertain to him. This belief was one of the reasons he chose to pursue a career in showbiz. Noticing his silence, Meng Chuyuan continued, "You may have a better background, but you've cultivated a plethora of bad habits. If you don't learn some real skills, who will take you seriously?" Listening to Meng Chuyuan's words, Lu Qianling silently raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive. Lu Qianling felt that despite the brief time these two had spent together on the show, Meng Chuyuan had summed it all up with a single statement. Meng Chuyuan cast a casual glance at Lu Qianling, who she had barely interacted with, but surmised that her character was likely not much better. Perhaps spurred by Meng Chuyuan's words, Lu Jinsen turned around, staying in the kitchen to observe Uncle Yuan prepare the ingredients, secretly noting each step. Seeing him willing to settle down and learn, Meng Chuyuan sauntered outside to stroll in the garden. The last time Meng Chuyuan returned to the Lu residence was with Lu Qingye. It was the day after they obtained their marriage certificate, and it was Lu Qingye's first time taking her home to meet his family. However, during dinner, Lu Qingye received an urgent call about a business trip, and before leaving, he took Meng Chuyuan with him, causing her to go to bed that night feeling hungry and restless. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qianling had followed her outside and initiated a conversation. "Do you know when my elder brother will be back? You should ask your brother that." The only time she had contacted Lu Qingye was the previous afternoon. Lu Qingye had been away on business for over half a month and had not called once. Nevertheless, Meng Chuyuan thought that even if he were to call, it likely wouldn't be to her. Lu Qianling stared at her, eyes wide with surprise, and scoffed. "Really? He didn't mention when he'd return?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Is that surprising?" She thought Meng Chuyuan would know. It seemed not. After a while, Lu Qianling bounced over again, asking, "Do you want to move in here?" Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan abruptly halted, turning to face her with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "What? Do you like me?" Lu Qianling had anticipated the sudden stop and barely managed to avoid colliding with her. She took a step back, maintaining a proper distance. A bit haughtily, Lu Qianling replied, "When did I ever say I liked you?" To be frank, she was particularly fond of Meng Chuyuan, but her elder brother had married her. Lu Qianling squinted, slightly furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Meng Chuyuan from head to toe, her dismissive gaze gradually softening. Upon closer inspection, Meng Chuyuan was indeed quite beautiful. She had a standard oval face, enchanting doe-like eyes that sparkled, and a delicate cherry-red mouth that curved into a gentle smile, exuding a charm that was both healing and captivating. Just by gazing at her for a few seconds, Lu Qianling felt herself enchanted. It wasn't until Meng Chuyuan's voice broke through her reverie that Lu Qianling snapped back to reality. Meng Chuyuan observed her cute yet proud demeanor and jested. "I thought you were wishing for me to leave." Lu Qianling rolled her eyes at her, managing a slight smirk. "Have you been watching too many melodramas? If I wanted you to leave, my brother would scold me to no end. I'm not that foolish." Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow. "Then you ought to provide me with a reason to move in." "What is wrong with moving in? After all, my home currently lacks a cook, and Uncle Yuan running around is quite bothersome. If you could just manage to move in, we would all have meals to eat. Wouldn't that be nice?" In truth, Lu Qianling had sought Uncle Yuan to come and cook before ordering takeout last night, but he had said he was unavailable. Today, it became clear that Uncle Yuan had declined to come over because Meng Chuyuan had returned. After a while, she added, "You should move in tonight." Meng Chuyuan chuckled helplessly. "In such a hurry? People are iron, and meals are steel. Can we not rush matters concerning food?" After finishing lunch at the Lu residence, Meng Chuyuan didn't leave as Lu Qianling insisted she stay. Thus, after lunch, she and Uncle Yuan spent the entire afternoon teaching Lu Jinsen how to cook. By evening, Lu Qianling directly led her upstairs. Lu Qianling opened the door and turned on the light, saying, "This is my brother's bedroom. You can stay here. I'll bring you a few sets of clothes later." During her last visit to the Lu residence, Meng Chuyuan hadn't even gone upstairs, let alone seen Lu Qingye's bedroom. She glanced around, noting the simple European-style decor, dominated by dark tones, with minimal embellishments, simple, unpretentious, and understated yet not extravagant. It truly reflected Lu Qingye's style. "Are you sure you want to stay here?" Lu Qianling, hands in her pockets, shot her a cold glance. "You have no choice. This is where you'll stay." She left Meng Chuyuan with that statement and walked downstairs, where she encountered her mother, who had just returned. Lu Qianling called out to her. Upon hearing her, Lu's mother looked up and her gaze landed on Lu Qingye's open bedroom door, where light seeped through. Retracting her gaze, she inquired, "Ling Ling, has your brother returned from his business trip?" Lu Qianling shook her head. "Not yet." "Then why is his room lit?" "His wife is staying here. I let her move in." Lu's mother raised her head in astonishment, her eyes darting back upstairs, her tone laced with surprise. "Why did you keep her here? You even allowed her to stay in your brother's room?" "I don't want others saying our family bullies her by not letting her sleep in the master bedroom. Besides, they're married. Since my brother chose to marry her, he likely wouldn't mind if I took the liberty of giving her that room. You've grown up, it seems. But listen to your mother. Don't provoke her unnecessarily. She seems difficult to handle." Lu Qingye was notoriously indifferent to women, and over the years, no woman had gotten close to him. The fact that Meng Chuyuan had married her son indicated that things were not as simple as they appeared. However, she was an open-minded mother and never interfered in her children's affairs. Lu Qianling nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I'm aware." Chapter 43. Delivery to your door. Meng Chuyuan's first night at the Lu residence was a rather unpleasant experience. She is an art student, highly sensitive to colors. When she asked Lu Qianling if she was sure about letting her move in, she had indeed contemplated making do with the situation. The color scheme of the bedroom was utterly displeasing to Meng Chuyuan. The first impression it gave her was one of oppression, a concern that kept her awake throughout the night. By 3 in the morning, unable to sleep any longer, she tossed and turned restlessly, eventually giving up on sleep altogether and resorting to her phone for distraction. The following day, a delivery truck came to a halt at the Lu residence. Lu Qianling had just returned from school and was taken aback to see a large truck parked in her yard, with workers in uniforms carefully unloading packages and clothing. Pointing at the truck, she inquired the butler, "Uncle Chun, what is going on?" The butler replied, "They are delivering packages for the young madam." Lu Qianling furrowed her brow. Although she frequently shopped online, she had never witnessed such a spectacle, having a delivery truck pull up directly to her home for a single order. After half an hour had passed, she descended the stairs only to discover that the delivery workers were still present. She swallowed nervously, set down her cup, and curiously approached the busy delivery workers, asking, "Are you still not finished?" The delivery worker paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replied, "Not yet." Lu Qianling assumed that the sheer volume of packages on the truck was causing delays, commenting, Is it really that extravagant now to deliver packages? Driving a truck from house to house? It's not extravagant. Miss Meng's items are simply too numerous, and these are all required to be delivered to the door. The delivery worker explained, gesturing toward the remaining large boxes in the truck. This entire truckload belongs to Miss Meng. All of it is hers? Lu Qianling gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as she approached to inspect the packages, only to find them all bearing Meng Chuyuan's name. Meanwhile, far away in another country, Lu Qingye had just concluded a meeting. Leaning against his desk, he pressed his aching temples. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Lu Qianling calling, he frowned slightly. He was aware of her tendency to cling to him, yet she rarely called during his work hours. A few days prior, when she had called, he had been in a meeting and subsequently forgot to return her call, only recalling it the following day. Assuming it was not urgent, he opted not to call back. Now, as he had a moment to spare, he answered her call. Lu Qianling, initially hesitant, was surprised when he picked up. Her excitement left her momentarily speechless. "Elder brother," she stammered. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qingye asked, "What is it?" His voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing Lu Qianling's enthusiasm. Feeling slighted, she glanced at the mountain of packages and felt her grievances swell. "Elder brother, your wife, that spendthrift woman, has bought so many things, an entire truckload of clothes and jewelry. There's no room left at home. You went to her place?" Lu Qianling touched her nose, feeling inexplicably guilty. "No, but she is living with us now." She had assumed that sharing this news would incite the same anger in him, but to her surprise, he merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." Hearing his detached tone, it seemed he had not grasped the gravity of her statement. She reiterated, "Your wife has bought a truckload of items." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "Yes, I understand. Please remember to address her properly. She is your sister-in-law." Lu Qianling fell silent, sensing the callousness in his demeanor. Lu Qingye continued, "Is there anything else?" Wanting to express more, she instead bit her lip and suppressed her thoughts. "No, nothing else." Sensing that Lu Qingye was not in high spirits, possibly due to work-related stress, she deemed it best not to trouble him further. After a moment's pause, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Elder brother, when will you be back?" Lu Qingye did not provide a specific time frame, responding vaguely, "I will return once I finish my work here." "All right." After hanging up, he placed his phone back on the desk and leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, Meng Chuyuan's face flashed through his mind. Lu Qianling had mentioned she bought a truckload of items. He had not been in touch with her for the past 2 weeks and had no idea if she had sufficient funds. With that thought, Lu Qingye straightened up, picked up his phone again, and transferred 20 million to Meng Chuyuan's account. At that moment, Meng Chuyuan was indulging in a hair treatment, humming a tune while scrolling through short videos to pass the time. Suddenly, she received a notification from the bank. Initially, she thought it was a spam message, but as she noticed the bank's name and the string of zeros, her interest peaked. She quickly opened the message, reading it in full, and counted the digits. 1, 10, 100, million. A full 20 million. Although Lu Qingye had given her a card when they registered their marriage, she had no idea how much was in it. He had merely told her to use it freely, which she had done without hesitation. Little did she expect that there was still money left, and now she had received an additional 20 million. As she pondered this unexpected windfall, another message popped up on her phone. It was a WeChat message from Lu Qingye. "Did you receive the money?" Startled, she nearly dropped her phone. Just how wealthy was her husband? He had already given her a card, yet he still sent her money. Meng Chuyuan replied, "I received it." After sending the message, she waited for a response, but there was none. Reflecting on the unexpected gift, she felt compelled to acknowledge it. Otherwise, it would weigh on her conscience. After searching through countless stickers, she finally sent him a GIF expressing her gratitude, but Lu Qingye merely replied with a simple Wow. He truly was aloof. Nevertheless, she found this direct method of generosity quite appealing. With the 20 million from Lu Qingye, Meng Chuyuan felt elated for the entire day. After her hair treatment, she treated herself to a massage, only returning home when she felt sufficiently pampered. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, she was greeted by a mountain of packages from her shopping spree the previous night, raising an eyebrow with a hint of suspicion. Chapter 44. Feeling insufficient in purchases. She pondered where all these items would be stored. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Lu Qianling sitting cross-legged on the sofa, happily indulging in a plate of fruit while watching television. However, upon seeing Meng Chuyuan enter, Lu Qianling immediately wiped the smile off her face, her gaze turning cold. Suppressing her anger, she remarked sarcastically, "Oh, you actually know how to come back?" Meng Chuyuan, choosing to ignore the discontent in her tone, replied lightly, "Yes, I know the way." Lu Qianling shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the pile of packages and then turning her gaze away, frostily stating, "You have bought too many items. There is no space left at home." Meng Chuyuan had instructed the house staff to help receive the delivery, which they had indeed done, but they had not assisted in bringing the items inside. It seemed there was an unspoken implication of Lu Qianling's sentiments in this situation. "Oh," Meng Chuyuan replied, recalling that she had indeed bought a little of everything since she had spent the night there without any of her belongings. "Oh." This was the second "oh" Lu Qianling had heard that day, and it genuinely irked her. "Did you not understand? There isn't enough room at home for all your purchases. I mean for you to stop by. I will move the items later," Meng Chuyuan assured her. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's remarks, Lu Qianling couldn't help but scoff. "What a joke. You think you could just move all that stuff without consequence?" Meng Chuyuan perceived Lu Qianling's behavior as childish and found further discussion pointless. She was eager to return to her room to check for available storage space. As Lu Qianling noticed her turning to ascend the stairs, she suddenly blurted out in exasperation, "Does your brother know you're being so extravagant?" Meng Chuyuan glanced sideways at her and replied with a hint of seriousness, "He probably doesn't. He is so busy he wouldn't have time to review the expenditure records, and this isn't the first time I've used Lu Qingye's card for purchases. Sorry to inform you, but he knows," Lu Qianling said smugly, lifting her chin and casting a challenging look at Meng Chuyuan. "I told him about your online shopping escapade during lunch." Lu Qianling assumed that revealing this would prompt Meng Chuyuan to exercise some restraint. However, Meng Chuyuan arched an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the money transfer from earlier that day, which she had found bewildering. Why did that pompous man transfer money to her without reason? Now it all made sense. The specifics of what Lu Qianling had disclosed to Lu Qingye or why he had sent her money were inconsequential. What mattered was that the 20 million was indeed resting in her account. Turning to face Lu Qianling directly, Meng Chuyuan wore a knowing smile. "So that's why your brother suddenly remembered me today. It was you." Unaware of the 2 million, Lu Qianling assumed Lu Qingye had privately reproached her and continued to taunt. "What? Are you scared now?" Meng Chuyuan smiled instead of getting angry. "Scared? I actually feel like I didn't buy enough." After all, she had just received a substantial windfall, sufficient for several shopping sprees. Lu Qianling clenched her teeth in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the butler emerged, standing at the staircase and addressing Meng Chuyuan. "Madam, Master just called to say that you may use his dressing room." Having finished his work, Lu Qingye had belatedly remembered that Meng Chuyuan had purchased numerous items without a place to store them. He made a call to arrange for the butler to assist her in moving her belongings into his dressing room. "What?" Lu Qianling sprang from the sofa, astonished as she looked at the butler. "Did my brother really say that?" "Absolutely," the butler confirmed with a nod. Meng Chuyuan felt a flicker of surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Qingye was aware of her situation and had even made arrangements for her. Noticing her silence, the butler added, "Madam, I will have someone bring your items upstairs immediately." Once Meng Chuyuan ascended, the butler, accompanied by several helpers, transported her packages into the dressing room. Lu Qianling remained in the living room, watching the commotion as they moved Meng Chuyuan's belongings. It dawned on her, and she pondered, how did my brother know she needed space in the dressing room? Did I inadvertently reveal it? Before long, all of Meng Chuyuan's items were relocated. The realization that she had unwittingly assisted Meng Chuyuan left Lu Qianling feeling unsettled. She turned off the television and trudged upstairs, her thoughts lingering as she passed Meng Chuyuan's room. Hearing the sound of boxes being opened, she paused, curiosity piqued. The door was ajar, inviting her to step inside. Meng Chuyuan, wielding scissors, was methodically slicing through the tape on her boxes when she caught sight of a figure lingering at the doorway. Rising, she addressed Lu Qianling. "If you want to see, just come in instead of lurking around." Lu Qianling intended to sneak a peek at Meng Chuyuan's purchases, but her plan was foiled. She entered slowly, attempting to mask her embarrassment at being caught spying with casual words. "What did you buy?" Meng Chuyuan glanced down at the packages and replied, "Clothes, bags, shoes, jewelry, and skincare products, just the basics." "Ah," Lu Qianling responded, feeling unimpressed until her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the contents. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, astonished, as she swiftly bypassed Meng Chuyuan to kneel and retrieve an unopened gift box. Before proceeding, she glanced up at Meng Chuyuan, eagerly asking, "May I open it?" "Go ahead." "I can't possibly open them all," Meng Chuyuan permitted. With her permission granted, Lu Qianling carefully unwrapped the gift box and lifted the lid, revealing a pink handbag. "Is this real? Or a high imitation? This bag must be worth over $1 million. Lu Qianling's fascination grew as she examined the bag from every angle. She had seen models showcasing it online. The pearlescent pink shimmered in the light, stunningly versatile and beautiful. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, "Of course it's genuine." Stunned, Lu Qianling gasped, "You can afford the real deal? How could you possibly justify such an expense?" Before Meng Chuyuan could respond, she continued, "Wait a minute. I remember this bag is limited edition. You weren't duped into buying a counterfeit, were you?" "Counterfeit? Look closely. This is custom-made. The zipper has my name engraved on it." Initially skeptical, Lu Qianling opened the bag to inspect it, discovering the engraving was indeed present. She ran her fingers along the zipper, feeling the indentations from the etching. "Indeed, it is custom-made," Lu Qianling confirmed after thorough inspection. From the moment she laid eyes on the bag, Meng Chuyuan had sensed Lu Qianling possessed a discerning eye. With a hint of admiration, she teased, "I didn't realize you had such good taste." Puffed with pride, Lu Qianling replied, "Of course. There isn't a brand I, Lu Qianling, don't recognize." Although she was somewhat younger, Lu Qianling had a decent understanding of luxury items, though her privileged status often left her without the means to indulge. The thought of her financial limitations only deepened her envy toward Meng Chuyuan, who not only owned a limited edition bag, but spent money without restraint. Clutching the bag, Lu Qianling's eyes glimmered with longing and admiration. "I heard that custom slots are hard to come by. How did you manage to get one?" "I used face recognition." "Face recognition? That's a thing?" Lu Qianling raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Curiosity piqued. "How does that work?" Meng Chuyuan chuckled. "You just need to be good-looking." Realizing she was being jested, Lu Qianling shot her a disgruntled glare. "Are you teasing me? Being attractive is no big deal." As she shoved the bag back in the box, she couldn't resist sneaking a few more glances at it, a fact not missed by Meng Chuyuan. "If you truly like that bag, I could get you one next time." Lu Qianling, finally pulling her gaze away, was about to leave when she heard Meng Chuyuan's offer. She spun around, eyes wide with excitement. "Really?" Meng Chuyuan nodded gently. "Of course, if you can place in the top 10 of your grade by the end of the term, I'll get you one." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianling's expression fell. "Top 10? That's impossible. I won't even make it into the top 30 of my class." "Is that really how little faith you have in yourself?" Lu Qianling retorted, "Don't try to use reverse psychology on me. It won't work." As evening approached, Lu Jinsen appeared punctually in the kitchen, ostensibly assisting Uncle Yuan while discreetly learning the ropes. Lu Qianling, having found her time with Meng Chuyuan uninteresting, decided to descend once more. Upon seeing Lu Jinsen in the kitchen, Lu Qianling hurried over, eager to join in. "Second brother, are you learning to fry eggs again?" Lu Jinsen frowned and replied, "What do you mean again? Why aren't you at school for evening study at this hour? Are you skipping class?" When school was mentioned, Lu Qianling pouted in dissatisfaction. After a moment, she suddenly perked up, chasing after Lu Jinsen with enthusiasm. "How about you take me to record a show the day after tomorrow? I will be much more suitable than her." Lu Qianling thought that if she could also participate in the show, she wouldn't have to go to school anymore. Hearing this, Lu Jinsen cast her a cold glance, disdainfully saying, "It's almost dark. What are you dreaming about? The day after tomorrow is Saturday, so I can go to record, and then ask the homeroom teacher for 2 days off until the second episode ends. What do you think? Not a chance. Even if you have the time, I want to take you." Lu Qianling was puzzled. "Why not? You can't even cook." Just then, Meng Chuyuan appeared in the dining room. Though she was still a bit far away and hadn't heard their conversation, Meng Chuyuan entered calmly, curious. Why is everyone in the kitchen? Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, Lu Jinsen felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, perhaps fearing she had overheard their earlier exchange. As her gaze fell upon him, Lu Jinsen lowered his eyes, saying, "I was worried that Uncle Yuan would be too busy alone." Perhaps feeling slighted by Lu Jinsen's earlier rejection, Lu Qianling now wore a displeased expression, lightly exclaiming, "How can anyone lie with their eyes wide open? This little girl really holds grudges." However, Meng Chuyuan was accustomed to it. She understood that Lu Jinsen was often contradictory and concerned about appearances. Since she had nothing else to do at that moment, she decided to join in. Meng Chuyuan washed the remaining chicken wings in the fridge, drained them, sliced them on both sides, and marinated them with some spices. After about 20 minutes, Meng Chuyuan cleaned the pan, poured in an appropriate amount of oil, and placed the marinated chicken wings in the pan, frying them until golden on both sides. Lu Qianling sat at the dining table, her gaze fixed on the kitchen, utterly perplexed as to why everyone seemed to enjoy cooking. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at you all, turning into gourmet chefs." After frying the chicken wings, Meng Chuyuan turned to the fridge and retrieved a can of cola. Seeing her favorite cola being taken out, Lu Qianling looked at Meng Chuyuan, slightly displeased, and said, "That's my cola. There's only one bottle left. What do you need it for?" Meng Chuyuan shot her a glance, saying indifferently, "I'm borrowing your cola to make cola chicken wings." "You can make cola chicken wings?" Lu Qianling had initially intended to snatch the cola back, but was intrigued by Meng Chuyuan's words. Before Meng Chuyuan could respond, the sound of the can opening reached her ears. "Save me some? Half a can? Just a sip will do," accompanied by Lu Qianling's pleading voice. Meng Chuyuan poured a can of cola into the pan with chicken wings, turning up the heat to bring it to a boil before reducing the sauce. Lu Qianling completely forgot why she had come over in the first place. Her attention captivated as she watched Meng Chuyuan place the chicken wings onto a plate. The succulent and fragrant wings stirred her appetite. "It smells so good." She licked her lips and whispered, "Can I have a taste?" Meng Chuyuan promptly took the plate away, denying her, "No, you'll have to wait until dinner." There were hardly any wings left, and she had already arranged them on the plate. Lu Qianling. After Meng Chuyuan finished with the pan, Lu Jinsen, with the scrambled eggs he had mixed earlier, attempted to make an omelet. This time he used a non-stick pan, and the overall result was quite satisfactory, though his impatience led him to flip the eggs before they were fully cooked, resulting in a scrambled mess. "Is it time to eat?" Lu Qianling sat at the dining table, eyeing the few dishes on the table. Several times she was tempted to pick up her chopsticks, but was warned off by Meng Chuyuan's glare. Lu Mother seemed to have timed her arrival perfectly. Just as the dishes were ready, she appeared. Hearing her daughter announce that dinner was ready, Lu Mother quickly changed her shoes, set down her bag, and approached with a beaming smile. "Ready to eat?" Chapter 46. Dining with mother-in-law. Just as Lu Mother was about to sit down, Meng Chuyuan interrupted her. "Mom, wash your hands before eating." Suddenly hearing Meng Chuyuan speak, Lu Mother's smile faltered slightly as she looked up at her. This was Meng Chuyuan's first day living with them, and they had only exchanged glances during dinner the previous night. After returning to her room, Meng Chuyuan had not come out again, and by the time she woke up, Lu Mother had already left for the day and did not return for lunch. It was said that she often did this, and the family had grown accustomed to it. Lu Mother slowly raised her hands, inspecting both her palms and the backs. "My hands aren't dirty." Though she said this, she ultimately complied and moved to the sink to wash her hands with soap. Lu Qingye had previously given her a brief overview of the family situation. Both parents were alive, with a pair of willful younger siblings and an elderly grandmother. It was said that Lu grandmother preferred peace and rarely lived with them, often staying indoors, while Lu father's situation was similar to Lu Qingye's, frequently busy with work. Lu mother was quite an interesting person, but unfortunately, her thoughts were not focused on family matters, leaving Lu Jinsen and Lu Qianling at a troubling age. Thus, the household's affairs relied on Lu Qingye. It was such a blessing to come home to a meal. After washing her hands, Lu mother returned to see the table laden with sumptuous dishes, her eyes lighting up. Lu Qianling shot a glance at her mother and said bluntly, "Mom, you came in right at mealtime. You must have been wandering in the courtyard for a while, huh?" Lu mother retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? I really just got back." "Oh, please, every time we have guests, you do this." In truth, she had been back for quite some time. She was worried about interacting with Meng Chuyuan, as being unfamiliar could easily lead to awkwardness, and though she was an elder, she too dreaded such situations. When Meng Chuyuan had last returned for dinner, Lu mother had also appeared later, thinking it would be easier to relax when everyone was present. Meng Chuyuan could sense that her mother-in-law was somewhat slow to warm up to unfamiliar people and not very skilled at communication. Lu mother smiled and said, "Let us eat. I am starving." Lu Jinsen happened to be sitting directly across from his mother, and he took the initiative to offer her a piece of egg. "Mom, try the egg I made." Upon hearing it was his creation, Lu mother quickly picked up her bowl, retracting her elbow. "Don't try to fool me. Can your cooking be edible?" Seeing his mother reluctant to try, He turned his gaze toward Lu Qianling. The moment Lu Qianling caught his eye, she seemed to instinctively guess his intention, covering her bowl with her hands, coldly stating, "Don't look at me. I won't eat it." Just as Lu Jinsen faced repeated rejections, Meng Chuyuan picked up a small piece of egg with her chopsticks and tasted it. Not bad. After chewing a few bites, she found a bit salty, but otherwise acceptable. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's assessment, Lu Jinsen's eyes sparkled with delight. Does this mean I succeeded? Still needs more practice. Lu mother, perhaps truly hungry, had already begun eating while they discussed the egg dish. She took a few bites of rice, then grabbed a piece of cola chicken wings. Biting into the tender meat, sweet with a hint of saltiness, the texture pleasantly firm and the flavor exquisite. Lu mother was pleasantly surprised at how flavorful the wings were, perfectly matching her taste. As she ate, she couldn't help but praise Uncle Yuan's culinary skills have really improved. Hearing this, Uncle Yuan approached, feeling quite pleased. But when he saw that Lu mother was eating the cola chicken wings, he could only smile awkwardly. "Madam, the dish you are enjoying was made by the young mistress." "Who made it?" Ellen was somewhat taken aback. When she lifted her head, she happened to meet Meng Chuyuan's gaze, her eyes filled with astonishment. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "Did you do this?" Ling interjected eagerly. "It was her doing, and she even used a can of my cola." M's expression softened slightly, revealing a semblance of a mature elder. She calmly remarked, "The taste is quite acceptable." As the night grew cooler, a bright moon hung in the sky. The courtyard was eerily quiet, accompanied only by the streetlights and the shadows of trees. After dinner, Meng Chuyuan returned to her room to continue unpacking the remaining boxes, arranging her belongings neatly. Once finished, she took a shower. Emerging from her bath, she intended to blow-dry her hair, only to discover that there was no hairdryer in her bedroom. Thus, she had to seek one from Ling. Coincidentally, Ling was standing at the corridor's edge, engrossed in a book, chasing Ljnsn for answers. "My dear brother, could you please write down the calculation process and the answer? I simply cannot figure out." "Do it yourself. I've already provided you with the formulas," Ljnsn replied, then opened the door to his room, leaving Ling outside. Frustrated, as she saw him close the door, she kicked it in annoyance. Turning away in exasperation, she almost bumped into Meng Chuyuan, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. She feared that Meng Chuyuan might mock her for her earlier outburst. Suppressing her irritation, she coolly asked, "What are you doing out here?" "I wanted to borrow a hairdryer," Meng Chuyuan replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of playful mischief. "What? Can't you complete your homework?" she teased. Ling snorted dismissively. "What does that have to do with you?" "Perhaps I could assist you," Meng Chuyuan offered. Ling shot her a scornful glance, scoffing. "Not necessary. I doubt you can solve high school math problems." She returned to her room, retrieving the hairdryer for Meng Chuyuan. Gratefully, Meng Chuyuan accepted it and before leaving, inquired, "Are you sure you don't want me to help you?" "No need. What's there to see? I'm afraid you'll embarrass yourself if you can't do it." Ling replied, her distrust evident. Meng Chuyuan decided not to press further, simply stating, "All right then. I'll return the hairdryer once I'm done." 10 minutes later, after drying her hair, Meng Chuyuan approached Ling's room, knocked twice, but received no response. She thus entered uninvited, only to find Ling with her face cradled in her hands, a pen clenched between her teeth. Staring blankly at her textbooks, Meng Chuyuan smirked knowingly. "Still haven't figured it out?" Startled by her voice, Ling dropped the pen from her mouth and, with a hint of irritation, turned to Meng Chuyuan. "Why did you come in without knocking?" "I did knock, but you didn't hear me, so I just came in," Meng Chuyuan explained, stepping closer to examine Ling's books. Chapter 47. "It seems you're not as dim-witted as you appear," she remarked, noticing Meng Chuyuan's gaze fixed on her textbook. Ling's expression darkened slightly. "Can't make sense of it, can you?" she taunted. Meng Chuyuan pointed to the calculations Ling had scribbled, advising, "Your approach to solving this problem is misguided." "Well, if I could figure it out, would I be in this predicament?" Taking action, Meng Chuyuan wrote a formula for her and handed over the pen. "Give it a try." Ling, skeptical yet curious, took the pen and glanced at the formula Meng Chuyuan had written. As she read the newly added line in the textbook, her eyes widened in realization. I know this. I remember it now, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. So, why didn't you use it? I just couldn't recall it. Ng's voice trailed off. Under Meng Chuyuan's watchful eyes, Ng began to write out the solution, her confidence rising as she successfully completed the problem. This is a piece of cake for me, she declared triumphantly, lifting her book to show Meng Chuyuan, unable to contain her pride. See, I solved it. Meng Chuyuan nodded slightly, her expression unchanged. It appears you're not lacking in intellect after all. What do you mean by that? I was once the math representative in elementary school. How old are you now? Bringing up elementary school is rather embarrassing. Meng Chuyuan shot back. The previous night, Meng Chuyuan had meticulously analyzed another problem for her. Ng quickly grasped it, her hesitance evaporating as she tackled the questions with newfound clarity. After solving both problems, Ng exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, even allowing herself a moment of self-satisfaction. These two problems are nothing for me. Meng Chuyuan, impressed by her clarity of thought, complimented her. You have quite a knack for this. Of course, if I were to truly apply myself, even the top student would have to step aside, Ng boasted. Through Ng's recent approach to studying, Meng Chuyuan discerned that her foundational knowledge was solid. Perhaps her inclination for playfulness overshadowed her focus on academics. It's getting late. You should rest. Remember to go to school tomorrow, Meng Chuyuan advised. I know, Ng replied. After Meng Chuyuan departed, Ng couldn't resist pulling out her phone to snap a picture of the completed problems, promptly sending it to Ng. Big brother, look at the homework I did, she texted, accompanied by a playful emoji. About 10 minutes later, Ng responded. Did you do this yourself? As she received his message, Ng hesitated, contemplating revealing that Meng Chuyuan had helped her, but feared the consequences of her truancy. Thus, she opted for a small deception. Of course, it's all in my handwriting. Seizing the moment before he could reply, she continued to request a reward. Big brother, can my pocket money increase this month? How about 1,000? If that's too much, 500 will do. After sending her second message, she waited a while for Ng's response. Just wait. Upon receiving Ng's reply, she couldn't help but laugh with delight. After a brief pause, she texted back, all right, brother, you take care of your business, just remember to increase my allowance. Later, after reviewing some documents, Ng finally checked his phone. Just as he intended to fulfill his promise to Ng, he received a message from their homeroom teacher regarding her unexcused absence. Frowning at the message, Ng immediately halted any financial transactions, closing the transfer page. The next day, Meng Chuyuan was roused from sleep by Ng's loud cries. Unable to bear the noise any longer, she emerged from her room, squinting her tired eyes and yawning. What is all this commotion about so early in the morning? That heartless Ng refused to give me my allowance. Ng lamented. She had called him several times, but he had not answered. Given that he had discovered her absence from school the day before, there was no chance of her receiving any money, let alone an increase in her allowance. Meng Chuyuan frowned in confusion. It's just pocket money. Is it really worth crying over? Mind your own business, Ng retorted, turning away to hide her face. Meng Chuyuan crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, observing Ng's back. After a moment, she suggested, stop calling him. It's the middle of the night there. He is probably asleep. Realizing the truth in Meng Chuyuan's words, Ng sniffled, gradually calming down. Once her outburst subsided, Meng Chuyuan casually asked, how much do you need? What? Money, of course. You said you wanted some, didn't you? Ng turned around, her tear-streaked face looking pitiful as she gazed at Meng Chuyuan, who stood resolute, ready to make a difference. Are you asking me for money? Lu Qianling inquired, puzzled. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and replied, I could lend you some. No need, Lu Qianling firmly rejected without a second thought, displaying her integrity. After all, borrowing meant repayment, which hardly seemed advantageous. If you want me to give you money, you must attend school every day. What do you say? Noticing the glint in Lu Qianling's eyes, Meng Chuyuan sensed she was concocting some scheme and added, "Don't think you can exploit any loophole by joining my second brother on a show. I'll have the housekeeper keep a close watch on you daily." Lu Qianling found the terms surprisingly manageable. She hesitated, then ultimately wavered. "First, tell me how much you can offer me." If it fell short of her expectations, there would be no point in further negotiation. Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow, tentatively proposing 5,000 a week. Lu Qianling readily agreed. Deal. Lu Qingye only provided her with 2,000 a month, whereas Meng Chuyuan's offer was 5,000 weekly. Missing this opportunity would mean losing a generous benefactor. "I'm off to school now." A smile returned to Lu Qianling's face as she hurried downstairs with her backpack. Meng Chuyuan shook her head in confusion. So quickly agreed? She had thought her offer might have been too low. After all, Lu Qianling grew up in a prosperous environment, so her allowance likely wasn't meager. Who would have guessed that 5,000 would suffice? Just as she turned to head back to bed, she spotted Lu Jinsen unexpectedly leaning against the hallway. Lu Jinsen stood in the doorway, half his body visible, and scoffed at Meng Chuyuan. 5,000? You really just give it away like that? Do you even know how much her monthly allowance is? Curiosity piqued, Meng Chuyuan asked how much. 2,000, Lu Jinsen replied, holding up 2 fingers. The realization that Lu Qingye could casually provide her 2 million, while Lu Qianling's monthly allowance was merely 2,000 left Meng Chuyuan astounded. She had assumed Lu Qingye to be generous and indulgent towards his siblings, but it appeared otherwise. Instead of feeling at a loss, she chuckled. "So your brother is rather biased, huh?" Lu Jinsen seemed to grasp her implication, pursed his lips, and returned to his room. When Meng Chuyuan awoke and descended the stairs, she was surprised to find Lu's mother at home. Seated on the living room sofa, Lu's mother had a pile of yarn beside her, diligently clutching knitting needles. Wearing glasses to aid her concentration, though she seemed unable to grasp the initial steps. "How does one get started?" Lu's mother mumbled, tangling the yarn around the needles before discarding it once more. Meng Chuyuan had anticipated this down-to-earth side of Lu's mother, though it was evident she was a novice at knitting. Slowly approaching, she stood beside the sofa. "Mom, are you trying to knit a scarf?" Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Lu's mother instantly masked her anxious expression, adjusting her posture slightly. She glanced at Meng Chuyuan, offering a soft mum. Feigning composure, Lu's mother resumed her task, despite her lack of skill. Meng Chuyuan observed for a while before stepping forward. "Mom, would you like some help?" "No need." Lu's mother stubbornly turned away, unwilling to let her daughter-in-law assist in knitting a scarf. Perhaps she felt it was absurd to ask for help from her junior. Realizing her mother-in-law was merely putting on a brave front, Meng Chuyuan refrained from calling her out. "All right, you can manage. Just call me if you need anything." After Meng Chuyuan departed, Lu's mother quickly relaxed. She gazed down at the needles and yarn, sighing, "Why can't I get this right?" A few days prior, she had accompanied some friends to a gathering where they spent their leisure time knitting scarves. Intrigued, Lu's mother bought yarn and needles. After watching several tutorial videos, she believed she had mastered the technique, only to find herself floundering when she actually attempted to knit. After a while, Meng Chuyuan returned to the living room. Spotting Lu's mother still frowning over the yarn, she couldn't help but remind her, "Mom, you need to thread the needle through the slip knot first." Lu's mother, hearing this, lowered her gaze, hesitating to follow the advice. Realizing she hadn't conveyed her point clearly, Meng Chuyuan sat beside her, guiding her hand gently. "You need to thread it this way, then wrap the yarn around and pull it through." Before long, with Meng Chuyuan's assistance, Lu's mother successfully completed her first row. "So that's how it's done." "Yes, the subsequent knitting techniques will follow the same pattern." "Let me try." Lu's mother insisted on attempting without further assistance. She slowly recalled the steps, carefully wrapping the yarn and threading it in. "Is it like this?" "Exactly. If you wish to switch yarn colors or incorporate patterns later, that's also possible." "Patterns?" Lu's mother, intrigued, looked up, asking, "How does one do that?" "You're just starting, no rush. I'll teach you more later." Upon hearing the phrase, "just starting," Lu's mother instinctively lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In the evening, after attending class, Lu Qianling returned home carrying a box of cola. Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow in confusion upon seeing the box. "Why did you buy so much cola? Aren't you all recording show tomorrow? Tonight, we should feast, and cola is a must." "Of course. If you want to make cola chicken wings, feel free to use some of these." Meng Chuyuan. Lu Qianling unpacked the entire box into the refrigerator, then returned to the living room, setting her backpack down beside Meng Chuyuan. taking an orange from the fruit platter. You didn't skip class today, did you? Meng Chuyuan asked. Lu Qianling, feeling defensive, replied, of course not. Can't you trust me a little? As long as you didn't that's fine. The mention of trust reminded Lu Qianling that she hadn't thoroughly clarified things earlier. Suddenly anxious, she asked, you want to go back on your promise of 5,000 a week, will you? As long as you follow my instructions, not only will it be a week, but you can extend as you wish. Meng Chuyuan deliberately mentioned the extension to pique Lu Qianling's interest. Although she had offered 5,000 for the previous week's lessons, it was certainly not a one-time deal. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianling expressed her discontent. You're digging a rather deep pit, aren't you? 5,000 a week translates to 20,000 a month. You're not losing out at all. Meng Chuyuan's reasoning began to entice Lu Qianling once more. However, a month felt like a long commitment, and she hesitated to agree outright. Let me think it over first. By the way, can you do me a favor? Meng Chuyuan looked up, puzzled. What? Lu Qianling retrieved her phone from her pocket and sent Meng Chuyuan a link via WeChat. Help me cut a deal. Thank you. Meng Chuyuan, taking her time, pulled out her phone and frowned upon seeing the link. You're still doing this? Lu Qianling sighed. Well, at times, one must bow to the necessities of life. Her remaining allowance was dwindling, and she had to be thrifty. Hurry up and help me cut it. You're a new user, so perhaps this cut will be successful. Reluctantly, Meng Chuyuan followed Lu Qianling's request and began to navigate her phone. However, after placing her order, Lu Qianling found herself without the desired item, as she was just a fraction short. Damn it! What is this? Wasting my time and deceiving my feelings. Meng Chuyuan, seated beside her, remained silent, engrossed in her phone. After a while, Lu Qianling suddenly turned to Meng Chuyuan and earnestly declared, I've made my decision. I will continue with you for another week. I am quite upset and need to earn 10,000 to soothe my fragile heart. Meng Chuyuan initially thought Lu Qianling would discuss an advance, but instead, she sought to extend their arrangement. She lifted her gaze, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. As long as you are resolute about it. Chapter 49. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is also awry. Meanwhile, Lu's mother was happily engaged in a video call with a friend, primarily showcasing her newfound skill in knitting scarves. Look at the scarf I knitted this afternoon. It's not finished yet, but it's a decent work in progress. Lu's mother held the scarf up to the camera, carefully displaying it. She had previously been outside, but felt the lighting was inadequate, prompting her to move indoors. After viewing the scarf, her friend could not help but praise her. Impressive. You're learning quickly, Lu's mother humbly replied. I just did a little research. Their conversation caught the attention of Lu Qianling, who looked at her mother with a hint of disbelief and asked curiously, Mom, you can knit scarves now? Lu's mother glanced up, momentarily startled to see Meng Chuyuan and Lu Qianling seated together in the living room before nodding in response. Yes, she blinked, feeling a bit sheepish upon seeing Meng Chuyuan. As Lu's mother unintentionally shifted the scarf, the camera's rear lens inadvertently captured the sofa, revealing Meng Chuyuan and Lu Qianling. Jian, is it your eldest daughter-in-law sitting next to your daughter? Upon hearing this, Lu's mother snapped back to reality and flipped the camera to the front lens. However, since her friend had already seen, she could only nod in affirmation. Yes, that's her. Your eldest daughter-in-law is quite the sensation now. My younger daughter idolizes her. Jian, if you have time, bring her out to play with us. Everyone is eager to see what charm the woman chosen by Lu Qianling possesses. Lu's mother awkwardly chuckled. Let's discuss it another time. She's recording a show tomorrow. After a brief conversation, they ended the video call. Lu Qianling, feeling somewhat naive, approached her mother after the call concluded and scrutinized the currently palm-sized scarf, unable to resist inspecting it. Mom, did you really knit this? What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Lu Qianling nodded unabashedly, replying, I genuinely think you might not have that ability. Lu's mother retorted defiantly. It's only right that the eldest stops your allowance. You hardly deserve sympathy. Just as Lu Qianling was about to retort, Uncle Yuan called from the kitchen that dinner was ready. Otherwise, she would have boasted about earning 5,000 a week. The following morning, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen were set to embark on their journey to record the second episode of Siblings Stand Together. To catch the earliest flight, they rose before dawn. Lu Qianling specifically set her alarm early, insisting on accompanying them to the airport. Upon arrival, Meng Chuyuan and the others met up with the other 4 guests. Upon seeing Qi Zhen, Lu Qianling instantly perked up, her fatigue dissipating. Brother Qi Zhen, may I take a photo with you? Jun, caught off guard by her starry-eyed demeanor, chuckled awkwardly. And you are? I am Lu Jinsen's sister. You can call me Lingling. All right, Lingling. After snapping a photo together, Lu Qianling eagerly moved on to engage with other guests. Qi Yin sat in the waiting area, observing Lu Qianling flit among them, full of energy. She watched Lu Qianling for a moment, a smile creeping on her lips, and remarked sarcastically, "So, the second young master, Lu, has a sister. I thought there was no one else in the family besides the eldest daughter-in-law." Hearing her condescending tone, Lu Qianling approached Qi Yin, hands on her hips, and retorted in a similar manner, "Excuse me, do you even know how to speak? What do you mean there's no one in our family?" The atmosphere shifted as onlookers reacted to Qi Yin's unexpected comment, with many surprised by Lu Qianling's audacity in responding. Qi Yin appeared pale, taken aback by Qi Yan's boldness, leaving him in an awkward position. Lingling, Lu Jinsen frowned and stepped forward to pull her back, sternly stating, "You should go back." Lu Qianling shrugged off his hand, glaring at Lu Jinsen in dissatisfaction. "What is your problem? Aren't you usually so tough? Why are you suddenly timid?" Meng Chuyuan stood beside them, silent yet composed, unaffected by Qi Yan's remarks. After a moment, Meng Chuyuan chuckled and calmly asked, "I wonder what Qi Yin meant. Perhaps she should express her thoughts more openly for us to hear?" Qi Yin turned her head in silence. Observing his sister's rudeness, Qi Jun stepped in to apologize. "I sincerely apologize. My sister likely didn't mean it. She just struggles with her words." Lu Qianling, her emotions spiraling, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oomph. Old hag. No wonder you're 30 and still unmarried. You deserve it." "What did you say? Repeat that." Qi Yin was particularly sensitive about her age and the implication of being unmarried at 30. She stood, ready to confront Lu Qianling, but Qi Jun swiftly intervened. "Why are you arguing with a child?" "She is just a kid." "A child? She looks nearly grown. Is that what you call a child?" "Lingling, you should head back now." Lu Jinsen pulled her again, guiding her by the shoulders to turn her away. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, lightly chuckling. "Qi Yin, you're not that young yourself, are you? Do you find your earlier comments appropriate?" Meng Chuyuan respected Qi Yin's age, willing to address her as sister. Yet that did not imply that age granted one the right to speak without thought. The Liao sisters, standing nearby, dared not chime in. While they had previously perceived Qi Yin as somewhat dignified on the show, her behavior just now was indeed alarming. After Lu Qianling left, the atmosphere gradually quieted. On her way back, Lu Qianling angrily deleted the photo she had taken with Qi Jun, reflecting, "When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is also awry." Once on the plane, the group remained silent until they arrived at the recording location, where the director and crew's appearance brought a slight easing of their expressions. "Everyone, it's been a while." The director, holding a small megaphone, warmly welcomed them to the second episode recording location of Siblings Stand Together, the picturesque little sea fishing village. "Who understands the anticipation for the second episode?" "Sister Meng, I've arrived." Director Luo remains as verbose as ever. He always needs a touch of sentimentality at the start of each show. Why does it seem like everyone's mood is rather low? Is it due to the early morning flight? The director set the stage with a lengthy introduction before finally delving into the essence of this episode's recording. The production team first presented photos of 3 houses to the 6 guests, after which they needed to board a boat prepared by the team to row to the small island across, with the selection of houses being first come, first served. Chapter 50. Here for her, at that moment, the live stream's popularity began to rise. Lu Qingye had just finished lunch with a client when he suddenly remembered that Meng Chuyuan's show was recording today. Upon entering the live stream, he caught sight of Meng Chuyuan and the others donning life jackets, noting that Lu Jinsen was still clutching his phone, indicating they had not yet reached the point of surrendering their devices. Thus, Lu Qingye sent a WeChat message to Meng Chuyuan to say hello. "Lu Qingye, you can call me. I am free now and can answer." Meng Chuyuan had just finished putting on her life jacket when she felt her phone vibrate. She instinctively took it out to take a glance. Upon seeing the message from Lu Qingye, a look of confusion crossed her face. She furrowed her brows and replied, "Is there something you need to explain to me?" After reading her response, Lu Qingye found himself at a loss for words. Just then, everyone had finished putting on their life jackets, and the production team brought out the box for storing phones, reminding the guests to hand in their devices. While Lu Qingye was still typing, Meng Chuyuan sent another message. "Don't worry, your brother is my brother. I will take care of him for you." After sending the message, Meng Chuyuan turned her phone off and handed it over to the production team. He had wanted to tell her to take care of herself, and that she could withdraw from the recording at any time if she felt uncomfortable. But Meng Chuyuan misunderstood his intentions. In truth, he was not there for Lu Jinsen. Lu Qingye. Upon seeing Lu Jinsen tying his shoelaces in the live stream and realizing he had not yet submitted his phone, decided to call him directly. Just as Lu Jinsen finished tying his shoelaces and was about to stand up, Lu Qingye's call came through. Oh wow, the young master actually has someone concerned about him? This call is rather timely. Could it be prearranged by the young master? It doesn't seem prearranged since Lu Jinsen hadn't been on his phone before. When Lu Jinsen saw that the call was from Lu Qingye, he was taken aback. As he stood, his gaze inadvertently fell on Meng Chuyuan, curious as to how Lu Qingye's call had reached him. Not daring to hesitate further, he answered the call, adopting a much more submissive demeanor. Just as the audience was curious about who was on the other end of the line, they heard Lu Jinsen address him, elder brother. Meng Chuyuan had just returned after submitting her phone when she heard Lu Jinsen call out elder brother. She wondered if there was something he had left unsaid. What on earth? Who is this elder brother? Is he Meng Jie's husband? It seems Lu Jinsen only has one biological brother, right? If he is indeed Meng Jie's husband, why isn't he calling her? Meng Jie's expression seems a bit off. Could there be something going on? Could it be that Meng Jie turned off her phone too quickly, so his call could only reach the young master? The person on the phone must be the authentic Lu Xiao, as Lu Jinsen's little brother reacted quite genuinely. Ha! Lu Qingye's voice was rich and magnetic, carrying a hint of calm allure. I'll just say this, while recording the show, temper your attitude and be accommodating towards her. His opening statement left Lu Jinsen bewildered. Did Meng Chuyuan report him? However, Lu Jinsen did not perceive it as a reprimand, but rather as a piece of advice. He lowered his gaze and replied, understood. I really want to know what was said on the call. The production team has excellent audio quality. Isn't Meng Jie curious about what they discussed? Once Lu Qingye hung up, Lu Jinsen submitted his phone to the production team, preparing to board the boat to choose a room on the other side. Regarding the transportation of luggage, the director announced before the guests boarded, our production team can assist with transporting your luggage, but you will need to pay 15 labor coins. The small wooden boats provided by the production team were not large, accommodating 2 people at maximum. And if they wanted to save the 15 labor coins by transporting their luggage themselves, it would be quite challenging. Unless they arranged for someone to return to the shore after selecting their rooms, they faced a dilemma. Since none of them had rowed a boat before, they were uncertain about the outcome. Therefore, when the director made this request, everyone discussed it and ultimately decided to spend the 15 labor coins on luggage transport. All 3 small boats looked identical, so everyone chose randomly and pushed their boats into the water. Before boarding, Lu Jinsen suddenly froze, contemplating whether to sit at the bow or the stern, which position would better control the direction. He cast a pleading glance at Meng Chuyuan. She saw through his thoughts and replied mercilessly, "What use is it to look at me? I can't row either." Lu Jinsen felt a bit embarrassed and withdrew his gaze. "I thought you could do everything. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but this time I genuinely cannot." Meng Jie indicates, "This skill is not in my repertoire. Do not cue me. The young master is highly likely to capsize. I'm already looking forward to the water splash segment. Haha. The daily interactions between Meng Jie and the young master bring joy back into my life. Young master, do take care. That is your elder sister-in-law, not an omnipotent deity." In the end, Lu Jinsen chose to sit at the bow, leaving the stern for Meng Chuyuan. Initially, everyone lacked any technique, simply paddling left and right, and with the wind picking up today, controlling the boat's direction was quite difficult. After what felt like an eternity, they remained stationary, making little progress. Meng Chuyuan observed their lack of movement and decided to stop paddling. Lu Jinsen, unaware of what was happening behind him, continued to row, believing that if they persevered a little longer, they would surely see results. However, before long, he too began to feel fatigue, his pace slowing. Concerned that Meng Chuyuan might tire from rowing too long, he turned to suggest she take a break, only to discover she had abandoned her paddle long ago. Lu Jinsen's expression suddenly turned serious, a cold glint in his eyes. "When did you stop?" Meng Chuyuan raised her gaze to him and replied, "It's been a while." Upon hearing her response, Lu Jinsen became somewhat frustrated and coldly retorted, "Did you not have a mouth? Why didn't you tell me when you stopped? You made me struggle for nothing. This is hilarious. Ha! Lu Jinsen is such a grump. I knew Meng Jie would slack off, but I didn't expect her to do so quickly. Haha. Is the young master angry because Meng Jia slacked off, or because she didn't call out to him while doing so? Was Lu Jinsen too absorbed earlier? Meng Jia's stopping should have been noticeable, right? Chapter 51. The return of the slackers because Meng Chuyuan saw no progress from the boat. She chose to pause and observe the wind direction while recalling the boat's trajectory during their rowing. She believed that by identifying the patterns of navigation, they could surely resolve their current predicament. Lu Jinsen, opting for simplicity, turned around to face her, placing his paddle at his feet. Meng Chuyuan felt the boat rocking excessively, hindering her observation and judgment. She looked up at Lu Jinsen, her eyes filled with disdain. Could you please stop moving? Lu Jinsen, fearing the boat might capsize, restrained himself after her reminder. As Meng Chuyuan's group paused, their boat, affected by the current, began to drift backward, allowing the other two groups to gain an advantage. Although they lacked technique, they kept rowing, and the wind was sufficient to propel their boat forward, albeit with significant deviation. Is Meng Jia truly going to slack off completely? This boat is showing no mercy to Meng Jia. Haha. Even this queen has her struggles with a bronze-level young master. Alright, the iconic scene of the slackers has returned. Lu Jinsen had already calmed his mindset, indifferent to winning or losing. After all, they would all have a place to stay at the end, just with fewer choices. However, Meng Chuyuan seemed intensely focused on something. Noticing her staring intently at the sea, Lu Jinsen couldn't help but inquire, "What are you looking at?" "I'm searching for a solution. The factors affecting our navigation are not just the current, but also today's wind direction." Meng Chuyuan, through keen observation, began to formulate a trajectory for their endeavor. As you turn, the focus of your strokes should lean to the right. Will this approach yield results? Only experimentation will reveal the truth. Although Lu Jinsen harbored some skepticism regarding Meng Chuyuan's assertions, they had no choice but to press onward. He seized the oar, turned, and rowed with a rightward emphasis as advised by Meng Chuyuan. The audience in the live stream witnessed their small wooden boat setting sail once more, and this time, it truly began to move. Look, the boat is actually moving. This boat seems to know who the leader is, and it's listening to instructions. Haha. The young master should take notes. There's a master here teaching without a tuition fee, though I'm not entirely clear on the method. The results affirm that Sister Meng is indeed correct. Could Sister Meng be a genius? Just a casual observation, and she identifies the problem. Having mastered the technique of rowing against the current, Meng Chuyuan's team quickly gained ground. At that moment, Qi Zhen's group found their pace slowing. Qi Yan, seated at the front, displayed an expression of utter despondency due to her lack of direction, and her ineffective strokes caused her to struggle in steering the bow of the boat. In light of Qi Yan's rowing performance, Qi Zhen endured with increasing frustration. He observed clearly how she repeatedly exerted little effort, merely skimming the surface with her, or, "Sister, lower your or a bit more," Qi Zhen had reminded her multiple times. Yet there was no improvement. Qi Yan, now thoroughly unwilling to exert herself, lamented, "I can't do this anymore. I'm so tired. It feels like Qi Zhen has boarded a sinking ship, haha." The or isn't even touching the water. Isn't that just futile? Whenever it's time for her to work, she's either too exhausted or feeling unwell. I can sense Qi Zhen's exasperation. Wow. Don't make me turn into a fan. After watching several episodes, I think Qi Zhen has a good temper, but this sister is indeed hard to commend. This lady is being so dramatic. She is always dragging Qi Zhen down. I've noticed Sister Liao doesn't cause nearly as much trouble. Meng Chuyuan's team continued their progress smoothly, gaining a sense of rhythm, and soon distanced themselves from Qi Zhen's group. Liao Jiake's team persevered, with the two sisters cooperating adequately, garnering a wave of admiration from the audience compared to Qi Yan's lackluster performance. After half an hour, Meng Chuyuan's team finally reached the island, while the other two groups were still striving to catch up. Wow, Sister Meng has triumphed again, huh? The underdog team always manages to come from behind. They've never disappointed us. Last episode, Sister Meng stayed in a mud hut. Surely this time she can secure a better house? Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen collected their belongings and proceeded to search for accommodations as directed by the production team. The houses on the island were all constructed from stone, resembling tiger stripes with thick and sturdy walls. The selection of housing was not based on type, but rather on the living environment and the size of the house. Before seeing the houses, Meng Chuyuan expressed to Lu Jinsen, "Let us choose one that is closer." I don't want to repeat last time's experience of a half-hour trek just to complete a task. She believed that the living conditions here would not be poor, perhaps merely old and worn. For Meng Chuyuan, the appearance of the house was inconsequential. Convenience of travel was paramount. What do you think, Lu Jinsen? She inquired, tilting her head. Shall we go directly for the first one and skip the rest? Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure as he replied. Isn't that a bit hasty? Where's the haste? If you visit the other three and then decide, that option will be gone, she countered. That's amusing. While Meng Chuyuan makes a valid point, I believe it's still feasible to select after viewing, being the first to arrive. Should we choose the best house? Isn't Sister Meng reconsidering? What the first house turns out to be the worst? I see the young master is left speechless by Sister Meng. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jinsen cautiously suggested, let us at least check the first house before making any decisions. All right. Meanwhile, Lu Qianling had returned from the airport, taken a brief nap, and upon awakening for lunch, the delivery person arrived. Miss Lu, your package has arrived. Please sign here. What package? I haven't ordered anything recently. Did you deliver it to the wrong address? Building A, Unit 6, it's addressed correctly. Confused, Lu Qianling signed for the package and carried the box inside, placing it on the coffee table. Eagerly, she retrieved scissors to cut the tape and discovered several steam masks inside. Staring at them in disbelief, she murmured, Aren't these the steam masks I wanted to buy yesterday? But I clearly didn't finalize any purchase last night, and the quantity seems excessive. Perplexed, Lu Qianling recalled that the last person to assist her with the link was Meng Chuyuan. Could be she bought these for me? She wondered, as she couldn't think of anyone else. Chapter 52. The path of growth, initially uncertain whether the gift was from Meng Chuyuan. Lu Qianling's doubts vanished upon seeing the delivery label bearing the unassuming purchasing name, Meng Xiaomei, which was indeed Meng Chuyuan's nickname on WeChat. Overwhelmed with surprise and delight at receiving steam masks from Meng Chuyuan, Lu Qianling thought, she really knows how to win hearts. I truly appreciate this gesture. With joy, Lu Qianling stored the masks away and took out her phone to send a thank you message to Meng Chuyuan. Just as she finished and exited the chat, she noticed a message from Lu Qingye below, which filled her with disdain. Now that her pocket money came from Meng Chuyuan, she no longer had to endure Lu Qingye's moods. Thus, Lu Qingye's value in her eyes diminished significantly. Forget Lu Qingye. Let him go to hell. Thinking he can threaten me with 2,000 yuan? He must be dreaming. Lu Qianling opened the chat page of the recurring messages and swiftly blocked Lu Qingye. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her team had located the first house, which was in a relatively favorable location, offering both convenient access and a view of the beautiful peninsula. Meng Chuyuan lifted her suitcase and approached the steps to explore the interior. As she began to ascend, Lu Jinsen called out to her, Aren't you going to check any further? What else is there to see? I think this place is quite nice. It's elevated with views of the mountain, island, and sea, and we might even catch the sunrise and sunset. The moment Meng Chuyuan attempted to carry her luggage up, Lu Jinsen realized she had already made her decision. Very well, he conceded, choosing to acquiesce to her wishes. After speaking, he silently reached for Meng Chuyuan's suitcase and carried it for her. Feeling a sudden lightness in her hands, Meng Chuyuan turned to find Lu Jinsen holding her suitcase. Sister Meng must be pleased. This young man has matured. The young master is quite considerate, even helping Sister Meng with her luggage. I'm inexplicably touched. He knows how to cling to the powerful, Sister Meng likely thinks. If you have something to say, just say it. No need for all this, haha. Oh, this trip was worthwhile. I personally witnessed the young master's journey of growth. The other two groups had also reached the shore, yet they appeared fatigued after rowing, and their enthusiasm waned as they hefted their heavy suitcases. Nevertheless, Liao Jiaka remained determined to secure a better house, urging Liao Jiayan to take her time. Yin Yin, you rest for a moment. I'll go check the house and come back to fetch you. Liao Jiayan nodded in agreement. Okay. Qi Zhan found himself unable to move, needing to assist Qi Yin with her suitcase, while Qi Yin was solely focused on her own comfort, showing no interest in competing for accommodations. As Liao Jiaka departed, Qi Zhan swiftly shifted his gaze to his sister, proposing, Sister, perhaps you should go ahead to view the house? I am burdened with too much luggage, and my legs are numb from sitting on the small boat for too long. Qi Zhan. I sense Qi Zhan's frustration this episode is palpable. It has barely begun recording, and already this is the situation. How will things unfold later? What has happened to Qi Yin? She was rather endearing in the first episode, but now she increasingly appears to be rather spoiled. Are they truly siblings? The disparity is striking. It feels as though Qi Zhen is merely her laborer. What is she doing? My heavens, when out for leisure, I detest being with those who are so lethargic. Incredible. The Liao sisters are younger than her, yet they have not complained of fatigue, while she excessively relies on her brother. Presuming Qi Zhen's thoughtfulness means she need not lift a finger. Meng Chuyuan and her companions had already concluded their house tour. The property they examined was a duplex, with a living room and a bedroom on the lower floor and an additional room upstairs. The separate kitchen was immaculate, stocked with pots and pans. However, the upstairs room was relatively small, with the ceiling height potentially challenging for Lu Jinsen's stature, a detail Meng Chuyuan noted during the visit. When it came time to allocate rooms, Meng Chuyuan volunteered, "I will take the room upstairs." Lu Jinsen did not ponder it too deeply. But since Meng Chuyuan preferred the upper room, he carried her luggage upstairs. It seems this episode has truly showcased the growth of the young master. Haha. Lu Jinsen appears more amiable now. I feel hesitant to refer to him as the young master. Could it be related to that phone call with his elder brother? Just a guess. Upon discovering the first house, Liao Jiaka found that Meng Chuyuan and her group had already settled in, compelling her to continue her search. The path consisted of steep slopes and stairs, and with her suitcase in tow, Liao Jiaka felt it impeded her progress. Ultimately, she entrusted her luggage to a villager and proceeded to seek out housing. The remaining two properties were in close proximity, separated by a village road. Both were also duplexes, nestled within a cluster of tiger-skin stone houses, lacking individual front yards, resulting in a seemingly smaller living space. Once all guests had chosen their accommodations, the production team gathered them at the main camp for lunch. This meal was organized by the village representatives to warmly welcome the 6 guests to their locale. When the dishes were unveiled, it became apparent that they were treated to a sumptuous seafood feast: fish, mantis shrimp, hairy crabs, oysters, and clams. The village representatives also briefly shared the history and development of their village, detailing their daily fishing adventures and introducing several signature dishes for the guests to sample. Oh my! This is undoubtedly the finest meal the guests have enjoyed throughout the 2 seasons of Siblings in Arms. It is the season for hairy crabs. The production team has chosen an opportune time. It is evident that the island's residents are exceedingly warm and hospitable. This truly exemplifies the concept of living off the land and sea. Has any sister visited this place? Is it suitable for a holiday? The surroundings appear quite pleasant. I wish to spend a few days there. Following lunch, the enthusiastic village representatives invited the 6 guests to join them for night fishing. If you're free tonight, you're welcome to join us at sea for some night fishing. Upon hearing this, the guests were not particularly enthusiastic, as autumn had set in, and venturing out to sea at night would undoubtedly be quite cold. However, the director, keen on capturing material for the show, exchanged several knowing glances with them, urging them to agree. Under the director's pressure, they reluctantly acquiesced. "Sure. Thank you for the generous lunch today. We shall see you tonight." Chapter 53. A classic reprised. The 3 groups of guests returned to their lodgings, utilizing the afternoon break to tidy up their quarters. The sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and mountain walnuts gifted to Meng Chuyuan by the elderly couple from the previous episode remained, having been stored with the production team until their departure. As they organized their space, the staff delivered these items to Meng Chuyuan. "These are your belongings from last episode. You will need to pay us 10 labor coins." "All right, I understand." Meng Chuyuan retrieved 10 labor coins from her remaining balance and handed them to the staff. After they had left the school, the live broadcast had ended, and Meng Chuyuan had privately negotiated with the production team regarding storage. Concerned about waste, as they had not finished the food and were continuing to film, she thought it prudent to have the team hold on to it temporarily. Director Luo, upon learning of Meng Chuyuan's request, seized the opportunity to inform her. Storing items requires 10 labor coins. Since the live broadcast was not active at that moment, the terms of exchange could not be recorded. However, the production team was shrewd, taking the items from Meng Chuyuan and allowing her to pay the labor coins during the next episode, ensuring they would not be accused of withholding the guest labor coins. "I almost forgot. My sister still has these supplies." The production team has truly been thoughtful, bringing these items from afar for Meng Chuyuan, but the labor coins feel a bit out of place. Haha. It seems like something Director Luo would do. Goodness. Seeing this bag of sweet potatoes reminds me of the elderly couple from the last episode. They likely have no idea Meng Chuyuan and the others have left the village. Oh dear. In the afternoon, the 6 guests were tasked with cleaning up trash on the beach. Since Meng Chuyuan's group resided near the dock, they arrived first, while the other 2 groups were still en route. The production team had rented an aging fishing vessel, which appeared somewhat worn, but had clearly seen many years. Perhaps due to the sea breeze, it was particularly blustery that day. Meng Chuyuan donned a short black blazer over a white shirt, paired with loose denim trousers and black combat boots, which not only showcased her slender figure, but also created a layered effect. Her high ponytail was tousled by the wind, and her bangs appeared somewhat disheveled. Lu Jinsen, on the other hand, wore his hoodie, with his bangs obscuring his eyes, and, as the sea breeze tousled his hair, his deep-set eyes became visible, revealing a softer, more endearing expression. Upon their arrival, they boarded the boat, waiting for the other guests. The production team is quite frugal, unwilling to rent a decent boat. I must admit, Lu Jinsen looked rather handsome in that moment. After seeing Meng Chuyuan's ponytail, I realized her outfit today is sweet yet edgy. I wish to request a link to her jacket. It's simply exquisite. I hope the live broadcast administrators can relay this message. The knitted vest Meng Chuyuan wore this morning was also lovely. Perhaps it was a bit chilly without sleeves, prompting her to switch to the blazer. Haha, how is it even possible to pair a blazer and shirt with denim pants and still look so chic? Before long, the other 2 groups arrived, but Qi Yin was notably absent. When Liao Jiaka's group encountered Qi Zhan at the dock, she curiously asked, "Qi Zhan, where's your sister? Did she not come?" Qi Zhan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "She is feeling a bit unwell." Liao Jiaka responded, "All right." Qi Yin had mentioned experiencing some discomfort due to the local climate, and after being exposed to the wind that morning, she requested a leave of absence from the production team. The director, noticing her pallor, permitted her to remain on the island to rest. This absence, however, was inconsequential for Qi Zhan, as he found himself more at ease without her presence. "I'll go ahead and then help you all aboard." Qi Zhan boarded the boat first, extending his hand to assist Liao Jiaka and her sister safely onto the vessel. Once Liao Jiaka was aboard, she gently expressed her gratitude to Qi Zhan. "Thank you." I suddenly found myself intrigued by the sibling dynamic between Coco and Qi Zhan. How could Coco not be Qi Zhan's sister? They truly resemble a pair of siblings. Qi Zhan, the younger brother, is incredibly warm-hearted and truly adept at caring for others. I find myself utterly enchanted by him every day. Haha. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that Qi Yin cannot possibly compare to Liao Jia. She indeed embodies gentleness and charm. Where else can one find such a beautiful and kind-hearted older sister? They boarded a fishing boat and returned to the beach from this morning. The production team had prepared gloves, sacks, and litter pickers for each guest. Most of the debris on the beach originated from the ocean, washed ashore by the waves. After a prolonged period without intervention, some trash had become buried beneath the sand and stones. The director announced, "Your task this afternoon is to clean up the litter on this beach. There will be no ranking for this task. Everyone is encouraged to pick up any trash they see. Upon completion, each group will earn 100 labor coins." After speaking, the director discreetly observed the guests' reactions, timidly asking, "Is everyone okay with this?" After Meng Chuyuan expressed concerns about the previous arrangement of activities, Director Luo, after careful consideration, decided to modify the rules and double the previously established labor coins. He believed that this increase would be acceptable. He made this decision with considerable resolve, hoping that if there were still discontent, he could be persuaded to increase it further. Director Luo truly demonstrates understanding, willing to increase labor coins for the guests. It seems he was criticized for providing too few labor coins last time, prompting him to hastily revise the plan. Director, no more complaints. I acknowledge my error. His actions might also be an attempt to appease Sister Meng, as the previous contract negotiations fell through. This gesture signifies the production team's earnestness. 5 guests exchanged glances and without dissent agreed, "Sure, no problem." Upon seeing their agreement, the director's face broke into a smile. Then, "Let's gather our tools and begin our work." As Meng Chuyuan donned her gloves, the camera captured a brilliant flash from her large diamond ring, causing the audience in the live stream to erupt with excitement, and the viewer count soared. "Is this a classic recreation? Haha. Sister Meng, I'm quite familiar with the task of picking up trash. I now seriously suspect that this trash collection activity was deliberately arranged by the director. I never expected to see Sister Meng picking up trash again, but this time she is well equipped, with gloves on. Chapter 54. Energizing the entire production team with her gloves on, Meng Chuyuan took a sack and ventured further to search for litter. From a distance, the beach appeared somewhat desolate, yet seemingly devoid of significant trash until the camera followed the guest's perspective, revealing the hidden litter. The beach concealed numerous wooden pieces, plastic bottles, foam boards, torn fishing nets, and plastic bags. Once the guests unearthed these items, the audience in the live stream was left aghast. Oh my goodness. I thought this place was quite clean and that there wouldn't be much trash to collect. I had no idea so much harmful waste was hidden in the sand. This task holds great significance. The production team is seizing the opportunity to promote the protection of marine ecology while imparting valuable lessons to the audience. When visiting the beach, please do not litter. It only contributes to ocean pollution. The 5 guests braved the sea breeze and the scorching sun, diligently searching every nook and cranny of the beach for hidden trash. Throughout, they remained focused on their task, avoiding the camera's gaze. After a prolonged period of bending and working, they found themselves exhausted, resting briefly before resuming. After picking up some paper scraps, Meng Chuyuan glanced at the expansive beach, realizing there were still areas they had yet to address. Given the vastness of the beach, she contemplated the impossibility of completing the cleanup in a short time. Slowly, she averted her gaze, but inadvertently noticed that the production team had set up a temporary shelter on the beach, where the director and other staff were seated, enjoying some respite and chatting. Meng Chuyuan's gaze momentarily lingered on them, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of complex emotions. After a while, she approached the director, holding her trash bag and picker. The director, who had been laughing and joking with colleagues just moments before, suddenly fell silent upon seeing Meng Chuyuan standing before him, his smile fading. He sensed her expression was devoid of emotion, with a glint of sharpness in her eyes. The director forced a smile and asked, "What's the matter, Teacher Meng?" Without a change in her demeanor, Meng Chuyuan replied, "Director, join us. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility." The director's smile now resembled that of someone appeasing an ancestor. This is hilarious. The director glances over, recognizing the formidable presence of Meng Chuyuan. Only Sister Meng would dare to address the director so directly. Protecting the environment is a collective duty. The director found it impossible to refuse. It's amusing that Meng Chuyuan seeks assistance for the never-ending task of picking up trash, but I never expected her to appeal to Director Luo. Meng Chuyuan remarked, "With such a vast beach, it seems unfair for just the 5 of us to manage, while you all relax in the shelter, chatting and laughing." Upon hearing this, the director's smile froze. Had he laughed too loudly, drawing her attention? With millions of viewers watching the live broadcast, how could he possibly reject her plea, especially considering the beach's considerable size? After regaining his composure, he promptly stood from his chair and responded affirmatively to Meng Chuyuan. "I believe you make an excellent point. Meng Chuyuan, everyone, please assist in picking up the trash along the beach. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up." With the director's directive, the staff present joined the cleanup effort. The live stream suddenly became lively. "Sister Meng is incredible. I've witnessed the behind-the-scenes strength. How impressive. What a memorable moment. With both front and back of the camera coming together. Trending topic alert. I feel honored to witness the birth of another iconic scene." For a program to thrive, it requires not only likable guests, but also the hard work behind the scenes. No wonder I am so devoted to this variety show. The azure sea sparkled under the sun, waves crashing rhythmically on the shore, the water warm and the breeze gentle. Unbeknownst to them, they continued their labor until sunset. The sunlight gradually softened, retreating behind thick clouds, painting the sky in hues of orange. After cleaning the beach, they sorted the collected trash before it was loaded for disposal. The director returned from washing his hands by the sea, immediately sinking back into his chair, exhaustion evident on his face. Noticing him settle down, Meng Chuyuan couldn't help but remind him, "Director, you haven't distributed our labor coins yet." Waving his hand, the director replied, "I'll give them to you later. Let me catch my breath first. This is hilarious. I never expected Director Luo to be such a comedic character. Is this okay, Director? Picking up trash has left you this worn out? Director, I'm getting older. It's not easy to do manual labor. Allow me a moment to recuperate. I assure you, the labor coins are on their way." Director Luo has proven to be commendable, guiding everyone to protect the ecological environment. It genuinely impresses me. Once the director had distributed the labor coins to each group, they returned to the island by boat. Throughout the afternoon, Qi maintained an excellent demeanor, interacting harmoniously with the other guests and taking good care of the Liao sisters. The sibling pairing of Liao Jiaka and Qi thus came into existence, alongside Meng Chuyuan, who assisted the production team in cleaning up the litter, which subsequently trended on Weibo. However, Qi remained unnoticed on the island, with the only shared understanding among the group being the unspoken agreement to not mention her. It wasn't until they completed their tasks and returned to the village that Qi, carrying the ingredients he had exchanged, entered the kitchen, prompting Qi Yin to emerge from her room. Observing Qi with a bag of fresh produce, she casually inquired, "You're back? I'll prepare dinner." Qi merely glanced at her before proceeding into the kitchen. Qi Yin leisurely followed and offered, "Do you need my assistance?" "No need, since you're not feeling well. Just rest. I'll call you when it's ready." At this moment, Meng Chuyuan began to process the ingredients she had brought back, also preparing to cook. "Do we need to start a fire?" Lu Jinsen stayed in the kitchen, appearing ready to be summoned. Meng Chuyuan unexpectedly handed him a bag of shrimp, instructing, "You can start by deveining the shrimp." Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow, puzzled. How do I devein shrimp? He had never done this before. Meng Chuyuan sighed slightly. "You know how to use a toothpick, right? Just pierce it through the middle of the shrimp and extract the vein." After her explanation, Lu Jinsen took a toothpick and a bag of shrimp outside the kitchen to work. Sitting beneath the eaves, he opened the plastic bag, staring at the lively shrimp with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. One hand grasped the toothpick while the other lingered over the bag. His gaze fixated on the shrimp without making a move. After a moment, he finally reached out, just as the audience anticipated him to devein the shrimp. He merely nudged it, causing it to squirm, which startled him into retracting his hand. Holding his breath, he attempted again, managing to grab a shrimp, only for it to slip from his grasp before he could extract it. To his dismay, this moment was met with laughter from millions of viewers. Is this for real? The young master can't even handle a bag of shrimp? I'm dying of laughter. Is Lu Jinsen afraid of being pinched by the shrimp? Who knew Lu Jinsen had a comedic side? Do these shrimp bite or eat you? Truly, he is my daily source of joy. How can the young master be so amusing in everything he does? Who would have thought these shrimp were so cunning? Just a squeeze and they escape. We have received professional training. We must not laugh unless absolutely necessary. Having never encountered live shrimp before, Lu Jinsen felt utterly at a loss as they flopped about. His initial contact was tentative, hindered by fear. After steadying his breath, he grasped the shrimp firmly and deftly inserted the toothpick into its back, successfully extracting the vein. Once he found his rhythm, his speed increased, and he soon completed the task Meng Chuyuan had assigned him. Returning to the kitchen with a bowl of shrimp, he helped stoke the fire. Not bad at all. This lad is beginning to find work for himself. The young master is quite self-aware this time. He has mastered the skill of starting a fire. His adeptness at deveining shrimp indicates genuine change. Could it be that he is simply hungry? From my observations last episode, I noticed the young master becomes exceptionally proactive when his stomach is empty. That afternoon, they exchanged for half a pound of shrimp, a yellow flower fish, seaweed, and eggs. Meng Chuyuan prepared scrambled eggs with shrimp, a plate of salt and pepper shrimp using the remaining shrimp, a cold seaweed salad, and a soup with yellow flower fish. Due to the absence of a refrigerator, they did not exchange for too much, just enough for a meal. As dusk fell, a faint glow of twilight lingered on the horizon. Meng Chuyuan and the others set a table in the courtyard to enjoy their dinner, savoring the tranquil sounds of boats in the distance. Having promised the village representative to join them for night fishing, they changed into warmer clothing and headed out after their meal. By the time the 6 guests gathered at the dock, darkness had fallen. Qi Yin initially had no intention of joining. She could have easily used the excuse of the afternoon to opt out. However, upon reflection, as the recording day neared its end, she realized she had scarcely appeared on camera. After some deliberation, she decided to accompany them for the night fishing. The other guests were surprised to see her. Liao Jiaka inquired with concern, "Sister Qi Yin, are you feeling better?" Qi Yin smiled, replying, "Much better." Having heard that she felt unwell from the wind earlier that morning, Meng Chuyuan now perceived that Qi Yin's condition seemed rather mediocre, not significantly improved. Casting a glance at Qi Yin, she kindly cautioned, "Sister Qi Yin, the wind will be stronger tonight. Aren't you cold dressed like that? At this, Chi Yan's expression stiffened. Though she wished to ignore Meng Chuyuan, the thought of the numerous viewers in the live stream compelled her to feign a smile, responding, I'm fine. Meng Chuyuan wore a cap, her hair tied back in a low ponytail, dressed in a white thermal top with a blue jacket zipped to her chin, complemented by black wide-leg jeans and white sneakers. She was bundled up, with only her eyes visible beneath a mask. Chien, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a short gray sweater paired with high-waisted black pants and white knee-high boots. The evening breeze seemed to chill her slightly. After a while, the village representative arrived on a fishing boat. Thank you for your patience. I apologize for the delay. We were cleaning the fishing gear. Meng Chuyuan responded, No worries. We just arrived. The representative surveyed the group, silently counting heads, surprised to see everyone present. After a moment, he smiled and said, Due to our large number, we will need 2 boats. Please decide how to divide yourselves. Meng Chuyuan asked, So, does that mean 3 of us will share 1 boat? Yes. Liao Jiaka, astonished, remarked. In that case, one of our groups will have to split up temporarily. Help! My chronic indecision is flaring up again. Which pair should I choose? Couldn't they prepare another boat? It feels wrong to split any pair. Having grown accustomed to 3 groups, this sudden division into 2 teams feels somewhat disconcerting. There's no choice. The fishing boat has limited capacity. Let us see how they decide. The 6 guests exchanged glances, struggling to reach a consensus. Observing their indecision, the representative urged, Have you decided who will pair with whom? Everyone had expected silence to lead to an eventual compromise, and Chi Yin had already resolved not to go. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a cool voice interrupted her. I'll join Chi Zhen and his sister. Chi Yin was taken aback. It was Meng Chuyuan who had spoken, and Lu Jinsen looked at her in disbelief, his eyes wide with surprise. Chi Zhen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an outcome. However, he couldn't help but admire Meng Chuyuan for stepping up at that moment. He gazed at her gently and smiled, welcoming her with a simple good. Liao Jiaka, noticing Meng Chuyuan's resolution, proactively stepped in to mediate, smiling at Lu Jinsen and graciously inviting him to join. Then little Lu should come along with us. Meng Chuyuan looked up at Lu Jinsen and said, Go on, take care of the 2 elder sisters. Lu Jinsen felt a surge of frustration, unable to fathom why Meng Chuyuan had pushed him onto others. Yet, after a moment of calm reflection, he realized there was nothing amiss with her actions. In such circumstances, someone had to yield for resolution. Although the 6 guests set sail on 2 separate boats, the production team connected the 2 live streaming rooms, allowing the audience to simultaneously observe the 6 guests. Who would have thought the ones to be separated in the end would be the laid-back group? Nonetheless, this arrangement should be quite entertaining. This is the first time witnessing such a scene. I wonder what sparks will fly from this division of labor. Seeing the eldest son's unwilling expression, I can't help but suspect that he's been cast aside by Sister Meng. Haha. Every time something arises, it is Sister Meng who takes the initiative, while the other guests seem oblivious. The waves were tumultuous that night, causing the fishing boat to sway gently. The pitch-black sea obscured all sense of direction, adorned with scattered starlight from the night fishing vessels. Amidst the howling sea breeze and the roaring of the fishing boat, they soon arrived at a fishing area. The fishermen began casting their nets into the water, explaining to the guests that night fishing required patience, using lights to attract fish, making it easier to catch them. While waiting to retrieve the nets, everyone kept busy with fishing and scooping. Typically, fish would surface to feed at this hour, making it easy to spot them. Under the fishermen's careful guidance, Liao Jiaka and her companion took turns, one holding a flashlight while the other wielded a net. Lu Jinsen, being the only male guest in the group, naturally took on the fishing task, with Liao Jiaka lighting the way, working to attract the fish. Their first collaborative effort went quite well. Lu Jinsen was swift in his actions, successfully catching fish with a swift scoop of the net. Upon witnessing his success, Liao Jiaka couldn't help but praise him. Little Lu, you're incredible. As he placed the fish into the bucket, Lu Jinsen felt his cheeks flush at her compliment. Unsure how to respond. This is probably the first time Lu Jinsen has received praise since joining the show. No wonder he turned red under the gentle words of Kiki. Help! I suddenly realized that Kiki and Lu Jinsen seem to have quite a sibling dynamic. Could it be that Lu Jinsen is a fishing master? He catches them so well. Has he practiced? Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and her group were nearing the time to retrieve their nets. The fishermen slowly gathered the nets back onto the boat, and heaps of fish flopped lively on the deck. Qi Yin, unable to withstand the strong fishy odor, retreated to a corner alone. After helping the fishermen collect the nets, Meng Chuyuan and Qi Zhen promptly cast their second net, observing the deck drenched in water. With fish of various sizes piled together, Qi Zhen couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, how many pounds is this?" The fisherman replied, "About 10 pounds, I suppose." They primarily relied on fishing for their livelihood, often catching hundreds of pounds. Under the fishermen's guidance, they became acquainted with many types of fish. Once the fish were caught, Meng Chuyuan and Qi Zhen donned plastic gloves to assist in sorting the fish. Squatted by the pile, the scene was remarkably down-to-earth. Meng Chuyuan picked up a handful of small yellow croakers and quietly placed them into another bucket, saying, "These are too small. Let us put them in a bucket for now and release them later." The fisherman agreed, "Yes. Release the small ones back into the sea and keep the large ones for sale." Qi Zhen followed suit, separating the smaller fish and retaining the larger ones. Sister Meng and Qi Zhen, a pair of handsome man and beautiful woman together, are indeed a sight to behold. The eldest son seems to be a well-behaved little brother around Kiki, so obedient. A handsome man and beautiful woman are truly a feast for the eyes. Why is it that whenever it's time to work, Qi Yin disappears? I'm really curious. Perhaps the director should consider letting the guests switch partners for the next episode. I find this arrangement rather enjoyable. It's hard to discern Qi Yin's purpose for being here. At least Liao Jiaka helps with carrying buckets. As the live-streaming camera inadvertently panned across the scene, it captured Qi Yin sitting alone at the front of the boat, arms crossed, feeling the chilly sea breeze. She longed to return. Initially, she thought being part of the show would grant her some screen time, but upon boarding the boat, she realized they were fishing, and given the boat's size, she preferred to avoid contact with live fish, retreating to a distant corner to observe. I wonder if she is really not cold. My goodness. She must be cold. Her shoulders are hunched. Why didn't she wear a heavier jacket? Showing off a good figure, yet suffering in the end. In truth, she didn't need to be here tonight. Aside from being Qi Zhen's sister, no one would recognize her, and no one is watching her anyway. After Meng Chuyuan and her group finished handling the fish on deck, they released a bucket of small fish back into the sea. Just then, it was time to retrieve the second net, so Qi Zhen joined everyone in hauling the fishing net back onto the boat. As Meng Chuyuan watched the small fish return to the sea, she turned to see Qi Yin sitting at the bow of the boat, arms crossed, catching the sea breeze. She squinted slightly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. After a moment, Meng Chuyuan set the fish bucket down, removed her plastic gloves, and walked toward Qi Yin. The camera followed Meng Chuyuan, and suddenly, the audience heard a rustling sound, followed by the sight of her removing her blue jacket. Approaching Qi Yin, Meng Chuyuan draped the jacket over her shoulders. "Oh my, I'm utterly captivated by this gesture from Sister Meng. Sister Meng's action goes straight to my heart. Who understands? Sister Meng is truly remarkable. If she were a man, I would want to marry her, sob, sob, sob. I've envied that jacket for so long, as it looks so good on a beautiful woman. Sister Meng is so kind. I feel like she isn't wearing much either, yet she willingly gives her jacket to Qi Yin." Qi Yin felt a shadow fall over her, and as she turned, she was surprised to find a jacket resting on her shoulders. Upon realizing it was Meng Chuyuan, she was taken aback. As she processed this, she instinctively attempted to refuse the jacket. However, Meng Chuyuan seemed to anticipate her resistance. When her hand rested on Qi Yin's shoulder, she gently pressed down to quell Qi Yin's small gesture of rejection. Qi Yin looked up, bewildered, as Meng Chuyuan, after draping the jacket on her, met her gaze and calmly said, "Put on, don't get cold." Chapter 57. Scandals should keep their distance. Although there had indeed been some unpleasantness at the airport earlier that day, Meng Chuyuan was not one to hold grudges. After giving her jacket to Qi Yin, she turned back to her previous spot, picking up the fish bucket and gloves to continue sorting with the fishermen. Just as Qi Zhen returned from pulling in the nets, he noticed that Meng Chuyuan had somehow removed her jacket, making her appear even smaller. He frowned in confusion. "Sister Meng, where's your jacket? Why did you take it off? Aren't you cold?" Believing she had removed her jacket for the sake of convenience, Qi Zhen was about to receive an answer when he noticed her jacket draped over Qi Yin. "You gave your jacket to my sister?" He was aware of the friction between Qi Yin and Meng Chuyuan, and thus surmised that it was indeed Meng Chuyuan who had taken the initiative to lend her coat. As for how Qi Yin had accepted it, that was something he truly could not fathom. Meng Chuyuan remarked, indeed, observing Qi Yan's delicate demeanor, which made it difficult for her to simply turn a blind eye. Fortunately, Qi Yan was dressed warmly enough, prompting her to offer her own coat. Qi Zhen lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment, he looked up at Meng Chuyuan and said, "You should wear mine." Upon seeing Qi Zhen's intent to give her his coat, Meng Chuyuan quickly interjected, "No, that's inappropriate." She joked, "If we were to stir up rumors over a coat, it would be quite the predicament." Haha, the realization of a married woman. Don't mention Meng Jie. Even I, as an audience member, am on the verge of forgetting she is married. Meng Jie states, "Oh, I am already wed, so rumors should steer clear of me." Nevertheless, Qi Zhen remains heartwarming, sobbing. Daily inquiry. Is Qi Zhen really not my brother? Apologies. It was only upon Meng Chuyuan's reminder that Qi Zhen recognized his previous rudeness. However, he quickly devised a solution. He approached Qi Yan, removed his black coat, and offered it to her. "Sister, wear mine. Let us return the other's coats." Qi Yan, initially perplexed by his approach, was surprised to see him exchange his coat for Meng Chuyuan's. She found it rather awkward to wear Meng Chuyuan's clothing, and Qi Zhen's timely intervention allowed her to swiftly hand over Meng Chuyuan's coat. After obtaining the coat, Qi Zhen returned to Meng Chuyuan's side, saying, "Meng Jie, I've retrieved your coat. Please put it on." Meng Chuyuan lifted her gaze, and, out of the corner of her eye, noticed Qi Yan had already donned Qi Zhen's black coat. Thus, she reclaimed her own garment and expressed her gratitude to Qi Zhen, saying, "Thank you. The one who ought to be thankful is me, for you just lent your coat to my sister." Had he not noticed Meng Chuyuan without a coat, he might not have recalled how little Qi Yan was wearing. As the live broadcast neared its conclusion, the 6 guests prepared to return. Upon arriving at the dock, the director seized the moment to announce an important update. "Tomorrow, we will welcome a group of flying guests. I hope everyone is well-rested and ready to present your best selves." I had heard rumors of flying guests joining, but I didn't think it was true. Judging by director Luo's smile, I suspect tomorrow's flying guest will be a big-name star. Will it be a handsome man or a beautiful woman? Suddenly, I find myself quite eager. Meng Chuyuan, however, held little interest in the arrival of new members. As a participant without a public persona, she typically avoided social interactions, making no difference who appeared. The other guests, conversely, began to speculate if the incoming guests would be acquaintances. Only Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jin-san appeared indifferent. While other groups discussed the list of flying guests, Meng Chuyuan's group diverted to unrelated topics. "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" Meng Chuyuan initiated the conversation. Lu Jin-san, taken aback by her inquiry, found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he asked, "Are you referring to breakfast or lunch?" "Lunch." The shrimp and egg dish from dinner was quite delightful. Meng Chuyuan nodded knowingly and softly suggested, "Then you should learn to make that tomorrow." Lu Jin-san was taken aback. "Aren't you going to make it?" He had assumed her question stemmed from a lack of a fixed menu, prompting him for suggestions. To his surprise, Meng Chuyuan was asking him to learn how to prepare it. "Who said I would cook?" Meng Chuyuan raised her eyes and calmly replied, "You can learn to make whatever you wish to eat. It's quite fair. I assent to it." Lu Jin-san, the young master, utterly speechless. His flustered expression has me captivated. Lu Jin-san, fair? That is exceedingly fair. Not just Lu Jin-san. Even I was led to believe Meng Jie was going to cook his favorite dish. Haha. Young master, I know you're annoyed, but hold your temper. Learning to make what you want is indeed quite reasonable. Meng Jie's latest tactic is to engage the mind and mouth while avoiding manual labor. The following morning, the sun rose slowly on the horizon. The 6 guests awakened to the distant sound of waves and the roar of boats. After freshening up, they gathered at the base camp for breakfast, though the flying guests had yet to arrive. Post-breakfast, they ventured to the beach to catch mantis shrimp, exploring the low-tide rocky areas for fish and crabs. Local villagers first shared their methods and experiences for catching mantis shrimp, subsequently demonstrating the process. The guests found it straightforward, donning gloves, grabbing buckets, and using shrimp traps to search for mantis shrimp. Meng Chuyuan called Lu Jin-san over each time she found a hole, and he would use the trap to extract the sand and stones within. While there were plenty of holes on the beach, not everyone yielded mantis shrimp. After much effort, they managed to catch 4, while other groups also seemed to struggle, leading to collective sighs of disappointment. "Let us catch 2 more for the sake of a better count, and then we can go fish in the rocky pools. This time I'll catch them, so hand me the trap." Lu Jin's son, puzzled, replied, "Is this really just for the count? Wouldn't it be better to dive in and catch fish?" He believed they were unlikely to catch any more mantis shrimp. Lu Jin's son, "Dear boy, this counting business is merely a ruse. Can't you tell? Huh. Meng Jia merely wishes to personally catch some mantis shrimp. I sense that catching mantis shrimp relies somewhat on luck." Meng Chuyuan glanced at him without responding, then took the shrimp trap from his hands and immediately set to work at the hole. Chapter 58. Culture must exist. Meng Chuyuan had never caught mantis shrimp before, and she was eager to try this novel experience. When she first extracted the sand and stones, she did not find a mantis shrimp, so she switched to another hole. Lu Jin's son stood by, watching her efforts, seemingly doubtful she would succeed. After all, he had spent considerable time catching only 4, and who knew how long it would take her to catch any. However, just as Lu Jin's thoughts wandered and he relaxed his guard, Meng Chuyuan surprised him with an unexpected catch. As he glanced down, a mantis shrimp attempting to escape caught his eye, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. It couldn't have escaped from the bucket, could it? It's hilarious that the young master would rather believe the mantis shrimp escaped from the bucket than admit Meng Jia caught it. Meng Jia, I truly can catch them. The young master is once again left dumbfounded. Every day feels like the first time meeting Meng Jia. Each day filled with new surprises. Seeing him stunned, Meng Chuyuan frowned slightly. What are you mumbling about? Hurry and catch it. It will escape. Lu Jin's son bent down and picked up the mantis shrimp, tossing it into the bucket. To his further astonishment, Meng Chuyuan unearthed 2 more mantis shrimp from the same spot. Lu Jin's son followed her, picking up shrimp, marveling, "Your luck is astounding." In just a short while, Meng Chuyuan had caught 3 mantis shrimp. In response to Lu Jin's son's compliment, she unabashedly remarked, "Could it be that your presence is merely a backdrop, enhancing my good fortune?" Lu David Singh. After catching the mantis shrimp, the group began to wade into the water to catch fish and crabs, just as the 2 flying guests arrived at the recording site. In this episode, the 2 flying guests are both young men. One is a rising actor named Luo Yunzhou, and the other is an esports player known as Ting Jiu. Luo Yunzhou has come to promote his new film, while Ting Jiu has been arranged by the investors. As the production team plans to collaborate with a mobile game app and needs to incorporate their advertisements. In pursuit of additional sponsorship, the team is currently making considerable efforts. As soon as Luo Yunzhou appeared, he greeted Liao Jiaka with a warm second sister, recalling their previous collaboration in which they portrayed siblings. The audience was instantly swept away by nostalgia as they reunited after years. Liao Jiaka's reaction upon seeing her old friend was a mix of surprise and delight. "Are you here to record the show too?" "Yes." Luo Yunzhou's affectionate address truly caught me off guard. I never expected to see Yunzhou and Kiki together again. The memories are overwhelmingly vivid. I remember Luo Yunzhou worked with actor Su last year. What a fateful connection. I was surprised to learn Ting Jiu is also participating in this variety show. It is said that Ting Jiu specifically set aside training to chase his idol. I wonder who it is. Ting Jiu, still in his early 20s, is an adept gamer who has participated in numerous competitions with commendable results. More impressively, he excels academically as well. He politely greeted the other guests before approaching Meng Chuyuan, gently saying, "Sister Chuyuan." Lu Jinsen was taken aback. He expected someone as reserved as Ting Jiu would initiate a greeting with Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan looked up at him and responded casually, "Lu Jiu, it's me." Upon realizing she recognized him, Ting Jiu smiled brightly. "Wow. Is it true that Meng Jia knows Ting Jiu? Do they know each other? Is this a crossover of dimensions?" "Oh, how tenderly Meng Jia calls him Little Jiu. It feels like they've known each other for ages." Lu Jinsen's bewildered expression mirrors mine as I watch the live stream. Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow, alternating his gaze between Meng Chuyuan and Ting Jiu. "Are you two quite familiar?" Meng Chuyuan replied nonchalantly, "I suppose we know each other. We played a couple of games together, and we attended the same university. Unfortunately, when Ting Jiu entered, I had already graduated." Lu Jinsen, upon hearing this, was visibly astonished, his expression becoming increasingly animated. He looked at Ting Jiu, incredulously asking, "You mean she was in the same university as you? What kind of question is that?" Meng Chuyuan interjected, slightly annoyed by Lu Jinsen's skepticism. Despite her past struggles, she had never ceased pursuing her education, believing that while money may be scarce, knowledge is indispensable. "Oh my, I never imagined Meng Jia attended the same university as Ting Jiao. Meng Jia appears youthful, yet her educational background must be impressive. The University Ting Jiao is currently enrolled and has a high admission threshold. It seems Meng Jia is quite modest. Looking at it this way, Meng Jia probably married soon after graduating. Now that I know Meng Jia is academically accomplished, my admiration for her has only deepened. The two flying guests teamed up for the recording, arriving just in time to join the regular cast without even checking into their accommodation first. Luo Yunzhou and Ting Jiao brought considerable attention to the show, and the fact that Meng Chuyuan and Ting Jiao are acquainted further enhanced the audience's fondness for her. Although Ting Jiao and Luo Yunzhou formed a team, he treated Meng Chuyuan as one of their own. Sister Chuyuan, I just caught a large crab under the rocks. Ting Jiao presented the crab he had caught to Meng Chuyuan, ultimately gifting it to her. I can catch one myself later. Meng Chuyuan attempted to decline, but found herself obliged to accept it. I also have sea urchins. Would you like some? No, I have some too. Lu Jinsen observed from the sidelines, feeling as though Ting Jiao and Meng Chuyuan were an inseparable pair, leaving him feeling like an outsider. I can guess from Lu Jinsen's expression that he is not pleased again. Ting Jiao, please stop radiating your charm and focus on the task. I think he is eager to share everything he has with Meng Jia. Ting Jiao, this naive boy, doesn't he realize they'll be weighing the items later? His team might fall behind. Let me know if you need anything later. Seeing that Meng Chuyuan had everything she needed, Ting Jiao reluctantly took his leave. Once Ting Jiao had walked away, Lu Jinsen cast a sidelong glance at Meng Chuyuan, teasingly remarking, I didn't expect this junior of yours to care so much about you. Chapter 59. Complimentary meal. Meng Chuyuan smiled lightly. He is not caring. He is just always keeping an eye on me. Even the most trivial matters can be magnified in Lu Jinsen's presence. Lu Jinsen scoffed, don't flatter yourself. When have I ever been watching you? If you weren't watching me, how could you be so observant? During lunchtime, the 8 guests successfully completed the tasks assigned by the production team and earned corresponding labor tokens. Meng Chuyuan continued to control the use of the tokens. Like the previous day, she exchanged several for eggs and half a pound of shrimp, along with some scallops and tofu. Hey, Junior, I've arranged shrimp and scrambled eggs for you today. Lu Jinsen frowned slightly, choosing not to engage with Meng Chuyuan. Meng Jia's casual address is so natural. It's clear he is given his approval. Lu Jinsen must be thinking, why does she keep bringing this up? I'm truly baffled. Meng Jia still remembers that Lu Jinsen wanted shrimp and scrambled eggs, so she specifically exchanged for more eggs and shrimp to prepare for him. I'm looking forward to it. Last time, Lu Jinsen didn't cook the eggs well. I wonder if he can manage the shrimp and scrambled eggs this time. If I recall correctly, Lu Jinsen was quite confident last time, stating that cooking isn't that difficult. Yet, his expression changes the moment cooking is mentioned. Ting Jiao and Luo Yunzhou, new arrivals, were thrilled to earn their labor tokens for the first time and, without considering moderation, exchanged them for whatever they desired. Their team acquired seaweed, taro, crabs, conch, and abalone, nearly exhausting their tokens. I just thought of something. Can you cook? After exchanging for ingredients, Ting Jiao belatedly realized their group hadn't assigned any tasks. Luo Yunzhou suddenly turned around, surprised to hear Ting Jiao, and shook his head. I can't. What about you? Neither can I. Faced with an abundance of ingredients, Luo Yunzhou scratched his head. What should we do? Laughing to death. It's confirmed they are indeed novices. Gentlemen, although you are flying guests, you should still be frugal with your labor tokens. You'll need them tomorrow. Director Luo is not lenient and won't accept IOUs. I thought these two newly affluent individuals would know how to cook after exchanging for so many ingredients. But it turns out they're clueless. The foolish handsome guys must be referring to Ting Jiao and Luo Yunzhou. Ting Jiao glanced up and noticed Meng Chuyuan hadn't gone far, so he said to Luo Yunzhou, how about we ask my senior if we can share lunch? Luo Yunzhou, puzzled, asked, you have a senior here? Wait a moment, let me ask. Ting Jiao approached Meng Chuyuan. Sister Chuyuan, Luo Yunzhou, and I can't cook. Can we join you for lunch? Lu Jinsen opened his mouth, about to object, but Meng Chuyuan agreed. Sure, just bring your ingredients over to where I am. Thank you. Sister, we'll come find you later. Meng Chuyuan smiled. No problem. Lu Jinsen was truly displeased this time. It wasn't that he disapproved of others mooching off meals. Rather, he felt a sense of imbalance within himself. Why was it that while Ting Jiao and the others could simply ask Meng Chuyuan to host them without needing to cook, he had to learn to do it himself? Lu Jinsen pondered. If they come to eat, shouldn't they contribute in some way? What kind of contribution? Guests are guests. Don't you understand? He raised another question. So, we let them eat and drink for free without any effort on their part? How can that be free? Did I not ask them to bring ingredients for me? You must consider it from another perspective. This is what one might call a complimentary meal. What a splendid complimentary meal. Ha! Meng Jia is quite the speaker. Ah, this is yet another instance of the young master being oblivious to social niceties. The young master's mind is like a helicopter, incapable of making turns. Ha! Meng Jia remarked. With ingredients in hand, we also have helpers. Another day of marveling at Meng Jia's intellect. How does she manage to persuade both others and herself so effectively? Upon returning to their residence, Meng Chuyuan immersed herself in the kitchen, with Lu Jinsen undoubtedly assisting her. His task for the day was to devein shrimp. Having gained experience from the previous day, he was much less clumsy today. Meng Chuyuan first soaked the scallops, then cleaned them, prying them open with a small knife and discarding the half without meat. She soaked a handful of vermicelli in a basin, then minced garlic, setting it aside for later use. Just then, Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju arrived with the ingredients. Chuyuan Jia, we are here, they announced. Meng Chuyuan, seeing them bring the ingredients, unreservedly said, you can place the items on the table. I will handle them shortly. Luo Yunju inquired, do you need our help? No, I can manage. You both can sit and rest for a while. The kitchen was rather small and could not accommodate too many people. Ting Jiao added, if you need anything, just call us. We'll be right outside. After delivering the ingredients, they noticed Lu Jinsen sitting beside them, deveining shrimp, and approached him. Luga, do you need help? Ting Jiao asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsen lifted his head and noticed Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju approaching. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, you both know how to devein shrimp, right? Oh my, I'm going to be amused to death by the young master. Ha! 666. Is this lack of courtesy something he learned from Meng Jia? Young master is quite the strategist. I assent. Teehee. Lu Jinsen seemed to think, since you've come to offer your assistance, let's all work on deveining shrimp together. Though the flying guests cannot cook, they can certainly lend a hand. Luo Yunju, eager to help, responded. I can do it. Ting Jiao, with a hint of embarrassment, admitted, I've never done it before. Is it difficult? Not all. It's quite simple. Just sit down, and I'll teach you. After inviting Ting Jiao to sit, Lu Jinsen demonstrated slowly, one hand holding a toothpick and the other a shrimp. Ting Jiao soon followed suit and quickly learned the task. Having taught Ting Jiao how to devein shrimp, Lu Jinsen exhibited a flicker of satisfaction. After a while, Lu Jinsen rose and said casually, you two can take over this task. I'll go check on the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Jinsen placed his hands behind his back, strolling as if he were an elderly gentleman out for a walk. Meng Chuyuan had just finished preparing the scallops and placed them in the steamer when she turned around and spotted Lu Jinsen. Weren't you supposed to be deveining shrimp? Have you finished already? No, they're the ones doing it. Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brows, her tone laced with confusion. They? Just those two who are providing us with a complimentary meal? Curiosity piqued. She walked to the door and glanced outside, where she surprisingly saw Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju sitting side by side under the eaves, deveining shrimp. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Jinsen with admiration. You truly have a knack for this. Chapter 60. Secrets cannot be hidden. Observing Lu Jinsen delegate the task of deveining shrimp to others, Meng Chuyuan quickly assigned him a new job. Please crack those eggs and wash the conch. Lu Jinsen responded with a soft "oh," washing a bowl clean before beginning to crack the eggs and whisk them. Meng Jia, there's no way I'll let you remain idle. The young master thought he could slack off because he had helpers. Little did he know he himself was one of the helpers. Ha ha. Meng Jia asserted, I haven't even begun to be lazy yet. You have no chance of escape. Oh, that response is just too amusing. How delightful. With Meng Jia around, everything proceeds in an orderly and systematic manner, providing a profound sense of security. Once Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju completed deveining the shrimp, Meng Chuyuan's garlic vermicelli scallops were ready. She first steamed the crabs, then boiled the conchs, and finally prepared a kelp and tofu soup along with rice and abalone sauce. Each time Meng Chuyuan cooked, the number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly. Due to the limited kitchen space, Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju did not linger in the kitchen. However, they could smell the rich aroma wafting from outside. The audience, through their expressions of enjoyment, seemed to catch a whiff of the enticing scent. They were left with just the final dish of shrimp and scrambled eggs, and once that was completed, they could finally dine. Meng Chuyuan had already peeled and marinated the shrimp in advance, subsequently entrusting this dish to Lu Jinsen to prepare. Standing there, he appeared somewhat bewildered, gazing down at the plate of shrimp and the eggs, uncertain of which to tackle first. After a moment of hesitation, he could no longer resist asking Meng Chuyuan, "Which should I stir-fry first?" Stir-fry the shrimp first until they turn color, then pour in the beaten eggs, stir briefly, and it's done. Even after hearing this, Lu Jinsen still hesitated. He looked up at Meng Chuyuan and suggested, "Why don't you do it? Wasn't what I said clear? Which part did you not understand?" In truth, he harbored some concerns, given that Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju were staying for a meal. If his shrimp and scrambled eggs didn't turn out well, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What? Afraid of embarrassment? Meng Chuyuan, noticing his distracted expression, could guess what was on his mind. Upon hearing her comment, Lu Jinsen visibly became a bit flustered. I wondered why the young master suddenly seemed awkward. Turns out he is afraid of embarrassment. What a memorable scene, witnessing the young master's fear. Ha! Meng Jia, you are truly my savior. You can read Lu Jinsen's every move and thought. It's nothing, a simple shrimp and scrambled egg dish. How could it possibly stump you? With a powerhouse like Meng Jia around, there is no need to worry. Young master, just proceed with confidence, whatever amount of salt you need. She'll guide you perfectly. So adorable, this young master. It reminds me of when my brother was learning to fry rice. However, recalling that neither Ting Jiu nor Luo Yunju could cook, his confidence gradually returned. Lu Jinsen began to follow Meng Chuyuan's instructions, pouring oil into the pan, then adding the shrimp to stir-fry. Once cooked, he combined them with the egg mixture. He stirred slowly with chopsticks until the eggs were just set. Just before placing it into the pan, Lu Jinsen hesitated. What if it burns? The oil covers the pan. It won't burn. While he hesitated, Meng Chuyuan had already poured the shrimp and egg mixture into the pan. Once the shrimp and scrambled eggs were ready, everyone could finally sit down to enjoy their meal. Ting Jiu and Luo Yunju had rushed over from the airport to record the program, having skipped breakfast, so they were quite famished by now. Initially, they had thought Meng Chuyuan would prepare a few simple home-cooked dishes, but when the abalone sauce rice was served, the meal suddenly elevated to a whole new level. How sumptuous! Luo Yunju exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Meng Chuyuan smiled, saying, "You must thank yourself for bringing the ingredients." Although they had exchanged for a wide variety of ingredients, the quantities were rather limited. Due to their modest earnings in labor currency, seafood was relatively expensive, and the production team was unwilling to lower prices, thus limiting the quantities. After settling down, Ting Jiu savored a mouthful of the enticing abalone sauce rice. The thick gravy enveloped the plump grains, creating an exquisite flavor. Ting Jiu exclaimed in delight, "Sister Chuyuan, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Take your time. There is plenty more where that came from," Meng Chuyuan replied. Luo Yunzhou chimed in, "This kelp and tofu soup is delightful, not at all fishy." As Luo Yunzhou interacted with Meng Chuyuan for the first time, he initially felt a bit awkward, but soon discovered that she was quite easygoing, especially when he tasted her delicious cooking. Observing everyone praising Meng Chuyuan's culinary prowess, Lu Jinsun furrowed his brow slightly, silently consuming the shrimp and egg dish he had prepared himself. Taking a bite, he found the shrimp and egg to be tender and flavorful. Remarkably, his dish had not flopped. For Lu Jinsun, if the food was cooked and palatable, that was a success. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Ting Jiu, and he eagerly offered, "Would you like to try my shrimp and egg dish?" The young master's recommendation suggests it turned out well. You can't hide anything. It's all written on your face, haha. In my opinion, Sister Meng deserves the most credit. Little Lu Jinsun's dish didn't flop. I'm getting hungry just looking at this. I can almost smell the food through the screen. The young master's boldness in recommending this dish indicates that it's not the usual slippery egg dish. Ting Yu, noticing the appealing appearance of the shrimp and egg dish, hesitated but finally said, "All right, I will give it a try." Lu Dvinsen, concerned that the distance made it difficult for him to serve, proactively brought the plate closer. Meng Chuyuan glanced up and witnessed this scene. There was nothing amiss since she had personally overseen the cooking. Ting Jiu thanked him and picked up a piece of the tender egg, placing it directly into his mouth. "How is it?" Lu Jinsun asked impatiently. Chewing on the shrimp, Ting Jiu replied earnestly, "It tastes quite good." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsun's eyes gleamed with joy. He looked at Ting Jio and couldn't help but say, "You're lucky. This is the first time I've made this dish, and you're the first to taste it." "Really?" Ting Jio exclaimed, almost bursting with excitement. Unable to believe Lu Jin's senator, he took another piece to confirm the flavor. Ting Jio then turned to Luo Yunzhou, saying, "Brother Lu claims this shrimp and egg dish is his first attempt. You should try it and see if he is boasting. This is hilarious. These two can't be older than 3 combined." "Ting Jio, can you manage your expressions? We are public figures, after all." "Don't say Ting Jio is overreacting. Even I find it hard to believe this dish was made by Lu Jin's son, but with Sister Meng around, I'm starting to believe." After tasting the shrimp and egg dish, Luo Yunzhou reevaluated his impression of Lu Jin's senator given Lu Jin's son's background. It was believable that he had never cooked before, yet the flavor of the shrimp and the texture of the eggs were impeccable. Hard to imagine they were produced by a novice. The shrimp was well seasoned, and the eggs were incredibly tender. Luo Yunzhou looked at Lu Jin's son with a hint of envy and asked, "So, this is really your handiwork?" He added, "Is there any secret to making this dish? I would love to learn." Ting Jio and Luo Yunzhou envied the fact that Lu Jin's son, as a novice, could create such a dish. When Luo Yunzhou expressed a desire to learn, Lu Jin's son suddenly became a bit reserved. Fearing that Luo Yunzhou might ask questions he couldn't answer, he glanced at Luo Yunzhou and softly stated, "I had a hand in it." The shrimp was indeed something he had cooked. Though Lu Jin's son only mentioned his involvement, it still left Luo Yunzhou in awe. He just claimed it was all him, and now he is backtracking to say he was involved. Haha. "Lu Jin's son, you understand the art of language." "Lu Jin's son, my involvement is tantamount to having made it, right?" By that logic, since Ting Jio and Luo Yunzhou peeled the shrimp, doesn't that count as participation? The young master's sudden change in tone seems to have revealed something. Upon hearing this, Ting Jio couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. He looked at Lu Jin's son and said, "I told you. How could a novice achieve such a level? Clearly, this dish is still from Sister Chu Yuan. You merely assisted." Earlier, Ting Jio had almost felt inferior, thinking such a delicious shrimp and egg dish was made by Lu Jin's senator. Lu Jin's son could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyi finished his work at the company, stepped out of his office, and summoned his assistant to act as his driver for an outing. A few days earlier, a client had invited him to dinner at their home. Since they still had business matters to discuss, Lu Qingyi felt compelled to accept. Once in the car, he utilized the time to check emails and respond. Suddenly recalling that the dinner was for the client's youngest son's birthday, he turned to his assistant and asked, "Is the gift ready?" "Rest assured, I've prepared everything," the assistant replied. Lu Qingyi nodded as he saw the gift placed in the car and continued reviewing emails. The assistant discreetly observed Lu Qingyi, noting how he was glued to his phone, wasting not a moment. "Sir, it's after hours. Why not take a break? I'll just look over a few emails. I'll be done shortly." For Lu Qingyi, reviewing emails was a form of relaxation. His efficiency was impressive. Soon, he had dealt with all unread messages. Once he finally had some free time, he glanced at his work schedule and realized it was still early in the month. It dawned on him that he had yet to give Lu Qianling her allowance. Thinking that he might have overlooked Lu Qianling's messages due to his busy schedule, he opened WeChat to review their conversations. After perusing the messages, he realized it wasn't neglect on his part. Lu Qianling hadn't reached out to him at all. What could this mean? Lu Qingyi pondered for a moment, unable to decipher Lu Qianling's childish thoughts, so he decided to contact her directly. "Don't you want your allowance?" However, as soon as he sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared beside the chat box, accompanied by a line of gray text. The message was sent but declined by the recipient. Staring at the screen, Lu Qingyi's brow furrowed in confusion. The assistant, glancing through the rearview mirror, noticed something was off with Lu Qingyi's expression and asked curiously, "Sir, what's wrong?" Lu Qingyi lifted his gaze, puzzled, and asked the assistant, "What does it mean if someone refuses to accept a WeChat message?" "It means they VE blocked you." The assistant, oblivious to the situation, spoke with a grin that seemed a bit cheeky. "Lu Qingyi, blocked? Well, it seems Lu Qianling has learned a thing or two." To confirm her academic situation, Lu Qingyi even contacted her homeroom teacher, who assured him that Lu Qianling had been attending classes diligently. Lu Qingyi found himself perplexed. Given Lu Qianling's personality, he expected her to negotiate for her allowance. Yet she not only refrained from asking for it, but also willingly attended school. Had she truly changed? Regardless, She used the resources at home, incurring minimal expenses, so it was not a significant loss if he withheld the money. The lunch that Ting Jiu and Luo Yinzhou shared was utterly satisfying, especially knowing that the shrimp and egg dish was taught by Meng Chuyuan to Lu Jin Sr. They both agreed to learn cooking from Meng Chuyuan on their next opportunity. While the audience assumed they would take a break after the meal, the live stream unexpectedly featured a promotional advertisement. As Meng Chuyuan finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, Ting Jiu approached her. "Sister Chuyuan, you haven't played video games in a while, have you?" Meng Chuyuan, unaware that this was part of a promotional segment, thought Ting Jiu was merely engaging in casual conversation, so she replied naturally, "Indeed, it has been quite some time." Meng Chuyuan was never addicted to games. She merely played occasionally to pass the time when boredom struck. Hearing the game spokesperson, Ting Jiu, wholeheartedly promoting his advertisement, "Recently, our gaming platform has released a new skin for a certain hero, particularly stunning and with excellent handling. I believe you will adore it. I'll send you a set later." "Sure, make it happen," he replied promptly. "Help. This advertisement insertion is incredibly smooth." "What? That was an advertisement?" I thought Ting Jiu was inviting Sister Meng to team up for a game. I only just realized this is a game advertisement. Sister Meng's reaction successfully fooled me. How wonderful, the flying guests don't even need a hand over their phones. But Sister Meng plays games too. Being able to play with Ting Jiu suggests her gaming skills must be quite impressive. Sob sob. Lu Jinsen happened to overhear their conversation and walked into the live broadcast room. Addressing Ting Jiu, "Give me a set as well." Ting Jiu readily agreed. "Sure. No problem." Lu Jinsen frequently played games and was known within the circle for his high online frequency. When he requested a skin from Ting Jiu, the audience perceived him as the same big boy who loved gaming. The moment games are mentioned, Lu Jinsen's eyes light up. "I declare this is the most successful advertisement ever. Huh. Although I know this is an advertisement, I can't bring myself to leave. I've decided to watch it all before exiting." Chapter 62. He personally acknowledges his marriage during Lu Qingye's business trip spanning more than half a month. He met numerous clients, but today's guest was a long-standing client of the company, invited to celebrate his child's birthday, thus necessitating a show of respect. He typically avoided social gatherings, rarely attending banquets. Unless circumstances were exceptional, Lu Qingye generally refrained from appearing. Holding a birthday gift for the child, he stood at the door and pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. Upon seeing Lu Qingye, the client wore a delighted smile. "Mr. Lu, we've eagerly awaited your arrival." This client, around 40 years old, donned silver-rimmed glasses and had a lean physique, standing shorter than Lu Qingye. Both he and his wife were of Chinese descent, having settled here due to their expanding business. It was Lu Qingye's first visit to their home, as their interactions have been limited to work-related communications, given Lu Qingye's genuine busyness and lack of time. "Please come in." Once inside, a 5-year-old boy circled around him. On his way there, Lu Qingye had expected a grand celebration for the child's birthday, only to discover he was the sole guest. He presented his birthday gift to the boy, who politely thanked him upon receiving it. Perhaps due to the infrequency of guests at their home, Lu Qingye appeared as a novelty to the child, sparking his curiosity. From the moment Lu Qingye entered, the boy's gaze remained fixed on him, even approaching him to ask, "Should I call you brother or uncle?" Lu Qingye had no preference for either term, replying, "Either is fine, whatever you like." The boy pondered for a moment and decided, "Then I'll call you brother." Possibly due to Lu Qianling being a year younger, he was accustomed to such interactions and felt no discomfort in relating to children. Knowing Lu Qingye was coming, the couple prepared a sumptuous meal to host him. "My wife specifically made a few dishes from our hometown. You should enjoy them." "Thank you, Mr. Chun and Mrs. Chun, for your warm hospitality." Mr. Chun replied, "No need to be formal. Consider this your home." The family atmosphere was pleasant, the child was well-mannered, and Mrs. Chun was gentle and gracious. Lu Qingye had some rapport with Mr. Chun, having collaborated a few times during his time in China. Mr. Chun said, "I heard you've been here for a while. I've been wanting to invite you over for dinner, but I've been too busy lately. Are you settling in well here?" Lu Qingye responded nonchalantly, "It's all right." He frequently traveled for work and didn't dwell on personal comforts, often too occupied to consider such matters. During dinner, Mr. Chun broached some casual topics, to which Lu Qingye responded effortlessly, until Mr. Chun unexpectedly posed a rather personal question regarding introducing him to a distant relative's unmarried daughter. Lu Qingye quietly placed his hand, adorned with a wedding ring, on the table. At that moment, as Mr. Chun paused mid-sentence, Lu Qingye politely interjected, "I am already married." "What?" Mr. Chen opened his mouth, preparing to continue when he suddenly paused, glancing at Lu Qingye, who had just revealed the ring on his finger. Realizing the implication, Mr. Chen's expression turned to one of surprise. "You're married? When did this happen?" Lu Qingye calmly replied, "Before I came here." "That's quite sudden, Mr. Chen chuckled awkwardly. "I thought you were still single." In reality, their invitation for Lu Qingye to dinner was partly for socializing and primarily to introduce him to a suitable young lady. Who would have known the news of his marriage would catch them off guard so unexpectedly? In the afternoon, Meng Chuyuan and the others ventured to the other side of the island to dig for oysters. The production team had arranged a seaside barbecue for the 8 guests that evening, but they still needed to gather ingredients through their own labor. According to local fishermen, a particular area was teeming with wild oysters, prompting them to bring the necessary tools. As it was everyone's first time harvesting oysters, they found the process surprisingly challenging. "So many. I want to try prying them open too. I had no idea oysters looked so peculiar before being harvested. I think I understand why oysters are so expensive, because they're hard to dig up. Help! I adore oysters. Please tell me where to find them. I'll go dig some myself." Just as the fisherman had mentioned, the wild oysters were abundant, densely populating the rocks, though removing them posed a considerable challenge. Ting Jiao attempted to pry one open, succeeding in cracking it, but failing to detach it completely. The oyster meat remained stuck to one half of the shell. This oyster is exceedingly difficult to pry open. Meng Chuyuan happened to pass by and glanced over, offering reassurance. "Take your time. Try to pry it out with the shell intact, so as not to waste it." Ting Jiao turned to the director outside the scene and called out, "Director, do you have a blowtorch? I'd rather just heat it up and eat it right here." Upon hearing this, the director responded coolly, "That is a delightful idea, but I don't have the blowtorch you're asking for." Ting Jiao is adorable. How quirky to suggest heating it up right there. "Director, we brought you here to dig for oysters, not to eat them. Seeing so many oysters makes me crave them. I really want to try prying them open." This production team has excellent taste in locations. I seriously suspect I'm watching a culinary variety show. Sob sob. Meng Chuyuan chose easier spots to dig, as it would save time and effort. Observing that everyone was getting into the swing of things, the director began calculating in his mind how much they could harvest. Suddenly, he picked up his personal megaphone and called out to the guests, "Everyone, try to dig up as many as you can. Our production team needs to eat too." Hearing the director's announcement, everyone raised their heads in confusion. They were worried about not gathering enough for themselves, let alone for the numerous crew members behind the scenes. The pressure suddenly mounted. Meng Chuyuan looked up at the director and bluntly said, "If you want to eat, you're welcome to do it yourself." The director feigned innocence, responding diplomatically, "I don't have enough tools." "Well, wait until we finish digging, then you'll have your tools." "Director, haha, I can guess that the director will definitely want to dig for oysters later." I knew Meng Jia would not comply with the director's intentions at this moment. Word has it, the director is not only thrifty, but also loves to take advantage. "Director, with all you free laborers, why should I do it myself?" Chapter 63. Is intelligence slipping away? After realizing this tactic was ineffective, the director set down the microphone and returned to his post. Since he would have to do it himself later, he might as well take a moment to rest. While waiting for the other guests to pry open the oysters, the production team edited the previous live broadcast on site. The footage captured by the photographers was primarily substantive, so editing it would not pose significant difficulties. Post-production would merely require some time. However, the edited video needed to be aired on the platform, and each episode's duration had to be capped at about an hour and a half, including the opening, closing, and advertisements, resulting in a total runtime of roughly 2 hours. The episode was divided into 3 segments, with an additional extended version and an Easter egg chapter. Yet, when it came to allocating time for the 3 groups of guests, the production team found themselves in a quandary. The production team brought the edited video to the director. "Director, I've cut out the highlights from the first episode. How should we allocate the time?" The initial appearances of the guests and their housing selection were essential, followed by their living conditions, task performances, and some dramatic moments that had trended during the live broadcast. After carefully reviewing, the director offered his insights. Give more time to Meng Chuyuan's group. Don't skimp on the cooking, chopping wood, and the subsequent garbage collection process. Speed up the less significant parts, and keep the others as usual. Understood. After a while, the production team completed the earlier video editing and approached Director Luo again. "Director, I have one more question. Should we include the video of you and Meng Chuyuan drinking that night and the bargaining? The director was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brows. What bargaining? He pondered whether his screen time in the first episode had been that high, particularly regarding the segment on the unfair distribution of labor credits. His expression revealed helplessness. You called it unfair? Why include it then? Cut all my scenes. Not a single one should remain. He was merely a behind-the-scenes director and did not wish to occupy too much screen time. More importantly, he did not want his embarrassing moments to resurface in the viewer's memories once the show aired. Each guest returned with a small bucket of oysters. And knowing that the production team would also be digging, Meng Chuyuan proactively handed the tools to the director, while the other guests passed their tools to the nearby staff. Meng Chuyuan said, "Director, do your best. We'll head to the shore to prepare the items for the barbecue." The director took the tools from Meng Chuyuan and instructed, "We can start setting up the tent and preparing the barbecue grill. Do not touch the ingredients in the freezer yet. There are specific requests." Understood. Meng Chuyuan found the director's sudden mention unnecessary. Had he not said anything, no one would have noticed the freezer nearby. His comment drew everyone's attention, aside from a photographer's and a few video editors. Everyone else was called by the director to dig for oysters. The director specifically emphasized this, indicating that the barbecue ingredients might be difficult to access, suggesting that there was probably another task awaiting them. I have never seen a variety show director so compliant with the guests. Who truly is the worker here? Haha, director, is no one speaking up for me? The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It felt as if the director and the guests were already a family. 3 of the boys were responsible for setting up the sunshade, while the other girls arranged the tables and chairs. However, it seemed the boys encountered some issues, as they had never set up such things before. Hearing Gio's question, "How do we do this?" Luo Yunju scratched his head and suggested, "First, we should erect the 2 side supports, then nail the fabric around it." After some deliberation, they managed to prop up the supports. To secure them, they searched the toolbox for hammers and nails, starting to pull the lines to the right position and hammering down nails. Eventually, they discovered that the nails seemed ineffective on the sandy beach. The sand was everywhere, making it impossible to secure them. After Lu Jinsen hammered a nail down, it soon toppled over again. The sunshade provided by the production team seems intended for camping. It is unsuitable for the beach, and the nails are too small to hold it down. I don't know why, but I suddenly find it amusing that 3 grown men can't handle a piece of cloth. Why not just skip it? The sun will be gone soon anyway, right? This is probably not just about the sun. They simply want a better environment, and a tent could also be used to hang lights. Let us find something else to substitute for the nails. They 1T hold if they aren't T deep enough. After Meng Chuyuan finished arranging the tables, she noticed Lu Jinsen and the others squatting together, seemingly at a loss. The tent was still not set up. She walked over, curious, and inquired, "What are you all doing?" Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, Gio sighed. "These iron nails are useless. They loosen when driven in. We're trying to figure out a solution." "I'll take a look." Meng Chuyuan crouched beside them, examining the iron nails on the beach. Luo Yunju shook his head. "The sand is too soft, and the nails are too small to withstand the tent's weight." Meng Chuyuan set the nails down, dusted off her hands, and remarked, "Then we don't need the nails. They would just fall out anyway." Gio chimed in. "We were just discussing what could replace the nails. Perhaps a longer wooden stick?" Since they lacked other tools, Meng Chuyuan, observing their distressed expressions, smiled slightly, revealing a look of confusion. "Is this even up for discussion? Just find a few heavy stones to weigh down the lines." Gio suddenly had an epiphany from Meng Chuyuan's words. Right. Why are we fixating on something that could be driven into the ground like nails? Wooden sticks might not even be as sturdy as stones. This is hilarious. They say 3 carpenters can surpass Zhuge Liang, yet these 3 can't seem to manage. It's evident that their practical skills are lacking, and their intelligence does not align with their age. Meng Jie is speechless. "I can't tell if I'm clever or if you all are just too dim." "Gio, you're a top student. How has your intelligence dropped since hanging out with Lu Jinsen?" Meng Jie's thoughts mirror mine. "I was thinking that a heavier object would surely help, right? Stones would certainly work, as long as they are large enough, and they would be easier to remove later than nails." With Meng Chuyuan's guidance, they ventured near the rocks to see if they could find suitable stones. Once the tent was set up, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the director and the others returned to the beach with a considerable haul of oysters. Chapter 64. Absurd games upon the director's return to the beach. The barbecue ingredients from the freezer were unveiled for the guests. All the desired ingredients were inside the box: meats, vegetables, seafood, and seasonal fruits. Acquiring these ingredients was quite simple. This time, there was no need to exchange labor credits, as they likely didn't possess many. When the director opened the freezer, some guests were already inclined to pull out their labor credits, only to be informed by the director that they were unnecessary this time. Hearing the director's final remark, everyone looked at their dwindling labor credits, their excitement dimming. Director, that's not quite fair. The reason we have so few credits is because you gave us so little, Meng Chuyuan pointed out. Qi Zhen chimed in. Exactly, with the prices of ingredients so high, we hardly have any credits left after one exchange. The prices of ingredients in this episode are generally comparable to those in the first episode. However, due to the predominance of seafood, the quantities have significantly diminished. For instance, crabs are exchanged individually. Indeed, the director provided labor coins, yet it seems some guests still find them insufficient. Meng Jie expressed her displeasure, asking the director if he felt superior despite giving us so few labor coins. This prompted a collective outcry from the group, with laughter accompanying the director's predicament. Without the cameras, it's likely the director would have faced some backlash. Who could endure such indignity? The director advised everyone to be mindful of their roles and to choose their words carefully. After being mercilessly exposed by Meng Chuyuan, the director cleared his throat and seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Let's discuss the main event. He explained that everyone would participate in a game to win ingredients of their choice. Liao Jiaka, curious, inquired about the game. The director suddenly lifted an apple from the table and announced, "We will be breaking apples with our bare hands." This game seemed somewhat challenging, eliciting laughter from the group. Meng Jie remained silent, and many were eager to see her reaction, knowing she could hold her own against the director. There was a sense of urgency to understand whether this game was a whimsical idea or a well-thought-out challenge. The notion of breaking apples by hand struck many as rather simplistic, and they questioned if it truly served as a fair test for the guests. Upon hearing about this game, the atmosphere fell silent. After a moment, Ting Jiu scoffed, "Is this really a game?" Initially, he had been excited at the prospect of engaging in a gaming segment, believing the production team would collaborate with their gaming platform for a specially designed promotional event that would showcase his strengths. Who would have thought it would boil down to breaking apples? As Meng Chuyuan attempted to break her apple, she realized she had never done such a thing before and, like everyone else, failed to succeed. Viewers in the live broadcast couldn't help but feel anxious for her, questioning why she hadn't rejected the director's absurd request if she couldn't break the apple. Qi Yin, standing next to Meng Chuyuan, chuckled when she too failed to break the apple. "I thought you were quite capable." Meng Chuyuan, hearing Qi Yan's teasing tone, replied coldly, "That's merely your assumption. It has nothing to do with me." Although she couldn't break the apple, she felt no shame, having never claimed to possess extraordinary abilities. Each participant held an apple, but after much effort, none succeeded in breaking theirs. The director, sitting nearby with his legs crossed, relished the sight, knowing the barbecue ingredients prepared for their meal would be plentiful, as he intended to keep as much for himself as possible. Thus, he devised such a challenging game. Eventually, someone finally managed to break an apple, and to everyone's surprise, it was Lu Jinsen. In a moment unnoticed by the others, he exerted force, and the apple split in his hands. The young master possesses some skill. He can indeed break an apple barehanded. Ting Jiu stared in disbelief at Lu Jinsen, and, once he saw the apple in two halves, exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Lu Jinsen replied with a hint of modesty, "I simply used force." The other guests were astonished, as if they were holding a different variety of apple than he was. Meng Chuyuan, witnessing this, complimented him. Impressive. It seemed their dinner was secured. Hearing that Lu Jinsen had succeeded, the director sprang from his seat. Without waiting for the director to inspect, Lu Jinsen turned to show the apple. The director asked, "You really broke it?" Lu Jinsen raised an eyebrow, calmly asking, "May I choose now?" "Go ahead," the director replied, feeling generous as the threat seemed minimal. Lu Jinsen placed the apple back on the table and, before selecting ingredients, glanced at Meng Chuyuan and asked, "What should I choose?" Meng Chuyuan was still focused on her own apple, only realizing that Lu Jinsen was speaking to her. He looked at her with anticipation, hoping she would provide an answer. It became clear that he genuinely wanted to offer this opportunity to her, having spent considerable time together without properly thanking her or doing something for her. Seizing the moment, Meng Chuyuan stated, "You must select something good." Engaging in such a ridiculous game, they were all still searching for a technique, and Lu Jinsen, having earned this chance, was determined to make the most of it. Seemingly understanding her intent, he turned to the director to select ingredients. After perusing the frozen offerings, he opted for steak, having grown weary of seafood after the past couple of days. Upon returning with the steak, he picked up another apple, searching for the same feeling he had earlier. As he prepared to break it, Meng Chuyuan paused, intently observing his technique. Initially, Lu Jinsen struggled, his grip slipping as one hand lost hold of the apple, mirroring their earlier attempts. Feeling her gaze, he became flustered. Meng Chuyuan remarked, "I just want to see how you did it to learn from you." Lu Jinsen, glancing at her, replied seriously, "You break it with your hands." Lu Jinsen's humor is truly remarkable. The flustered look in his eyes. Does Meng Jie really intimidate that much? If Meng Jie can utter the word study, Lu Jinsen should consider himself fortunate. He ought to pull himself together. It appears that Meng Jie genuinely wants to learn, as she was quite earnest just now. However, Lu Jinsen has yet to discover the trick. He is even uncertain how he managed to split that apple moments ago. Just then, Meng Chuyuan prompted him with a request, and Lu Jinsen suddenly felt the weight of pressure. Undeterred, Meng Chuyuan insisted, "Show me how you did it." Facing the camera and Meng Chuyuan's gaze, Lu Jinsen held his breath and placed his hands back on the apple. The photographer began to capture close-ups of his hands, his fingers positioned at the lower eye of the apple, his palm pressing down near the wrist. Applying just a bit of force, and, astonishingly, he succeeded in splitting it again. After watching the entire process, Meng Chuyuan could hardly contain her eagerness to try. Mimicking Lu Jinsen's technique, she found her hands were not able to exert sufficient force, eventually resorting to cradling the apple against her abdomen and pressing for both sides, successfully splitting it as well. Ting Jiu, nearby, was impatiently twisting the smooth apple, yearning to devour it in one bite. Upon witnessing Meng Chuyuan's success, he cast her an envious glance. "Sister Chuyuan, you did it too?" Meng Chuyuan raised the apple half she had just split, signaling affirmatively. "How did you do it?" Ting Jiu inquired. "Find a fulcrum," she replied. "Got it," Ting Jiu declared confidently before starting his own attempt. Succinctly put, is this how scholars converse? The principle of leverage is clearly understood by these clever individuals. Wow. Now, the pressure shifts to the production team. The director, observing the guests repeatedly splitting apples, began to feel a sense of urgency. Initially believing the task to be challenging, it appeared they had grasped the technique. "How many have you split?" The director, unable to remain seated in the studio, approached the recording site, his expression markedly less relaxed than before. Just then, Ting Jiu announced 3. Having mastered the art of splitting apples, Meng Chuyuan launched a direct appeal to the director. "Director, is it really necessary to continue this game? Splitting so many apples is wasteful. Isn't it?" The apples Lu Jinsen had previously split were already oxidizing, and with 3 more split, continuing would be pointless and merely lead to waste. I wondered why Meng Jie didn't argue with the director earlier. Turns out she wanted to learn the technique. Meng Jie is truly astute. Some things she simply grasps by observation. She is indeed favored by fortune. Now that she has acquired this skill, it no longer matters. We can once again witness the director rendered speechless. Is no one going to speak up for the director? He has lost all dignity. With Meng Chuyuan's pointed remark, the director suddenly recognized the oversight in his considerations. After reflecting, he concluded that the game needed to change. Otherwise, they would end up with an excess of uneaten apples. Let us switch games. No more apple splitting. Upon hearing the director's decision to change the game, the other guests sighed in relief and began to put the apples aside. Meng Chuyuan, however, took a bite from the other half of the apple she had split, patiently awaiting the director's announcement of the next activity. After a moment of contemplation, the director decided to implement a second plan. "Next, we will play a simple game. If you can distinguish which cup contains pure water and which contains salt water within 3 seconds, you win. Each person has 3 attempts." Qizhen curiously asked, "Can we taste it?" "Of course not. You can only observe with your eyes." "Director, are you certain this game is simple? 3 seconds? Seriously? It might take a minute to discern." This director is quite cunning. He is truly resourceful in conserving ingredients. Nevertheless, this game is far better than splitting apples. At least it won't lead to waste. I see Meng Jie has already started eating, completely devoid of any expression management, and it's rather endearing. The production team set out 2 cups of water and invited the guests to identify them one by one. The water is prepared. Who wants to go first? The cups looked identical to Qi Yin, who scoffed, How could anyone possibly discern this within 3 seconds? Hearing Qian's comment, Meng Chuyuan glanced at her and smiled. It's just a game. If you take it seriously, you'll lose. Finishing the last bite of her apple and seeing that others were unresponsive, Meng Chuyuan decided to proceed. She stepped forward, pointed to the cup on her left, and said to the director, "This cup should contain pure water." The director looked up at Meng Chuyuan and asked, "Are you certain?" "Since you asked, I think it might not be," she retorted, suddenly pointing to the right cup, pure water. The director seemed perplexed by her answer and patiently sought clarification. "Which one?" With a swift glance at the director, Meng Chuyuan resolutely stated, "Pure water, the left one." After she delivered her final answer, the director paused for 2 to 3 seconds, astonished, before slowly responding, "Correct." Laughing out loud, the director must be questioning his life choices now. It's evident that Meng Jie was guessing, yet fortune favored her. What an uncanny guess. Is there a script? I find it hard to believe she got it right on the first try. I'm eagerly anticipating Meng Jie's explanation. It's utterly remarkable. Luo Yunju cast a surprised glance at Meng Chuyuan, incredulously asking, "What? You guessed correctly?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, maintaining her composure, and replied, "If the director says it's correct, then it must be." She had indeed guessed, and when the director inquired, she gauged his reaction to ascertain the answer. In the second round, the director, seizing an opportunity when the guests were distracted, rearranged the 2 cups and called Meng Chuyuan up again for identification. Rolling up his sleeves with a determined demeanor, he declared, "I refuse to believe you can guess correctly this time." Meng Chuyuan remained silent, stepping forward while muttering pure water, her fingers oscillating between the cups. The director began counting, and as he reached one, Meng Chuyuan's hand remained steady on the left cup. "What is this?" she stated. "I guess it's pure water." The director, bewildered by her confidence, almost forgot which cup contained pure water. To confirm, he took a sip from the cup. "It is pure water." "How did you guess that?" He genuinely began to doubt the validity of the game he had devised. How could someone distinguish between pure water and salt water so effortlessly? Observing the director's bewildered expression, Meng Chuyuan allowed a confident smile to grace her lips. Just a lucky guess. Ting Jiu gazed at her with admiration, giving her a thumbs up. "Impressive, Sister Chuyuan. A second consecutive victory. I believe I can still strive for more." In the third round, Meng Chuyuan employed the same technique to confuse the director, leading him to reveal subtle flaws, and ultimately, she triumphed once again. The director, from skepticism to genuine admiration, remarked, "You, young lady, are quite impressive. You guessed correctly 3 times. Meng Chuyuan replied, "I owe it all to you." "Me?" The director questioned, perplexed. "What did I do?" He did nothing at all. It was even less likely that he would provide Meng Chuyuan with the answers. To eliminate the suspicion of having a script, the director raised his hands, appearing small and innocent. After Meng Chuyuan completed her turn, the other guests began to eagerly participate, believing that since no one could discern the truth, they might as well make wild guesses. It was a simple choice. Right was right and wrong was wrong. While everyone else moved forward, Lu Jinsen hesitated to approach. Instead, he took a detour towards Meng Chuyuan and asked her directly, "How do you manage to guess the purified water every time?" Meng Chuyuan was taken aback that he cared about this game and sought her advice. Suddenly, she waved him over, signaling him to bend down. Once he complied, she discreetly placed her hand against her cheek and whispered, "You have to engage in psychological warfare." "You know?" Lu Jinsen furrowed his brows, appearing puzzled. "What do you mean?" Meng Chuyuan replied, "You need to observe the director's gaze. If he hesitates even slightly, that's most likely the correct answer." "Wow. I was just wondering how Sister Meng guessed right 3 times in a row. It turns out it was the director's eyes that revealed it." I suddenly recalled why the director asked Sister Meng if she was certain in the first round. Because she guessed correctly from the start, and the director aimed to confuse her, hoping to instill doubt, but she saw right through it. Haha. The director's gaze is imbued with wisdom. One might call it a wise gaze. That clueless director still doesn't realize what is happening. The lesson from a young master is called psychology. Director Luo, be more mindful. Exposing the answer yourself is rather reckless, don't you think? Seeing Lu Jinsen still wore a look of confusion, Meng Chuyuan chuckled softly. "It's quite effective. You'll find out when you try it." However, Lu Jinsen was not adept at reading situations. In those brief 3 seconds, he found it difficult to gauge the director's expression. More importantly, it felt odd for him. As a man, to lock eyes with another man. Still hesitating whether to employ Meng Chuyuan's method for judgment, he found that the other guests had already made their guesses. When it was Lu Jinsen's turn, the director exhibited a dismissive demeanor, carelessly placing 2 cups on the table and beckoning him to choose. Is the director tired and ready to give up? He looks utterly fatigued. He probably thinks the young master doesn't possess the same extraordinary skills as Sister Meng, so he has relaxed his guard. The director might be thinking, if I can't outsmart Meng Chuyuan, how could I possibly outsmart you, a mere man? I wonder if the director learned this lackadaisical approach from Sister Meng. For some reason, I'm quite eager to see the young master and the director lock eyes. Lu Jinsen noticed the director's attitude, but deemed it normal not to be favored by him, as he had a certain self-awareness. He looked down at the 2 cups of water, feeling indecisive. The director now lacked enthusiasm, counting down while dragging out the last syllable. As the director reached 2, Lu Jinsen pointed at the left cup and said uncertainly, salt water. The director lifted his eyelids to glance at Lu Jinsen. They unexpectedly locked eyes. Did he guess correctly? I noticed the director raised his head, and his expression seemed somewhat surprised. I feel confident that it was salt water, as it compelled the director to speak. This is hilarious. The comment section has begun analyzing how to read body language. The director inquired, "Are you certain?" "Yes," Lu Jinsen replied, although he was unsure. He had to take a gamble for the moment. He had never utilized the skill of reading expressions, but it seemed that the director had hesitated when he raised his head. The director suddenly scratched his head, running his hand through his hair before letting it drop. Expressionless as he stated, "You win." Chapter 67. Unmasking at a glance. I can see the director's face filled with helplessness. Haha. Sister Meng's tactic proved effective. It appears that Lu Jinsen has grasped the essence of it. One day, I too shall employ such methods to test my husband and see if he is lying to me. Director, if this fool can guess the answer, how can we continue playing this game? Lu Jinsen was momentarily stunned by the director's despondent reaction, struggling to believe he had guessed correctly. As the second round began, the director adopted a serious demeanor, knowing that he had to regain his honor against Lu Jinsen. The director assessed Lu Jinsen as the type who was careless, convinced that his previous guess was mere luck. To validate his judgment, the director sat up straight, lightly tapping the table, and insisted, "Come on, guess again. Which cup is the salt water?" Lu Jinsen felt overwhelmed by the director's commanding tone, suddenly losing his ability to judge. Observing the director's shift in demeanor, Meng Chuyuan, relishing the unfolding drama, encouraged Lu Jinsen, "Be bold and guess. If you're wrong, it's no big deal." However, such situations often made guessing easier, as the other party tended to reveal their intentions. The concern lay in the potential to misjudge. A wrong guess could provoke an excited reaction from the other party, prompting them to stop the game. The other guests urged Lu Jinsen not to hesitate, advising him to make a blind choice since he had 2 attempts left, which would significantly impact the game. Lu Jinsen heeded their words and casually pointed at a cup. The director glanced down and saw he had chosen the purified water. A smirk creeping onto his lips, eyes sparkling with cunning. Wrong. That's purified water. What was he so pleased about? Perhaps only Lu Jinsen can alleviate the director's daily gloom. Director. Finally, I look like a real director. I possess a show that you cannot guess. At least it was learned from Sister Meng. Go for it, young master. Just don't give the director an easy way out and tarnish the big sister's reputation. Sister Meng believes this lad is not yet ready. He is still a novice. Don't bully him. It seems the director, unable to find relevance with Sister Meng, has begun to toy with the young master, suddenly. They both seem rather childish, akin to 2 arguing elementary students determined to prove superiority. After Lu Jinsen's blunder, the director appeared to swell with confidence. He shuffled the cups again, securing their positions before calling Lu Jinsen forward. "If you can identify the salt water, I'll drink it." Lu Jinsen found this perplexing. Why was the director taking it so seriously? It was merely a game. Amidst their rivalry, Meng Chuyuan resumed nibbling on the remaining half of her apple. Sister Meng now resembled an audience member enjoying the show. Is the director really going this far? What if Lu Jinsen guesses correctly? Wouldn't he be digging a hole for himself? Lu Jinsen thought. Who would be foolish enough to make such a request? Director Luo's antics are quite entertaining. Haha. I hope this segment doesn't get cut in post-production. The director raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of confidence. Choose. Under the director's urging, Lu Jinsen found himself hesitating once more as the countdown echoed in his ears. causing his heart to race. Suddenly, he recalled Meng Chuyuan's advice about judging the director's gaze. After a brief internal struggle, he decisively looked up at the director. When the director met Liu Jinsen's eyes, he stared back in confusion. Liu Jinsen leaned forward, deliberately placing his hand over the cups. The director, noticing this, shifted his focus to the table. Seeing no change in the director's demeanor, just as he prepared to count down to 1, Liu Jinsen quickly altered his hand's position. The director raised his head, expressionless, and without a word, swatted Liu Jinsen's hand away and lifted a cup to drink. Liu Jinsen. That salt water was exceptionally salty. The director only took a small sip, and his expression betrayed him. It appears that the young master has indeed chosen the brine. The technique taught by Sister Meng has proven effective. However, the director's shortcomings are evident, as he lacks understanding of acting and was easily seen through. The director is rather naive. If it were me, I would have simply played dumb and denied it, for they are unaware of the actual outcome. The previous sisters made some exceptionally valid points, haha, and the director is also quite honest in his own way. Nevertheless, he is the director, and no one wishes to put him in a difficult position. A mere gesture of acknowledgement suffices. After engaging in a couple of rounds of games, nightfall quietly descended. The participants selected ingredients in order of their game victories. Upon seeing the box of seafood, Meng Chuyuan involuntarily squinted, suddenly struck by a familiar sensation. She did not rush to choose, but instead looked up at the director and inquired, "Director, this box of seafood wound tea happened to be from the batch we gathered earlier this morning, would it?" Liao Jiaka, who was closest, glanced at the phone box upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's question. Noticing the presence of mantis shrimp and clams, she echoed the sentiment, "I believe it is." They had collected numerous clams and caught quite a few crabs and small fish this morning, all of which are now here. Initially, the director intended to concoct an excuse to cover up, but Liao Jiaka's comment left him with no room for denial. With a hint of unease, the director remarked, "We shouldn't tea waste it. This was something we all gathered together. Does it seem appropriate for you to deplete our efforts this way?" Suddenly, Meng Chuyuan seemed to have an epiphany. This barbecue is not a benefit from the production team. Rather, it appears they are merely recycling the abundant harvest from their morning endeavors. Do not waste. Those 4 words are put to good use by the director, haha. The director's little scheme is ringing loudly. How has he stumbled into another pitfall? How dare he still prance around in front of Sister Meng, as if she were a mere child? This episode alone, watching the battle between Sister Meng and the director, could keep me amused for an entire year, given that they had little opportunity for choice. The notion of squandering their chances to vie for these ingredients was certainly unacceptable to Sister Meng. The director countered, "But I did settle your labor coins at noon, didn't I? There's no issue with our transaction." He had exchanged labor coins for the ingredients, thereby claiming ownership of this batch of seafood, which he could utilize as he pleased. Your sleight of hand is quite commendable. This morning, he had them gather small fish and shrimp, only to provide them with a new batch of seafood for lunch, and then expect them to exchange labor coins. Meng Chuyuan regarded the director with newfound admiration. "Fine. But next time, do not attempt to deceive us with labor coins. What we earn through our own labor should be taken home directly." Chapter 68. The more you reflect, the more infuriated you become. Meng Chuyuan could not find fault with the director's previous statement. However, now that she understood how the production team would utilize these ingredients, exchanging for labor coins seemed unnecessary. How could this be acceptable? The director grew anxious. He had taken a gamble this one time, only to be exposed by Meng Chuyuan. There would be no second chances. Looking at Meng Chuyuan, the director sincerely stated, "Truly, with only 2 days left in this episode's itinerary, he could not continuously send the guests to forage at sea. Even if they were willing, the audience would surely tire of it." Meng Chuyuan cast a glance at the phone box at her feet, skipping the seafood option entirely in favor of meat. Among the guests, she had the highest number of victories, putting all 4 of her opportunities into the meat category. After she selected the meat, the director was left with only meatballs and such, which, after having just dined on seafood, elicited little interest from the guests. It's hilarious. No one is choosing seafood. It feels as if the director has been kicked out of the group chat. The director lamented, "Ultimately, I am unworthy of your company." They have been feasting primarily on seafood this episode. Who would be inclined to choose otherwise? Once the guests had acquired their desired ingredients, they began signing. The day had gradually dimmed, and the production team had hung up the lights, illuminating the set bright and lively. A gentle evening breeze began to stir. accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the shore. Half an hour later, the charcoal in the barbecue pit ignited, sending forth a thick, pungent smoke. Meng Chuyuan and the Liao sisters sat nearby, shucking oysters, while Lu Jinsen and several male guests were laboriously skewering food. However, the evening wind was rather strong, unfriendly to their flames, which struggled to catch. Qi Zhen found himself enveloped in a cloud of smoke, coughing incessantly. Ting Jiu, wielding a piece of cardboard, attempted to fan the flames, but the charcoal only produced smoke with no fire in sight. He pinched his nose and complained, "Why won't it catch fire?" As Ting Jiu flailed about, the smoke drifted toward Lu Jinsen, who frowned in annoyance. "Could you please refrain from fanning for a moment? If I stop, the fire will go out." Lu Jinsen scowled. "I might just extinguish you instead." Unexpectedly, the young master demonstrated a sense of humor that was quite delightful. Lu Jinsen felt he could no longer endure the situation. The young master silently recited, "Endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. The more you reflect, the more infuriated you become." Observing the young master brought joy. How had I not noticed before the humor in his every expression and gesture? Qi Zhen interjected, "Hello? Is no one paying attention to me?" Meng Chuyuan, sitting nearby, found the incessant chatter of these gentlemen somewhat irksome. She set down her small knife and forcibly squeezed herself between Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen, separating the two. Lu Jinsen was inexplicably pushed aside, his gaze darkening as if he were a child caught in a misdeed by his parents. "Allow me, you two continue shucking oysters." Meng Chuyuan turned to the side and took the fire tongs from Lu Jinsen's grasp. He looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. "Can you handle this? Is it difficult?" Meng Chuyuan replied nonchalantly. After taking over, Meng Chuyuan sought a suitable position, avoiding the wind direction, and began to gradually ignite the charcoal. While Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen had toiled for quite some time, Meng Chuyuan managed to produce flames in under 3 minutes. Once the charcoal glowed red, she arranged the grill, brushed it with oil, and placed several skewers of meat to roast. On the other side, Qi Zhen and Luo Yunju were still struggling with their smoky charcoal, showing no signs of improvement. Noticing Meng Chuyuan's success with the fire, Qi Zhen turned to her for help. "Sister Meng, could you lend us a hand?" As the charcoal blazed, they gradually fell into a rhythm. The chaotic smoky environment began to dissipate, replaced by the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Qi Zhen and Luo Yunju, first-time participants, appeared somewhat cramped as they shared a grill piled high with various skewers. Meng Chuyuan worked with deft precision, her sauce-brushing motions swift and practiced, resembling a street vendor selling barbecue. Tonight's trending topic has emerged. Sister Meng gives off the impression that she is a professional in this line of work. Haha. I, too, feel that Sister Meng resembles a young and beautiful barbecue vendor, grounded and relatable. Qi Zhen and Luo Yunju appear to be novices, with corners of their grill lacking coal, yet they piled on an abundance of meat, unsure if it would cook through by the next day. "I'm feeling hungry just watching. I might have to order some barbecue for myself later." Meanwhile, the director and several colleagues were outside attempting their own barbecue. Meng Chuyuan's first batch of meat skewers had already been seasoned with cumin and plated, while they were still just getting started. However, their seafood ingredients required preparation before grilling. Thus, their progress was slightly slower. After grilling several skewers of beef, pork belly, and sausages, Meng Chuyuan called Lu Jinsen over to take the platter away. "Should I take over?" When Lu Jinsen approached, he hesitated to take the platter, noticing too much uncooked food on the table, worried that Meng Chuyuan would be overwhelmed. "You should first take this to the others, or it will get cold." Lu Jinsen glanced at her, silently accepting the platter and turning to serve the barbecue to the other guests. "Eat up. Shouldn't we wait a while? They're still busy." Liao Jiaka felt a twinge of embarrassment, as there were only 3 people grilling while the others sat idly in the pavilion waiting for food. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. Despite hearing Jiu express some cravings, no one seemed inclined to start eating, and he dared not begin either. "You all can decide," Lu Jinsen remarked before turning back to Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan was about to add more meat to the grill when she noticed Lu Jinsen's arrival. "What brings you here?" she inquired curiously. "Aren't you joining them for a meal?" "I came to help you," he replied, feeling that this task would be simpler than cooking. It was rare for Lu Jinsen to be so straightforward and less reticent than before. "Oh my, it seems the young master is quite the warm-hearted gentleman," some mused. Indeed, his transformation is becoming increasingly apparent. I hope it is a lasting change rather than a mere fade. Meng Jie must be astonished. The young master actually offered to assist her. Meng Chuyuan was indeed surprised, though she did not display it overtly. Without hesitation, she yielded her spot to him. Very well. You take over. As Lu Jinsan stood at the grill, Meng Chuyuan advised him, ensure the center is well cooked. You can place thicker cuts there, while the other spots can accommodate quicker cooking items. Understood, he replied, placing the thicker meat in the hottest part of the charcoal, while arranging smaller skewers and sausages nearby. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Zhen and Luo Yunzu had slightly burned their skewers due to a lack of timely flipping. Meng Chuyuan caught a whiff of charred meat and turned to see their grill overflowing with meat, leading to a minor conflict as they struggled to manage it. Luo Yunzu held a burnt piece of pork tenderloin, glancing at Qi Zhen with a hint of exasperation. Didn't you say you flipped them? Qi Zhen, realizing his oversight, apologized. I may have mixed things up. Patience is key in grilling. You cannot rush it, someone remarked. Overloading the grill makes it difficult to manage. Some pieces are undercooked while others are overdone. It's not about the size of the grill, but the quality of the cooking. Seeing Qi Zhen's sheepish expression made it hard to stay angry, especially since he was willing to admit his mistake and even help the others. It's amusing that two pairs of eyes couldn't manage the grill right under their noses. Noticing their struggles, and with Lu Jinsen at her station, Meng Chuyuan decided to assist Qi Zhen and Luo Yunzu. At this rate, you'll end up with more than just burnt tenderloin. Upon approaching, she observed that their grill was primarily filled with thin, quick cooking items. While these could withstand the intense heat, prolonged exposure would toughen the meat, compromising its flavor. With their kind guidance, they finally focused on the skewers. Grilling tenderloin and pork belly required frequent flipping, otherwise they would easily burn. As Meng Chuyuan leaned in, she noticed the water had evaporated from the baby bok choy on the grill, leaving it wilted. She frowned, removed the burnt bok choy, and set it aside. You can't just leave bok choy unattended. It needs constant oiling and flipping. Curious, Qi Zhen asked, isn't it sufficient to let it grill until soft and then brush it with sauce? Oiling is essential. Dry grilling won't do, Meng Chuyuan said, unable to resist taking matters into her own hands due to their frequent mistakes. She placed fresh bok choy on the grill, laying them out in overlapping layers while brushing them with barbecue oil and flipping them as needed. Meng Jie is truly reliable. I feel at ease now that she is here. This family needs Meng Jie. She is indispensable. Qi Zhen still has much to learn. Vegetables require oil, or they can't be grilled directly. Though it was only the second episode, many felt Meng Jie was truly versatile. If she started a class, I would certainly enroll. She seems capable of teaching everything. After a few minutes, the bok choy softened. Meng Chuyuan began brushing it with sauce and sprinkling cumin powder, completing a delicious dish. Standing beside her, Qi Zhen watched her process intently. After witnessing the grilling of bok choy, he exclaimed, I had no idea there were so many steps to grilling bok choy. Meng Chuyuan explained, it's simply a matter of oiling and flipping until they are cooked and soft, then brushing with sauce. Grilling meat is similar. If it's too dry, you can brush it with oil to retain moisture. Got it, Qi Zhen nodded. After explaining, Meng Chuyuan used the same method to grill enoki mushrooms. Once she finished these vegetables, she plated them and headed back to the pavilion for the other guests, only to realize that her freshly grilled meat had gone untouched. Calmly, she placed the bowl of vegetables on the table and glanced at everyone. Why isn't anyone eating? It won't taste as good once it cools. Liao Jiaka laughed. We wanted to wait for you to finish first. There's no need to wait. You can eat while grilling. Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, signaling them to dig in. During the wait, Ting Jiu had started a game. But upon hearing that food was ready, he momentarily lost focus and his character was eliminated. Well then, I shall eat, he said, reaching for a skewer of sausage. Noticing that Liao Jiaka and her sister hesitated, Meng Chuyuan encouraged, you should eat too. Under Meng Chuyuan's persuasion, the sisters finally relented. Then we shall eat as well. The atmosphere was light-hearted, with a clear sense of who held the authority in this gathering. Jiaka's gentle nature is truly ingrained in her being, polite and well-mannered. Who wouldn't adore her? Liao Jiaka is lovely too, though she has a somewhat low presence. Ting Jiu, playful as ever, seemed to have become bored enough to play games, displaying impressive single-handed skills. Oh, where did Qi Zhen's sister disappear to? I haven't seen her. Qi Yin was seated at a different table, just out of the camera's view. Staff members had even approached her, suggesting she join everyone, yet she remained unmoved. Meng Chuyuan suddenly realized she had been away from the grill for quite some time and wondered how Lu Jinsen was faring. She told everyone to enjoy their meal at a leisurely pace and turned to check on Lu Jinsen. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of Qi Yin. The camera adjusted to follow Meng Chuyuan, inadvertently capturing Qi Yin in the frame. I was just wondering where she went. Turns out she was sitting right beside us. For some reason, she seems a bit out of place. The least visible person on the show, Qi Yin, accompanied by Liao Jiaka. At Qi Yan's table, a fruit platter was present. When the camera panned to her, she was seen eating strawberries. Meng Chuyuan took a couple of steps closer. Sister Qi Yin, the barbecue is ready. Want you have some? Upon hearing her, Qi Yin paused mid-bite, casually lifting her gaze to glance at Meng Chuyuan. After a moment, she softly replied, I don't eat greasy food at night. After Qi Yin lightly responded to Meng Chuyuan, she continued to savor the strawberries in her hand. Positioned to have a view of the entire beach, she was well aware that the 2 plates of food on the table were prepared by Meng Chuyuan. Lacking enthusiasm for barbecuing, she decided to abstain from eating. Chapter 70. Self-made success. Meng Chuyuan discreetly shifted her gaze, then stepped out to seek out Lu Jinsen. The earnest and dedicated Lu Jinsen was so engrossed in grilling skewers that even a mere glimpse of his silhouette could send the audience into a frenzy. Look, what is that ahead? It's the young master diligently grilling. Indeed, a man who is serious has an undeniable charm. Even his profile is striking. He seems rather gentle. Though, why does he have so many haters? Because Lu Jinsen is like a ticking time bomb, ha. When he first debuted, I thought he was quite likable, but his personality led to quite a few scandals, and my fondness waned. Meng Chuyuan approached him leisurely from behind and stood beside him. Upon seeing her return, Lu Jinsen quickly picked up a piece of duck intestine from the grill and presented it to Meng Chuyuan, asking, is it cooked yet? As he extended the duck intestine toward her, Meng Chuyuan clasped her hands behind her back and leaned in for a closer inspection. Not bad. You even brushed it with oil. A glimmer of admiration flickered in her heart as she noted the glistening surface of the duck intestine. Having spent some time with Qi Zhen and the others, she realized they had little understanding of barbecuing, simply tossing ingredients directly onto the grill. She had only briefly mentioned brushing oil to Lu Jinsen earlier, yet he had taken the initiative to do so. I was worried it would burn without oil. Lu Jinsen replied softly, his gaze lowering. This concern stemmed from his experience at home when cooking steak. He knew that cooking without oil would lead to sticking in the pan. Given his lack of knowledge, he assumed grilling followed the same principle. The young master has become self-taught. Meng Jie feels quite gratified. Not bad, at least he knows more than Qi Zhen and Luo Yinju. Did Lu Jinsen eavesdrop on Meng Jie's advice and quietly brush the duck intestine with oil? I recall Qi Zhen also comes from a wealthy family. Though he can cook, grilling seems to elude him. He may have never even tried it. Regardless, he did well. Let us give Lu Jinsen a thumbs up. Meng Chuyuan took the duck intestine from him and urged him to continue grilling. She temporarily placed it in a spot without charcoal, then took a skewer to brush it with sauce and sprinkle cumin powder, placing it back on the grill for a brief moment to enhance the flavor before sampling it. Upon tasting, she found the meat slightly tough, likely due to Lu Jinsen grilling it for too long and not applying enough oil. Since they had blanched the duck intestine beforehand, it did not require extensive grilling. When Lu Jinsen saw her take a bite, he looked at her expectantly and inquired, how is it? It's acceptable. He understood that Meng Chuyuan would use words more flattering than acceptable, as he had yet to reach that standard. Meng Chuyuan poked the middle of the steak with a bamboo skewer. When she withdrew it without any blood on the skewer, she confirmed that the steak was nearly done. It was time to set aside the meat and start grilling the oysters. Lu Jinsen nodded, all right. Is that all? I can hardly believe it. Meng Jie didn't find fault with him. Help. Lu Jinsen is so obedient. I'm starting to become a fan. If he has any issues, perhaps we can address them later. Right now, he is quite captivating. With Meng Jie as a mentor, I believe Lu Jinsen is indeed worthy. Sisters, feel free to pursue boldly. On Meng Jie's account, I shall develop a shallow fondness for him. Truly, the apprentice of Meng Jie, becoming increasingly adept. The meat they procured was limited, with half allocated for Qi Zhen's group, so 2 rounds would suffice. Meng Chuyuan first prepared the garlic sauce, then carefully placed the oysters on the grill, drizzling them with the freshly made garlic mixture. This is fine. There is no need to flip them. Just wait for them to cook. Concerned that Lu Jinsen might lack awareness in this regard, Meng Chuyuan took the time to remind him. Okay, so what should I do? Lu Jinsen asked. Aren't there's still potato slices and eggplants? There's space to grill nearby. Meng Chuyuan first placed 2 eggplants on the grill, instructing Lu Jinsen. Rotate them. When the skin changes color, it indicates they are cooked. Then, slice them open with a knife, flatten them, brush them with oil, and add the garlic sauce before grilling a bit longer. Lu Jinsen nodded lightly, indicating he had grasped the process. After assigning the task to him, Meng Chuyuan remained busy, sprinkling seasoning on the freshly grilled meat. At that moment, the director, seated nearby enjoying spicy grilled shrimp, happened to glance over at Meng Chuyuan, suddenly feeling a pang of envy at the sight of her holding a large skewer of meat. Meat had to be purchased from a market, which required expenditure, so they had prepared relatively little. The program group's meals for the past few days had been similar to what the guests were eating, and after the guests exchanged their ingredients, the remainder was consumed internally. Witnessing this scene, the director felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have prepared more. After contemplating, the director picked up the plate of spicy shrimp from the table and approached Meng Chuyuan. The first to notice the director's presence were the viewers in the live stream. Haha, why did the director suddenly appear on camera? He's holding a plate of shrimp. What is he up to? Looks like he's heading towards Meng Jia. He's in for some punishment. But without seeing the director flounder, I feel like half the joy is missing. The director's posture resembles that of a waiter serving food. Ha! When Meng Chuyuan sensed someone approaching, she glanced up, only to be surprised to find it was the director. She greeted him with a simple director and did not say anything further. The director stood by for a moment, observing Meng Chuyuan as she focused on her task. After finishing the skewer of spicy shrimp in his hand and carelessly discarding the bamboo stick, he finally spoke. Would you like to try some spicy shrimp? Director, it's not right to litter. Meng Chuyuan looked up, not due to his words, but because she had noticed him tossing the bamboo stick onto the beach. The camera only captured their upper bodies, so the viewers in the live stream were unaware of the director's act of littering, assuming he merely placed his hand down. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's words, the audience began to react. What? The director actually littered? No way. I thought the director only had the flaw of being stingy. I didn't expect him to lack morals too. My impression of director Luo has shattered. Just yesterday, he organized the guests to pick up trash on the beach. And now, look how soon he is creating waste. Realizing his error due to Meng Chuyuan's comment, the director quickly bent down to retrieve the bamboo stick he had discarded. Chapter 71. Gradually improving? The director, accustomed to spending long hours on set, had developed certain habits. Since someone always cleaned up the trash at the end of each shoot, he thought it inconsequential to leave litter behind, believing it would eventually be cleared. This habit had persisted for many years, and no one had ever pointed it out to him. Little did he know that such a seemingly minor action could be noticed by Meng Chuyuan. After picking up the bamboo stick, the director sincerely apologized. Seeing him acknowledge his mistake and express a willingness to improve, Meng Chuyuan clarified, Director, I'm not targeting you, nor do I wish to embarrass you. I simply couldn't overlook your earlier behavior. She addressed the action, not the person. Although it was merely an inconspicuous bamboo stick, once discarded on the ground, it became trash. At that moment, the director did not feel humiliated. Rather, he perceived Meng Chuyuan's lesson as a reminder. I won't do that again. His behavior is indeed undesirable. Even if he has been operating behind the scenes, he is still considered part of the circle. Though Meng Chuyuan chose not to expose him today, one cannot predict when the truth might be unveiled before the audience. The director's willingness to admit his mistakes is commendable. Let us all remain rational and refrain from resorting to online harassment. Meng Jia's promotion to the role of inspector within the circle is amusing. The director recognizes that acknowledging one's faults and humbly accepting them is the hallmark of a good citizen. In a light-hearted moment, the director shared that he had just grilled some shrimp with salt and pepper to share with everyone. He hesitated to discuss the matter of the swap, fearing that it might come off as abrupt and discomforting. He believed he had concealed his intentions well enough to avoid detection, but Meng Chuyuan, with her keen observational skills, could discern his unspoken motives. She thoughtfully divided her freshly grilled meat skewers, placing half on a plate and offering them to the director. His eyes sparkled with surprise at the unexpected gesture, making the situation feel surreal. Meng Jia's emotional intelligence is remarkable. She saw through the director's intentions without exposing them, and cleverly resolve the situation. The director seemed to think that she had an uncanny ability to know what he wanted. This interaction was handled with such finesse that it was a testament to Meng Chuyuan's prowess. As the director received the plate of skewers and shared them with the staff, Meng Chuyuan didn't stop there. She also took the initiative to share her grilled meat with the camera crew, earning the admiration of her peers as they praised the delicious barbecue. Lu Jinsen, after grilling garlic eggplant, felt a sense of accomplishment watching the staff enjoy their meal. Perhaps inspired by the confidence bestowed upon him earlier, he appeared invigorated. After successfully grilling garlic oysters, he carefully placed them on a plate, added charcoal to the grill, and set another batch of oysters to cook. He had observed Meng Chuyuan's techniques, and, after placing the oysters on the grill, drizzled them with garlic sauce. Once the new batch was set to cook, Lu Jinsen finally took a moment to enjoy a meat skewer himself. It was impressive to see him prioritize his work over indulging in food. He even took the time to package the cooked oysters before preparing another dozen. The previously laid-back group was gradually becoming more engaged, thanks in part to Meng Jie and Lu Jinsen's captivating dynamic. Lu Jinsen, now more modest, refrained from boasting in front of Meng Chuyuan, simply noting that the eggplant and oysters were ready. It was his first attempt at grilling oysters, and he relied on the bubbling sauce to determine their doneness, seeking Meng Chuyuan's expertise for assurance. When she sampled an oyster, her approval was immediate. Its texture was delightful, infused with rich garlic flavor, and devoid of any fishiness. Lu Jinsen was taken aback by how simple the task had been. His newfound confidence seemed to wane momentarily. Although he acknowledged Meng Chuyuan's insight, he felt he had made contributions as well, easing his earlier concerns. After savoring his meat skewer, he indulged in a couple of the plump grilled oysters, realizing that the sauce truly played a crucial role in elevating their flavor. As Meng Chuyuan completed distributing the meat, she turned her attention to grilling vegetables, taking on the task herself since they were more challenging to cook. With the fire still vigorous from Lu Jinsen's recent addition of charcoal, she reminded him to share some of the remaining oysters with the other guests. The director, having enjoyed the skewers, appreciated how well Meng Chuyuan had balanced the flavors, neither too salty nor too bland, with the marinated meat infused with taste. Regrettably, he had only sampled a couple of skewers, having given the rest to his colleagues, leaving him wishing he had procured more. After some time, the director approached Meng Chuyuan once more, subtly suggesting that he had scallops and clams available for grilling if they were interested. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream grasped his underlying intentions. As Meng Chuyuan casually glanced up, she met the director's seemingly disingenuous smile. While it did not instill a sense of dread, it felt somewhat insincere. Initially planning to rest after grilling the vegetables and remaining oysters, she was taken aback by the director's unexpected request. Was this truly the frugal director Luo she knew? However, she remained steadfast, weary from the night's labor and unwilling to seek further complications. She handed the director the remaining garlic sauce, indicating he could use it. The gentle waves of the sea shimmered under the hazy moonlight, with a few vessels navigating through the night. Many residents nearby enjoyed evening strolls along the beach after dinner, with some children drawn to the enticing aroma of the barbecue. The director, aiming for the program to seamlessly blend with local charm, had never cleared the area, resulting in numerous passers-by and noticing them. Upon recognizing the stars among them, people eagerly pulled out their phones to capture distant photographs. As Meng Chuyuan finished grilling the remaining ingredients, she discovered an abundance of oysters left, all cleaned and opened, making it impossible to preserve them. Thus, she decided to grill every last one. Eventually, she set aside a small portion of the grilled oysters and brought the remainder to the curious children gathered on the beach. The youngsters, noticing her approach, quickly averted their gazes, as if caught in the act of eavesdropping. "Here, kids, I have some oysters for you." From the moment they appeared, Meng Chuyuan noticed that they had been fixated on her grilling oysters. Upon hearing her voice, they lifted their heads in unison, their gazes directed toward her. "Help! They look like they've just seen Ultraman, their eyes brimming with light. Before you, Sister Meng, is that beam of light. Not wasting food, while also bringing joy to the children. A double win. Why am I not one of those children? I'm only in my teens. This show is perfect for when I don't know what to eat. Whatever they make, I just follow suit, haha." In the eyes of the children, Meng Chuyuan likely appeared as a stranger, hence their reticence when she initiated conversation. She approached them gently and inquired, "Have you ever eaten oysters?" "Yes," came a reply. "I prepared some fresh ones for you." As this batch was specifically for the children, she refrained from adding chili, distributing disposable chopsticks she had brought along, gently advising, "Blow on them before eating. They might be a bit hot." A group of children playing nearby caught wind of the food and swiftly joined them. Meng Chuyuan shared the remaining oysters with them. "Thank you, sister," they chorused. "You're welcome," she replied. After the children finished, she collected their chopsticks and returned them to the plate, ensuring they wouldn't carelessly discard them like the director had done earlier. "Do you often play here?" Meng Chuyuan, not rushing to leave after providing food, engaged the children in conversation. One enthusiastic boy responded, "Yes. There's sand to play with and shells to collect. If we're lucky, we might even catch little crabs." Meng Chuyuan estimated they were around 10 years old, likely living nearby. However, she noticed that no adults accompanied them, suggesting they had ventured out to play on their own. She couldn't help but impart a bit of safety awareness. "Make sure you play on the beach and keep away from the water, especially without adults around. All right?" "Understood," they nodded in succession. "It's not enough to just say you understand. You must also act on it," she thought, recognizing their limited comprehension at this age. Safety conscious. "Our dear sister Meng is here. There have been many unfortunate incidents at the beach lately. Everyone should be vigilant. Just enjoy looking at the sea without going in if possible. How can adults allow their children to roam freely? Living by the sea necessitates extra caution. Today's children are incredibly curious. Even if they know water can be dangerous, they still feel compelled to test it. Indeed, we must prioritize safety while also exploring this vast world." After chatting with the children for a while, Meng Chuyuan realized it was getting late and encouraged them to head home. Upon returning to the tent, she shared the remaining grilled oysters with the crew and indulged in some herself. She and Hen tasted a single bite. Having merely inhaled the aroma of barbecued food all evening, it was a mystery how she managed to endure it. Just as they were wrapping up, Chijin approached her with a plate of barbecue. "Sister, would you like to try some?" "No," she replied dismissively, her distaste for street food evident. "Just have a taste. It's actually quite good," Chijin implored, but ultimately, he failed to persuade her. Perhaps she's trying to maintain her figure and dares not indulge? Her expression doesn't suggest it's about her figure. She seems to exist beyond the mundane. Is it possible that a princess looks down on street food? Really? I find barbecue quite delectable. Every time I see it, I crave it, but ordering it myself feels a bit extravagant. And I often miss out because I lack a dining partner. Seeing her reluctance, Chijun had no choice but to distribute the remaining barbecue among others before discreetly leaving the recording site, unnoticed. Meng Chuyuan suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, so she sought permission to borrow one from a nearby resident, opting not to bring the cameraman along, as it was merely a short distance with little to film. After returning from the restroom, she unexpectedly spotted a figure on the other side of the beach. The absence of light in that area cast an air of mystery, and she found it strange that someone would be standing there in the dark. As she drew closer, the silhouette appeared familiar, prompting her to squint. Out of curiosity, she altered her course, treading lightly as she approached. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. The entire cast unveils their true selves in a variety show. Under the cool night sky, that solitary figure seemed profoundly melancholic. The hazy moonlight draped over the man as he faced the sea, exuding an aura of loneliness and helplessness. Chijun, had Meng Chuyuan not recognized that familiar figure just in time, she might have genuinely feared for his well-being. She retracted her earlier caution and approached him with grace, inquiring curiously, "What are you doing here?" At the sound of her voice, Chijun turned and, upon seeing her, quickly masked his previous melancholy with a smile. "Sister Meng," he greeted warmly. Meng Chuyuan sensed he was concealing something, but rather than pressing him directly, she opted for a gentle inquiry. "Are you troubled?" Hearing her question, Chijun forced a bitter smile. No. He felt that sharing his concerns was inappropriate, especially since he and Meng Chuyuan were not well acquainted. Maintaining a degree of distance felt more suitable. Seeing his reluctance to divulge, Meng Chuyuan understood and, without prying further, simply sought to comfort him. After a moment, she advised, "You should head back. It's quite chilly." Chijun had likely slipped out while the cameramen were distracted. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone of his standing to be without their crew. As he prepared to return, he noticed Meng Chuyuan remained rooted in place, prompting him to ask, "Aren't you coming back?" With a smile, she replied, "You go ahead. All right, he acquiesced. Recognizing her cautious demeanor, Qi surmised it was reminiscent of the last time he attempted to offer her his jacket. He appreciated her thoughtfulness in avoiding misunderstandings. Meng Chuyuan truly wished to prevent any misinterpretation, hence her decision to refrain from accompanying him. Standing by the sea, she allowed the breeze to envelop her before leisurely making her way back after Qi had rejoined the group. The following day, everyone awoke naturally, having slept in. Typically, their live broadcast commenced at 7 in the morning, but today's was delayed by 2 hours due to the late return the previous night. This morning's activity involved snorkeling, necessitating ample rest. Having arrived at such a beautiful island, the production team was keen to arrange a snorkeling experience for the guests. The weather was favorable, even in autumn, with warm sunshine and a gentle breeze. Perhaps due to the delay, the audience grew increasingly eager as the live stream commenced, drawing millions of viewers who steadily increased in number. Finally, the broadcast is live. My biological clock woke me up before 7. Oh, how I longed for sleep. Are we going snorkeling? I can't wait. I've never been underwater, and now I want to see the live underwater world. After watching for so long, finally, there is an activity that isn't all about hard work. As the broadcast began, viewers could see the guests already donned in wetsuits and life jackets boarding the boat, which would take them to the snorkeling site. The production team had enlisted professional instructors to ensure the guests could safely partake in this activity. On their way to the destination, the instructors thoroughly briefed everyone on safety protocols and important considerations for snorkeling. Everyone listened intently, their anticipation palpable for the upcoming snorkeling experience, except for Qi, who nonchalantly retrieved her sunscreen. Just as she twisted off the cap, poised to dispense the lotion, she was abruptly interrupted by Meng Chuyuan's voice. Sister Qi, surely we don't need sunscreen for swimming? Not only does it lack protective benefits, but it also pollutes the ocean. Meng Chuyuan's sudden interjection not only halted Qi actions, but also caught the instructor off guard. All eyes turned to Qi, who held the bottle of sunscreen. Yet her expression remained devoid of any visible emotion. Indeed, why apply sunscreen just before entering the water? It seemed unnecessary. Moreover, cosmetics can be detrimental to marine life, and it would be beneficial for public figures to disseminate such knowledge, serving as role models for the audience. Fortunately, Meng Chuyuan intervened just in time. Qi likely remained unaware of this issue. It was yet another day of admiration for Meng Chuyuan. As someone who had never been snorkeling before, I was eager to learn new information. In the realm of oversight, Meng Chuyuan had made her presence felt. This enlightening discourse was truly appreciated. Products containing chemical substances pose a significant threat to marine organisms. We should all cultivate an awareness of this and opt for physical sunscreens whenever possible, protecting both ourselves and the ocean. The instructor had yet to finish discussing the snorkeling details when he had to address the concern raised by Meng Chuyuan. Indeed, products like sunscreen, laden with chemicals, can harm coral and other marine life, potentially leading to coral bleaching and death if the concentration is too high. To mitigate such occurrences, he advised everyone to apply less. The instructor's words were quite tactful, having encountered many students who insist on applying sunscreen, believing that it is essential in water due to heightened skin absorption of UV rays. So, they would encourage moderation, and if that didn't suffice, they would suggest a reduced application. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the other guests who had applied makeup began to panic. They had specially done waterproof makeup for the snorkeling, only to overlook the impact their cosmetics would have on the marine environment. Liao Jiaka pondered for a moment and then turned to a female staff member off camera. Do you have makeup remover? I wish to take off my makeup. Yes, just a moment. After a while, the staff brought over the makeup remover. Thank you. Seeing Liao Jiaka prepare to remove her makeup on the spot prompted the other guests to express their intent to do the same. Makeup removal, highly commendable. This live variety show is witnessing everyone voluntarily removing makeup for the sake of oceanic ecological protection. It must be unprecedented, eagerly anticipating the trending topic. A live variety show where everyone removes their makeup. It takes courage and confidence to persuade oneself to remove makeup in front of so many people. Wow, Keek's performance is perfect, absolutely stellar. She truly is my goddess. Since participating in the variety show, Meng Chuyuan had not worn makeup for a single day. Now, aside from her, everyone else had some form of makeup on, including certain staff members preparing to enter the water who were also wiping off their sunscreen. Chi-Yin silently capped her sunscreen and returned it to her bag, remaining indifferent to the idea of makeup removal, seemingly uninterested in participating. It was only after Chi-Zhan finished removing his makeup that he noticed Chi-Yin still had hers on. Sister, wouldn't you like to remove your makeup as well? End of this chapter, chapter 74. She engages in daily acts of kindness as Chi-Zhan's words hung in the air. A notable silence enveloped the surroundings. His statement not only drew the attention of the other guests, but also focused the viewer's gaze in the live stream onto Chi-Yin. I bet 5 dimes she won T remove her makeup. If she were going to, she would have done it by now. I'll wager 50. Chi-Yin has a rebellious streak. Am I the only one who just noticed that Meng Chuyuan hasn't worn any makeup from the start? Her natural state is simply stunning. She is truly blessed by the heavens. It's odd. Everyone else is removing their makeup, yet she refuses. Isn't that a bit awkward? Chi-Yan's gaze dimmed as she glanced at Chi-Zhan, unflinchingly stating, "There is nothing wrong with my cosmetics." She only used reputable brands with assured quality. Chi-Yin didn't believe she had to remove her makeup. She considered the ocean vast and her makeup minimal. How much impact could it truly have? Besides, she had spent considerable time perfecting her look that morning and lacked the courage to remove it in front of so many people. Chi-Zhan felt her earlier remarks were inappropriate and interjected. "We're not manufacturers of cosmetics. It's hard to claim there's absolutely no issue. For the sake of precaution, it would be wise to remove it." Seeing Chi-Zhan insist on her removing her makeup, Chi-Yin grew increasingly impatient. To preserve her makeup, she decided to forego the snorkeling activity. "I never intended to enter the water. If removing makeup is a prerequisite, then I shall simply opt out. Cosmetics aren't inherently safe. They inevitably carry some risks." What does she mean by that? Chi-Zhan has already saved her from trouble, yet she shows no gratitude. I'm baffled by how someone can be so oblivious. She desires to swim, yet refuses to remove her makeup, now making excuses about not having considered it. I feel a bit sorry for Chi-Zhan. His sister is truly unmanageable. Why is she only thinking of herself? Just because she claims it's fine doesn't mean it is. Upon reaching the destination, Chi-Yin resolutely refused to enter the water, leaving only 7 guests and a few accompanying photographers to snorkel. The instructor first led everyone in a warm-up and afterward distributed snorkeling gear and gloves. The sea was calm and the water crystal clear. The production team had a specific task for this snorkeling session before entering the water. The director had prepared images of various fish species for the guests to identify. They would need to dive in groups to search for marine life and capture photos with their cameras. Matching the species would denote victory. The 7 guests, equipped with cameras and familiar with the fish images, prepared to descend into the water. The director cautioned, "Everyone, please ensure your safety." As Meng Chuyuan stepped off the boat, she felt the coolness of the water, which quickly subsided as she acclimatized. This being her first snorkeling experience, she was quite eager to discover what awaited her beneath the surface. Once submerged, Meng Chuyuan dove headfirst into the water, kicking with her flippers and gradually descending. Lu Jinsen, noticing her swift movement, refused to be outdone and followed closely. Moments later, the live stream audience was treated to breathtaking views of vibrant coral and schools of fish. "Oh, I'm so excited. I can practically feel myself as Meng Jie." Wow, the production team's high-definition footage is simply irresistible. It looks so real, even without filters. Meng Jie swims so fast. Her slender figure resembles that of a mermaid. Has anyone noticed that the young master can't keep up with Meng Jie? He is struggling to catch up. Kudos to the photographer. Underwater filming must be quite challenging. When Meng Chuyuan reached a certain depth, she spotted a large school of fish swimming past her and captured it with her camera. Communication underwater was difficult, so she didn't pay much attention to Lu Jinsen, not realizing he was following closely behind her. After descending, Lu Jinsen quickly forgot the images he had seen on the boat and, overwhelmed by the multitude of species underwater, could only aimlessly snap photos without knowing what he was capturing. Regardless, he thought it was better to capture something than nothing. Realizing he couldn't keep pace with Meng Chuyuan, he decided to search independently, knowing that each of them had a camera and he wouldn't delay things. He didn't stray too far. The photographer could still capture him in frame. Meanwhile, the Liao sisters, once in the water, remained inseparable, holding hands as they tackled their task, while Chi-Zhan diligently searched for matching fish. Perhaps due to Chi-Yan's absence from the water, Viewers in the live stream could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for his solitary figure. I feel sorry for Chuyuan. My fondness for his sister has plummeted. It seems she is never around when he needs her. It must be the reality show format. It's too genuine and prolonged for her to maintain her facade. Are Chuyuan and Yin truly from the same womb? The disparity is astounding. Initially, I thought she was quite likable, and I even considered following her, but this show has tarnished her public image significantly, revealing many sides we have yet to see, and I have been dissuaded. Meng Chuyuan's memory was fair. Although the director had shown them numerous photos, she would at least have a lingering impression after viewing them. Each cluster of coral reefs varied in shape, color, and size, with many indescribable small fish and sea urchins hiding among the corals. As sunlight refracted down, the underwater life appeared even more enchanting and evocative. While searching for fish among the coral, Meng Chuyuan discovered a white plastic bag on the seafloor. Her gaze sharpened, and she propelled herself over with her flippers. The photographer, momentarily bewildered, had not anticipated her sudden change in direction, nor her remarkable speed. After a while, the photographer, camera in tow, managed to follow her. Meng Chuyuan approached the coral patch and cautiously extracted the plastic bag from the seabed, only to find more debris ahead, prompting her to swim over. Just at that moment, the photographer caught up, and the audience in the live stream witnessed the scene. Help! I thought Sister Meng had made a new discovery, but she found garbage on the seafloor instead. I never expected that, even underwater, Sister Meng couldn't escape the iconic scene of picking up trash. Sister Meng is on a daily mission of kindness, sob, while others die for tasks. My sister Meng dies for both tasks and to protect the ocean environment. Is there an Environmental Protection Association seeking a spokesperson? Perhaps they should consider Sister Meng. She truly embodies beauty and kindness. Meng Chuyuan was concerned that her tugging might harm the coral reef, so she deliberately softened her movements, carefully retrieving the trash. The nearby fish, startled by the disturbance, swiftly swam away, holding the collected trash tightly in her hand to prevent it from being swept away by the sea. She continued her efforts. Chapter 75. A sense of disparity at this moment. The director remaining on the boat was not monitoring the footage live and was unaware of the guests' underwater activities. He was quite dissatisfied with Chuyuan's performance today. Although he championed an unscripted reality show format, certain matters required discernment. This was not merely a sibling emotional variety show. It was also a program promoting rural revitalization and ecological conservation. Their show required approval before airing online, and as a popular series. The director hoped to convey positive energy to the audience. Chuyuan's recent comments under the live camera had begun to gain traction online. The director, maintaining a humble demeanor, suggested, "You should apologize to everyone later." Chuyuan responded, "Though I am made up, I did not enter the water. Why should I apologize? Had she gone underwater with makeup? No. Had she polluted the environment? Not at all. So why should she apologize? Was it wrong for her to apply sunscreen?" The director found himself unable to counter her reasoning and had to contact public relations to handle the matter, issuing an apology through the program's official Weibo account. After a while, a colleague from the data team approached the director, saying, "Director Luo, our show is trending." The director, taken aback, responded, "What? Our apology plan isn't even out yet. How did we trend?" Fearing an influx of negative news that could disrupt the show's regular airing. And with the second season's recording preparations rushed, many advertisers had yet to come on board, and negotiations were still pending. They had intended to shoot while attracting advertisers to boost the show's metrics. Now, with this incident, securing endorsements for Chuyuan's group seemed challenging. It was Meng Chuyuan's underwater cleanup efforts that had overshadowed Chuyuan's reluctance to remove her makeup. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's name, a flicker of surprise crossed the director's eyes. "Let me see." He pulled out his phone and opened Weibo's trending topics, discovering that Meng Chuyuan's name appeared with remarkable frequency. Meng Chuyuan's environmental awareness, Meng Chuyuan cleans ocean waste, Meng Chuyuan picks up trash on the show. Meng Chuyuan's instinctive act of cleaning up ocean waste garnered unanimous praise from netizens. Picking up trash seems simple, yet few can accomplish it in reality. Sister Meng's environmental consciousness is commendable. That sister of Chuyuan should come and learn from Sister Meng. As a casual viewer, I find her not only beautiful, but also devoted to protecting the environment. I must watch the live stream. The director observed the comments, noting that the majority praised Meng Chuyuan. With her presence bolstering the trending topics, Qian's incident gradually faded from public attention. Excellent, the director thought, smiling in satisfaction. This way, they could save on public relations expenses. Meng Chuyuan had spent quite some time underwater, capturing numerous photos and collecting a significant amount of trash. As her hands were full, it became cumbersome to proceed, and taking photos was inconvenient, prompting her to surface early. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan emerge, the director assumed she had completed her task and moved to the side of the boat, extending his hand for her to pass the camera. Meng Chuyuan approached the boat, and upon reaching the director, without much thought, she simply lifted the trash from the water. The director, curious, inquired, "What is this?" "Trash." The director's expression momentarily stiffened. "I'm sorry," I laughed. That exchange was quite peculiar. Apologies for the misunderstanding. She was referring to the trash, not insulting the director. Sister Ming's succinct response has me in stitches. At least she could have added, "This is trash." Initially, the director did not catch on and almost assumed Meng Chuyuan had made a bold statement. The trash, having been submerged for so long, was covered in grime, obscuring its original form. Once the director realized, he crouched down to assist her in bringing the garbage onto the boat. He did not wear gloves and was unbothered by the mess, directly taking the trash from Meng Chuyuan's hands. After placing the garbage down, his hands were smeared with the dirt from the refuse. This director is genuinely approachable. What a gem. Let us launch this director's career. He truly deserves it. Though Director Luo may be somewhat frugal, he still possesses a kind heart. Director, you are my hero. This industry cannot do without you. Indeed, Director Luo is a conscientious director. He continually produces meaningful variety shows, yet people often focus solely on the celebrity guests, neglecting the significance behind the shows. Meng Chuyuan felt she had captured enough photos, so after releasing the trash, she easily boarded the boat. Lu Jinsen, engrossed in underwater photography, had not noticed Meng Chuyuan's departure. It was only when he realized the other guests were preparing to leave that he began searching for Meng Chuyuan. Setting down his camera, he scanned the area but could not find her. Why did she leave? Why did she not inform him before departing? Assuming their Group S photographer had already ascended, Lu Jinsen concluded that they must have returned ahead of him. In truth, he felt a sense of disappointment, for he was the one who had signed a contract with the production team as a guest. How did it come to pass that, in the end, the groups dispersed, and yet the photographer chose to follow Meng Chuyuan? As he watched everyone gradually ascend, Lu Jinsen also made his way back. Meng Chuyuan had handed the camera to the director ahead of time. The photos she captured were largely consistent with those provided by the director, though a few species of fish had not made an appearance, and thus she had not photographed them. The other groups of guests were equally fulfilled, particularly as it was their first experience of diving, and they thoroughly relished the sensation of being submerged in water. Lu Jinsen was the last to emerge from the water, and upon his surfacing, the photographer astutely shifted the camera's focus onto him. Why did the camera suddenly switch? Oh my, it turns out he is the young master. If the photographer hadn't shown me, I would have forgotten he was still in the water. It's like when you buy one and get one free at the supermarket, but you end up loving the free one even more. Oh, so this show also invited Lu Jinsen. The previous sister is making me laugh so hard. Lu Jinsen is thinking, "Excuse me, is that polite?" I was wondering why there hadn't been any shots of the young master. Turns out he was forgotten. My heart aches for him for 0.01 seconds. End of this chapter, chapter 76. The important things. As Lu Jinsen surfaced, he removed his mask and snorkel, revealing a handsome visage to the audience. Although he could swim, he had never stayed underwater for such an extended period. Had he surfaced even a moment later, he might have truly struggled to hold his breath. Clad in a fitted wetsuit, his physique had not been particularly noticeable prior to diving, but now, the fabric clung to his chest and back, showcasing his well-defined muscles. He swam towards the boat, supporting himself as he climbed aboard, and, before the cameras, shook the water from his hair. The audience erupted in excitement at the sight of his drenched form exuding such pure charm. Wow, I never expected Lu Jinsen to be so impressive. He is actually a muscular guy. That suit looks as if he is not wearing anything at all. It's simply what I love to see. My uncontrollable tears are flowing. I shall call him husband. Given the young master's usual goofy persona, I had completely forgotten he is also quite the handsome man. I won't say more, dear family. Tonight, I shall dream of a date with Lu Jinsen. To the sister who said that, Lu Jinsen should call to comfort me now. Wake up, everyone. A staff member handed him a clean towel. which Lu Jinsen draped around his neck before drying his hair. Once the previous guests had verified their photos, Lu Jinsen approached the director to hand over his own camera. The director took the camera, flipped through the first photo, and began matching it against those on the table. Lu Jinsen waited with eager anticipation, confidence radiating from his features. He had not overthought his underwater experience, capturing whatever he saw, and he believed he had taken several shots that the director would need. However, as the director compared the images, he felt overwhelmed. Many of Lu Jinsen's photos were out of focus, rendering the fish indistinguishable. After a few more blurry attempts, the director shook his head in resignation. Lu Jinsen, are you testing my eyesight? What? Lu Jinsen did not grasp his meaning. Look for yourself. What fish did you capture? Where are they? The director displayed one particularly absurd photo for Lu Jinsen to see. Leaning in for a closer look, Lu Jinsen's expression shifted instantaneously. The camera then zoomed in for a clear view of the photo, which displayed a hazy coral reef. Yet the director could not discern any fish within the image after scrutinizing it for some time. Help! I'm wearing glasses while watching the live stream, and I still can't make out such a blurry image. Lu Jinsen, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have captured them. The young master is here to entertain us. Ha! His photography skills are even worse than a novice. Director, you simply don't understand. This is the trendy aesthetic of blurriness. Ha ha. This is clearly a camera issue. It's absolutely not the young master's fault that it didn't autofocus, right? Huh. This is a prime example of how one's values can become as muddled as one's vision. You bunch of superficial folks. The director pressed his fingers against his temples, adopting a look of exasperation as he glanced at Lu Jinsen. Where are the fish you photographed? Lu Jinsen peered at the image, spotting a vague fishtail near the edge, and calmly replied, "It likely swam away." Upon hearing his explanation, the director was left speechless. Among the many photos Lu Jinsen had taken, few were viewable, and those that were too blurry could not be identified, rendering them all unusable. Thus, Lu Jinsen's efforts were in vain. Yet fortunately, Meng Chuyuan's contributions kept their team from finishing last in this task. That afternoon, the production team arranged for the guests to engage in a visit to learn about the lives of fishermen. This task was still organized by groups, focusing on caring for the elderly left behind. Since they were visiting others' homes, they could not arrive empty-handed, and thus the production team had prepared gifts for the visits. However, these gifts were purchased out of the production team's own pockets, so the guests would need to offer something of their own in return. The director announced, "We have prepared rice, cooking oil, milk, and fruit. Each group may select one item, but they must also provide something important in exchange, which will be returned after the recording concludes tomorrow afternoon." What to choose? Meng Chuyuan understood the process, but was unclear about the criteria for selecting gifts. It would depend on what everyone could offer as their important items. The director emphasized the word important, subtly indicating that the more valuable the item, the greater the priority in selection. Once the rules were understood, the groups began discussing what to offer. Luo Yunzhu asked Tingjio, "Do you have anything important? A phone? Since the recording ends tomorrow, we'll get it back soon." Since the flying guests were not required to surrender their phones, that was all they had. After contemplating, Luo Yunzhu found Tingjio's suggestion reasonable, and their group decided to submit their phones. The Liao sisters had no jewelry to offer, ultimately deciding to relinquish the only pair of earrings they possessed, while Qi Zhen could not rely on Qi Yin to come to the rescue. So he directly produced his smartwatch. Lu Jinsen was still hesitating about what to give when he noticed Qi Zhen's watch and suddenly remembered that he himself was wearing a watch. As he rolled up his sleeve to loosen the strap, Meng Chuyuan, quicker than him, removed her diamond ring and handed it to the director. The audience in the live stream was astounded to see Meng Chuyuan place her wedding ring on the director's table. "Oh my, Sister Meng actually took off her wedding ring. Is that really a wedding ring? My goodness, how bold of her to offer it." Without a hint of hesitation, Sister Meng truly represents modern women. Haha. Can anyone with a keen eye tell which is more expensive, the diamond ring or Sister Meng's wedding ring? Wow, a trending search alert ahead. It seems Sister Meng is not particularly invested in this marriage. She is offering her diamond ring more readily than I submit assignments. Sob. Am I the only one who noticed that when the director mentioned important items, Sister Meng immediately produced her diamond ring? Lu Jinsen was stunned to see her so decisively hand over the ring. When Meng Chuyuan returned, Lu Jinsen reminded her, "I have a watch. Why did you give that?" She replied calmly, "It's just for a day. I'll get it back tomorrow. If Lu Qingye were to find out, he would be in trouble. After the four groups submitted their items, the pressure shifted squarely onto the production team. Chapter 77. A Ruinous Sacrifice. The director initially intended for the participants to make a token gesture, but to his surprise, each item submitted was more outrageous than the last. While the other three groups presented relatively ordinary items, Meng Chuyuan's extravagant diamond ring dramatically altered the nature of the proceedings. The director regarded the ring with a mix of trepidation and uncertainty, as if it were a hot potato that he could not handle. Upon witnessing Meng Chuyuan's submission, the other participants felt a genuine admiration for her commitment to the task, as she had offered something so valuable. Nevertheless, the rules had been established, and the show had to proceed. Once he regained his composure, the director encouraged the live broadcast to continue, acknowledging the sincerity reflected in the items presented. The guests awaited the director's announcement of the results. Of course, Sister Meng submitted a diamond ring. How could there not be sincerity? Director, that's her wedding ring. You must take good care of it while it's temporarily in your possession. If you lose it, you might face ruin. Director, I'm not even worth the value of that ring. Not only must I honor my ancestors, but I must also safeguard their possessions. Sister Meng seems to be enjoying the show from the sidelines, as if she were not the one who just submitted the ring. Alert for trending topics. Everyone, let's mark this iconic moment. As for the four items submitted, it was clear that Meng Chuyuan's diamond ring was the most valuable, and thus, when the director allowed her group to select first, no one objected. Meng chose a 20-kilogram bag of rice, and the crew then took them to visit a designated struggling family. The remaining three groups found themselves in a quandary about how to rank their items. For each of them was a celebrity, and even their simplest possessions bore brand names. If the ranking was mishandled, the audience might become irate, regardless of the guest's composure. However, due to the sensitivity surrounding pricing, it was inconvenient to disclose such information during the live broadcast. Aware of the director's predicament, the three groups graciously decided to allow the Liao sisters to select first, in accordance with the principle of prioritizing women. Liao Jia opted for fruit instead of cooking oil, as the earrings they submitted were relatively inexpensive compared to the other two groups' items. The group of Jin Jiao selected milk, leaving the cooking oil for Qi Zhen's group. At this moment, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen arrived at the home of the family they were visiting. This particular household was unique, as they did not reside on solid ground, but rather on an old fishing boat. Both Meng Chuyuan and the audience were taken aback by this revelation. My goodness, there are indeed people who live on boats and cultivate the sea, but this boat seems far too dilapidated. This fishing boat looks so small. It seems difficult to fit even a bed on it. How do they manage to live here? Oh dear, my tears are uncontrollably welling up. Last time I cried was because of the farmers. This episode is making me tear up again. In the past 2 days, they had frequently been at sea and had encountered various boats, but none were as rudimentary as this wooden vessel. Docked at the shore, Meng Chuyuan and her companions boarded the boat. Due to limited space, the photographers remained on land to capture the scene from a distance. The fisherman noticed their presence and emerged from the cabin. He was an elderly man with salt and pepper hair, dark skin, wearing an old black coat, holding an old enamel mug in one hand and a pair of bamboo chopsticks in the other, evidently in the midst of a meal. Meng Chuyuan smiled politely and greeted him. Hello, sir, we are here to see you. The man paused for a moment and replied, Hello, are you just at lunch? Yes, I just returned from fishing. The old man had barely begun his meal. It's already past 2. How come you're only just eating? How can there not be a proper bowl? This is too tragic. It seems that Meng Chuyuan always initiates the conversation. She truly is a social butterfly. Experiencing the life of fishermen up close helps to educate the public about life at sea. Many children in cities are unaware of the hardships involved. Seeing this man's flustered demeanor reminds me of my father. The last time I secretly returned home, he looked just as bewildered. Fishing is entirely dependent on the weather. If the wind is too strong, one cannot go out to sea, and there are even times when fishing is prohibited. Understanding that he was eating, Meng Chuyuan refrained from prolonged chit-chat and called Lu Jinsen to bring the rice. We have brought you a bag of rice as a small token. We hope you'll accept it. The old man looked at the rice with a bewildered expression. Oh, I couldn't possibly. He had not anticipated visitors, leaving him unprepared. As their conversation progressed, he learned that they were recording a show and had come specifically to visit him. Upon realizing their purpose, he set his meal aside and invited them to sit inside the cabin. Considering that the photographer could not board the boat, Meng Chuyuan politely declined the offer, saying, "Please continue your meal. We can stay outside." Although they had arrived, just as he returned from fishing, Meng Chuyuan did not want to interrupt his meal. After a moment's hesitation, the old man cheerfully said, "Let me bring you some stools to sit on." "Thank you." After a while, the old man returned with 2 small bamboo stools for them. Out of courtesy, he chose to sit outside with them while continuing his meal. To enhance the filming experience, the production team prepared a drone to provide the audience with a closer view. Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen had been on the boat for some time now, and aside from the amiable old man, no one else had appeared in the cabin. "Sir, do you live alone?" Meng Chuyuan inquired with curiosity. The old man nodded, "Yes, I live alone." Meng Chuyuan sensed a profound loneliness within him, yet he greeted them with a smile, embodying an optimistic spirit. His wife had passed away years ago, leaving no children behind. For years, he had relied on fishing for sustenance, accustomed to drifting on the sea. For fishermen like him, the ocean is their wealth, and this small wooden boat is their home. Chapter 78. A remarkable revelation. The old man was forthright, sharing his circumstances with Meng Chuyuan and her companions, expressing his resignation to life's challenges without complaint. This sentiment resonated with Meng Chuyuan, especially as he recounted his experiences of drifting at sea over the past decade. He sighed softly. Although life at sea is indeed hard, it must continue. He had no other options and could not part from sea. After a prolonged silence, Meng Chuyuan curiously asked, "Do you have a home on land?" The old man took a sip of his drink, shook his head, and once he swallowed, replied, "Wherever the boat drifts, that is home." "Me too," Meng Chuyuan replied with a serene smile. "Wherever I am, that is home." Her words left the live audience slightly bewildered. "Oh my, is Meng Chuyuan comforting the fisherman, or is she sharing her own story? I would prefer the former. Why suddenly show me such an emotional piece? It makes my life as a migrant worker quite difficult. The phrase, 'Ah, where am I? Where's home?' truly strikes a chord within me. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of solitude and the pursuit of absolute freedom. We are all individuals striving for survival, and the empathy in this episode is profoundly resonant. Everyone has their own story, yet sometimes taking a moment to listen to the tales of others from afar, without the need to narrate our own, is a form of enjoyment in itself. Indeed, no matter the circumstances of life, we must persevere. Happiness lasts a day, and sorrow also lasts a day. Naturally, one should choose to live joyfully. Lu Jinsen sat quietly beside them, unable to utter a word. Upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's statement, he curiously lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on her. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt an inscrutable depth to her character. Perhaps it was her usual carefree demeanor that made her sudden display of melancholy all the more surprising. After discussing their general backgrounds, the older gentleman finished his meal and then guided them through the cabin's interior. Since the aerial camera could not enter, they had to temporarily switch equipment, allowing the guests to carry the camera inside themselves. The staff handed the live-streaming equipment to Lu Jinsen, making him the temporary photographer. Upon returning to the ship and following the older gentleman into the cabin, Lu Jinsen noted that the interior space was rather limited. He had to duck his head to move inside. There was a small bed, a rudimentary dining table, and some basic daily necessities. On shore, there was a small wooden hut where he typically docked the boat to prepare meals. However, it was also where he hung fish and nets to dry, creating a rather cluttered appearance, which is why he did not take them there for a visit. After the tour, Meng Chuyuan could only see the simplicity and wear of the surroundings. The boat's boards bore signs of patchwork, and several layers of waterproof cloth covered the cabin above. Observing this, she became quite inquisitive. "Don't you feel insecure living on the boat? For instance, what if the weather turns bad? Or if you encounter a natural disaster at sea?" The older gentleman offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "In dire situations, I would seek refuge on shore. Otherwise, I would make do on the boat." Since the land was not his home, he had no idea where to go upon disembarking. For short periods, he could take shelter at nearby fishermen's homes, but for other circumstances, he preferred to stay in that small wooden hut. Meng Chuyuan felt that the dangers at sea were quite significant, and indeed, the fishing boat was rather rudimentary. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Have you never considered building a house nearby?" The older gentleman chuckled good-naturedly. "I've never thought of it. I'm already past 50. What would I build a house for? The house still needs to be built. Otherwise, in an emergency, there would be nowhere to take refuge." The unpretentious older gentleman was quite down to earth. Meng Chuyuan lamented, "Sister Meng is asking all the questions I want to ask. It's as if my internet persona has taken over. Perhaps it's because I'm getting old. I can't bear to see this." And tears inexplicably streamed down my face. As a child, my dream was to be a person who called the sea home, to gaze at the sky and awaken to the boundless ocean. It was all so healing. I feel that Sister Meng wants to help the uncle. She just needs his nod of agreement. Otherwise, he might still refuse. He believed that living on the boat was quite satisfactory. Waking up each day to fish and then sell the catch to wholesalers made for a fulfilling routine. Meng Chuyuan, however, did not share his perspective and gently advised, "Uncle, I think it would be more stable for you to build a decent house nearby. It would make cooking easier and allow for a more restful sleep." The older gentleman lowered his gaze, remaining silent and not engaging further in conversation. After contemplating, Meng Chuyuan understood his reluctance to build a house. After all, he had lived this way at sea for over a decade, and suddenly changing his living situation would be challenging for him to accept. Since Lu Jinsen was holding the camera, he had not been in the frame or spoken until he noticed the awkward atmosphere following Meng Chuyuan's unsuccessful persuasion. He suddenly turned to the older gentleman and asked, "Uncle, have you considered getting a new boat?" "Wow, who just spoke?" That was a bit startling. Is that the young master's voice? He must be nearby the equipment, which is why his voice is so loud. "No, young master. Don't startle me like that. I'm wearing headphones, and I nearly had a heart attack." But what the young master said also makes sense. If you're unwilling to build a small house, then getting a new boat would be a better option for safety. Although I want to laugh, young master, are you moonlighting as a photographer? Yes, uncle. Let us get a new boat. I feel like the young master is making quite the impression today. Lu Jinsen pondered that if the older gentleman was unwilling to build a house on land, then a new boat would suffice. This wooden vessel was indeed outdated. They still relied on oars to navigate, lacking the efficiency of a motorized engine. As he considered the idea of replacing the boat, Meng Chuyuan's gaze fell upon Lu Jinsen, surprised that such words would come from him. The older gentleman appeared melancholic. He glanced at Lu Jinsen and sighed. This boat had been with him for many years. It wasn't something one could simply replace. Especially with today as high prices, acquiring a new boat would be a significant challenge for someone in his situation. Sensing the older man's helplessness, Lu Jinsen seemed to grasp his concerns. After a moment, seeing the older gentleman still silent, he spoke again. "Let us get a new boat. I will cover the expenses." This declaration from Lu Jinsen was not impulsive. He observed the older man, alone at sea fishing, on an aging wooden boat exposed to the elements. With no stable home on land, such a life was truly arduous. Although Lu Jinsen had never endured such hardships, witnessing the situation and circumstances evoked a sense of compassion within him, prompting a desire to offer assistance to the older gentleman. Meng Chuyuan reflected, "This child has grown up. He has made something of himself. This is the most correct statement he has made since arriving here," someone remarked. Perhaps being with Meng Chuyuan for a while has taught the young master to observe the emotions and concerns of others. I suddenly look forward to what kind of boat the young master will procure for the uncle. This is what financial capability looks like. I've been so misled by his foolish demeanor that I almost forgot he is actually quite the young master. Finally, the uncle might have a safer place to stay. I'm tempted to ask the production team if they can set up a crowdfunding channel. Coincidentally, the recording of the program would conclude tomorrow, and Lu Jinsen was in a position to assist with this matter. Upon hearing this, the older gentleman was taken aback, quickly waving his hands in refusal, exclaiming, No, this boat is still usable." Lu Jinsen glanced down at the boat's deck, which had been patched countless times. If a heavy rain were to come, it was prone to take on water, posing a genuine danger. A new boat would at least ensure safer excursions. This time, Meng Chuyuan sided with Lu Jinsen. "Uncle, tomorrow we will get you a new boat. Surely there are support policies in place here? If you are reluctant to accept our gift, I can advocate for you to receive some assistance and then help you acquire a new boat." She had some understanding of such matters, knowing how to navigate them. Perhaps only by saying this could the older gentleman find some peace of mind. Before the older gentleman could fully consider the offer, Lu Jinsen had already made the decision for him. Then it settled. Let us commend the young master of this episode, who indeed embodies the essence of a wealthy heir. After watching this episode, I feel inspired to pursue a position as a village official for college graduates. It seems that Sister Meng frequently engages in such activities demonstrating a profound understanding of these matters, which is truly admirable. In my hometown, we also have many items that have been mended over the years. After my grandmother passed away, no one lived there. Each year when I return to clean, I cannot bear to part with these cherished belongings. Sister Meng is empathetic to others' difficulties and considerate of their dignity, opting for subtler ways to offer assistance, which indeed requires remarkable observational skills and attention to detail. By watching this variety show alongside the crew and Sister Meng, one can acquire a wealth of knowledge. She is like a walking encyclopedia. I don't recall my studies being this enlightening. Meanwhile, the Liao sisters brought fruits to visit an elderly woman who scavenges for a living. This grandmother has spent years collecting waste materials, while her young grandson remains at home, as her son and daughter-in-law work in distant locations, leading a challenging life. Their home is quite dilapidated, situated at the far end of the village, cluttered with empty bottles and cardboard boxes, alongside an old tricycle. When the Liao sisters arrived, the elderly woman was busy sorting through boxes, and a child of about 3 or 4 sat under the eaves, licking a lollipop. Upon their arrival, the grandmother was unable to produce even a decent stool for them. The Xuanqi siblings and the Tingzhi group visited a disabled elder in the village, bringing warmth and engaging in conversation to alleviate their loneliness. Observing the 4 families selected by the program, each with their own struggles, left a profound impact on the audience. Isn't this a perfect retirement haven? As one ages, one should not be subjected to the hardships of life. As a child, a single lollipop could bring joy for an entire day. Thankfully, there are children who can keep the elderly company and brighten their spirits. This episode brought me to tears. I initially thought fishing at sea would yield great wealth, leading me to assume this village was quite prosperous, only to discover that many families are facing dire hardships. While they live near the sea, not everyone can go fishing. Those elderly individuals and disabled families, even if they wish to venture out, are powerless to do so. I hope that the young people working away from home can return to visit during holidays and make regular phone calls to check on their parents' health, even if they cannot be physically present. The afternoon visit was indeed meaningful and passed swiftly. Upon concluding this task, the guests returned home to prepare dinner. However, after disembarking from the Uncle S boat, Meng Chuyuan hurried to address the purchasing matters for the boat. Aware that their time was limited and eager to resolve the Uncle S issues before departing, Lu Jinsen sought advice from experienced fishermen regarding where to purchase a boat and what procedures were necessary. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan approached the village leader to clearly communicate her ideas and the Uncle S personal situation, hoping for their assistance. Although she understood that applying for subsidies required approval and could be time-consuming, she aimed to placate the uncle by having the village officials collaborate with her. The village leader was pleased to hear that Meng Chuyuan was willing to extend a helping hand to the struggling fishermen and was eager to cooperate. The leader remarked, "Old Liang is indeed suffering, but he is quite stubborn. We've tried to persuade him many times. We once suggested building a house and fishing with others, but he declined. Nowadays, few people still use those old-fashioned fishing boats, and old Liang treats his boat as his home. Even though it is worn down, he is reluctant to relocate. Now, having softened under Meng Chuyuan's approach, it is clear that much effort has been invested in this matter. They could establish a shelter to accommodate them together, preventing them from encountering unexpected hardships. Meng Chuyuan believed that while a house might not be necessary, a safe haven is essential. Otherwise, if they faced any trouble, those without homes on land, like the uncle, would have nowhere to go. Sister Meng has considered everything so thoughtfully. I believe such a shelter should indeed be constructed, providing a temporary refuge for fishermen like the uncle. Isn't that essentially a hotel? Dear sisters, hotels charge money, but constructing such a refuge would also incur significant costs. We must consider practical issues. However, with funding, it would certainly alleviate many burdens. It doesn't need to be extravagant. Just a place to sleep and a hot shower would suffice. Indeed, do we have any channels? I would also like to contribute my modest efforts. Absolutely. Engaging in public welfare and promoting it can help more people understand this place and the group of individuals here. Oh, the world is indeed filled with love. I never realized it was like this. End of this chapter, chapter 80. Do they have a mine at home? In the evening, the names of Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen appeared on the trending search list. Their earnest and committed attitude captured considerable attention online. A video circulated showing Meng Chuyuan and her team during their visit, referencing fishing boats, Due to the high popularity of the topic, many kind-hearted individuals took notice. The data team promptly reported to Director Luo, "Director, our program is trending again." Recently, their program frequently made it to the trending list, largely due to Meng Chuyuan. It seems that whatever action she takes, netizens are eager to create entries for her. What is trending? The director appeared notably calm, as if he had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Liu Jinsen's initiative to purchase a boat for the fishermen was nearing completion. The team members, familiar with Meng Chuyuan's trending status, simply informed him of Liu Jinsen's situation. Previously, whenever Liu Jinsen trended, it was usually due to negative news. Accompanied by a barrage of insults, it was quite disheartening. However, this time was different. Liu Jinsen had accomplished something commendable, earning newfound respect from the majority of netizens. Wait, director, upon hearing this, suddenly trembled, spilling his tea. Is he really planning to buy it? He had watched the afternoon visit through the monitor, initially thinking that the uncle and aunt were merely speaking casually, as purchasing a boat was no trivial matter. He had lost interest when it was time to prepare dinner, not expecting this situation to result in a trending topic. Meng Chuyuan and Liu Jinsen were indeed intriguing. The director set his cup down and gazed thoughtfully at the ring Meng Chuyuan had handed over, pondering. One diamond ring could be given so casually, while the other seemed unconcerned about the expense of a boat. What kind of family are they from? Do they possess a mine at home? This group is becoming increasingly fascinating. After a long day of bustling activity, Meng Chuyuan and Liu Jinsen finally resolved the matter. When Liu Jinsen returned, Meng Chuyuan curiously inquired, "Is it all settled?" "Yes, it's all taken care of," he replied. "What about you?" "Things went smoothly on my end as well." I can't wait for the boat to make its grand appearance tomorrow." The young master's casual all settled is incredibly suave. It's so commanding. I adore it. They are such a perfect match. The young master is embarking on a journey from which he shall not return. All the guests came together, yet they truly embody the spirit of a laid-back group. This name is gaining traction. Dear friends, the more I watch, the more I love it. It radiates positive energy, and there are too few shows that can make you smile every time you watch them. I stumbled upon this treasure of a program thanks to Sister Meng's trending status. Liu Jinsen is no longer just the young master in everyone's eyes. He has become warm-hearted. His decisive actions alongside Sister Meng show how genuinely committed they are to their endeavors. The second recording session is nearing its conclusion. Yesterday, the live broadcast was delayed, and today, on the final day, everyone was encouraged to catch up. The group set sail about an hour earlier than usual today, as they were to observe dolphins. Morning is typically when dolphins forage, and tracking their presence should not pose much difficulty. The production team had previously conducted research and found that this region hosts numerous dolphins, often seen frolicking in groups on the surface. Thus, the likelihood of spotting them was quite high, even if fortune did not favor them and they failed to see any dolphins. Witnessing the sunset would still be a delightful experience. As dawn broke, before the sun had fully risen, the guests boarded the vessel and departed. Upon learning that the production team would guide them to view dolphins, many viewers eagerly tuned in for the live broadcast, their anticipation palpable even before arrival. Oh my, I thought there wouldn't be many viewers this early, but to see 500,000 online is astonishing. Goodness knows I woke up this early just to see dolphins. Sobi. Thankfully, I didn't oversleep. I woke up instinctively and checked my phone, only to find a live stream notification. Here comes the beautiful Meng Jia and the young master. To the sister in front, "You are beautiful, so I must be too, right? Ha ha ha. If you all are beauties, then I must be as well. I cannot be outdone." Waking up early and being laughed at in the comments. I'm here to admire Meng Jia's beauty. I can't get enough of her even after 2 episodes. Even the blurry screenshots are stunning. Sob. A gray sky gradually revealed a hint of dawn, and the undulating islands began to take shape. Their boat glided over the shimmering surface of the sea, searching for dolphins against the backdrop of the awakening day. It was the first time everyone was witnessing a sunrise at sea, and they marveled at the ever-changing hues of the clouds, feeling the wonder of nature. In this tranquil morning, being able to admire such breathtaking scenery uplifted their spirits. They continued their voyage, attentively scanning the waters for signs of dolphins. In the meantime, the production team thoughtfully returned the items that guests had deposited yesterday and distributed phones to them, hoping they could capture images of the adorable dolphins. After retrieving her ring, Meng Chuyuan put her diamond ring back on in front of the camera. "Help! This scene is too beautiful. Although the sky is still gray, that diamond ring shines brilliantly. Sobi. I absolutely adore this shot. Can a production team please give this cameraman a raise? He captures moments so well. Meng Jia's profile is so beautiful. Against the backdrop of the yet-to-rise sun, her silhouette is truly enchanting, like a fairy stepping out of painting. There were so many shots of the diamond ring in this episode, but I genuinely love watching them. I wish I could have a diamond ring like that. Sobi. Whoever buys me one, I'll marry them immediately. Ting Jio retrieved his phone and snapped a few photos of the dawn, then opened the video function, ready to capture the dolphin's appearance. After a while, his arm grew weary from holding the phone, yet no dolphins appeared. Ting Jio, feeling a bit disheartened, remarked, "Are there really dolphins? This can't be a hoax, right? Perhaps it's still a bit early. Let us wait a little longer," Qijin replied. After a while, the sea remained calm, and Ting Jio couldn't help but ask, "Do you think it would help if I tried calling like a dolphin?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "You could certainly give it a try." Clearing his throat, Ting Jio said, "All right, I'm going to call out." Just as he was about to mimic a dolphin-esque call, Meng Chuyuan suddenly interrupted him. "Wait." She pointed toward the sea ahead, a smile gracing her lips. "Look, there they are." Chapter 81. Daily banter. The clouds had mostly dispersed, revealing a brilliant blue sea reflecting the morning light. Not far away, 2 or 3 dolphins leapt from the water, creating a magnificent splash. The live camera adjusted to Meng Chuyuan's indicated location, zooming in slightly so that viewers could clearly see the leaping dolphins. They appeared in groups of 3 to 5, around a dozen in total, occasionally seen springing from the water, some even performing difficult backflips mid-air. Ting Jio, excitedly holding his phone, exclaimed, "I just recorded that. That dolphin was enormous and did such playful jumps. It's so adorable." Me too. I recorded it as well. I absolutely love that moment. Good luck to all who see it. I'll make a wish. May I succeed in my postgraduate entrance examination next year. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Following the production team has truly been a feast for the eyes. My goodness, it feels like witnessing carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Haha. I'll take a screenshot as a memento, as if I was there in person. Seeing dolphins and the sunrise today made this trip worthwhile. I'm grateful to the production team for allowing us to witness such beauty. Am I the only one remembering that the recording this afternoon is about to conclude? Sob. I really don't want to leave such a beautiful scene. As they drew closer, they could hear the soft calls of the dolphins mingling with the sound of splashing water. Ting Jio, filled with joy, couldn't resist attempting to mimic their sounds. Luo Yunzo turned to him, a puzzled look in his eyes. "Are you sure that is how dolphins sound?" "Isn't it? It sounds just like that," Ting Yu insisted, repeating his imitation for Luo Yunzo's benefit. Luo Yunzo smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen cast a cold glance toward Ting Jio, flatly interjecting, "Only pigs would call like that." I'm dying of laughter. Lu Jinsen has been throwing jabs at Ting Jio for the past couple of days. Ting Yu feels personally attacked. This is reminiscent of the playful banter among school children. Haha. The young master seems unafraid to confront anyone but Meng Jia, and he is particularly sharp-tongued. No one can escape. Even pigs would probably say not to involve them. Haha. How is Luo Yunzo managing to keep a straight face? After enjoying the dolphins and the sunrise, the group returned to shore. The production team had not scheduled any special tasks for today, having directly prepared ingredients for their meals. They simply needed to pack their belongings and await the conclusion of the recording. As Meng Chuyuan and the others disembarked, they lingered near the dock, seemingly awaiting someone. Eventually, the village leader arrived with the elderly man from yesterday. Since they resided on a peninsula, they needed to take a boat to leave. So a small waiting pavilion was constructed at the dock. Meng Chuyuan led the elder to the pavilion. "Uncle, please sit for a moment. The boat we reserved will arrive shortly." The elder, somewhat surprised, asked, "Did the application come through that quickly?" He had been informed by the village last night that they would not fish today to avoid any issues locating him. Seeing Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen, he realized that the fishing boat situation was now resolved. Meng Chuyuan reassured him, "Don't worry about the application. It will come through eventually. Let us just keep an eye on the boat." It would be unrealistic for her to say the application had been approved. It might lead the elder to misunderstand the process. The leader added, "That's right, Lao Liang. Let us switch boats first. You need not concern yourself with the application. I'll notify you when it's approved. But what about this boat? The elder remained cautious, concerned about costs. Before they could respond, the boat purchased by Lu Jinsen arrived. A brand new vessel docked at the pier, resembling a houseboat, a rarity on the sea. Oh my, this is no fishing boat. It's a luxury yacht bought by the young master. I'm so envious. The elder is incredibly fortunate to encounter them. He, with Meng Jie in charge. Who would he feel at ease? This must be a vacation houseboat. Using it for fishing seems a bit extravagant, sob. To the sister in front. Didn't he watch yesterday's live stream? For the uncle, the boat represents home, which is why Meng Jie and the others decided to purchase such a vessel for him. Upon hearing the boat dock, the uncle's gaze shifted to the sea, where he was astonished to behold such a vast and pristine craft. Meng Chuyuan looked at him and gently spoke. Uncle, the boat has arrived. Is this my boat? The uncle exclaimed, clearly taken aback and beginning to stutter. Let us go aboard and take a look. With Meng Chuyuan's encouragement, the uncle finally joined them on the boat. Once aboard, he continued to wear an expression of disbelief, hardly able to fathom that he could step foot on such a magnificent vessel. The interior of the boat was exceedingly spacious, resembling a realistic house structure with glass windows on either side, ensuring ample light permeated the space. After a brief tour, professionals arrived to instruct the uncle on how to navigate the boat and control its direction. Once he grasped the instructions, they set sail for a test run on the open sea. Observing that the uncle had managed to grasp the essentials of operating the new boat, Lu Jinsen inquired, How do you find the boat? Do you like it? The uncle remained silent for a moment before softly responding, I do like it, but is it not too expensive? He had only ever seen such large boats from afar during fishing trips, never imagining he would have the chance to experience one up close. Lu Jinsen reassured him, It's all right as long as you like it. He believed that this boat was quite suitable for both fishing excursions and accommodations. Content with the boat. Lu Jinsen proceeded to pay the seller in full. As for Meng Chuyuan's earlier mention of building a shelter for fishermen like the uncle, she had a brief conversation with the person in charge about it. Uncle Wang, regarding the shelter for them that I mentioned yesterday, have you given any thought? Uncle Wang hesitated. We are still considering. After all, this is no trivial matter. Our village does not engage in agriculture, so space is limited. If we're to build a shelter, we must contemplate not only funding, but also find a suitable plot of land. Meng Chuyuan replied, If you decide to proceed with the construction, I can donate funds right now. Uncle Wang felt somewhat burdened by this suggestion. No worries. You can discuss it with the other representatives, and I will still be here in the afternoon. Once these matters were settled, Meng Chuyuan and her companions returned home, carrying ingredients for cooking. Meanwhile, Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju were eagerly awaiting their return. Initially, they intended to accompany Meng Chuyuan back, but she had informed Lu Jinsen that she had some matters to attend to, so they returned ahead of her. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally arrived home. Spotting Ting Jiao and Luo Yunju in the courtyard, Lu Jinsen coldly asked, What are you doing here? We came to cook with Sister Chuyuan, Ting Jiao replied. It's the last day, and both Yunju and I want to learn how to prepare a dish. Sure, you are welcome to join, Meng Chuyuan said, unbothered by their presence, as they had been sharing meals with her and Lu Jinsen over the past few days. Lu Jinsen reacted with mild annoyance, thinking this group of flying guests always comes to Sister Chuyuan as for a meal. Unfortunately, the kitchen was rather cramped, prompting Meng Chuyuan to lead Luo Yunju inside. What would you like to learn? After pondering carefully, Luo Yunju replied, I would like to make cold lotus root salad. Is that all? Meng Chuyuan chuckled. He nodded, yes. Although he had not spent much time with Meng Chuyuan, he knew she was easy to get along with and didn't he want to impose. Since he preferred cold dishes, he thought it best to learn from her. Meanwhile, Ting Jiao and Lu Jinsen sat outside, exchanging glances. Growing bored, Ting Jiao pulled out his phone, preparing to start a game. Upon noticing the familiar game interface on his phone, Lu Jinsen felt an urge to join in. Ever since he had started participating in this variety show, he had not played online. Aware of Ting Jiao's prowess as a professional player, Lu Jinsen hesitated for a moment before asking, Shall we duo? Ting Jiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. You want to duo with me? Ting Jiao cautiously inquired, What is your skill level? He did not wish to team up with a novice. Lu Jinsen modestly replied, It's all right. All right, log in then. Seeing Lu Jinsen was eager to play, Ting Jiao agreed to team up. The cameraman could not switch between the two, so they opted for distant shots to capture the moment. The audience in the live stream was unaware of their game progress but could hear the game's notifications. Initially, Ting Jiu and Lu Jinsen communicated quite a bit, but soon fell silent. After a while, Ting Jiu noticed Lu Jinsen making mistakes in the game and expressed his frustration. "Come on, man. You use your skill incorrectly. You dare say you're doing all right?" Lu Jinsen furrowed his brow and softly apologized. "I'm sorry." Typically, he maintained a high win rate while playing solo, but today, for reasons unknown, he lacked his usual finesse. Perhaps the pressure of playing alongside a professional caused him to falter. After Lu Jinsen's character was eliminated multiple times, Ting Jiu opened a voice chat with their teammates, saying, "Let us surrender. This match is hopeless." They had started strong, and upon seeing Ting Jiu's ID, the other teammates had believed victory was assured, only to find themselves hampered by an inexperienced player. One teammate, visibly annoyed, communicated with Ting Jiu, "Jiu Shun, are you trying to carry a girl to rank up? But this girl is really struggling." Another teammate chimed in, "What? Jiu Shun has a girlfriend now? Sisters of the bullet screen, why are you laughing so softly? Speak up. Haha, I never expected the young master to have today. It seems there are those who can't keep up with the game. I knew the young master's skills were lacking. He was bound to be slapped in the face. Meng Jia, don't say he is my disciple. I can't afford to lose face. I didn't teach him how to play. So don't pin this on me." Honestly, the young master's expression is quite pitiful. Originally, Ting Jiu was feeling a bit down because of Lu Jinsen's antics, but upon hearing his teammates' voices, he burst into laughter. Lu Jinsen, with a darkened face and devoid of emotion, saw Ting Jiu enjoying himself while the other teammates criticized his gameplay. Couldn't he help but turn on the voice chat and utter a curse, only to be warned by the system. Upon hearing him speak, the teammates criticized even more. "So it's not a girl? Then his skills are even worse, just a freeloader." After laughing, Ting Jiu felt much better and calmly said, "Let us surrender, brothers. This one is on me, my apologies." Truly, the points are about to drop again. As the teammates complained, they clicked to surrender. After the game ended, Ting Jiu immediately exited the game page. Feeling as if he had to rush away to avoid being dragged back into another match by Lu Jinsen, he glanced at Lu Jinsen, a smile playing on his lips, teasing, "Sister, your gameplay is really lacking." Lu Jinsen shot him a glare and retorted, "Get lost." Ting Jiu sighed softly and said seriously, "You should practice more. I suggest you refrain from ranked matches." Ting Jiu, "He played Angela and aimed her ultimate at me?" Lu Jinsen, "I am sorry, I am guilty." End of his chapter. Chapter 83. Full of sweetness? If someone else had said this, Lu Jinsen might have retorted immediately, but Ting Jiu's words left him in contemplation. Lu Jinsen looked up at Ting Jiu and calmly asked, "Am I that bad?" Ting Jiu shook his head slightly, expressing disdain. "Not just bad, but exceptionally so. In the future, when you see Lu Jinsen's game ID, I advise everyone to run away." I'm dying of laughter. The young master still has hope for his gaming skills, but it would be best to give up when necessary, or else he might get beaten. He suddenly gives off a vibe of being utterly incompetent. Sisters before. Don't be like this. Show some respect. After all, he is Meng Jia's disciple. He is slowly rising. Give him some time. Haha. If Ting Jiu plays a few more matches with him, it won't be a game anymore. It will be Lu Jin Sr. Really? Is there no one who ships this pair? Ting Jiu just laughed when he heard his teammate mention girlfriend, instead of explaining right away. Something feels off, dear family. After they finished this match, Luo Yunzo's cold lotus root salad was ready. Ting Jiu genuinely didn't want to stay with Lu Jinsen for even a moment, especially after being sabotaged in the game, feeling quite uncomfortable. Seeing Luo Yunzo come out from the kitchen, Ting Jiu immediately stood up to find Meng Chuyuan. Sister Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan had just taken out the leftover chestnuts from the previous session, preparing to shell them. Seeing Ting Jiu's aggrieved expression, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? I just had a game with your little uncle, and he completely ruined me." Speaking of this, Ting Jiu could still recall Lu Jinsen's suffocating moves. Meng Chuyuan shook her head helplessly. "It's fine. Play less and focus on more important matters." In the next moment, she handed the bag of chestnuts to Ting Jiu. "Here, help me shell these." Oh. Meanwhile, the Liao Sisters Live broadcast was livelier than usual, because Liao Jiaka's husband, Su Zoe, had arrived at the recording site. He had been filming in Hongdian for the past few months, and his closed work had kept him away from public appearances. The viewers in the live broadcast were thrilled to see him suddenly appear. Liao Jiaka had no idea Suzui would show up, nor had she received any news from the production team. What are you doing here? Seeing Suzui genuinely in front of her, Liao Jiaka's eyes were filled with tenderness. Suzui immediately embraced her, a slight smile revealing shallow dimples. He said with a smile, I wrapped up filming the day before yesterday, and since I knew you were about to finish, I came specially to bring you home. I can't believe it. The production team hit the jackpot with Su Yingdi's unexpected appearance. Quickly check in, everyone, trending alert. What a lifesaver. I'll take this dog food with respect. Su Yingdi is just too gentle. Oh, they look at each other with such love. When will I encounter my sweetheart? Truly a match made in heaven. Su Yingdi really dotes on Kikik, coming specifically to pick her up, and we're being fed more dog food. This couple rarely appears together on screen after marriage. We're feasting our eyes, sisters. Liao Jian was cutting vegetables in the kitchen. Noticing her sister hadn't returned for a while, she put down the knife and stepped out of the kitchen. The moment Liao Jian stepped out, her gaze fell on the affectionate scene between the two, and she immediately halted her steps. However, she was soon spotted by her sister, prompting Liao Jiaka to hastily release Suzui's hand, the small gesture reminiscent of a girl caught in a secret romance. Suzy, still processing, curiously followed Liao Jiaka's gaze and discovered Liao Jian standing at the kitchen door. Brother-in-law, Liao Jian greeted him politely, a hint of awkwardness on her face. Suzui responded with a gentle hum. Haven't you all eaten yet? We were just packing our luggage and haven't had time to cook, Liao Jiaka replied. Suzui suddenly rolled up his sleeves, turning to Liao Jiaka and gently said, Let me cook. You and your sister can continue packing. It's time for everyone to change their wallpaper to Suzui. Not only is this man handsome, but he can also cook, and most importantly, he dotes on his wife. Today's sweetness is off the charts. I also want to eat the meals cooked by Su Yingdi. It's another day of envy for Kikik. Real couples' sweetness is delightful. They need to do nothing, just being together is sweet. Is no one concerned about Jian's feelings? She just had a wave of dog food and is about to become a third wheel. Due to Suzui's sudden appearance on the variety show, announcing he was there to pick Liao Jiaka up and his thoughtfulness in cooking for his wife. The trending topics surged unexpectedly, and fans of the couple exploded with excitement. Speaking of couple dynamics, netizens quickly recalled Meng Chuyuan, who was also recording a show. Some onlookers, having seen the trending topics, gradually flocked to Meng Chuyuan's live stream to join the fun. Meng Chuyuan was busy preparing chestnut chicken, completely unaware of the situation. Passers-by who had just come from Liao Jiaka's live stream filled with dog food began comparing her marital status with Liao Jiaka's. To be fair, although Meng Jia is always high energy, I wonder if we'll get to see her showcase some affection and share some dog food with us. I think so too. Initially, some even referred to Meng Jia as a flower vase that no one wanted. Family, let us not bring other people's matters into Meng Jia's space. Meng Jia is doing great on her own. It feels a bit like being the odd one out. Next door is all love and noise. While here it's so quiet. It's fine. I just love watching Meng Jia. She shines on her own, bringing me so much joy. And she isn't alone. We're all here with her in the live stream, so it's not quiet at all. Sisters before. You are my voice on the internet. I'm not good at expressing myself, but I know Meng Jia is an individual, and I like her for who she is, not because she is someone else's wife. Please don't label her that way. Lu Qianling sat in the classroom, her hands propping up her chin, her eyes fixated on the clock above the blackboard, anxiously awaiting the end of class. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the bell finally rang for the end of class. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Qianling instantly transformed into a bundle of energy. As soon as the teacher announced the end of the lesson, she hastily stuffed her books into her backpack and exclaimed, "Deskmate, I'm heading home now. I won't be joining you for lunch." Her deskmate, noticing her urgency, curiously inquired, "Are you in such a hurry to go home because something happened?" "No, I need to return home to make some arrangements for my god of wealth," Lu Qianling replied, rising and slinging her backpack over her shoulder, radiating vitality. "What god of wealth?" Her deskmate looked up at her, puzzled and slightly frowning. "You aren't thinking of skipping class again, are you?" In recent days, Lu Qianling had been quite diligent in her studies. The teachers were pleased to see her occupying her seat consistently, and her classmates had begun to view her more favorably. To maintain this newfound status and to deter any thoughts of skipping class, she had been dining in the school cafeteria with her peers. Now, seeing her rush to leave, her classmates expressed concern about her return time. How could that be? Lu Qianling reassured her desk mate with a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. When I return this afternoon, I'll bring you some treats. I want bubble tea. All right, just transfer me the money. Her desk mate pulled out her phone and grumbled as she sent the money. Lu Qianling, your family is the wealthiest in the town, yet you want to even treat me to a cup of bubble tea. How stingy. The Lu family is wealthy, but I, Lu Qianling, am not. Lu Qianling quickly acknowledged the transfer and affectionately ruffled her desk mate's hair. Be good. When I have more money in a couple of days, I'll treat you. By the time Lu Qianling returned home from school, her mother had already finished her meal. Wearing her glasses, Mrs. Lu sat in the living room, working on an unfinished scarf. Upon seeing Lu Qianling, she expressed her disapproval. Why are you back? Shouldn't you be at school? Well, my second brother is coming home tonight, so I thought I'd de-prepare a bit. Mrs. Lu chuckled. I'm well aware of the shallow bond you share with your second brother. What scheme are you concocting this time? Second brother is nothing of concern. I have no interest in causing any trouble with him. Lu Qianling entered with a bag of groceries from the supermarket, placing on the coffee table before darting to the kitchen in search of food. However, after rummaging through the kitchen, she found it bare. Mom, where's Uncle Yuan? Did he not cook today? Uncle Yuan finished cooking and has gone to rest, Mrs. Lu replied, still engrossed in her knitting. I didn't know you were coming back, so I've already eaten. Didn't he leave any leftovers? Nope. I didn't ask Uncle Yuan to make too much since I was eating alone. I recall there are some leftover bread from breakfast. You can snack on that. Regret washed over her as she realized she should have eaten outside before returning home. Fortunately, Lu Qianling was already accustomed to such situations. She emerged from the kitchen, placed the remaining sandwich in a microwave to heat, and while waiting, approached her mother to observe her knitting technique. After a moment, Lu Qianling initiated the conversation. Mom, you've been working on that scarf for several days now. Why hasn't it been completed? What do you know? Good work takes time, her mother replied. However, upon hearing Lu Qianling mention that Meng Chuyuan would be returning that evening, her anxiety resurfaced. She wanted to finish the scarf quickly, not wishing Meng Chuyuan to think her incapable of completing something as simple as a scarf. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan and the others were already having dinner, including Liao Jiaka's group, while Qi Zhen's group was lagging behind, still not having prepared lunch. After their trip to see the dolphins, they had only just begun packing their bags, which took an hour. Qi Yin had unexpectedly volunteered to cook lunch, astonishing both Qi Zhen and the live stream audience. Isn't it a bit odd? The princess is cooking? If she has been kidnapped, we should look for a signal. Why the sudden change? Someone explain. I can't quite grasp her erratic behavior. One moment, she is sunny. The next stormy. Who knows what her true nature is? If it weren't for Qi Zhen, I'd skip seeing her entirely. Oh, it's fine. As long as she is active, Qi Zhen won't have to work so hard. Let us not set our expectations too high. Perhaps she wants to redeem her previous lack of effort. She seems a bit intimidating. I wonder what she is planning. My sister acts this way too. She always tries to win me over before asking for favors. Qi Zhen had never seen her cook at home, so when Qi Yin expressed her desire to prepare a meal, he willingly took on the task. After all, they were filming a program, and the rustic kitchen, with its wood-burning stove, was quite unfamiliar to someone who didn't cook. Qi Yin nearly lost her temper when the fire wouldn't ignite, but fortunately, Qi Zhen noticed her distress and stepped in to assist. How about I take over? Qi Zhen suggested. Her movements were too slow. She meticulously sliced the scallions, ensuring they were uniform, which consumed considerable time. Qi Zhen, unable to relax, hovered nearby, eager to help her chop vegetables, but Qi Yin refused to relinquish the knife. No need, just get the fire going for me. Qi Yin declined his offer. Qi Zhen squatted down, taking the lighter from her hands. As they were close together, with the stove directly in front of them, the cameraman could only capture the scene from the side, with Qi Yin inadvertently blocking the live stream. While Qi Zhen ignited the straw, he whispered, "What exactly do you intend to do? If you can't cook, there's no need to pretend." Qi Yin quietly retorted, "Every time, it's you cooking. Aren't the good people taken for granted?" Having received praise online for having such a sensible brother while doing nothing herself, Qi Yin seethed at the comments. If they weren't filming, she wouldn't have the patience to remain in the kitchen. Qi Zhen could no longer tolerate her sarcastic remarks and replied with a scoff. "What nonsense is that? If I didn't cook, what would you eat?" Qi Yin chose not to continue the conversation, as the fire had finally caught, and she stood to transfer the chopped vegetables into a bowl. Noticing her unwillingness to engage, Qi Zhen felt foolish standing idly by. He dared not leave the kitchen uncertain of Qi Yan's culinary skills, fearing she might struggle alone. Although Qi Yan had never cooked before, she followed the steps diligently. Aside from a brief moment of fear when the oil in the pan sizzled, she remained calm. However, when it came time to add salt, Qi Zhan noticed her scoop a spoonful of sugar and hurriedly warned, "That's sugar." Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Yan had already poured the sugar into the pan. What is wrong with sugar? It could be used in cooking. Realizing her mistake, Qi Yan showed no signs of trepidation or panic. She returned the spoon to the sugar container and continued stirring, treating her blunder with nonchalance. Qi Zhan frowned at the excessive amount and replied, "But you've added too much. Then I'll just add some water." Laughing out loud, she even knows to add water, only she could so confidently mistake sugar for salt, and the addition of water is truly remarkable. In the end, Qi Zhan took on everything, and one could feel his helplessness even through the screen. The younger brother expressed, "Would you dare to eat this?" "I really wouldn't eat, I thought the common response across the nation would be to take a small taste if unsure whether it was salt or sugar." Sister in front, "How do you know I did that? Please dismantle the surveillance in my house. Thank you." In the afternoon, after finishing their meal, everyone began tidying up to restore the house to its original state before their arrival. Upon hearing that they were leaving, nearby neighbors specially brought over local specialties. This was their 4th day on the island. Everyone had been mostly out from dawn till dusk, lacking the time to chat with the neighbors. Yet they were aware of each other's presence. The 4 groups of guests received dried seafood gifts from the neighbors, who warmly invited them to return in the future. Among the group of neighbors who came to deliver gifts was Uncle Wang from the village, who, upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, stood in his capacity as a village official to see them off, not mentioning anything about the shelter construction. Meng Chuyuan had been keeping that in mind. She knew there were many fishermen who made their homes on boats, perhaps just temporarily out of sight. She could not provide a boat for everyone, nor build them all a house of their own. Currently, establishing a shelter was the only solution Meng Chuyuan could think of. Seeing that Uncle Wang did not bring it up, she decided to take the initiative. "Uncle Wang, when you have time, please select a plot of land and choose a date to start constructing the shelter. I will cover the costs, so you need not worry about anything else. Just go ahead and do it." Lu Qingye had previously told her that the money he provided could be spent freely without needing his opinion. Now, Meng Chuyuan wished to allocate part of it to build a shelter for the fishermen drifting at sea as a precaution for future needs. Uncle Wang, listening to her so casually agree, found it even harder to decide. It was not a small sum, and once the project was confirmed, it would become quite substantial, requiring a significant investment of time and energy. Uncle Wang remained silent for a long while, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. He sighed, saying, "Little Meng, you are still young. Your decisions might be a bit too hasty. Let us treat this as a jest for today. This concerns the maritime safety of surrounding fishermen. How could I treat it lightly?" Meng Chuyuan replied earnestly, "I believe they would all wish for a place on land where they could find acceptance. This place is truly significant to them. Meng Jia's considerations are always so meticulous. They really touch the heart. Family, let us fill the screen with those 2 words. Meng Jia is indeed Meng Jia, acting decisively with a focus on meaningful endeavors. It's rare to hear someone refer to Meng Jia as Little Meng. Haha, we wouldn't dare. Uncle, you are our beloved uncle." It seems Meng Jia, who lacks for nothing, remains uncorrupted and is both low-key and intelligent. Such individuals are truly rare. Sister in front, don't say that. Pointing out such well-known matters makes it seem like you're a paid commentator. Nevertheless, it's heartwarming. Family, allowing those who call the sea home to have a secure place to land. Uncle Wang displayed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated such words would come from a young woman in her 20s. Meng Chuyuan first considered others' perspectives rather than being bogged down by various concerns. After careful contemplation, Uncle Wang recognized the inadequacy of his considerations. "You're right. Perhaps they genuinely need such a place. We Haven Tea conducted a thorough investigation in this regard. Please leave me your contact information and bank details. I will transfer the funds to you shortly." Though Meng Chuyuan had not interacted much with Uncle Wang, she could sense his reliability and genuine desire to serve the village. Uncle Wang provided her with a village phone number. "You need not rush to transfer the funds. I must first return and conduct a detailed survey to gauge their willingness." "That is fine. I will call you back in a couple of days." Meng Chuyuan added, "Additionally, please educate them about the subsidies. If they meet the criteria, encourage them to apply. Some may not be aware of this or might find it troublesome to pursue. Please try to persuade them." Understood, Uncle Wang nodded. Thorough in every aspect. Well done, Meng Jia. With a kind heart, it's still Meng Jia. She hasn't even met those fishermen without homes on land. Yet she is already worried about their safety. Some elderly villagers and children may not know how to apply for subsidies. It's evident Meng Jia has put thought into this. There are indeed those who might refrain from applying due to inconvenience. Don't ask how I know. My uncle is just that kind of person. Meng Jia, his mind works too quickly. Sometimes, I'm so focused on eating that I genuinely can't keep up. I eagerly anticipate seeing everyone rejuvenated, their faces filled with joy. This place must have done great deeds in a past life to encounter Meng Jia in this life. Lu Jinsen was entirely unaware of Uncle Wang's visit, as he was busy bringing Meng Chuyuan's luggage down from upstairs. By the time he emerged, Uncle Wang had already departed with other villagers. Noticing Meng Chuyuan carrying various bags, he frowned and asked, "What are you holding?" "Seafood products from the villagers." Lu Jinsen placed a suitcase beside her. "I brought your luggage down. It's about time we leave." Meng Chuyuan nodded slightly. "Yes, let us go." Everyone departed from their accommodations and gathered at the dock. When the other guests saw Su Zui beside Liao Jiaka, they were somewhat surprised. Luo Yunzhao and Su Zui had filmed a drama together last year, though it had yet to be scheduled for release. Now, seeing the two together made the live audience go wild with screenshots. Suzy was quite affable, greeting the other guests politely. "Hello everyone, I am Suzy, Liao Jiaka's husband." As they all worked in the entertainment industry, they were relatively familiar with each other. Even if they hadn't shared screen time or collaborated before, they at least recognized one another. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. She must participate. After Suzy introduced himself, the other guests briefly introduced themselves as well. When it was Meng Chuyuan's turn, she did not fawn over Suzy like Qi Zhen and the others, nor did she display any excitement typical of starstruck fans. Instead, she calmly replied, "Hello." The earlier guests had been warm towards Suzy, but when it came to Meng Chuyuan, her demeanor was remarkably composed and steady. "I can't believe it. That is the renowned Suingdi. How does Meng Jia manage to remain so unflappable? If I were to meet Suingdi in person, I'd probably smile so hard my face would freeze, and I'd stomp a hole in the ground. Meng Jia, to be honest, is it possible that I simply don't recognize him? That could be the case, as Meng Jia isn't particularly familiar with the industry. Or perhaps Meng Jia has no interest in married men. Seeing so many memorable moments in this variety show. What a divine program this is." After Meng Chuyuan's simple greeting, Suzui's smile gradually faded. Since establishing his foothold in the entertainment industry, he had enjoyed the adoration of many, with directors and advertisers vying to collaborate with him. Today, being treated so coolly by an ordinary person was somewhat astonishing for him. After a moment, Suzy politely spoke. "Hello. You must be Lu Jinsen's sister-in-law, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Thank you for helping my wife with the farming last time." Meng Chuyuan responded with a smile. "It was merely a small favor. No need for thanks." Upon hearing Su Zui mention this, Liao Jian belatedly understood and turned to Liao Jiaka. "Sister, the last time I was unwell, she helped you with the farming?" Liao Jiaka gave a soft hum, observing my struggle, and thus offered her assistance. Upon learning the truth, Liao Jian's gaze inevitably settled upon Meng Chuyuan. Last episode, her demeanor was utterly lackadaisical. How could someone so carefree extend a helping hand in the fields? "Sugo, what brings you here?" Luo Yunzu, being relatively familiar with Suzui, was more enthusiastic than others. "Are you here specifically to find Kiki?" Suzui glanced affectionately at Liao Jiaka, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, I have come to escort my wife home." "Help! Luo Yunzu, are you trying to drown us in dog food? Why do you insist on asking such questions? That wife sounds so sweet, it's almost overwhelming. I came here for entertainment, not to be subjected to this romantic display. By the way, when we finally see Meng Jia's husband, I'm curious about his appearance. Does he truly match Meng Jia's exquisite beauty? Seriously, what do you think he should look like to be worthy of Meng Jia? If he doesn't meet your standards, do you expect him to divorce her? Let us be rational, folks. Meng Jia and her husband are not from the entertainment industry. Let's not apply those standards to them. Meng Jia is astute and surely knows what she desires, so there's no need for us to fret." As the boat arrived, the guests boarded to leave the island, marking the conclusion of today's live broadcast. Given the remoteness of the area and its distance from the airport, the production team arranged for a bus to transport everyone. En route to the airport, Chi Zhan approached the director to request a leave of absence for the next episode. Director, I would like to ask for a 2-day leave. The recording schedule conflicts with my prior commitments, and I may not be able to attend. Director Luo was taken aback. You need 2 days off? Chi Zhan nodded softly, explaining, I have to return to reshoot a film. It was prearranged and cannot be postponed, with each episode lasting a mere 4 days. The prospect of Chi Zhan's absence nearly overwhelmed Director Luo. Following the conclusion of the second episode, his emotions were already tumultuous, and the real source of his distress was Meng Chuyuan. The uncertainty surrounding the third episode was considerable. The production team had yet to finalize the next filming location. Now, with Chi Zhan's request, the pressure mounted significantly. Very well, the director reluctantly acquiesced. Thank you, Director, Chi Zhan replied. Just as Chi Zhan intended to return to his seat, the director suddenly called out to him, What about your sister? She isn't planning to join you for the recording on the third day, is she? If one group of guests is absent, how will the show continue? Chi Zhan hesitated before answering. I will do my best to persuade her to come early for the next episode. He was uncertain whether Chi Yin would agree. If she refused to come early due to his absence, there would be no way to proceed. The director, having observed Chi Yan's reluctance to remove her makeup for the scene, had a sense of her temperament. Thus, he did not press Chi Zhan further and waved his hand dismissively, just do your best. Upon returning to his original position, it wasn't long before the director approached Meng Chuyuan for conversation. Drawing from previous experience, Meng Chuyuan recognized that the director's sudden dash from the front of the vehicle to the back was undoubtedly to speak with her. The director found a place to sit and smiled warmly at Meng Chuyuan. Meng Laoshi, what can I do for you, director? Well, Meng Laoshi, I wanted to inquire if there are any particular places you wish to visit or activities you would like to engage in. This time, the director did not immediately broach the subject of collaboration, which was quite unexpected. As for activities, Meng Chuyuan pondered thoughtfully before replying, perhaps intangible cultural heritage. I'm quite eager to learn about it. No sooner had Meng Chuyuan spoken than the director's eyes lit up with excitement. Exactly. We can focus next episode on promoting intangible cultural heritage. Meng Chuyuan smiled, but remained silent. After a brief pause, the director continued. So, Meng Laoshi for the next episode. Would you be interested in participating in some projects related to intangible cultural heritage? Director, did you go through all that just to deliver that final sentence? The director sheepishly scratched the back of his head, admitting, not entirely. Meng Chuyuan had provided him with a new direction, and now he had found material for the next episode. If he could secure Meng Chuyuan's involvement, that would be ideal. She had not outright declined the next episode, leaving the director puzzled over his own concerns. However, when he revealed the upcoming arrangements, which aligned with her interests, Meng Chuyuan readily agreed. Of course, I am interested. Such a meaningful activity requires my participation. The director, brimming with enthusiasm, clasped his hands together and trembled with excitement, exclaiming, Thank you, Meng Laoshi. You are my savior. Meng Chuyuan not only brought excellent ratings and responses to his program, but her performance had elevated the show's thematic essence. End of this chapter, Chapter 87. A good story never fears obscurity. Director, I am not a deity. There is no need to worship me. Meng Chuyuan chuckled at Director Luo's exuberant reaction. Realizing his faux pas, the director quickly lowered his hands. He saw a point of empathy in her and couldn't help but share his struggles. I have produced numerous variety shows over the years, but none have gained traction. Finally, I committed to this rural slow variety show, and it has shown some promise, so I genuinely wish to see it succeed. I truly appreciate your goal of conveying positive energy to the audience, Meng Chuyuan said calmly. Director, you must have some faith in yourself. Now that living standards have improved, many young people may not realize that some areas still struggle for basic necessities. When he first launched the inaugural season, the director had his doubts, fearing that a countryside variety show would not resonate with viewers. Fortunately, in this new media era, promoting and showcasing genuine rural life through live broadcasts proved effective. As the show began to gain traction, advertisers approached them, eager to sponsor the program, and prominent bloggers voluntarily promoted the show, yielding excellent results. Director, you may not realize that if this show features solely ordinary individuals as guests, I can guarantee that no one would watch. This season's lineup included not quite top-tier celebrities, but rather rising stars, bolstered by the previous season's popularity, which initially inflated his expectations. However, after observing the first 2 episodes, the director discerned a significant issue. Many of the celebrities he had invited had not faced adversity and lacked practical skills, which could make them appear spoiled to those with real-world experience. He found himself torn between the desire for viewer engagement and the wish to produce quality content. Balancing both was not a simple endeavor. Seeing him enveloped in negativity, Meng Chuyuan casually suggested, "Director, if you focus on crafting quality content, why worry about attracting an audience?" She understood the director's concerns stemmed from a fear of his hard work being overshadowed by new media and big data. The director pondered her words, but struggled to detach from those concerns. Noticing his prolonged silence, Meng Chuyuan kindly reminded him, "Sometimes, the more you fixate on something, the more it becomes a burden." Having browsed the internet, she was aware that her appearance on the show had garnered some attention, which might have led the director to value her presence for its potential to draw viewers. She wanted him to understand that if she chose to leave the show one day, there was no need to dwell on it. A good story never fears obscurity. After deep reflection, the director felt a bit embarrassed to realize that he was outmatched in insight by a young woman. After a long pause, the director sighed and looked up at Meng Chuyuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for being willing to share your thoughts with me." Meng Chuyuan replied casually, "It's nothing to worry about. Please don't feel pressured. I need to reflect on this and consider whom to invite for the next recording." Noticing the director's troubled expression, she curiously inquired, "Will there be another flying guest next episode?" The director shook his head. "No, Chi-Jun has requested a 2-day leave, so I need to find a replacement." He was not considering flying guests at the moment, as it would incur additional costs. It was better to focus on refining the program. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan pointed to the back where Ting Jiu was engrossed in a game. "Why not ask him? He seems quite free." The director followed her gaze, frowning slightly. "Ting Jiu, did someone call for me?" Ting Jiu looked up and met the director's eyes. "Director, is there something you need?" The director, seeing a potential candidate before him, smiled and said, "I'm looking for a guest for the next episode. Are you available?" Ting Jiu nodded. "I am free. We don't have any competitions at the moment, so our training schedule is quite relaxed." The director's smile widened at his agreement. "Then will you join us for a few days next episode?" Ting Jiu readily responded, "Sure, I'll inform my coach." Upon arriving at the airport, everyone purchased their tickets and settled in the waiting area. Luo Yunju's flight was slightly earlier, so he bid farewell to the group as they headed to different destinations. The director and his team had a fixed route and were about to rush off for another program, leaving only the remaining guests at the airport. Liao Jiaka was accompanied by Su Zoe, drawing the attention of passersby, some of whom discreetly took photos upon recognizing them. Although Meng Chuyuan didn't interact much with the duo, she noticed Suzy's evident concern for Liao Jiaka, asking her if she was thirsty or tired, which sparked envy among those around them. After some time, Suzy's phone rang, prompting him to momentarily step away from Liao Jiaka. He glanced at his phone and gently told her, "Baby, I need to take this call." She nodded, "Okay, go ahead." After receiving her approval, he got up to take the call. When he returned, looking somewhat anxious, he told Liao Jiaka, "I have something urgent and can't accompany you back." Concerned, she asked what happened. He explained, "There's a commercial event in Yun City tomorrow that I completely forgot about. My manager just reminded me to rush over." Gathering his jacket and ticket, he assured her, "I'll reschedule my flight and come back home after the event." Liao Jiaka responded softly, "All right, be careful on your way and stay safe." Meng Chuyuan, who had been preoccupied with her phone, lifted her gaze to observe Liao Jiaka. Scrutinizing her for a moment, she couldn't help but feel that Liao Jiaka seemed somewhat dependent on her husband. Was it merely her impression? As Liao Jiaka watched Suzy disappear into the crowd, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Meng Chuyuan. Liao Jiaka offered an awkward smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, "Did I disturb you just now?" Meng Chuyuan smiled warmly. "Not at all." Liao Jiaka, however, felt that her and Suzy's interaction must have affected Meng Chuyuan, especially given the rumors circulating about her being a wealthy family's abandoned wife. She apologized, "I'm sorry. I haven't seen my husband in a long time." "It's perfectly fine. I understand," Meng Chuyuan said with a compassionate smile, her demeanor infectious, revealing no trace of discomfort. Chapter 88. She noticed in truth, Meng Chuyuan found herself somewhat perplexed. The Liao Jiaka she had met on the show was self-sufficient and capable of caring for her sister. Yet once Suzy appeared, her gaze never strayed from him, seemingly lost in her own world. The contrast was striking. Liao Jiaka, suddenly felt unable to decipher Meng Chuyuan's smile, sensing that she appeared to be indifferent to anything particularly significant. 5 years Liao Jiaka Sr. She had been married to Su Zui for over a year, an early marriage in their industry. Their union coincided with Liao Jiaka's career ascent. Yet she had unreservedly chosen love over her career. In the past year, she had nearly vanished from the public eye, declining endorsements and acting roles to embrace her role as a full-time wife, willingly allowing Su Zui to take precedence. She felt fortunate to have encountered such a gentle and attentive man. Curious about how Meng Chuyuan balanced her career and love life, Liao Jiaka leaned closer and whispered, "How long have you been married?" "About a month now, just a few days shy," Meng Chuyuan replied. "Only a month?" Liao Jiaka expressed her surprise. "Did you not go on a honeymoon after your wedding?" Meng Chuyuan remained composed, stating matter-of-factly, "He went on a business trip the very next evening after we received our marriage certificate and hasn't returned since." Liao Jiaka was at a loss for words, unsure how to continue the conversation. After a long pause, she resumed, "I've been married to my husband for over a year, and I make it a point to visit him on set every now and then." Meng Chuyuan seemed to grasp what Liao Jiaka was subtly suggesting, perhaps encouraging her to take a more proactive interest in her husband's life. However, Meng Chuyuan countered, "It's all right if a man is busy. At least he is diligently earning a living for the family. Wouldn't you agree?" Lacking an emotional foundation with Lu Qingye, she struggled to empathize with Liao Jiaka's feelings. Even if two individuals were emotionally connected, shouldn't there be mutual understanding when work demand arise? Liao Jiaka asked, "Doesn't it make you miss him, given he is away for so long?" Meng Chuyuan chuckled genuinely, joking, "You forget, I am now the acknowledged abandoned wife of the affluent circle. Why would I miss a man who allows me to be cast aside so easily?" Lu Qingye had trusted her enough to marry her, and she felt it her duty to reciprocate that trust. Living in comfort, spending Lu Qingye's money, and avoiding complex familial disputes and relationships, she felt her life was blissfully carefree. Although the title of abandoned wife was not particularly flattering, her life was anything but miserable. Liao Jiaka managed a stiff smile, begrudgingly impressed. "You have such a great attitude." Meng Chuyuan replied, "I don't mind the gossip. My in-laws aren't concerned about it, so why should I let it bother me? After all, how much is my reputation truly worth compared to the Lu family's standing?" Her reputation paled in comparison to the Lu family's prestige, allowing her to maintain her peace of mind and save her life. In the evening, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen finally returned to the Lu residence. As they alighted from the car and noticed the yard adorned with colorful balloons, they exchanged puzzled glances, questioning if they had arrived at the wrong place. Curious, Lu Jinsen asked the butler, "What is going on here?" The butler replied, "The third young lady knew you were returning today and prepared this." At the mention of Lu Qianling, Meng Chuyuan recalled their recent encounters. "Uncle Chun, has that girl been attending her classes lately?" "Yes," came the response. The butler nodded and remarked, "Miss San has been exceptionally diligent in her studies these past few days. The madam has begun to view her more favorably. However, she has been rising particularly early, which has placed considerable pressure on the driver who takes her to school." Meng Chuyuan raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "That's commendable. At the very least, Lu Qianling is a person of her word and has not treated her duties lightly." The butler continued, "Miss Sin mentioned she would return after her evening self-study session, so there is no need to wait for her dinner. Returning after her evening study must be quite late. Then, does she not reside at the school?" Meng Chuyuan questioned. Just then, Lu Jinsen interjected, "She is a day student and has never lived on campus." The school does not require day students to attend evening study sessions, although it is not always purely self-study. Occasionally, there are classes. With her laid-back nature, Lu Qianling struggles to keep up with her daytime classes, so naturally, her peers do not expect much from her during evening study. After pondering for a moment, Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow and said, "At this stage in high school, she should ideally reside on campus, especially since the school is not particularly close to home. The daily commute must be exhausting." They lived in a residential area, and it was quite a trek to even find a bus stop. It must be quite a hassle for someone like Lu Qianling, who has to go to school every day. Lu Jinsen, unable to contain himself, shared, "You may not know, but she has a rather poor reputation at school and struggles to interact with her classmates. Allowing her to live on campus would only lead to greater complications." The reason they permit Lu Qianling to be a day student is precisely because of this. Lu Qianling had boarded since middle school, but only a few days into the term, she encountered some conflicts with her roommates. Eventually, their dormitory became divided and unable to bear the injustice. Lu Qianling insisted that Lu Qingye withdraw her from the dormitory, even claiming she wanted to transfer schools. Since that incident, Lu Qianling has been reluctant to engage with her classmates, developing a rather reclusive personality, which has led to her isolation wherever she goes. Meng Chuyuan asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Though her interactions with Lu Qianling had been limited, she felt the girl was quite amiable and could not believe it was as dire as Lu Jinsen suggested. A flicker of guilt crossed Lu Jinsen's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "She is likely taken after me in this regard." Meng Chuyuan remarked knowingly, "I can see that." Given that he and Lu Qianling were of similar ages, when Lu Qingye was studying away from home, it left just the two of them in the household. Lu Qianling, perhaps due to her younger age, was quite dependent on Lu Qingye, holding him in high regard, while she did not feel the same pressure around Lu Jinsen. After spending time together, their playful banter revealed their strikingly similar personalities. In truth, Lu Jinsen felt a sense of guilt towards his younger sister, believing her current disposition was a reflection of his shortcomings as an older brother. Chapter 89. A Great Misunderstanding. At this moment, Lu Mother was in the living room, engrossed in knitting a scarf, entirely unaware of the happenings outside. Uncle Yuan was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and the delightful aromas wafted into the living room, making Lu Mother realize she was somewhat hungry. "Uncle Yuan, is dinner nearly ready?" she inquired. "Just 2 more dishes. It will be ready shortly," he replied. Lu Mother paused her work, muttering to herself, "Why haven't they returned yet?" She surmised that Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen should be back by now, as they had not gone out all afternoon. After a brief nap, she resumed her knitting, and before she knew it, evening had arrived. After they had alighted from the car, they engaged in some light conversation outside, which caused a slight delay. Just as Lu Mother contemplated standing up to stretch, she heard some noise at the door and quickly sat back down, nervously tugging at a strand of yarn and picking up her needles once more. Before Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen entered, Lu Mother adjusted her posture, pushed up her glasses, and assumed an elegant demeanor. When they finally stepped inside, Lu Mother was still preoccupied with her knitting and did not look up right away. "Mother," Lu Jinsen called, but she did not respond. "We're back," Meng Chuyuan announced confidently as she made her way to the sofa area. Only when Meng Chuyuan approached did Lu Mother slowly lift her head, softly acknowledging, "You're back." Lu Jinsen noticed that his mother had not glanced at him and raised an eyebrow, his expression growing cold as he silently distanced himself. Suddenly, Lu Mother reached out to clear the yarn beside her and patted the sofa, indicating for Meng Chuyuan to sit. Lu Mother maintained a calm facade in front of Meng Chuyuan, seemingly unaffected by anything unusual, yet her gaze concealed a hint of anticipation. She hoped Meng Chuyuan would take a seat while feeling somewhat nervous, perhaps due to their limited interactions, which left her with a sense of unfamiliarity. Without hesitation, Meng Chuyuan walked over and sat beside Lu Mother. She glanced at the half-finished scarf and initiated the conversation. "Mother, you're still working on this scarf?" Lu Mother responded with a light hum, her tone laced with curiosity. "You think my progress is slow, don't you?" "Not at all. Your pace is quite fine," Meng Chuyuan replied, noticing that Lu Mother had completed a significant portion without any mistakes. "There's no rule that says a scarf must be finished in a certain number of days. It's perfectly fine to pick it up whenever you have a moment." "Indeed," Lu Mother remarked, her expression momentarily blank, her eyes slightly widened in surprise. She lacked patience for such tasks. If forced to sit and knit continuously, she would surely lose her mind. Therefore, she only practiced during moments of boredom. Knowing Meng Chuyuan would return today, she had hastened her progress, ensuring the surface work was done. After a moment, Lu Mother regained her focus and said, "By the way, you mentioned there were other knitting techniques. Do you think I can learn them now?" Meng Chuyuan smiled and pointed to the half-finished project on her lap, saying, "Mother, let us wait until you finish this one before I teach you the new method, shall we?" "Why wait until I finish this one?" Lu Mother asked, somewhat puzzled. She thought Meng Chuyuan was reluctant to teach her. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she heard Meng Chuyuan explain, "Because we shouldn't leave things unfinished. If you learn something new today, then this piece will be neglected, won't it?" "That makes sense," Lu Mother pondered, beginning to convince herself. "I should first finish this one." Indeed, she was prone to losing interest quickly. If she learned a new technique today, she might abandon this project altogether. Eager to unlock new skills, Lu Mother resumed knitting. Seeing her settle down, Meng Chuyuan sat beside her for a while, realizing that dinner had yet to be served, and decided to engage Lu Mother in some light conversation. She leaned in slightly and casually inquired, "Mother, if I were to have children in the future, how do you think I should educate them? Or what does it mean to be a good mother?" Upon hearing such a long-term question, Lu Mother looked up in surprise. After a few seconds of shock, her gaze dropped slowly to Meng Chuyuan's abdomen, her voice slightly raised. "Are you pregnant?" Meng Chuyuan quickly denied, "No. I'm merely seeking your advice ahead of time." Lu Mother breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "The way you posed that question was so sudden. I thought you were expecting, yet it was of no consequence." With a comforting tone, Lu Mother replied, "Don't put pressure on yourself. It's just a child. Just ensure they eat well and grow up fine." Meng Chuyuan forced a smile. "Are you sure that is how children should be raised? It sounds more like raising a pet." Lu Mother considered her response, realizing she had no other answer. She casually replied, "Roughly speaking, it's the same principle. I've never been hands-on with any of my 3 children. Just look at IE. You turn out fine." If Lu Qingye and the others heard their mother likening them to pets, they would surely have mixed feelings. Through this little inquiry, Meng Chuyuan gathered that Lu Mother was not particularly strict with her children's upbringing and seemed to have minimal expectations. It appeared that Lu Qingye and his siblings had been raised with a more laissez-faire approach. Fortunately, Lu Qingye's high awareness prevented him from becoming indulgent. Unlike his more frivolous siblings, Meng Chuyuan sighed, imbued with a hint of complaint and disdain. "You have 3 children, and only Lu Qingye can bear the burden." Lu's mother felt pleased that Lu Qingye had become her pride, while regarding the younger ones, she adopted a laissez-faire attitude. She had no stringent demands, only hoping that Lu Jinsen and Lu Qianling could grow up safely and healthily without causing significant trouble. Upon returning from her evening study session, Lu Qianling hurriedly exited the car with her backpack after the driver came to a stop, eagerly rushing into the house. Before even stepping into the living room, she called out, "I'm back." Upon entering, she found the living room eerily quiet, with only Meng Chuyuan sitting cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Having heard Lu Qianling's voice beforehand, Meng Chuyuan looked up at her. Lu Qianling suddenly slowed her pace, slinging her heavy backpack over her shoulder, and walked towards Meng Chuyuan with curiosity. "Where is everyone?" she inquired. Meng Chuyuan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Perhaps they went to rest." Lu Qianling sensed they were likely avoiding her, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened as she plopped down on the sofa, exhausted. "Are you hungry?" Meng Chuyuan put down her book and looked at her. "Shall I prepare a late-night snack for you?" At this, Lu Qianling eagerly sat up, nodding like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Yes, please." After the New Year celebrations, they would resume their usual routines. "What would you like to eat? I can make it for you. Just something simple will do." After tasting Meng Chuyuan's cola chicken wings previously, Lu Qianling was assured of her culinary skills, confident she could eat whatever Meng Chuyuan prepared. "Let me see what I have in the kitchen. I'm a bit hungry myself." Meng Chuyuan rose and headed to the kitchen, spotting some noodles in the cupboard. She retrieved them, along with some lettuce, a green onion, and 2 eggs from the refrigerator. She filled a pot with water to boil and prepared some broth seasoning. Then fried the eggs in a nearby skillet before washing the lettuce. As Meng Chuyuan was frying the eggs, Lu Qianling appeared in the kitchen. While Meng Chuyuan chopped the green onion, she glanced at Lu Qianling and softly asked, "Do you eat green onions?" "I don't eat the white part." "All right, I'll save the green part for you." After finishing with the onions, Meng Chuyuan set aside the white parts. Once the water was nearly boiling, she added the noodles to cook until soft, then blanched the lettuce, mixed in the seasonings, and served the noodles in a bowl. Placing the fried eggs atop the noodles and sprinkling some chopped green onions, she handed it to Lu Qianling, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Lu Qianling received the steaming bowl of noodle soup with both hands and couldn't resist leaning down to sip the broth, genuinely exclaiming, "It's delicious." The two of them carried their bowls to the dining table, sitting across from each other. Lu Qianling, seemingly quite hungry, found the freshly cooked noodles a bit hot. Yet her eagerness was unmistakable. "Slow down. No one is competing with you." With a mouthful of noodles, she mumbled, "Meng Xiaomei, your noodles are fantastic." Upon hearing that familiar term of endearment, Meng Chuyuan furrowed her brow in confusion, staring at Lu Qianling. "How do you know to call me Meng Xiaomei? You forgot? When you bought me the steam-on mask, the shipping label had the buyer's nickname." Meng Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback. That name had been a remnant from when their grandmother was alive, who had always called her Xiaomei. After her grandmother's passing, the name faded from her life, and she had adopted Meng Xiaomei as a way to keep that memory alive, as though her grandmother had never truly left. She had used that nickname for a long time, and it held no emotional weight for her anymore. Yet, hearing it uttered by Lu Qianling unexpectedly stirred memories of her grandmother. After consuming nearly half of her noodles, Lu Qianling looked up again, noticing Meng Chuyuan hadn't touched hers. Curiously, she asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Meng Xiaomei is not an appropriate way to address me. Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure, stating coolly, "At the very least, I am your sister-in-law. If you're reluctant to call me sister-in-law, then call me sister." "Why can't I?" Lu Qianling protested. Meng Xiaomei sounds so affectionate. Meng Chuyuan chose not to correct her further, recognizing the complexities of their situation and that Lu Qianling was unaware of them. Thus she bore no fault. Picking up her chopsticks, Meng Chuyuan joined Lu Qianling in eating the noodles. "What time do you start school tomorrow?" "I need to be at school by 7:30, so I must leave at 6:30, but arriving a bit late for morning study is okay. Sometimes traffic can be unpredictable." Meng Chuyuan nodded and inquired further, "Are there many commuting students in your class?" At this question, Lu Qianling chuckled, looking at Meng Chuyuan with a hint of pride. "I'm the only one. Can you believe it?" Despite the teachers and her family's repeated recommendations for her to consider boarding, she remained resolute in her decision against it. Moreover, with limited dormitory space, it was impractical to expect special accommodations just for her. "I believe you," Meng Chuyuan replied, choosing not to delve deeper. "Finish your meal, then wash up and get some rest." The following day, Meng Chuyuan awoke around 5. After her morning routine, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare several sandwiches, fried dumplings, and boiled eggs. The aroma was delightful. When Lu Qianling descended from upstairs with her backpack, Meng Chuyuan had already warmed some milk. At the enticing scent wafting from the dining room, Lu Qianling instinctively licked her lips. Observing Meng Chuyuan pouring milk, she curiously asked, "Did you make this breakfast?" "Yes. Don't you have school today?" Meng Chuyuan poured a cup of warm milk and handed it to Lu Qianling, signaling her to hurry. "Eat up. I'll drive you to school afterward." Lu Qianling pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression one of surprise upon hearing Meng Chuyuan's words. "You're going to take me to school?" She was bewildered, questioning why Meng Chuyuan had suddenly become so considerate, preparing breakfast and offering to drive her. Meng Chuyuan peeled an egg and directly placed it in Lu Qianling's mouth, urging, "Hurry and eat. We don't want to be late." After finishing breakfast, Meng Chuyuan drove Lu Qianling to school and then wandered around the nearby residential area. The previous night, she had contemplated how Lu Qianling rushed home after school, wasting too much time on the commute. Since she was unwilling to board, Meng Chuyuan decided to rent a place near the school to facilitate matters. Throughout the morning, she surveyed available properties, noting those with suitable environments for potential selection, intending to take Lu Qianling to see them on a day when she wasn't busy. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Meng Chuyuan coincidentally encountered Lu's mother on a phone call. Noticing her demeanor seemed somewhat off. Not intending to eavesdrop, Meng Chuyuan entered quietly. Yet Lu's mother made no effort to hide her conversation, saying, "I want to go, I don't know anything." Seeing Lu's mother agitated, Meng Chuyuan hesitated to interrupt and was about to quietly ascend the stairs when Lu's mother beckoned her over. Confused, Meng Chuyuan approached slowly. After she arrived, Lu's mother spoke into the phone. "Your wife is back. You can discuss matters with her." In the next moment, Lu's mother handed the phone to Meng Chuyuan. Startled, Meng Chuyuan took the phone and spoke softly. "Lu Qingye, it's me." His voice was deep and steady, imbued with a cool gentleness. Lu's mother sat silently beside them, her expression still reflecting a hint of displeasure. Meng Chuyuan's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as she cast a glance at Lu's mother before slowly taking a seat and softly inquiring, "Is something the matter?" Having just returned, she was unaware of what Lu Qingye had discussed with his mother, but judging by Lu's mother's demeanor, it seemed she had encountered something disheartening. After settling down, Meng Chuyuan activated the speakerphone, joining Lu's mother in listening. The moment Lu's mother noticed the speakerphone, she instinctively covered her ears, exclaiming, "Why did you turn on the speaker? I don't wish to listen." It was evident that Lu Qingye's call was intended for his mother, and presumably, she had no business in the conversation. However, Lu's mother was currently reluctant to communicate with Lu Qingye, hence the matter was handed over to Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan could only blame herself for returning at an opportune time, stumbling upon this scene. Yet now, There was no escape. She could only remain calm and mediate their conflict. Before Lu Qingye could utter a word, Lu's mother could not help but vent to Meng Chuyuan. These two, one in the southern hemisphere and the other in the northern hemisphere, neglecting the company here, and now they want me to join them. It's utterly ridiculous. Lu Qingye. Meng Chuyuan. Mom, please calm down. Once Meng Chuyuan had managed to soothe Lu's mother's emotions, Lu Qingye finally spoke slowly from the other end of the line. Mom, I merely wanted you to come and take a look. His request was neither high nor unreasonable. However, it somehow morphed into something entirely different when expressed by his mother. She scoffed dismissively. You speak so sweetly, but surely you have some ulterior motive for wanting me there? I am of no help to you. Lu's mother, being the youngest daughter of the Lin family, had 3 elder brothers who spoiled her. She had never experienced hardship or heavy labor. The Lin and Lu families were well matched, and she married Lu Qingye's father right after graduating from university, subsequently becoming a full-time housewife devoted to her family. This background left her unprepared for the corporate world, where she feared she might cause more harm than good. Lu Qingye patiently explained, when they report their work, you merely need to listen. If anything is unclear, you can ask the secretary. Why not have your wife come instead? Suddenly mentioned, Meng Chuyuan felt a bit awkward. The mother and son were discussing their matters, yet she was brought into it. After a few seconds of silence from Lu Qingye, his cool voice resumed. She just finished recording a program. Can't you let her have a moment's rest? He hadn't initially mentioned this matter to Meng Chuyuan, not only to allow her a proper rest, but also to avoid burdening her. After all, she and Lu Jinsen would soon be departing to record another program, and he would still require his mother's presence. He simply desired to have his mother step in, as it would be more convenient. Lu's mother showed no inclination to hold back in front of Meng Chuyuan, retorting with disdain, You've forgotten your mother now that you have a wife. Lu Qingye. The standoff between them created a rather awkward atmosphere. Sensing the tension, Meng Chuyuan turned to Lu's mother and gently suggested, How about I accompany you to the company tomorrow? Lu's mother remained stubborn. If you want to go, you can go alone. Placing the phone on the table, Meng Chuyuan poured a glass of water and handed it to Lu's mother, softly stating, Could you accompany me tomorrow? If anything arises, you can leave it to me. I shall handle it for you. Though Meng Chuyuan had no prior business experience, she felt no pressure to persuade Lu's mother. She was willing to play the role of a supportive companion. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother suddenly frowned, showing signs of hesitation. Sensing an opportunity, Meng Chuyuan coaxed, Mom, I've never visited the company. Consider it an opportunity to accompany me on a little tour while handling some business matters. You need not do anything. Just lend me your support. Fortunately, it was evening on Lu Qingye's end, and the workday had concluded. Otherwise, he would not have possessed the patience to make this call. Both he and Meng Chuyuan awaited Lu's mother's response. After a while, she finally relented. Fine, I will accompany you tomorrow. But if we're going to the company, I need to see what I'll wear. With that, Lu's mother set down her cup and headed to her bedroom, completely forgetting that she was still on the phone with Lu Qingye. After watching her walk away, Meng Chuyuan lowered her gaze to the phone and quietly ended the speakerphone call. Lu Qingye, are you still there? He responded with a soft hum, his voice carrying a hint of magnetism. Thank you for earlier. Meng Chuyuan did not acknowledge his gratitude, immediately steering the conversation in a different direction. You should have some free time now, as I wish to discuss something with you. Lu Qingye, go ahead. I took your sister to school today, and the journey was indeed quite long. While nearby, I noticed several properties in good school districts with pleasant environments. I am considering renting a place there for your sister. What do you think? Given that Lu Qianling was his sister, Meng Chuyuan felt it prudent to consult him on this matter and hear his thoughts. Lu Qingye paused momentarily, surprised that she wished to discuss Lu Qianling. Initially, he had contemplated the idea of a school district residence as well, believing it inappropriate for Lu Qianling, being so young, to live alone outside. After considering, he replied to Meng Chuyuan, She cannot take care of herself. Meng Chuyuan countered, I noticed many restaurants nearby. She can easily step out to eat when hungry. If you're still concerned, hiring a nanny or part-time help would resolve the issue, wouldn't it? She doesn't enjoy attending classes. Lu Qianling not only struggled to look after herself, but also lacked discipline. If she were to be out of their sight and control, it was uncertain what kind of life she would lead on her own. As long as she resided at home, there would be someone to oversee her, urging her to attend school. Meng Chuyuan asserted confidently, You can rest assured, she will attend her classes. Was it your encouragement that got her to attend classes these past few days? Lu Qingye suddenly felt a bit puzzled, unsure of the story behind her words. When he was home, Lu Qianling did not consistently attend classes and occasionally pulled tricks right under his nose. He was curious how Meng Chuyuan managed to achieve this. How could it be called encouragement? It was entirely voluntary on her part. Lu Qingye, though he was uncertain of how Meng Chuyuan accomplished this, it was undeniable that Lu Qianling had indeed been attending school and had not missed a single class, as long as she was willing to attend. He did not wish to delve into the reasons behind it. Just as Meng Chuyuan was about to conclude the call, she suddenly remembered something and said to Lu Qingye, "By the way, don't worry about her allowance. I will handle it from now on." Lu Qingye frowned slightly, a layer of coldness enveloping his deep-set eyes, and he inquired with curiosity, "Did she ask you for money?" "Do not misunderstand. It is not as you presume." Meng Chuyuan explained, "She respects me, so it is only natural for me to provide her with an allowance." Chapter end. Chapter 92. An unwanted request. In truth, Lu Qianling was not inherently bad. She simply lacked care and warmth, with no one to guide her towards growth. Unfortunately, her mother's education was far too lax, rendering it ineffective for their development. "Lu Qingye, I apologize for the trouble. Rest assured, a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. As long as I am here, I will not stand idly by." Meng Chuyuan's willingness to take charge of family matters surprised Lu Qingye. At that moment, he had just returned to his residence, and Meng Chuyuan could still hear the sound of him opening the door. Once he entered and closed the door, he continued to inquire, "Are you adjusting well to living there? My mother hasn't given you any trouble, has she? It's quite pleasant. Living here is lively." Meng Chuyuan felt no pressure in her interactions with his family. Currently, the atmosphere was quite harmonious as they treated each other as if they were not outsiders. Lu's mother was not one to stir up trouble, possessing a laid-back personality, which allowed Meng Chuyuan to get along well with her. Aside from not formally addressing her as sister-in-law, Lu Jinsen and Lu Qianling had not been disrespectful in any way. This mode of interaction and familial ambience made Meng Chuyuan feel relaxed and comfortable, truly resembling a life at home. Once they found themselves at a loss for further conversation, Meng Chuyuan circled back to the topic she had previously mentioned. "Have you thought about my suggestion regarding renting a place for Lu Qianling?" Lu Qingye believed that if she could persuade Lu Qianling to pursue her studies, then she must have already devised a plan for this matter. After a moment's contemplation, he replied nonchalantly, "I trust your judgment." A hint of delight flickered in Meng Chuyuan's eyes, radiating warmth as she smiled. "Then I shall take her to view some apartments this week." "All right, make sure to rest early. Goodbye." After hanging up, Meng Chuyuan placed Lu's mother's phone on the coffee table and ascended the stairs to steal a few moments of sleep. On his first day back, Lu Jinsen was far from idle. His agent had piled a plethora of small tasks for him to complete. In the afternoon, the agent took him to meet a director who was eager for Lu Jinsen to star in an upcoming historical drama. Recently, Lu Jinsen's popularity had begun to rebound, attracting interest from various directors and brand representatives. However, given his current fame, he could only accept supporting roles. Prior to the meeting, the agent reiterated to Lu Jinsen, "Be sure to converse well with the director. Don't cause any friction, understood?" Lu Jinsen responded coldly, "Got it. We should aim for the third male lead. I think the character is quite appealing. If this drama succeeds, it could be your turning point." Lu Jinsen had lost count of how many times he had heard this. He had met numerous directors before, all of whom had praised him and acknowledged that he fit the role perfectly, only to dismiss him mercilessly at auditions. It had been a considerable time since he had last acted. His only legitimate work at present was a rural variety show. Before long, the director arrived. Upon seeing Lu Jinsen, he greeted him with enthusiasm, shaking his hand and not letting go. "Lu Jinsen, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've long admired your performances and have been eager to collaborate with you." Lu Jinsen maintained his composure and replied, "Hello, director." As they settled down, Lu Jinsen's agent began discussing the script and roles, striving to recommend his artist to the director. The director was evidently pleased and even hinted that he had intentions of working with Lu Jinsen. The agent said, "Director, I believe Lu Jinsen would be perfect for the third male lead. Could you consider giving him a chance?" The director readily agreed, "That's no problem. Both the third and fourth male lead positions are still open. Choose as you wish." "Wonderful, thank you, director." Just as they thought the matter was settled, the director suddenly added, I have a small request." At this, Lu Jinsen and his agent exchanged subtle glances. After a moment's pause, The agent broke the tension with a smile. Why don't you go ahead and say it? The director looked at Lu Jinsen and delicately inquired. There's a role in my drama that needs filling. Could you persuade your sister-in-law to audition? Lu Jinsen was taken aback. What was this? He had been wondering why the negotiation had gone so smoothly, only to discover this pitfall lurking at the end. Meng Chuyuan had participated in a couple of variety shows, her beauty and poise rivaling that of established actresses, and notably, she was currently the most popular guest on the show. Faced with the director's hopeful expression, Lu Jinsen's voice remained steady. I'm afraid I cannot respond to that request. Setting aside the absurdity of having Meng Chuyuan audition, the director's approach was fundamentally flawed. If the director wanted her to participate, why put the request before him? It was overtly pressuring him. Could you relay a message to her? The director awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. I have a role for a cook. I would like her to make a cameo. Lu Jinsen lowered his gaze, offering no immediate response. Perhaps sensing his prolonged silence, the agent discreetly nudged him with his foot, signaling him to speak. Regaining his composure, Lu Jinsen responded nonchalantly, fine. The director, excited, seized Lu Jinsen's hand and shook it, beaming, thank you. I look forward to our collaboration. Was that it? The collaboration was hardly secured, and Meng Chuyuan had yet to express her interest. After the dinner concluded, the agent reminded Lu Jinsen, remember to discuss this with your sister-in-law. Whether she agrees to act or not is one thing, but whether you convey the message is another, understood? She knows how stubborn and prideful you are. You might find it hard to ask her. Lu Jinsen slightly raised an eyebrow and coolly replied, we'll see. I haven't decided whether to accept it yet. Especially since he was aware of the director's manipulation, he felt quite displeased. The discussions had been about his collaboration, yet the director chose to bring up Meng Chuyuan at the last moment, which clearly indicated he was not prioritizing him. That evening, Meng Chuyuan made another trip to Lu Qianling's school. She had prepared dinner at home beforehand, arriving just in time for Lu Qianling's dismissal. As soon as the school bell rang, Meng Chuyuan called Lu Qianling. Just as Lu Qianling finished organizing her textbooks and saw the call from Meng Chuyuan, she was visibly excited. On the table lay an unsealed thermos, and in her excitement, Lu Qianling nearly knocked it over, splashing water onto her classmate's book. Quickly, she handed her classmate a tissue. Sorry, please wipe it off. I need to take this call. Not excited, huh? I hope it's not some wild man calling. Her classmate remarked with a hint of disdain. No one more captivating than a wild man. Seeing that her classmate was not offended, Lu Qianling stepped outside into the corridor to take the call. She pressed the answer button, feigning calmness. Meng Xiaomei, why are you calling me? I'm outside your school. Meng Chuyuan had arrived a little while earlier. Due to school regulations prohibiting outsiders from entering, she had to park nearby and wait for Lu Qianling to finish class. Lu Qianling, taken aback, exclaimed, what? You're outside the school? Right now? Meng Chuyuan affirmed, I brought you dinner. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Lu Qianling joyfully bounced back to the classroom, glancing at her classmate who had just finished cleaning up the mess. Feeling a bit sheepish, she said, sorry for staining your book earlier. Her classmate replied, no time for that. Let us eat. We'll miss out on food if we linger. Returning to her seat, Lu Qianling quietly picked up her backpack, slowly backing away as she cheerfully declared, I can't join you for dinner. Someone else here to bring me food. With that, she dashed out of the classroom. Lu Qianling hurriedly sprinted from the classroom, but just as she was about to burst through the school gates, a nearby security guard called her back, insisting she complete the visitor log before leaving. Meng Chuyuan, observing her urgency, couldn't help but smile softly. What prompted you to bring me dinner? Lu Qianling arrived breathless before Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan took the backpack from her hand and led her to the parking area. I still don't know who brought back so many cans of cola last time. Today, I secretly used 2 cans to make a batch of cola chicken wings for you to try. She retrieved a food container from the car, opened the trunk, and sat down beside Lu Qianling. Opening the food container revealed a delightful assortment. Cola chicken wings and braised ribs on the top layer, and beneath that, a layer of vegetables and spicy potato shreds. Lu Qianling rubbed her hands together in anticipation, her gaze fixated on the steaming chicken wings. Go ahead and eat, Meng Chuyuan urged, handing her chopsticks and rice from the container. The sweet aroma filled the air, awakening Lu Qianling's appetite. She eagerly grabbed a piece of chicken wing, savoring the flavor she had long craved. After finishing one, she suddenly realized Meng Chuyuan was watching her eat. Placing the bone on the lid of the container, Lu Qianling curiously asked, why just one portion? Aren't you eating? It's still early. I'll eat when I get back, Meng Chuyuan replied, encouraged by her words. Lu Qianling felt bolder and finished all the dishes Meng Chuyuan had brought. I'm so full, she exclaimed, instinctively rubbing her little belly. Meng Chuyuan neatly stacked the food container and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the car, twisting off the cap and passing it to Lu Qianling. Drink some water. Thank you, Lu Qianling said, taking a sip. To her, Meng Chuyuan's gestures felt like unexpected kindness, though Lu Qianling found it somewhat perplexing. She could not bring herself to refuse. She instinctively leaned closer to Meng Chuyuan, feeling a sense of warmth and joy emanating from her. As autumn approached, darkness fell earlier, and after Lu Qianling finished her meal, the streetlights began to glow. Strategically drinking her water, she stole glances at Meng Chuyuan, sensing that her return was quite unusual. After a moment, Lu Qianling finally decided to close the bottle. Looking up at Meng Chuyuan, she voiced her curiosity. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? Are you regretting giving me pocket money? Before Meng Chuyuan could respond, Lu Qianling continued. I even blocked my brother for you. Now I've offended him, and if you don't care about me either, I'll make a scene in the street and tell everyone you bully high school students. What are you thinking? Meng Chuyuan chuckled at her anxiousness. Am I the type to go back on my word? Lu Qianling, regaining her composure, appeared slightly confused. Huh? Is it not because of that? Of course not. Are you trying to pry information about my brother from me? But since you've made such an effort to please me, go ahead and ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything I know. With a confident demeanor, Lu Qianling felt she had the upper hand, yet Meng Chuyuan couldn't help but find her slightly lacking. After a pause, Meng Chuyuan, with a teasing smile, remarked, I have no interest in those trivial matters concerning your brother. She gently flicked Lu Qianling's forehead and added, You don't have classes on weekends, do you? This Saturday, I'll take you to look at some places for rent nearby, so you won't be late for class anymore. Lu Qianling was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information. The thought of having her own space lit up her face with joy. Are you saying you'll rent a place for me to live by myself? Meng Chuyuan replied, You're a bit too excited, my dear. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Having your own place doesn't mean you can skip class. If I find out you're doing that, we'll terminate this arrangement. Lu Qianling's smile instantly froze. By the time Meng Chuyuan returned to the Lu residence, it was just in time for dinner. Lu Jinsen was still contemplating how to broach the subject with Meng Chuyuan, balancing the need to convey a message without causing misunderstandings. After washing her hands, Lu mother sat down and inadvertently noticed Lu Jinsen lost in thought. What is on your mind? Dinner is ready. The table was filled with dishes that Meng Chuyuan had prepared in advance, similar to those she had sent to Lu Qianling, leaving the rest for Uncle Yuan to heat up. Feeling hungry, Meng Chuyuan sat down and began eating, barely glancing at Lu Jinsen's expression. After a considerable amount of time, Lu Jinsen finally mustered the courage to ask, Where did you just go? We've been waiting for you. He had pondered for a long time, but still hadn't dared to mention the director. Finally, he couldn't hold his tongue any longer. Once she finished chewing, Meng Chuyuan calmly replied, I took dinner to Lu Qianling. Lu mother, intrigued, interjected, Why did you take her dinner? Isn't there a cafeteria at school? Meng Chuyuan gently and tactfully reminded her, Mom, since you know there's a cafeteria, have you ever considered her eating habits? Upon hearing this, Lu mother paused, her gaze fixated on the ribs she was holding with her chopsticks. She blinked, hesitantly admitting she never told me she didn't like the food. Meng Chuyuan, not wishing to criticize, offered a warm response. When she returns next time, why not ask her about it? Show a bit more concern for her situation at school. Would you? Meng Chuyuan felt this was the least one could do in terms of daily care. She needed to teach Lu mother to start with the basics. While she could provide Lu Qianling with brief moments of warmth and care, it could never replace the love of parents. Meng Chuyuan spoke so naturally, as if discussing the pleasant weather, yet it left both Lu Jinsen and Lu mother in deep thought. Had it not been for Meng Chuyuan's casual mention, Lu mother might not have remembered her role as a mother, needing to take the initiative to care for her child. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lu mother lowered her head and softly acknowledged, I see. Noticing her realization, Meng Chuyuan's smile blossomed gently. She's still young. We should pay more attention to her. Lu mother nodded earnestly, saying, You're right. I need to be more attentive to that girl, lest she thinks I'm not her real mother. Witnessing his mother's reaction, Lu Jinsen was taken aback. His mother, typically sharp-tongued and unyielding, seemed effortlessly swayed by Meng Chuyuan today. He mused that if he were a few years younger, perhaps he too could enjoy the same treatment as Lu Qianling, receiving less scolding and more care and praise, which might have boosted his confidence. In the early morning, the garden's greenery was dampened by a thin mist, and the air felt slightly humid. Meng Chuyuan woke early again to prepare breakfast for Lu Qianling, while also making some for everyone else. Lu Mother was up early, likely due to her nervousness about going to the office, as she seemed restless, laying out a yoga mat in the living room to meditate. Is the sun rising in the west? The lovely Ms. Lin is up so early? Lu Qianling remarked as she descended the stairs, spotting her mother in meditation. Not wanting to disturb her, Lu Qianling quietly circumvented her and was drawn to the kitchen by a delightful aroma. She set her backpack on a chair, grabbed a piece of pumpkin cake, and walked into the kitchen to see Meng Chuyuan still busy. What is up with my mom? Lu Qianling inquired with curiosity. Meng Chuyuan glanced towards the living room and replied softly, she might be adjusting her mindset since she has to go to the office later. She is going to the office? Lu Qianling exclaimed, filled with disbelief. No way. Dad and my brother are so busy with the company that they're hardly home. My mom has always hated that place. Meng Chuyuan smiled slightly and said, it's true. I'll take you to school first, and then we'll head to the office. She originally intended to drop Lu Qianling off before returning to pick up Lu Mu for work. However, when she came downstairs to prepare breakfast, Lu Mu was already in a state of disarray in the living room. Lu Qianling asked, are you still going to take me to school today? Of course. If I don't see you enter the school gates with my own eyes today, how can I feel at ease transferring you the money later? Upon hearing that Meng Chuyuan was going to transfer money to her today, Lu Qianling's eyes widened with joy. Suddenly, she hugged her from behind and exclaimed, Meng, you are just like my own sister. Could you please respect the titles a bit more? Meng Chuyuan pulled her away, feigning disgust. Your hands are all greasy. Hurry up and wash them. After sitting for a while, Lu Mu felt pressed for time and immediately stood up to change clothes and apply makeup in her bedroom. By the time Lu Qianling and Meng Chuyuan finished breakfast, Lu Mu had still not emerged from her room. Meng Chuyuan tidied the dining table briefly, then picked up Lu Qianling's backpack to take her to school first before returning. Otherwise, it was still early, and even if she dropped Lu Qianling off, she wouldn't reach the office in time. Lu Mu, dressed in the outfit she had chosen the day before, sat at her vanity, contemplating which foundation, lipstick, and eyeshadow to use. She generally took her time getting ready, but most outings were to meet acquaintances, so she would mix and match her makeup casually. Today, however, she was going to the office to meet different people, and her appearance needed to be more polished and enduring. Otherwise, it would seem as though she lacked the demeanor of a leader. During the time Meng Chuyuan was out, Lu Mu spent nearly an hour trying to perfect her makeup, feeling somewhat like a novice, hesitating at each step. When Meng Chuyuan returned, she had changed into a more professional-looking suit and applied light makeup, tidying her hair slightly. After checking the time, she proactively went to find Lu Mu. Meng Chuyuan knocked gently on her bedroom door. Mom, are you ready? The door's not locked. Just come in, Lu Mu replied. Hearing this, Meng Chuyuan opened the door and entered confidently. Lu Mu was just at the contouring step and felt a twinge of envy at the sight of her daughter's youthful face. After a moment, she quickly beckoned Meng Chuyuan over just in time. Help me check where the highlighter and shadows should go. Do you want me to help you with contouring? Lu Mu handed her the contour palette, saying with assurance, you decide what looks best. They were quite close. Meng Chuyuan bent slightly, lifted Lu Mu's chin, and carefully examined her face for a moment. She first softened the blush on Lu Mu's cheeks before proceeding with the contouring. Seeing Meng Chuyuan's earnestness, Lu Mu cooperated fully. Before long, Meng Chuyuan put down the makeup brush and declared, all done. She placed the contour palette and brush on the table and stepped aside, allowing Lu Mu to admire her reflection. After the touch-up, Lu Mu felt transformed, as if she had achieved an entirely different look. Mom, you could choose a lighter shade of lipstick, Meng Chuyuan suggested, noting that Lu Mu's outfit was light, making a softer color a perfect match. Taking Meng Chuyuan's advice, Lu Mu ultimately chose a lipstick with slightly lower saturation. She was quite pleased with her makeup today. She usually didn't put in this much effort. Delighted, she gazed at her reflection, her smile unwavering. Turning to Meng Chuyuan, she confidently asked, do I look 10 years younger? Chapter 95. First day at the company. Meng Chuyuan replied without exaggeration, not just 10 years younger. If we walk out together, people will surely think you're my sister. Lu Mu was around 50 years old, but maintained her appearance well, with skin that showed no signs of sagging. A bit of makeup and attention to detail made her age indiscernible. Her youthful personality, combined with her face, could easily convince others she was in her 20s. Lu Mu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, but as she focused on her outfit, she began to feel that her clothing didn't quite match her beautiful makeup. Do you think this outfit looks too outdated? Should I change? Meng Chuyuan took a careful look and earnestly replied, "This one looks great. It makes you appear younger." Lu Mu wore a white round-neck knit top paired with a light gray skirt and black heels. Her outfit was youthful and certainly did not appear old-fashioned. Meng Chuyuan noticed that the cloakroom was right in front of them. "Let me find you a jacket. This top looks too thin, and I worry you might feel cold." The weather was pleasant, but it could get quite warm if the sun came out at noon. Meng Chuyuan opened Lu Mu's wardrobe, surprised to find it so full, with seasonal styles and an entire wall dedicated to shoes and bags. Seeing her standing at the entrance without entering, Lu Mu curiously approached. "Is it too messy and overwhelming for you?" Meng Chuyuan smiled. "Not at all. I just didn't expect your wardrobe to be so full." Since marrying Lu Qingtian, Meng Chuyuan had indulged excessively in shopping. As Lu Qingtian's wife, she had to maintain a respectable appearance, ensuring her outfits were always the best. Today, having the opportunity to glimpse Lu Mu's wardrobe, she understood what it meant to be outclassed. Lu Mu took her words as a compliment, expressing a mix of pride and slight distress. "I feel this wardrobe is too small. I've been planning to clear out a bunch of out-of-season clothes." She often mingled with other ladies, engaging in a bit of friendly competition, always eager to show off whenever the opportunity arose. She craved this kind of flattery to satisfy herself. Meng Chuyuan looked at her quizzically. "What do you mean by clearing out? Isn't it just throwing them away?" Meng Chuyuan frowned and said seriously, "Mom, we can donate these clothes instead of throwing them away. That would be too wasteful." In the eyes of these affluent women, perhaps the clothes were considered outdated, but in quality, they were still impeccable and had years left in them. Lu Mu was taken aback. Are clothes for some of my age really suitable for donation? She thought donating children's clothes would be more appropriate. But what about her clothes? "Mom, that's a misconception. There are always people in need, regardless of age. We should strive to minimize waste, instead of discarding them. Let us do a good deed and donate them to those who need them." Suddenly receiving such a lesson from Meng Chuyuan, Lu Mu was not only unperturbed, but also wholeheartedly agreed with her perspective. After careful consideration, she nodded affirmatively. "I think you are absolutely right. It would be a shame to throw these clothes away. Let us donate them." Seeing Lu Mu so easily persuaded, Meng Chuyuan felt quite gratified. Her mother-in-law was reasonable and quick to understand, requiring no lengthy debates or explanations. Meng Chuyuan stepped into the wardrobe and scanned the wall of cabinets attentively before selecting a light apricot blazer for Lu Mu. "Mom, this one suits you perfectly." Lu Mu didn't hesitate, taking the jacket from Meng Chuyuan and putting it on, pleasantly surprised at how well it complemented her outfit. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Meng Chuyuan and her mother-in-law arrived at the Lu Corporation. Before getting out of the car, Lu Mu took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on. However, after exiting the car, she clung to Meng Chuyuan's arm, struggling to see the path clearly. Meng Chuyuan was puzzled as to why she suddenly put on the sunglasses. Lu Mu tightened her grip on Meng Chuyuan's arm, reminding her, "If anyone asks us something, just say we're here for a work inspection." On this journey, Lu Mu displayed rather peculiar behavior, almost as if she had transformed into a different person, especially after donning sunglasses, which rendered her expressionless demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual character. After a brief interlude, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Mu arrived at the front desk, where an employee, upon recognizing them, promptly summoned someone to attend to them. As both Lu Qingye and his father were on business trips, and the vice president had also traveled out of town for negotiations, it remained uncertain when they would return. The company was effectively leaderless, prompting Lu Qingye to invite his mother to learn the ropes and oversee his subordinates' departments. Before long, Lu Qingye's secretary emerged to greet them, guiding them through a tour of the various departments. With each department they passed, the employees buzzed with excitement. "Oh my, is that the esteemed Mrs. Lu? She appears quite youthful. Is she the Meng Jia who has recently gained fame from variety show? She looks even more radiant in person than on screen." Though they were often too busy with their work to watch live broadcasts, they occasionally scrolled through Weibo during breaks and had noted Meng Chuyuan's trending searches, thus memorizing her visage. They had heard that Lu Qingye had married, but had yet to see Meng Chuyuan's true appearance. They never anticipated such a visual feast at the office today. Lu Mu held her head high, listening to the secretary's incessant introductions, yet she absorbed none of it. However, from the corner of her eye, she could sense the gazes directed toward them, which made her somewhat anxious, leading her to instinctively clutch Meng Chuyuan's arm. Meng Chuyuan felt a slight pressure on her arm and glanced at Lu Mu, softly inquiring, "Mom, is something wrong?" Lu Mu coldly replied, "It's nothing, just a bit tired from standing." The secretary, sensing the situation, tactfully suggested, "Shall we take a break?" "Yes, I could use a refreshment," Lu Mu concurred. She exhibited no interest in the tour, feeling there was little of value to see. The secretary escorted them to Lu Qingye's office, where refreshments and snacks had been prepared. It was Meng Chuyuan's first visit to Lu Qingye's office, and she was surprised to find it quite spacious. The floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk offered a sweeping view of a significant portion of the commercial district. His desk was remarkably tidy, with documents meticulously arranged and not a speck of dust in sight. As Meng Chuyuan casually glanced around, she unexpectedly spotted an antique object on Lu Qingye's desk. Out of curiosity, she approached the item, which rested beside a pen holder surrounded by a stack of documents. Had she not passed by to admire the view through the window, she might have overlooked it entirely. It was a vintage pocket watch, its exterior dulled with age, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Placed on this modern desk, it appeared somewhat out of place, thus catching Meng Chuyuan's attention. Having never encountered such an old artifact, she carefully picked it up and gently opened the case, astonished to see the second hand ticking away. "What are you looking at?" Lu Mu had just approached. Upon seeing Meng Chuyuan holding the pocket watch, a hint of sorrow flickered across her face. She took the watch from Meng Chuyuan's hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and sighed, "This belonged to Ye's grandfather. I have been an inadequate mother." Her husband was perpetually occupied with work, while she found caring for the children exhausting. Often, she would take Lu Qingye to her parents' home, where she would lament to her father about the hardships of married life. Her father advised her to find something meaningful to do instead of wallowing in self-pity, even offering to assist with childcare. Thus, Lu Qingye was largely raised by his grandfather, who not only nurtured his intellect, but also instilled a sense of maturity beyond his years. "My father passed away from cancer during my third pregnancy, and during my postpartum depression, it was Yi who cared for me and his younger siblings." As Lu Mu spoke, a bittersweet smile emerged, recalling that he was not yet 10 years old at the time. Lu Qingye, still a child, understood the loss of his grandfather and was heartbroken. Yet he bore the burden of responsibility, soothing his younger brother to sleep and comforting his newborn sister. Whenever he witnessed his mother weeping in solitude, he would approach her to wipe away her tears. Lu Mu reflected, "My father said I should not live like a resentful woman. I should pursue what I want and live joyfully." Therefore, she maintained a youthful spirit, indulging in life's pleasures as she did in her younger days. As for her role as a mother, it was perhaps her greatest misstep. "Mom, I wholeheartedly agree with Grandpa's sentiment. We should live joyfully," Meng Chuyuan reassured her, placing a hand on Lu Mu's shoulder. "However, we cannot dwell in the past. Adapting to the present is essential for our lives." "Adapting to the present?" Lu Mu echoed. "Indeed, you cannot continue to drift aimlessly through life. Engaging in meaningful pursuits will help you discover your life's value." Having played for much of her life, and with her children now grown, it was time for her to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Although her youthful days could not be reclaimed, she still had the opportunity to lead a fulfilling life in the time that remained. Having reviewed the monthly reports for the morning, Meng Chuyuan was assisted by the secretary in understanding the relevant data. Lu Mu, unable to comprehend the information, chose to disengage, growing drowsy as she stared at the charts. "Mom?" Meng Chuyuan called several times before Lu Mu snapped back to attention. Squinting, she curiously asked, "What is it? Did you understand what Secretary Zheng just explained?" Upon hearing something work-related, Lu Mu appeared perplexed. What did he just say? It was evident she had not been listening. Meng Chuyuan realized that some things could not be forced and must unfold naturally. Both she and Lu Mu were new to their roles, requiring an adjustment period. Nevertheless, Meng Chuyuan had grasped the essential details, gaining insight into the company's performance from the previous month. As noon approached, Lu Mu's hunger became apparent. She took out her phone to order takeout, placing an order for Meng Chuyuan as well. When the food arrived, Secretary Zheng momentarily left the office, allowing them to dine in peace. Lu Mu opened the takeout and served herself a portion, taking a bite before mumbling. When are we going back? Mom, we haven't been here long. It's not appropriate to leave now. Please be patient, Meng Chuyuan replied. It's so dull here. In those fleeting hours, it felt as though a century had passed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mu suggested, what if I head back first, and you stay here? After all, I won't be of any use here. With hopeful eyes, she looked at Meng Chuyuan, hoping for her agreement. Meng Chuyuan, wearing an expression of helplessness, replied gently, if you wish to go back, then go ahead. Lu Mu smiled in delight. Then I shall leave this in your capable hands. I will take a nap. After the lunch break concluded, Secretary Zheng returned to find only Meng Chuyuan in the office. Madam, Mr. Lu asked me to inform you that there will be a meeting in the conference room in half an hour. Meng Chuyuan, confused, asked, am I speaking? She had only just arrived and was still unfamiliar with many of the department representatives. How could she be expected to lead a meeting? Secretary Zheng, sensing her uncertainty, smiled reassuringly. Mr. Lu will connect via video. Your presence is all that is required. Thus it was revealed that Lu Qingye's original intention was for both Lu Mu and Meng Chuyuan to attend the meeting together, allowing for an introduction of their roles to the department heads while facilitating their cooperation in the remaining tasks. However, Lu Mu had slipped away after lunch, leaving Meng Chuyuan to manage the aftermath. Half an hour later, Secretary Zheng reminded Meng Chuyuan that it was time for the meeting. Madam, the meeting is about to commence. All right, Meng Chuyuan replied, setting down the documents she had been reviewing and following him to the conference room. It is said that Meng Chuyuan will participate in this meeting, and the employees attending are all in high spirits, primarily hoping to leave a good impression on the boss's wife. At that moment, Meng Chuyuan was making her way here, and upon seeing her silhouette, everyone immediately fell silent. Today, she donned a white blazer, her hair tied back in a low ponytail, her porcelain-like skin glowing, and her subtle makeup accentuating her enchanting doe-like eyes. The moment she entered through the door, all eyes were drawn to her. Despite her delicate appearance, she exuded an air of professionalism that was reminiscent of a powerful businesswoman. As Meng Chuyuan entered, she politely greeted everyone with a cheerful, good afternoon. Seeing her warmth, everyone responded in unison, hello, Mrs. Lu. Secretary Zheng thoughtfully pulled out a chair for her, and once she settled down with the others, the meeting commenced officially. Lu Qingye, timing the proceedings, awaited Secretary Zheng's message, confirming everyone had arrived. Before long, his video call popped up on the screen. In this chapter's conclusion, the narrative continues with the anticipation building as the ringing tone fills the room. Everyone instinctively holds their breath, already feeling nervous even before seeing Lu Qingye. Meng Chuyuan naturally swivels her chair, sitting sideways with her head slightly raised, her gaze fixed on the projection screen. Once everyone was focused, Secretary Zheng connected the video call with Lu Qingye. Soon, he appeared on the screen, dressed in a white sweater that accentuated his strong jawline and hinted at his collarbone. It seemed he had lost weight over the past month. His once robust figure now appeared slightly diminished. Having changed into a different outfit for the meeting, he had moved his computer from the bedroom to the study. Adjusting the angle of the camera, he finally revealed his face, his gaze immediately locking onto Meng Chuyuan, who sat closest to the screen, illuminated by the afternoon light that streamed through the window, giving her an almost ethereal glow. Noticing the absence of his mother among the attendees, he refrained from speaking, and the others, too, dared not utter a word, their eyes discreetly observing the interaction between the two. Lu Qingye, known for his straightforwardness, wasted no time with pleasantries and directly introduced his wife, Meng Chuyuan, to the group. A woman sitting beside Meng Chuyuan softly called her sister Meng. Perhaps some had watched the live stream and unconsciously followed suit, but given that everyone present was older than her, it felt somewhat inappropriate. Meng Chuyuan turned to the others with a smile, suggesting, you can just call me Xiao Meng. As each person introduced themselves to help Meng Chuyuan remember their names, Lu Qingye subsequently called on several departments to report on their progress and conveyed a few instructions. Meng Chuyuan listened attentively, with Secretary Zheng occasionally assisting her in understanding technical jargon. The meeting lasted nearly an hour, and once there were no further questions, Lu Qingye announced its conclusion. As Meng Chuyuan closed her folder and prepared to leave with everyone, Lu Qingye suddenly called out, Yuan, please stay. I have something to discuss with you. Curiosity sparked among the others as they glanced at Meng Chuyuan. Though they managed to conceal their intrigue, as they tidied up and exited the meeting room. Secretary Zheng, understanding the situation, discreetly left and closed the door behind him. Meng Chuyuan turned to the side projection screen and inquired calmly, "What is it?" Once the room was empty save for the two of them, Lu Qingye slowly spoke. "Did my mother not come with you?" He had noticed her absence during the meeting, but had refrained from asking in front of everyone. The realization that his mother was missing left him somewhat disheartened. "She came with me this morning, but after lunch, she mentioned she wanted to leave." Meng Chuyuan shrugged, explaining, "So I let her go." She believed it was crucial not to pressure her too much, allowing her time to accept and adapt. Lu Qingye's expression reflected a sense of resignation. After a moment, he spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry for the trouble. It's nothing to worry about. How could it be a bother?" She replied. She was eager to embrace new experiences, and today not only did she learn to read reports, but she also participated in the meeting, gaining insight into various departments and truly immersing herself in the workplace atmosphere. This was undoubtedly a valuable learning opportunity for her. Meanwhile, the employees outside, peering through the glass wall, secretly observed the interaction between Lu Qingye and Meng Chuyuan. One female employee, holding a cup, leaned against her desk, openly watching the meeting room. Another, seated at her computer, whispered to a colleague, "Did you hear Lu just called her Yuan? When has he ever referred to anyone like that?" Lu Qingye typically addressed his subordinates formally, using full names, so such familiarity suggested something significant. The term Yuan felt both endearing and intimate, devoid of any awkwardness. Lu Qingye's voice, naturally magnetic and slightly husky, could evoke warmth even when he maintained a cool demeanor. "I think Lu and Meng's relationship is quite good. I don't understand why rumors online claim she's a wealthy man's discarded wife." A longtime employee mused, "I had no inkling that Lu was in a relationship. It wasn't until I saw him wearing a wedding ring a month ago that I realized he had married." "You're not alone. I didn't sense anything either. Perhaps our Lu is just more discreet," another chimed in. The employees, secretly indulging in gossip during work hours, were intrigued by the ongoing conversation in the meeting room. Meng Chuyuan remained in the room for about 10 minutes, discussing mundane matters with Lu Qingye, sharing her newfound knowledge from the meeting. "You must be quite late over there," she remarked, gauging the time difference from the light in the video. Lu Qingye nodded briefly, choosing not to elaborate, as he had already prepared for bed before deciding to hold the meeting out of concern. He had intended to clarify certain matters face-to-face with his mother, only to find her absent. Having said all she needed to, Meng Chuyuan rose from her seat and walked to the podium, cradling the computer facing her. She shifted her gaze to Lu Qingye's image on the screen, saying, "You should get some rest. I'll check if there's anything else I can assist you with shortly." Outside, the group of spectators felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Meng Chuyuan holding the computer. "Look, Meng Jie is cradling our Lu in her hands." One exclaimed. "What?" The previously focused employees turned their attention to the meeting room, one married individual commenting, "Have you all been single for too long to get excited over something like this?" Due to the glare from the projection screen and the transparent glass barrier, they could barely make out Lu Qingye's figure. In the next chapter, the narrative unfolds with Meng Chuyuan placing the computer back on the conference table and resuming her seat. She walked over to retrieve the computer in advance, solely for the convenience of shutting it down later. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly innocuous action was perceived by others as a sign of intimate conversation between the two. Meng Chuyuan gazed at Lu Qingye and softly inquired, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, shall we end this call? Aren't you curious when I'll return?" Lu Qingye tilted his head slightly, the prominent Adam's apple catching the eye. Previously, he had sent Meng Chuyuan a WeChat message, asking her to await his return news. Yet she had not responded directly, leaving him uncertain whether she had seen it. Today, perhaps due to a meeting that had dispelled his drowsiness, he found himself with ample leisure time, and the thought lingered in his mind, prompting him to ask. Meng Chuyuan, maintaining her composure, replied, "It doesn't matter when you come back." Even if she wished to know, given Lu Qingye's current circumstances, he would likely be unable to provide a precise answer. To Meng Chuyuan, discussing such matters felt superfluous, and she deemed it unnecessary to bring it up. Lu Qingye, perhaps not expecting her to respond so decisively, felt indifferent. Noticing his silence, Meng Chuyuan reassured him, "Rest assured, everything at home is well. There was little for him to worry about, after all. With Lu Jinsin and Lu Qianling having grown up, even if he wished to intervene, he would be too occupied." His only concern was whether Meng Chuyuan was accustomed to this lifestyle. Initially, participating in a variety show and today's events had little to do with her. The agreement had explicitly stated that she need not engage in such tedious tasks, yet now she found herself managing household affairs on his behalf. After a brief silence, Lu Qingye said, "I will return as soon as possible." "All right, sleep well. Goodbye." Meng Chuyuan waved her hand and ended the video call. Observing her gesture, the onlookers outside felt a wave of disappointment. Was it over? Sister Meng had already closed the computer. Upon exiting, Meng Chuyuan noticed Secretary Zheng waiting patiently outside. "Thank you for your hard work," she said as she returned the computer. "Madam, I can handle the remaining matters. If you have something to attend to, please feel free to go." "I'll stay a little longer," Meng Chuyuan replied. Most matters at the company had been addressed before the leader's business trip, and she had reviewed the necessary documents that required her attention earlier in the morning. The remaining time was hers to manage. Curiously, she wondered why Secretary Zheng had not accompanied President Liu on his trip, as it was customary for them to bring their secretaries along. Secretary Zheng chuckled gently, "Madam, President Liu does not have an executive secretary. He only has an assistant. I am the vice president's aide, occasionally assisting President Liu with some tasks." "I see," Meng Chuyuan responded. She had seen Lu Qingye's assistant a few times and found him somewhat lacking in intelligence, exhibiting behaviors that were less composed than Secretary Zheng's. Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen had not managed to discuss the cameo with Meng Chuyuan the previous night. Today, upon encountering his manager, he felt a twinge of guilt and diminished his presence. After finishing a set of magazine photos, the manager approached with concern, draping a white towel over him. Having spent considerable time submerged for the photo shoot, he felt a slight chill upon emerging from the water. The manager presented him with a cup of hot latte. "Drink something warm to heat yourself up." "Thank you," Lu Jinsen said, sitting on a stone bench beside the pool, sipping the hot beverage. Once the manager confirmed that the photos were satisfactory, he returned to Lu Jinsen's side, who continued to sip his coffee. With the manager having nothing pressing to attend to, they sat together, gazing at the shimmering pool. After a moment, the manager suddenly recalled something and turned to Lu Jinsen with curiosity. "Did you mention the cameo to your sister-in-law last night?" Lu Jinsen hesitated, his heart racing. He had hoped the manager would forget about it, but alas, the thought had resurfaced. "Did you mention it or not?" The manager, gauging his reaction, knew the answer and looked at him with disappointment. "You foolish boy. This is merely a message for you to relay. What are you hesitating about?" Lu Jinsen strategically sipped his coffee. She definitely won't agree. "How would you know if you Haven Tea even asked her?" She was exasperated with him. The current variety show was something she had proactively arranged for Lu Jinsen, facilitating his connection with Meng Chuyuan to secure the recording opportunity, preventing the production team from canceling it. Now, as they prepared to adapt an ancient story IP, she had painstakingly read the original text to advocate for the role of the third male lead, yet he chose to slack off instead. Seeing his reluctance, the manager decided to approach Meng Chuyuan directly. During the recording of the show, they had coordinated the process and exchanged contact information. In the evening, when Meng Chuyuan returned from the company, she found Lu's mother in the garden, pruning flowers alongside the gardener. "Mom, you can prune branches too? That's impressive." Meng Chuyuan praised her enthusiastically. Though she could see Lu's mother's clumsiness, who had never engaged in such work before, it was her first time seeing her actively participate. Donned in gloves, standing beside the gardener with an air of competence. Hearing Meng Chuyuan's compliments, Lu's mother beamed with joy, feeling a bit bashful. "I just started. It's quite enjoyable." Today, after listening to Meng Chuyuan speak about finding meaning in doing worthwhile things, she had decided to join in the pruning when she happened upon them in the courtyard. Meng Chuyuan glanced over and casually remarked, "You're doing a great job." Upon hearing this, Lu's mother smiled with delight, her newfound confidence shining through as she tackled an unfamiliar task. However, when faced with a thicker branch, she appeared puzzled. "How do I prune this?" she asked, confusion etched on her face. Meng Chuyuan approached gently. "Mom, you just need to trim off the branches that are splitting." Under Meng Chuyuan's guidance, Lu's mother took up the shears once more, removing the excess branches. Observing Lu's mother discover a newfound passion, Meng Chuyuan felt a sense of happiness for her. "Also, take care of the dead branches." "I know," Lu's mother replied, glancing at her. "You should go rest. I can manage on my own." Understanding that Meng Chuyuan had spent an exhausting afternoon at work, she urged her to take a break. Pruning was not difficult, and Lu's mother felt confident enough in her abilities. "Then I'll go inside to check on Uncle Yuan and see if there's anything I can assist with in the kitchen." Given that she was doing quite well and had a professional gardener nearby, Meng Chuyuan felt reassured. Having returned a bit late from work, Meng Chuyuan realized she wouldn't have time to deliver dinner to Lu Qianling. As the end of her class approached, she texted Lu Qianling to inform her to take care of dinner herself and simultaneously transferred the promised 5,000 yuan to her through WeChat. Completing the transaction, Meng Chuyuan exited the chat window and noticed several unread messages, deciding to check them all at once. She happened upon a message from Lu Jinsen's manager, assuming she had something to discuss with her, and curiously opened it. The manager detailed the circumstances regarding the director's interest in casting her for a cameo role. But she did not mention whether Meng Chuyuan would accept the offer, instead lamenting that Lu Jinsen had failed to inform her of this matter. Meng Chuyuan gazed at her phone screen, arching her brows slightly as she politely replied, "I understand." It was surprising to see Lu Jinsen maintaining his composure. He had yet to mention the events of the previous day, as he had not returned home yet. Meng Chuyuan chose not to dwell on it and set her phone aside, stepping into the kitchen to assist Uncle Yuan with some chores. Lu Jinsen was dining out with his manager after finishing work. "I have something to attend to later. You should head back first," Lu Jinsen said. His manager, curious, inquired, "What is it?" Since their workplace was conveniently located near Lu Qianling's school, Lu Jinsen did not immediately think of returning home after their meal. He lowered his gaze to the tableware, suddenly recalling Meng Chuyuan's words from the dinner table the night before. Lu Qianling is still young and needs more care. Lu Qingye was often preoccupied with business. In terms of companionship, he had spent the most time with Lu Qianling, which naturally gave him an edge in their sibling relationship. However, he had always felt overshadowed by Lu Qingye in Lu Qianling's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jinsen stated, "My sister is studying nearby. I will go check on her." "All right then, I will head back first. Be careful not to attract any paparazzi," his manager cautioned. Previously, Lu Jinsen was constantly followed by paparazzi, making it impossible to shake them off, resulting in numerous photographs being published online and a barrage of criticism from netizens. After finally gaining some positive public reception from variety show, any misstep now could lead to ridicule across the internet. "I will be careful," Lu Jinsen assured, instinctively donning his mask. Leaving the restaurant, Lu Jinsen requested a ride to Lu Qianling's school. On the way, he sent her a WeChat message, "Come out after your class." Lu Qianling had performed admirably in class today, attentively listening and eagerly answering the teacher's questions, drawing curious glances from her classmates. As the final class concluded, while others sighed in fatigue, Lu Qianling diligently organized her last notes. Her deskmate, having finished tidying up, noticed that Lu Qianling had yet to put her pen down and urged, "Stop writing. Let's go eat. I will lend you my notes later. You can copy them." Lu Qianling protectively clutched her notebook, expressing her disdain. "No, thank you." She had finally settled into a productive rhythm and could not tolerate any interruptions. Once she finished her final points, she tucked her pen away. Perhaps due to Meng Chuyuan sending her dinner, Lu Qianling instinctively checked her phone while packing her bag. She did not receive the anticipated meal, but she did see a transfer from Meng Chuyuan. With a smile, she accepted the money, just as her deskmate caught her silly grin. "What is you so cheerful?" her deskmate inquired. Lu Qianling burst into laughter, unabashedly proclaiming, "I have money now." Her deskmate, intrigued, asked how much. Lu Qianling extended one hand, displaying all 5 fingers. 50,000, 5,000. Lu Qianling bombarded Meng Chuyuan with a plethora of emoticons, expressing her delight over receiving pocket money. She guessed Meng Chuyuan would find her enthusiasm childish and might not reply, yet she continued to refresh the chat screen multiple times. As she prepared to exit the chat and head to the cafeteria, Lu Qianling unexpectedly spotted a message from Lu Jinsen, which nearly made her eyes pop out in surprise. Staring wide-eyed, she blinked and exclaimed, "Wow, my second brother is at school. This is unprecedented." Noticing that 10 minutes had passed since Lu Jinsen's message, she grew anxious. Meng, I'm going to meet my second brother. You eat by yourself." "Lu Qianling, this is the umpteenth time you've stood me up." Lu Qianling patted her chest, confidently declaring, "I'll bring you milk tea when I return. It's on me." Meanwhile, Meng Chuyuan had finished preparing dinner. She removed her apron and called for Lu's mother. "Mom, it's time to eat." Lu's mother seemed to have discovered joy in the garden that afternoon. After pruning, she watered the flower beds and even picked some fresh blooms to arrange in a vase. "Oh, I'm exhausted," she said, removing her dirty gloves and massaging her shoulders. "I didn't realize our yard was so large." After just a bit of work, she felt a twinge of back pain. Meng Chuyuan approached to lend a hand, supporting her as she casually remarked, "After dinner, I'll give you a massage." Lu's mother looked up in surprise. "You can massage? Just a little." Meng Chuyuan replied with a smile. In the past, her grandmother often labored in the fields, which left her with various ailments every time she undertook heavy tasks. It was Meng Chuyuan who prepared warm water for her grandmother to soak her feet and help relieve her shoulder and back tension. Furthermore, Meng Chuyuan had even taken the time to learn acupuncture. Lu's mother regarded Meng Chuyuan anew, a hint of admiration and surprise in her eyes. "I didn't realize you had so many skills." Although their interactions had been brief in this short span, Lu's mother had witnessed Meng Chuyuan's culinary talents, her guidance in knitting scarves, and her composed demeanor at work, all while managing to teach her about gardening. Returning indoors, Lu's mother trimmed the freshly picked flowers and arranged them in a vase. During this time, Meng Chuyuan idly played with her phone, noticing the emoticons from Lu Qianling, but chose to read them without responding. As evening fell, she intended to message Lu Jinsen to inquire if he would be home for dinner. Just as she was about to exit the chat with Lu Qianling, a picture message arrived from her. A moment later, Lu Qianling texted, "Does the person in this photo look like someone who just ran out of the hospital?" Meanwhile, Lu Qianling had stealthily snapped a photo before heading towards Lu Jinsen. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Lu Jinsen observed her playful demeanor, realizing she did not seem to be a victim of any school troubles. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. After a while, Lu Jinsen spoke, "You haven't eaten yet, right? What do you want? It's on me." Meng Chuyuan first glanced at the photo and found the person within somewhat familiar. He wore a black mask, standing at the school gate, leaning against a lamppost, engrossed in his phone. The pale light cast a somewhat lonely aura around him. "Are you admiring a handsome guy?" Lu's mother, just finishing arranging the flowers, passed by Meng Chuyuan and caught a glimpse of the screen, finding the figure somewhat recognizable. "Who is that?" She squinted, leaning in for a closer look. Meng Chuyuan readily offered her phone to Lu's mother, softly stating, "It's from Lu Qianling. I can't tell who it is." Lu's mother enlarged the image and scrutinized it for a while. Suddenly, she pointed at the photo, exclaiming excitedly, "Isn't that my second son? That jacket he's wearing was originally a birthday gift for his father, but when his father didn't come home that day because of work, I got angry and gave it to him instead." Meng Chuyuan. It was amusing that she could not recognize her own son, ultimately relying on a jacket for identification. Lu's mother whispered to her, "Please don't mention the clothing to him. He has kept it for years and hasn't been able to part with it. Let him continue wearing it. Are you worried he would be upset if he found out?" Meng Chuyuan asked curiously. Lu's mother shook her head candidly. "Not really. I'm more concerned about his father's reaction." Lu's mother placed the vase on the dining table and went to wash her hands before returning to eat. Meng Chuyuan served 2 bowls of rice, and as she sat down at the table, she noticed the vase nearby. "Mom, your flower arrangement is beautiful," she genuinely complimented. The arrangement of flowers is exquisite, possessing a harmonious yet varied aesthetic. The balance between sparse and dense placements is skillfully managed, with the blossoms arranged in a gradient of colors that enhances the overall sophistication. Mrs. Lu casually picked up her chopsticks and remarked, "I arranged all the flowers at home." In her leisure time, she enjoys snipping blooms from the garden and placing them in vases throughout the house to admire. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuyuan was taken aback. "So, you've been the one arranging the flowers all along? Why not teach me how to do it? I would love to learn." She had not paid much attention to the vases at home, assuming they were arranged by the servants, and only today did she discover Mrs. Lu's talent for floral design. Mrs. Lu, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "It's nothing. I will definitely teach you another day." Meanwhile, Lu Jinsen accompanied Lu Qianling back to school after their meal. He even chose to linger at a nearby beverage shop, waiting for her to finish her evening studies so they could return home together. He ordered a glass of lemonade and occupied a seat by the window, engrossed in his phone, his mask still on. Standing tall, Lu Jinsen was somewhat conspicuous in the small chair of the shop. Though he refrained from revealing his identity in public, he exuded a distinct masculine charm, particularly as he appeared well-groomed and presentable, suggesting an appealing visage. Before long, a bold girl at the adjacent table approached him, saying, "Hello, handsome. Can I get your WeChat?" Lu Jinsen raised his gaze slightly to regard the girl beside him and coldly responded, "Sorry, I can't give that." He had always been straightforward in rejecting such advances, a habit he maintained even before his rise to fame. Observing that the girl lingered nearby, he felt a pang of awkwardness. He stood up, circumvented her, and exited the beverage shop. At the school entrance, he stuffed his hands into his coat pockets and paced back and forth along the roadside. The evening air was slightly cool, and he felt as though each passing second was a torment. The on-duty security guard, noticing his extended wait in the cold, called out to him, "Young man, would you like to come in and sit? I have hot tea in my room." The security guard had seen him earlier when he was with a female student who had gone out to eat nearby, only to return shortly after. Surprised that he was still loitering at the entrance an hour later, Lu Jinsen was momentarily at a loss for words. The guard, assuming he was merely shy, approached him, saying, "Aren't you cold in that light attire? Come sit with me for a bit. I could use some company." The guard, appearing to be in his early 20s, was friendly. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Jinsen decided to accept the invitation. He followed the guard to the security room, where a steaming cup of tea was promptly placed in his hands. "Drink up, I just brewed it," the guard said. Lu Jinsen thanked the guard, but merely cradled the cup without taking a sip. The guard lit a cigarette and sat down, attempting to engage him in conversation. "Who was that female student you were with?" "She's my sister. I'm waiting for her to finish class so we can go home together." The guard glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Class isn't over yet, so drink some hot tea. It will be chilly soon." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jinsen finally removed his mask and took a sip of the tea. Sitting face to face with the guard, the moment he unveiled his face, the guard squinted in recognition. "You look somewhat familiar," he mused. Lowering his head and cradling the cup, Lu Jinsen remained silent. "Aren't you that?" The guard pondered for a while, unable to recall, then pulled out his phone to check something. "You're the young master from that popular livestream, aren't you?" Lu Jinsen remained silent. Once recognized by the guard, he decided not to hide anymore, revealing his face with confidence. The guard, holding a cigarette, smiled broadly upon seeing Lu Jinsen's true visage. "It really is you, young master." Lu Jinsen maintained his composure for a few seconds before introducing himself. "I have a name. I am Lu Jinsen." In the subsequent chapter, Lu Jinsen never anticipated that someone would recognize him so closely, calling him young master face to face. He looked at the guard, adorned in his uniform, and felt an odd sensation, as if he were being reclaimed by a long-lost relative. The guard, beaming, responded, "I know, everyone calls you that. For older generations, such nicknames are often more memorable than actual names." Feeling awkward, Lu Jinsen quickly shifted the subject. "I didn't expect you to watch that live stream too." He had assumed it was primarily a younger audience. "My daughter is a bit younger than you. She's still in college." The guard took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled. "She always shares with me anything fun or delicious she discovers. Not long ago, she got me to watch a popular variety show, and lo and behold, I saw a big star." However, individuals of the guard's age were not drawn solely by the star-studded lineup. They were captivated by the picturesque rural life depicted in the show. The livestream provided insights into contemporary agricultural developments and offered a taste of genuine rural life, which was a refreshing experience. After finishing his cigarette, the guard requested a photo with Lu Jinsen. Reluctantly, Lu Jinsen agreed to pose for a few pictures with the guard, who was delighted as he reviewed the snapshots, his eyes crinkling with joy. "My daughter loves your show too. I'll send her this photo, and she will be thrilled." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsen looked at him in surprise, questioning, "Your daughter isn't a fan of mine, is she?" Upon hearing the guard's follow-up statement, Lu Jinsen found it hard to believe. Daring to speculate a conclusion, he raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion, eagerly awaiting the guard's response. After the guard sent the photo to his daughter, he looked back at Lu Jinsen and candidly stated, "She admires Meng Jia. I suppose that makes her a fan of yours?" Simultaneously, at the Lu residence, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law finished their meal and sat in the living room chatting for a while. Mrs. Lu continued to knit her scarf, while Meng Chuyuan honored her promise by massaging her shoulders. "I must say, your technique is quite professional." Mrs. Lu nearly fell asleep in bliss, hardly paying attention to the yarn. Meng Chuyuan lowered her gaze slightly, nonchalantly replying, "I used to do this for my grandmother." Mrs. Lu responded with a slight hum, and after a moment, she suddenly raised her voice. "What about your grandmother? Why not have her come and live with us?" She was not well acquainted with Meng Chuyuan's situation, having only vaguely remembered her name. If not for Meng Chuyuan mentioning her grandmother, Mrs. Lu would have been entirely unaware. A bittersweet smile graced Meng Chuyuan's lips as she replied, "She has gone to a distant place." Mrs. Lu sensed something was amiss and turned to look at Meng Chuyuan. Although she tried to appear casual, a keen observer could see a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. Realizing this, Mrs. Lu felt a touch of embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry." "It's all right. That was a long time ago," Meng Chuyuan replied, her heart opening up. Mrs. Lu could perceive the discomfort in Meng Chuyuan's heart, but, unfortunately, lacked the eloquence to offer comfort. After a moment, Mrs. Lu took Meng Chuyuan's hand and pulled her closer, sincerely saying, "You still have you and us." Looking down at Mrs. Lu's hand, Meng Chuyuan replied, "Thank you, Mom." She had not anticipated that such a small gesture from Mrs. Lu would evoke warmth within her. Before long, Saturday arrived. After today, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Jinsen would set off again to record their program. Taking advantage of Lu Qianling's free day from classes, Meng Chuyuan took her to view properties in the school district. A couple of days prior, Meng Chuyuan had filtered through several houses she deemed suitable and contacted an agent to show them around. In total, Meng Chuyuan had shortlisted 3 houses, allowing Lu Qianling to inspect each one personally before making a decision. "What do you think? Which one do you prefer?" "I like them all. What should I do?" Lu Qianling found herself truly torn between choices. This was her first time viewing houses, and seeing 3 at once left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. While the rent wasn't a concern for her, each house had a slightly different style and location. The first house overlooked a bustling street, undoubtedly stunning at night, while the second offered a panoramic view of the entire community. The house they were currently considering had a more limited view, merely facing the opposite building. "Perhaps we should choose the last one we viewed," Meng Chuyuan suggested. "It's closer to the elevator, and the corridor has public cameras aimed directly at the door, ensuring a bit more safety for you living alone." Meng Chuyuan had already observed these 3 houses and was most satisfied with the second one. After some contemplation, Lu Qianling decided to heed Meng Chuyuan's advice. "Then let's go with that one." After their discussion, Meng Chuyuan signed a lease agreement with the agent. Once the necessary formalities were completed, she received the keys to the house and reset the password for the lock. Meng Chuyuan handed the key to Lu Qianling and shared the newly set door code. 600066. That's the door code. Remember it. Lu Qianling repeated the numbers in her mind several times. It was quite easy to remember. "Does this string of numbers hold any special significance?" she curiously inquired. "You could say the first 4 digits represent your name, while the last 2 correlate to your surname," Meng Chuyuan explained. Noticing the time, she added, "It's almost noon. Let us head down for lunch and familiarize you with the surroundings." During this brief interlude, Meng Chuyuan couldn't find a maid for Lu Qianling, so she would have to make do with eating out after school for the time being. "Later, I'll arrange for someone to install a comprehensive surveillance camera above your door. When you move in alone, please avoid opening the door for strangers, and ensure you lock it properly at night. Check it thoroughly before sleeping, understood?" Lu Qianling confidently replied, "Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old. I possess that level of common sense." Aware that Lu Qianling lacked experience living alone, Meng Chuyuan felt it necessary to clarify certain matters to prevent any potential blunders. Life outside home was not the same. One must remain vigilant. "I understand. When I go back, I'll sneak my dad's shoes to place by the door to create the illusion of a robust presence at home," Lu Qianling joked. Chapter 102. A series of 3 questions. Lu Qianling was quite familiar with the surrounding environment near the school. Upon exiting the community, she eagerly shared with Meng Chuyuan which eateries were delightful and where one could find enjoyable activities. Meng Chuyuan, listening to her animated chatter, couldn't help but admire. "It seems you often sneak out, don't you?" "Just occasionally for a bit of fun and relaxation," she shyly admitted, avoiding Meng Chuyuan's gaze. Their location was part of the CBD in Shuqing, characterized by its advantageous terrain and convenience, with shopping centers and residential buildings bustling with life. The area was brimming with recreational facilities, undoubtedly a temptation for the youth. Lu Qianling chose a nearby upscale, clean, and trendy restaurant, which she had previously avoided due to a tight budget. With Meng Chuyuan accompanying her today, Lu Qianling joyfully insisted, "It's on me." Her current allowance had increased significantly, allowing her to confidently declare her intention to treat. "No worries. Meng Chuyuan wouldn't be one to decline." At noon, the restaurant was particularly crowded, and they had to wait for a while to get a number. Sitting in the waiting area near the entrance, Lu Qianling idly flipped through the restaurant's brochure, muttering, "This is truly the worst time to come, right at the peak of lunch on a Saturday. No need to rush. Good food is worth waiting for." Meng Chuyuan replied. Generally, Meng Chuyuan avoided places that required waiting for a number, deeming it a waste of time. She preferred finding a place where they could be seated immediately. Yet, since Lu Qianling was so insistent on this restaurant, Meng Chuyuan acquiesced to her wishes. Last night, I went out to eat with my second brother and wanted to dine here, but it was too crowded, and I was worried I wouldn't make it back in time for evening study. Now, she had ingrained the importance of studying deeply in her mind, prioritizing classes above all else. After all, it was 5,000 a week. If she didn't cherish this opportunity, she might miss it in the future. Suddenly, Lu Qianling closed the brochure and leaned in to whisper, "Do you think if I save my allowance until the college entrance examination, I could afford a down payment on a house?" Meng Chuyuan raised her brows slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Why not give it a try? We'll know if it's enough when the time comes." Lu Qianling pondered this for a moment before shaking her head. "That's too long. I think I'll just take it one step at a time. Why not just focus on your studies?" Meng Chuyuan asked curiously. She had just begun her second year of high school, with over a year left to strive. If she dedicated herself to her studies now, she could potentially save a significant amount and perhaps even gain admission to a prestigious university. It's different. If one day I no longer ask you for money, I could secretly skip a few classes. Meng Chuyuan inquired, "Are you no longer interested in attending university?" Lu Qianling proudly replied, "My mother said she would send me abroad." Currently, Lu Qianling's grades were far from the cutoff for university admission. She had fallen behind in many subjects and frequently missed classes, making it difficult to complete assignments on time. In the eyes of many teachers, she was likely already categorized as a poor student. Given such an unpromising environment, she lacked motivation, completely neglecting her studies. Observing Lu Qianling's aspirations of going abroad, seemingly unbothered by her current academic performance, Meng Chuyuan unrelentingly questioned, "How is your foreign language study? Are you capable of basic daily conversations? If you go abroad, will you be able to understand what others are saying?" Faced with this series of 3 questions, Lu Qianling fell silent. Noticing her hesitation, Meng Chuyuan realized she had struck a chord. Lu Qianling raised her eyes, and after careful consideration, she resignedly admitted, "Indeed, I must focus on my studies." After approximately 15 minutes, they finally reached their turn. Lu Qianling received the menu and allowed Meng Chuyuan to order first. Once she finished, Lu Qianling added a few of her favorite dishes before paying the bill in one go. The ambience of the trendy restaurant was indeed delightful. She particularly liked the retro decor. While waiting for their food, Lu Qianling wielded her phone, capturing every intriguing detail she encountered. "Let us take a photo here to mark our visit," Lu Qianling suggested, activating the front camera and leaning in. Meng Chuyuan, somewhat reluctantly, raised her hand in a peace sign, obliging her. All right. After reviewing the photos they had just taken, Lu Qianling felt that none of their pictures truly stood out. "Wow, how come you look so stunning? Every shot captures you beautifully." This left Lu Qianling reluctant to delete any, but she struggled to manage her expressions, appearing somewhat foolish beside Meng Chuyuan. Meng Chuyuan raised her gaze gently, smiling, "You're not too shabby yourself." Lu Qianling self-deprecatingly replied, "I'm far from it." She selected a few of her favorite photos to send to Meng Chuyuan and considered forwarding one to Lu Qianling as well. However, after flipping through her contacts twice, she couldn't find Lu Qianling's WeChat, leaving her puzzled. "Did he block me?" "Block you? What are you talking about?" Meng Chuyuan overheard her and asked. She instinctively replied, "WeChat, I can't find anyone." Meng Chuyuan responded, "Even if you delete it, you can still find it. It won't just vanish." Lu Qianling fell silent for a few minutes, suddenly realizing something, and began searching through her blacklist. She removed Lu Qianling from the blacklist and sent him the photo from earlier. Just then, the dishes were served, and Lu Qianling resumed her busy task of plating and photographing, leaving no time to message Lu Qianling. Meng Chuyuan washed the dishes briefly, allowing Lu Qianling some time for her photos. Observing Meng Chuyuan's calm demeanor, which contrasted sharply with her own eagerness to capture and share moments, Lu Qianling asked, "Why aren't you taking pictures? Do I need to?" She retorted. After waiting for so long, Meng Chuyuan simply wished to dine quickly. "It's fine. I'll send it to you," Lu Qianling said. Moments later, Meng Chuyuan's phone on the table vibrated multiple times. Meanwhile, Lu Qianling had just finished showering and emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair while glancing at his phone. He hadn't seen any WeChat messages from Lu Qianling for several days, so today, an unexpected notification caught his attention. Initially intending to ignore it, and check his emails. He was surprised to see Meng Chuyuan's figure alongside Lu Qianling. Thinking it might be an illusion, he opened the message for a closer look. Indeed, there was Meng Chuyuan beside Lu Qianling. She wore a delicate lavender French gown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and a hand making a peace sign revealed her wedding ring, creating a striking impression. After gazing for a few seconds, he abruptly shifted his phone away, his fingers fidgeting as he glanced at his own ring. Into this chapter, Chapter 103. Our Lu family. These rings were acquired 5 months prior when Lu Qingye attended a business event abroad and met a foreign jewelry designer who crafted this unique pair of rings for him. At the time, he hadn't contemplated marriage, so he didn't take much notice of the rings. Little did he expect that shortly thereafter, he would become a married man. After viewing the photo, he replied to Lu Qianling, "Did you find a house?" Waiting for a few minutes without a response from her, he decided to check back later. On that day, Meng Chuyuan had mentioned taking Lu Qianling to view houses, which he presumed was happening today. Considering that Lu Qianling would likely be moving out soon, he instructed the butler to arrange for a few discreet observers nearby to ensure her safety. Lu Qianling savored her meal, having dined at the school cafeteria for the past few days, rendering everything she tasted now delightful. "This curry beef ribs are delicious. You should try them." After sampling a couple of pieces, she offered Meng Chuyuan one. "Thank you." Meng Chuyuan took a small bite, finding the ribs somewhat dry and the meat slightly tough, which detracted from the overall experience. "Is it good? Should I get another piece?" Lu Qianling asked expectantly as she finished her first piece. Just as she reached for her chopsticks to serve another piece, Meng Chuyuan waved her off, signaling her not to. Finding the food mediocre, Meng Chuyuan couldn't fathom why the restaurant was so popular. Once she noticed that Lu Qianling had nearly finished, she grabbed her bag and stood up, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." Lu Qianling sipped her cola and, after setting her cup down, replied, "Go ahead." After Meng Chuyuan left for a brief moment, she unexpectedly ran into Qi Yin, who was also dining at the same restaurant, seated across from a man who appeared to be of a similar age. Their interaction seemed pleasant until Qi Yin caught sight of Meng Chuyuan, and her smile vanished instantly. Meng Chuyuan had approached from another table, noticing a waiter serving dishes in the aisle. Thus she hadn't anticipated encountering Qi Yin here. Initially, they could have passed without acknowledgement, but Qi Yin's change in expression piqued the curiosity of the man across from her, who turned to look. The man, upon seeing Meng Chuyuan, was so astonished that he nearly stood up, covering his mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Sister Meng?" Meng Chuyuan smiled politely in response. Qi Yin chuckled lightly, her tone somewhat peculiar, remarking, "What a coincidence." "Indeed, what a coincidence, Qi Yin. You're dining here too." Meng Chuyuan preferred not to disturb others. Had she not been recognized, she would have simply walked past. However, with others present and Qi Yin initiating conversation, ignoring her would have seemed impolite. "This restaurant is mine." The man sitting across from Qi Yin volunteered. He had seen Meng Chuyuan's cooking live streams and recognized her culinary prowess, believing she would have a discerning palate. The sight of Meng Chuyuan visiting his establishment thrilled the owner immensely. Meng Chuyuan maintained her composure, replying, "Oh, so you're the owner?" "Yes, that's me." The owner, visibly pleased, stood to engage with Meng Chuyuan, inquiring, "How do you find our dishes? Are they to your liking?" This prompted Meng Chuyuan to recall the beef ribs she had just eaten, and she dutifully replied, "It's all right." The taste hadn't met her expectations, but given it was their first meeting, she felt compelled to be somewhat cordial. The owner misinterpreted her response as modesty. "Which table are you at? I'll have the front desk waive your bill." Meng Chuyuan replied nonchalantly, "No, thank you. We've already settled the bill." Qi Yin, observing their cheerful exchange, interjected with displeasure, "I've been here so many times. Why haven't you waived mine? We're old classmates. Shouldn't you support my business?" They had known each other for over a decade since high school, and Qi Yin had invested in the restaurant when it first opened. Occasionally, she would come by to chat with her old friend. "Why don't you two continue chatting? I have friends waiting over there." Meng Chuyuan had lingered long enough. If she didn't return soon, Lu Qianling might grow anxious. The owner enthusiastically suggested, "Next time, come by and we can arrange a card for you that offers discounts. So you need to wait in line." Meng Chuyuan replied, "I'll let you know when I have time." Upon returning to the table, she found Lu Qianling had finished her meal. Lu Qianling let out a satisfied burp and curiously asked, "Why were you in the restroom for so long? Was there a long line?" No, I just ran into Qi Yin and her friend. That old woman? Lu Qianling exclaimed in surprise, scanning the area until she spotted Qi Yin. Catching sight of Qi Yin seated with a man, Lu Qianling's eyes glinted with intrigue. Could she be on a blind date? Being old classmates, it shouldn't be that kind of relationship, she clarified. Lu Qianling mused. True, if that guy liked her, they would have been together by now. At that moment, Qi Yin continued her meal with the owner, who had invited her to seek culinary advice, especially since she was set to record a show the following day. The owner inquired, "What were we discussing?" "Teaching me how to cook." Qi Yin appeared somewhat discontent, her tone sharp. She had learned about Qi Zhen taking a leave, and this time, she was agreeable, willing to record first. The previous episodes featured Qi Zhen cooking, and her last attempt had been subpar, leaving them with no choice but to eat it. Earlier, her old classmates had teased her about not being able to distinguish between sugar and salt, yet she was willing to accept a few simple recipes. Just as they were delving into the key details, Meng Chuyuan's arrival disrupted the atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Meng Chuyuan and Lu Qianling headed to a nearby mall to shop for daily necessities and other items. Pushing a shopping cart, Lu Qianling casually chatted with Meng Chuyuan. "Did you know there's a development nearby that belongs to our Lu family?" "I had no idea." She generally refrains from inquiring about Lu Qingye's affairs, and he has never taken the initiative to divulge them. "Huh? As a member of the Lu family, how can you claim to be unaware?" Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning. "Indeed, you are now a part of the Lu family, aren't you?" Lu Qianling, unable to suppress her imposing demeanor, declared, "No, since you are here, I must take you to our family territory today to make our presence felt." End of this chapter. Chapter 104. Rescuing the mother-in-law. The Lu family possesses numerous enterprises in the town, and it would be an understatement to say they are not involved in a multitude of industries in this prime location. Under Lu Qianling's guidance, they swiftly traverse the supermarket, purchasing various daily necessities, which they arrange for delivery. Today, I shall broaden your horizons and reveal the true strength of our Lu family. Within this shopping center, numerous brand stores were established, most of which belonged to the Lu family, where facial recognition could facilitate entry. Lu Qianling led Meng Chuyuan to a section dedicated to haute couture, where the windows showcased an array of luxurious items. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Qianling regained her footing and, with a grand gesture, remarked to Meng Chuyuan, "Do you see? This is the empire my elder brother has built for you." Lu Qianling rarely escapes classes to visit this place, as she fears encountering acquaintances who might report her to Lu Qingye. Today, however, she could boldly stroll in with Meng Chuyuan. They were the first to enter a clothing store, and upon their arrival, the staff promptly welcomed them. "Madame Lu, Miss San, please come in." "Madame Lu?" Lu Qianling looked at Meng Chuyuan in astonishment, questioning, "Have you been here before?" Meng Chuyuan displayed an expression of uncertainty, as she often remained composed in unexpected situations. Lu Qianling scratched her head in confusion, turning to the nearby staff. "You know she is Madame Lu?" The staff replied, "Madame Lu has been recording programs with the second young master recently, and has become quite popular. Everyone in our company knows that our boss's wife is Meng Jie." Lu Qingye's marriage was so sudden that the family did not have time to inform everyone properly. Currently, only those familiar with the Lu family situation in elite circles are aware, while outsiders lack any channels of information. Before Lu Jinsen debuted, he refrained from reporting specific family member details to protect their privacy. Despite Meng Chuyuan's increased exposure from the variety show, no netizens have uncovered Lu Qingye's identity yet. How dull. Lu Qianling had initially intended to showcase the splendor of their family to Meng Chuyuan, but this unexpected outcome altered her plans. Nevertheless, since they were already there, Meng Chuyuan wished to explore the store further. During her earlier visit to the company to review reports, she had noted the operational data of this store, which exhibited significant fluctuations compared to others. Today, she seized the opportunity to see if those figures had any room for improvement. Lu Qianling headed straight for custom tailoring, requesting the staff to take her measurements for new outfits. Meng Chuyuan wandered leisurely, carefully observing the garments displayed on the racks. The color combinations of the clothing on the mannequins lacked vibrancy. While each piece appeared sophisticated in isolation, the overall effect was rather unremarkable, giving off an air of ordinariness. Average brands and moderately priced boutiques adhered to such standards, but as a high-end custom shop, they could not afford to attract customers with such mediocrity. Approaching the front desk, Meng Chuyuan initiated a conversation with a staff member, who is responsible for coordinating these displayed outfits. The staff member appeared taken aback by the inquiry and hesitated before responding. There isn't a specific person. We all collaborate on it. Whenever new clothing arrives, whoever is available replaces the mannequins, leaving the rest on the rack for customers to select. Meng Chuyuan paused thoughtfully before asking, "Has the company provided training on how to coordinate outfits?" The staff member shook her head. No. The store lacked knowledgeable employees on fashion coordination and had not arranged any training in that regard. Even the finest garments would struggle to attract foot traffic. After visiting 2 clothing chains, Meng Chuyuan found the issues to be consistent: insufficient attention to detail and a lack of knowledge among staff regarding outfit coordination. Upon returning home that afternoon, Meng Chuyuan relayed this information to Lu Qingye via WeChat. Knowing she would be occupied with recording a program in the coming days, she was aware that Lu Qingye might still be asleep, so she took the opportunity to update him on the situation. With her current responsibilities at the company, she could not intervene too much, but hoped Lu Qingye would take this matter to heart and resolve it promptly. After dinner, Lu's mother, feeling idle, initiated a video call to chat with a few friends while working on her knitting. Recently, she had been diligently crafting a scarf and was nearly ready to finish it. With just a bit left to complete, she wanted to finish tonight and seized the chance to have Meng Chuyuan teach her friends. "Juan, you haven't come out to join us for days. What have you been busy with? Surely, you haven't been knitting that scarf all this time?" As Lu's mother sorted through the yarn, she casually remarked, "I've been quite busy lately. I need to inspect work at old Lu's company, then tend to the flowers in the garden, and finally I can focus on my knitting." Upon hearing Lu's mother's explanation, someone teased, "You can manage old Lu's company? Am I hearing this correctly? Why not?" Lu's mother retorted defiantly, "Not only does old Lu trust me, but he also begs me to help at the company. If one were to disregard this as mere banter among friends, it would seem harmless. However, if taken seriously, it was an entirely different matter." Their private conversations were often filled with exaggeration about family affairs, each harboring their own intentions. 1. You can eat as much as you want, but don't spread rumors. Can I really be begging you to oversee the company? To outsiders, Lu Qingye appeared to occupy a lofty position, unattainable for ordinary individuals. They could hardly fathom that he would seek assistance from his seemingly unaccomplished mother in managing the company. Just then, Meng Chuyuan emerged from her room and was intrigued by the endless laughter emanating from downstairs, prompting her to investigate. Hearing her friends mock her, Lu's mother felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Why can't I? Do you all look down on me?" Yet, they were too engrossed in their merriment to heed Lu's mother's feelings. From their conversation, Meng Chuyuan could surmise what had transpired. She made her way to the seating area and sat beside Lu's mother, conveniently positioning herself within the phone's camera frame. As she glanced at the mobile device on the coffee table, she noted that 5 people were participating in the group video call, including Lu's mother. After a moment, she casually placed her hand on Lu's mother's shoulder and confidently remarked, "Who says our Wan Jie cannot manage a company? She simply prefers to keep a low profile. Yet she possesses an abundance of knowledge." End of this chapter. Chapter 105. A needle hidden in cotton. Such sarcastic laughter is discomforting to anyone who hears it. Each time Lu's mother engages in conversation with them, attempting to boast, others' comments garner admiration and envy, while she merely becomes the subject of ridicule. Seeing Meng Chuyuan unexpectedly appear to defend her and speak on her behalf genuinely touched Lu's mother. Meng Chuyuan felt that Lu's mother was exceedingly kind to her friends, leading them to perceive her as easy to bully. Little did they know, she was the wife of Yi, a woman with short, wavy hair, clad in a grandmother green pajama set and possessing a stout physique, with a short, thick neck and a slightly shrill voice. Interjected, "We have known your mother-in-law for years. We are well aware of her capabilities." With this statement, the other 3 affluent ladies readily concurred. Meng Chuyuan's lips curled slightly as she replied languidly, "She spends every day with you all, yet has no outlet for her talents. Everyone can conceal a sharp wit beneath a soft demeanor. We all live the same life, spending our husband's money. How much difference can there be? What right do they have to mock Lu's mother, just because she is kind-hearted?" As Meng Chuyuan made her entrance, she completely overshadowed the 4 affluent women. Their faces turned awkward as they found themselves at a loss for words. One of them, forcing herself, said, "It's getting late. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep, so I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Juan. And you too, I's wife, we were just joking. Don't take it to heart. I'm feeling a bit tired as well. Let us chat another day." After 2 of them left, The remaining two said nothing and quietly exited the video call. Watching the screen revert to the chat interface, Meng Chuyuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that they fled before she even launched her counterattack. She gently patted Lu's mother's shoulder and said softly, "Mom, you needn't worry about what happened just now. It's late. You should rest early." Just as Meng Chuyuan was about to rise and return to her bedroom, Lu's mother unexpectedly tugged at her sleeve and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for earlier. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have truly lost face." Normally, Lu's mother would not take offense at mere teasing, but this time, she genuinely found it intolerable. They were the ones who had crossed the line first. There was no need to grant them grace. Learning what we do not know is not a flaw. Suddenly enlightened, Lu's mother resolved to go to the office tomorrow and acquire some genuine skills to show them. Yes, no need to be overly impressive, just surpassing them would suffice. After assisting Lu's mother, Meng Chuyuan returned to her room to apply a facial mask. At that moment, Lu Qingyan noticed a message from her, unexpectedly suggesting a minor improvement, arranging professional training for the clothing store staff and fashion coordination. Lu Qingyan responded, "Is this suggestion truly beneficial?" For him, organizing the training was merely a matter of words, yet he was curious about Meng Chuyuan's perspective. After applying her mask and washing her hands, she saw Lu Qingyan's reply. Glancing at the message, she responded, "Of course it's useful. I visited the physical store today, and the outfit coordination was mediocre. Even a regular shop could achieve such a standard. Do you think customers would choose our store after witnessing such results? If the displayed items fail to showcase their highlights, they become ordinary, diminishing the desire to purchase." Meng Chuyuan added, "Teaching them fashion coordination is not only for the store's FAAD, but will also empower them to promote better. It's about the persuasive professionalism, you understand? Relying solely on personal intuition to coordinate for customers lacks strong persuasive power, making it difficult for customers to be convinced." Lu Qingyan replied, "I will have it arranged promptly." Having received Meng Chuyuan's suggestions, he quickly instructed his team to organize a training session for the staff. With countless responsibilities each day and numerous physical stores to oversee, he could not manage everything alone. Though he had many subordinates, none had ever reported such issues to him. The recording for the third season of the variety show commenced. This time, they arrived in a quaint town steeped in history and characterized by a leisurely pace of life, where the houses retained much of their old charm, each tile and stone bearing the weight of time. After a few days of absence, the audience was on the verge of tears. As the live broadcast of the third episode began, viewers flooded the screen with comments. "Get the director out here. Why do we have to wait so long? Do you have any idea how we've been passing these days? Next time, let us record back to back, please. I'm so emotional." Finally, the disheveled duo is back, and I can see my Ming sister. "Family, it feels like ages. How many seasons has it been?" Even before seeing anyone, I'm already happy to know the show has started. Ha! The director, donning sunglasses and holding a small megaphone, smiled slightly as he addressed the audience. "Friends, we meet again. Our old friend Qi Zhen has taken a 2-day leave, but we still have familiar friends here with us." Indeed, he was the familiar friend, Ting Jiao. The audience was not surprised by Qi Zhen's absence, as he had informed his fans via Weibo the previous day. What surprised the viewers was that despite Qi Zhen's 2-day leave, Qi Yin managed to arrive on time for the recording. The director announced, "Ting Jiao, you will be teamed up with Qi Yin this episode." Ting Jiao quickly replied, "I have no objections." Having recorded together in the previous episode, Ting Jiao and Qi Yin were not particularly familiar with each other, and they would have to gradually learn to cooperate. Qi Yin looked up with a blank expression and curiously asked, "Director, can't I be in my own group?" "No." Who gave her that confidence to propose such a thing? "What is this? My little Jiao hasn't even spoken yet. Where does this sister's confidence come from? It doesn't team matter. As long as there's a handsome guy on screen, it's all the same. You're killing me. The way you're all fawning over looks, haha. Director, you better be ready for a beating. We've waited too long for the show to start. Where's my Ming sister? Where's my young master? Hurry up and switch the camera. What is wrong with our Ting Jiao? Why the disdain?" Qi Yin glanced at Ting Jiao and coldly remarked, "I'm not familiar with him. It's not convenient to stay in the same room." The director scratched his head, finding the situation challenging. Technically, having separate rooms was permissible, but Qi Yin's comment could easily sway some audience members to her side. Before long, Meng Chuyuan proactively spoke up, "Then I'll room with you," as she was the only female partner left with Lu Jinsen. She proposed this arrangement to allow Lu Jinsen and Tingjio to share a room. End of this chapter.